In a ruined place, children were picking up scraps of junk, but not to sell them. They were trading them with a golem in the hope of getting a little food. No one knew where this golem came from or who its master was. What mattered was that as long as you gave it scrap, it would give you food. That was what everyone in the area believed. So the moment he saw the golem, one child immediately ran up to it and held up a rusty flashlight. "Hey, golem, I'm giving you this, so hurry up and give me food." The golem's eyes turned red, then went dark again after only a few seconds before it turned away, making the boy shout in anger. "Hey, where do you think you're going? You took a flashlight yesterday, didn't you?" The golem just kept walking, making him even more furious. "Damn it, why won't I accept it? I have to teach a lesson." Hearing that, his friend beside him quickly stopped him. "Calm down. It'll fight back if you attack it." There have already been a few cases of golems attacking or killing people on the streets. Ray, who had been sitting on a pile of junk not far away, jumped down, blocked the golem's path, and opened his shoulder bag. "Here, take this." The golem's eyes lit up once again, but unlike last time, this time it reached out, took Ray's bag, and poured its contents into its mouth. Then, from the golem's arm, a pile of food dropped down under the admiring and jealous gazes of the children. "That makes no sense. How does he get that much every single time? That's enough to last 3 days. Why don't we do this?" As soon as they heard the boy's idea, his friends strongly objected. "Are you crazy? That's him, the ghost of Street 17. At the same time, on his way back, Ray keenly noticed someone following him. 7 people. Thinking that, Ray stopped and said, "Show yourselves. How long are you planning to follow me?" John, the ringleader, grinned and said, "You really are sharp. We were watching you very carefully, too." Ray turned his head, his cold gaze fixed straight on John. "John, I remember warning you last time that if you appeared in front of me again, I'd make sure you could never walk again. Huh, you think I'll let you leave as easily as last time? Put the bag on the ground. Do that, and we'll let you leave safely," John threatened. "You're lying. You're lying. You won't let me go," Ray said with an expressionless face. "You arrogant bastard. Let me fix that mouth of yours." As John spoke, he swung his steel-knuckled fist and charged quickly at Ray. Ray put his bag on the ground, then simply tilted his head and easily dodged John's attack. Then, while John's missed strike threw him off balance, Ray grabbed him by the collar and kicked him, making John scream in pain before landing on his backside. Seeing this, the other 6 flew into a rage and charged at Ray together, but in the end, every single one of them was struck down by Ray without a single miss. After dealing with them, Ray turned back to teach John a lesson. "I told you, I'll make sure you can never walk again." Seeing Ray slowly approach, John panicked and hurriedly pulled out the dagger he had hidden on him, threatening him. "Don't come any closer, you monster." The word monster made Ray stop. A monster. Maybe John was right. Ever since he was 10, Ray had realized he was different from other people. Whether his leg was injured and bleeding, or his friends were being bullied by kids from another district, or even when they died, he did not feel the slightest emotion. Back then, he realized that he could not feel what other people called emotions. He wanted to be like everyone else. However, 6 years had passed, and he still could not feel emotions. Returning to the present, Ray looked at the knife in John's hand and said flatly, "There's an unspoken rule here that knives aren't used. You brought it because you planned to stab me from the start, didn't you?" "I just picked it up from the trash," John stammered in reply. There was a saying among the children here. A ghost lives on Street 17. A white ghost passes by silently with an expressionless face. Do not look into the ghost's eyes, or your lies will be exposed. And in truth, that saying was correct because Ray had a special ability. He could see a world that others could not. Everyone had a small vessel inside their body, and when they felt emotions, certain colors of mana would fill that vessel. Emotions such as anger, hatred, and love created red mana. Mockery and indifference created blue mana. Joy and excitement created yellow mana. And there were countless other colors as well. That was why, at this moment, Ray could tell that John was lying based on the color of the vessel in his chest. "If you come any closer, I really will stab you," John shouted, trembling as he pointed the knife at Ray. Deep black mana. That was intense fear. Thinking that to himself, Ray continued moving toward John, making John panic and retreat step by step until the wall behind him stopped him. A liar like you deserves to be punished. After dealing with John, Ray continued back home to a shabby shack deep inside a basement, which served as the shelter for a group of children. "Ray, you're right on time." Pale, the leader of the children in the basement, said with a smile, "Brother Ray." When the children saw Ray, they happily ran over and clung to him like little monkeys, making Pale laugh. "Come on, kids, don't hang on Brother Ray like that. You're all heavy, you know? Only then did the children obediently let Ray go. After that, everyone sat in a circle around the candlelight and began checking the results of what they had gathered after a day of wandering. 1 piece of bread, a piece of chewing gum, 2 chocolate bars, and a few loose coins. How were they supposed to divide this among 7 people? Just as Pale was at a loss, Ray took out the bag full of food he had exchanged from the golem, immediately making the children cheer with joy. Wow, you're the best, Brother Ray. Amazing. Did you get all this from the golem? It wouldn't even take anything I gave it. You're incredible. That's because the golem only takes objects containing surplus mana. You can't get anything from it if you can't see mana. Ray answered inwardly. Now, then, shall we divide the food? Thanks, Ray. We won't have to go hungry today. In that case, we'll start with the youngest, Josephine. Hearing Pale say that, the children lined up on their own from youngest to oldest to receive the food Pale handed out. Meanwhile, Ray quietly walked outside. We've never managed to gather enough food for everyone. Should I go to the warehouse? I have a duty to take care of this group. I owe them my life. The truth was, 1 year earlier, these children had found and saved Ray when he had been buried beneath thick snow during a blizzard. Ray's principle was to repay all debts, whether they were favors or grudges. That was why he had an obligation to take care of these children. Ray, Pale came out of the shack and said with a smile, "You'll get your share too." Pale's voice pulled Ray out of his thoughts. He raised his head to look at him, then turned away and replied, "It's fine. I'm not hungry." But Ray's stomach betrayed him, choosing that exact moment to rumble loudly, making Pale chuckle. Your stomach doesn't seem to agree. Let's share. With that, Pale broke a piece of bread in half and handed it to Ray. Hey Ray, have you noticed? Rainwater is black now. Yeah, I know, Ray replied. They say it's because mages have used too much magic. It seems the mages live in the lower number districts. I'm also pretty sure the golem was sent here by a mage. It might just be some kind of machine. No, I'm certain it moves because of magic. Pale said that and looked up at the sky, his eyes sparkling like stars in the night. Ray looked closely at Pale and thought to himself, I actually agree with Pale. When the golem moves, it absorbs the mana around it into its core. Then it blends it inside and releases it as black gas. Black rain and black gas. I can't help thinking there's a connection between the two. Of course, right now, the most important thing is, I'm going out for a bit. Leaving those words behind, Ray ran out into the black rain despite Pale, trying to stop him. When it rained, everyone stayed indoors to take shelter. They believed that even the smallest drop of rainwater could bring disease. However, Ray could shield himself from the rain, so for him, working in the rain was actually easier. He ran all the way to the Hector food warehouse. Just as Ray had expected, the guards were busy playing cards. That was their habit whenever it rained, and naturally, lack security was the perfect condition for him to operate. Ray slipped through the fence, then quietly crawled to the familiar hole in the wall and smoothly entered the warehouse. It's too dark. Ray condensed mana, creating a small flame. There were hundreds of types of mana in the air. Among them, Ray gathered mana of a certain color and blended them together according to the correct formula. Just like now, he condensed red mana to create light. I don't really understand the principle behind it, but I can make good use of this method. Still, controlling red mana is harder for some reason. I wonder if I could truly feel the emotion tied to it. Would I be able to create a bigger flame? Ray thought as he took several cans of food from crate. He had just extinguished the flame and was preparing to leave when, suddenly, a knife flew at him from somewhere. Fortunately, Ray's reflexes were top-notch, so there was only a light scratch on his face. Otherwise, he would already have been done for. After narrowly escaping death, Ray immediately hid behind a crate. The rat finally showed itself. Are you trying to steal our food, kid? You're quicker than I thought. A voice spoke from the other side. Were they hiding behind that pillar or those crates from the start? Ray thought to himself, the little rat is hiding. How pathetic. Struggle all you want. From the sound of their footsteps, Ray could tell there were 3 of them in total, and they knew his exact position. I didn't expect them to have equipment like night vision goggles. Hide all you like. You're right where we want you. As soon as he finished speaking, the short-haired man aimed straight at Ray's head and threw a knife. Ray quickly dodged, his eyes glowing. Then he moved in a zigzag pattern and closed in on his opponent. What, this kid? While the short-haired man was shocked, his companion scolded him. You idiot, aim properly. No, there's something wrong with this kid. The short-haired man had only just opened his mouth to explain when he immediately took a kick from Ray. Damn it, how is this possible? Can he see us? Stop acting tough. One of them raised his knife and rushed quickly at Ray. By observing the flow of mana from the vessel to the arteries, Ray could predict their next actions. So very quickly, both men were knocked out by Ray in an instant. But things did not end there. The warehouse door was kicked open and a bald man walked in. Well, I came to check because it was way too quiet in here. Looks like all three of my brothers have been taken down. At this point, his expression turned vicious. And by a little rat, no less. Ray pulled his hood lower and glanced at the newly arrived bald man. The operator of the Hector organization, Humphrey. He really is as terrifying as the rumors say. I have to get out of here now. Thinking this, Ray took the initiative and charged at Humphrey, throwing a punch. Humphrey stood motionless and took Ray's punch, his body remaining like a massive block, not budging in the slightest. Try dodging this. With that, Humphrey's hand shot toward Ray as fast as lightning. Ray hurriedly leaned to the side to dodge, then jumped backward. Humphrey spoke. Not bad. Ray's expression grew serious as he thought. He really is on a different level. This time, it was Humphrey's turn to charge forward and attack Ray. Ray could only use his agility to keep dodging. My instincts are telling me I can't win in a direct fight. In that case, I'll strike at an opening. Thinking that, Ray once again dodged one of Humphrey's attacks, then used magic to create a small flame and struck directly at an opening in the center of his opponent's chest. Hit by the attack, Humphrey frowned, let out a soft groan of pain, and took a step back. By the time he recovered, Ray was already gone. He lost track of him. Before long, the entire warehouse district was turned upside down by the people of the Hector organization as they searched for Ray's whereabouts. He just fought Humphrey. He can't have gone far. Find him. Where did he run off to? Search over there. Ray hid in a blind spot near the iron fence. Seeing two people approaching, he whispered to himself, "I'll be discovered." Ray did not wait any longer. Before the two could find him, he decided to climb over the iron fence. However, Ray had only climbed partway up when a surveillance camera detected him and sounded an alarm. Near the exit, "That brat. I'll take care of him." After him, the people of the Hector organization shouted and ran toward the alarm, but they were too late. Ray had already climbed outside the iron fence and chosen a direction, quickly running away. In his heart, he thought, "I stole from the warehouse of the infamous Hector organization. If I'm caught, I'm dead for sure. I'm not afraid of dying, but without me, the children won't last long. I won't be able to repay my debt." Because he had fought several times and kept running away, Ray's stamina drained quickly, so before long, he had to stop to catch his breath. There he is. A shout suddenly rang out from behind him. Ray turned back and saw that it was people from the Hector organization catching up. This is bad. Shouting inwardly, Ray could only carry his exhaustion with him and keep fleeing. Seeing that, the two people behind him also sped up and chased after him, shouting loudly, "Catch him." After a while longer, Ray was forced to stop and muttered, "A dead end." Behind him, the two members of the Hector organization had also arrived. They took out daggers, stared at Ray, and threatened him. "Hey, brat, nowhere left to run. You'd better cough up what you stole, or I'll poke a hole in your stomach." Ray's face still showed no emotion as he observed the two of them and thought, "Humphrey isn't here. In that case, I can win." Opposite him, when the two members of the Hector organization saw that Ray did not answer, they angrily charged at him. The first man stabbed his knife toward Ray and shouted, "Are you deaf?" Ray calmly used one hand to push the opponent's knife arm aside, shifting his own body to dodge, then threw an uppercut and knocked the first man down. Next, he quickly turned around, grabbed the second man's hand as he charged in, and squeezed with force, making the man drop the knife from the pain. Ray's other hand flickered with yellow lightning as he extended it toward the second man's face. A few seconds later, the second man lay motionless on the ground, his face charred black and white smoke rising from his mouth. "Over there! There's noise over there!" Another shout rang out. Ray crouched down, picked up the dagger on the ground, and thought there's no end to them. "I can't keep using magic forever, either." Then his gaze turned toward a nearby trash bin as he thought that place might work. Very soon, a group from the Hector organization chased their way there. "Damn it, where is he? Don't lose him." After looking around for a while and finding nothing, they ran off to check somewhere else, unaware that the person they were looking for was hiding in the trash bin right there. Inside the trash bin, Ray heard the footsteps gradually fading away and knew he was temporarily safe. They won't find me here. I'll spend the night in this place. If they follow me across the bridge, the little ones will be in danger. Will this rain stop? With those wandering thoughts in his mind, Ray gradually fell asleep. The next morning, rays of sunlight slipping through the narrow gap in the trash bin lid woke Ray up. I overslept. There probably isn't anyone left now. Thinking that, Ray immediately jumped out of the trash bin. However, he heard an unwelcome voice ring out. Found you. Ray turned to look and saw a member of the Hector organization pointing a knife at him with a smile. Good thing I came back, huh? Ray cautiously raised his dagger and thought, from his color, I can tell he's extremely angry. I still haven't fully recovered. Seeing that Ray also had a knife, the man bared his teeth in a savage grin. What, you got a knife too? How manly. Then I don't need to hold back anymore. As soon as he said that, he rushed forward to attack Ray, but Ray dodged. The man's eyes suddenly flashed, and he turned his hand back, slashing out again. Ray was caught off guard, so he dodged a little too late. A few strands of his hair were cut off and fell away, and his body lost its balance as he fell backward. Seizing that chance, the man immediately pressed forward to attack. Farewell, little brat. Ray could only stare wide-eyed as the dagger's tip drew closer and closer to his eye. But just as the blade was about to pierce his eye, a gunshot suddenly rang out. A hole appeared in the man's head, and he collapsed to the ground. Ray ignored the fresh blood splattered across his face and looked toward the young man, holding a gun not far away. The young man with the gun laughed and said, "That was dangerous, Ray." Then he lit himself a cigarette and asked, "What are you getting up to this early in the morning?" Ray recognized him. He was none other than Nair Stookton, the boss of Street 17. Ray wiped the fresh blood from his face and asked, "Who called you? You don't usually wake up this early." Nair smiled and replied, "Yeah, I heard some of Hector's men were prowling around here. But putting that aside, did you get all that stuff from Hector?" As he spoke, Nair looked at the pile of things Ray was holding against his chest. Ray chose to stay silent. Even though Ray said nothing, Nair already had his answer. He said, "You're pretty reckless." Ray said calmly, "Thanks. That wasn't a compliment." Ray replied again, "It was hard, though." Looking at the color of the mana around Nair's chest, Ray thought to himself, someone like Nair is very hard to deal with. People like him have emotions so dull that they could never fill the container. Nair spoke again, "If you keep this up, you'll die easily. Not everyone is someone you can mess with." Ray said, "If I don't do it, we'll all starve to death." Nair said helplessly, "Well then, I've repaid you for saving me." Ray explained, "I pulled you out because I thought you were some kind of object. I wasn't trying to save you." Nair laughed and said, "Come on, either way, you saved my life." Ray said, "And you've repaid me." 1 year ago, Ray had happened to pull Nair out of the river. It seemed Nair had once been the operator of District 46, but had been betrayed. Ray did not think Nair was lying about that, since the way he taught Ray to fight as repayment was quite systematic. Remembering this, Ray hesitated before saying, "Nair, about what you said before." Nair asked, "What?" "About wanting me to join an organization." "I'll join yours." In his heart, Ray thought, if I join his organization, the children will be safe. Nair quietly looked at Ray for a while, then said, "Ray, you can use magic, can't you?" Ray asked in surprise, "Do you know about magic?" Nair smiled and muttered to himself, as expected, "I thought I was seeing things when the boys started a fire without a lighter." Beside him, Ray pressed again, "Tell me, what do you know about magic?" Nair looked at him, smiled, and said, "Only a little. I asked a mage from my previous organization before. You need mana to use magic, and mana exists in the air. Oh, and only a small number of people can identify and use mana." Ray asked again, "Did they say anything about colors?" Nair said suspiciously, "Colors? No. They even said mana can't be seen with the naked eye." Hearing that, Ray raised his head and looked at all the colors existing in the air, wondering, then what exactly am I seeing? Still not giving up, Ray probed, "Is that all? Are you forgetting anything?" Nair asked irritably, "Do you want to punch?" Seeing the look on his face, Ray knew he would not get any more information. So he said calmly, "Thanks." His attitude made Nair even angrier. "You slippery little brat. You're doing that on purpose, aren't you?" As he spoke, Nair tried to flick Ray on the forehead, but Ray dodged. After joking around, Ray asked seriously, "Then what about my request?" Nair answered bluntly. "No." Ray asked, "Why are you suddenly refusing?" Nair fell silent in thought. All the districts stretched along the Elton River. If one went upstream, one would reach other districts. Ray could flee the slums and seek opportunities there. Letting a child with so much potential remain here would be too much of a waste. Thinking of this, Nair looked at Ray and asked with a smile, "Have you ever thought about leaving District 50? I can get you a car." Ray replied, "No. You know I still have to take care of the kids here." Nair smiled and said, "Don't worry. I've been thinking of building an orphanage here." Ray asked in surprise, "An orphanage?" Nair rubbed Ray's head and said with a smile, "Yeah. I'll gather up all the orphans like you, so they won't have to wander the streets anymore." Ray instinctively looked at the color of the mana on Nair's chest and thought, "The color is too faint. I can't tell if he's telling the truth, but it's probably true. He always keeps his word." Then Ray remembered something and said, "Oh, right. Be careful. Hector seems to be preparing for war. I saw him receive several trucks packed full of weapons." Nair said with his usual expression, "I know." Seeing that, Ray was a little surprised. But when he remembered Nair firing his gun earlier, he understood. Firing a gun in any dispute meant declaring war. Ray said, "The people in the shops will suffer if you lose. I thought your protection fees were pretty reasonable." Nair said, "That's only because there are lots of people who look worse than me. And don't act like I'm that old. I'm not even married yet." Ray said with a matter-of-fact expression, "You are old." Nair angrily swung at Ray, but Ray dodged again. Just then, a black car drove up. The driver looked at Nair and said, "Boss, it's time to go." Nair replied, "Right, let's go." Before getting into the car, Nair did not forget to warn Ray, "This place is about to become a battlefield, so find somewhere to hide. Oh, take this." With that, Nair tossed something to Ray. "What is this?" Sitting in the car, Nair pointed to his ear and said with a smile, "Ear cleaning." After parting with Nair, Ray headed near the central square of Street 17. There, he ran into Josephine sitting by the roadside with Grandma Viola. When Josephine saw Ray, she said happily, "Ray, why didn't you come back yesterday? Why are you so beaten up?" She came over, crying as she asked, "Did you get into a fight? Who did this? It must hurt so much." Ray said, "It's nothing. I just fell." Looking at the bright, multicolored mana on Josephine's chest, he thought to himself, how amazing. One person can have so many emotions at the same time. Then Ray took out the pile of things and handed them to her, saying, "Take these and go back first. Tell Pale I'll be there soon." "Okay." After answering, Josephine ran off carrying the pile of things. After waiting until she had gone far away, Ray said, "Viola, you didn't say anything to Josephine, did you?" Viola smiled and replied, "Ah, Ray, is that you? I only told her stories about rainbows." Ray said, "Don't tell the kids things like that. If you keep talking about fantasies, they won't get used to living here." Viola said, "Children should know how to dream." Observing Viola, Ray thought to himself, what emotion is this? Purple mana. I've never seen anyone besides Viola with this color. Before leaving, Ray turned back and reminded her, "You should move to another street. There's going to be a war soon." Hearing Ray's footsteps gradually fade away, Viola murmured, "He really is a kind child." The next morning, Ray knocked on the door of an abandoned house. Delivery. Very quickly, a man opened the door. When he saw Ray, he said in surprise, "Oh, Ray, is that you?" "John just said he was going to take care of the delivery." Ray replied, "Is that so?" In his heart, he muttered, "No way." John's already had both his legs broken. Then Ray carried the box in his hands into the house and asked, "Aren't you planning to fix the awning? If war breaks out, this place won't have any customers." The man replied, "If I abandon this shop, where else can I go? Besides, there might not be a war." Ray asked, "What do you mean?" The man pointed toward the blue door and said, "Hector and Nair are talking in there. If they reach an agreement, there won't be a war." Just then, the blue door opened. Hector walked out with a smile, accompanied by two subordinates. When the man saw them, he bowed. Ray pulled up his hood to hide his face. When Hector saw Ray, he said, "A little kid doing work. Have all the adults run away?" He walked over and placed one hand on Ray's neck, while using the other to take out a few silver coins and drop them into Ray's hand. He smiled and said, "Good job, kid. Work hard. That's how you survive. Take the money and buy yourself some snacks." After that, he headed toward the door and called, "Let's go, boys." One subordinate immediately answered yes and followed after him. Only Harry stopped, casting a suspicious gaze at Ray, specifically at the bandage on the rim of his ear. Ray also noticed and hurriedly used his hood to cover the wound, thinking he recognized me. At that moment, Hector called from outside, "Harry, what are you doing?" Hearing that, Harry stared at Ray for a few more seconds, then replied, "I'm coming." After waiting until they got into the car and left, the man finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "They finally left." Ray silently took off his hood, looked at the wound on the rim of his ear, and wondered he recognized the wound on my ear, so why did he leave without saying anything? When Nair still did not come out after a long while, the man grew suspicious and went in, asking Nair what happened. Ray also followed him inside, and saw Nair with a pensive expression as he said, "The negotiations failed. There's going to be a war." The shop owner said, "Is that true, Nair?" Nair said, "I can't accept such unreasonable terms, like them wanting to absorb our organization. This is truly the worst outcome." The shop owner clenched his fists and said, "It's not your fault. I won't be able to open the shop for a while." Nair said to Ray, "Don't leave your hideout during this time." Not long after, Ray left the man's shop. He walked slowly along the street alone, deep in thought. "I won't be able to move around once the war breaks out. I need to get as much food as possible before that happens." As he was thinking, Ray suddenly saw a car speed past ahead of him, and the driver was Harry. "Harry, I've never seen a car like that in District 50 before. That's suspicious. I need to investigate." Thinking this, Ray quickly chased after the car. A while later, at the entrance to Hector's organization on Street 18, Ray hid in a bush and saw the people of Hector's organization standing respectfully beside the car Harry had been driving earlier. Not only that, he also saw Hector personally open the car door with a smile and say, "We have been waiting. We will escort you inside, Sir Mage." Then Ray saw the person Hector called a mage step out of the car. It was a man wearing a monocle. Who is he? Deep blue, almost black. A ridiculously large amount of mana. That color looks like the mana of golems when they move. Also, were those rings around his container? There's a lot of mana around those rings too. It's as if he's using those rings to keep the mana from escaping. That man is very dangerous. I need to tell Nair. Thinking this, Ray left and ran toward Nair's organization on Street 17. When he arrived, he saw the organization's people busily unloading boxes of weapons from vehicles. Not paying much attention, he walked up to a red-haired man and asked, "Where's Nair?" The red-haired man looked over suspiciously, and when he saw Ray, he cried out in surprise, "Ray, how did you get in here?" Ray replied, "The gate was open. Anyway, where's Nair?" The red-haired man answered, "The boss went out to prepare for the war. It's dangerous, so you should leave too." Unable to meet Nair directly, Ray could only tell the red-haired man, then pass on a message to Nair. The red-haired man asked, "What?" Ray thought to himself, "I can't tell him about mana." Thinking that, Ray said, "Tell him to be wary of the man wearing a monocle." That night, Ray returned to where the children were in the basement. After the children fell asleep, Pale and Ray went outside the tent and sat down to talk. Pale lifted the flap and looked at the children sleeping peacefully inside, then said, "The war can't drag on for long." Ray said, "But you don't think it'll end within a week?" Pale asked, "Ray, who do you think will win?" Ray replied, "I don't know. The two organizations are fairly evenly matched." In his heart, he thought, but Nair has to win for the children's safety. If Hector wins this war, the street children will be sold as slaves. Pale said, "The war must have already begun." He had only just finished speaking when a loud noise suddenly echoed from far away. Pale asked worriedly, "Did you hear that?" Ray stood up, clenched both fists, and said, "I did." Pale said, "I've never heard anything like that before." Ray did not answer Pale. In his heart, he was now thinking, this is strange. Something is wrong. Meanwhile, elsewhere on Street 17, two members of Nair's organization were frantically firing bullets at the golem in front of them. As soon as their magazines ran empty, fear and despair appeared clearly on their faces as they said, "It didn't even leave a dent." What happened to this golem? All of a sudden, at that moment, the golem opposite them suddenly raised one arm and fired a dark blue-black beam of light, killing one of them on the spot. Then the golem walked toward the remaining man, who was sitting on the ground in fear. It reached out, seized him, and squeezed with force. A few minutes later, the golem walked over to the man wearing a monocle. The man wearing a monocle looked at the bloodstains on the golem and said, "It smells like garbage." "That's right, my masterpiece. Clean up everything here." Back at the basement, where Ray and the children were taking shelter, the sound is getting louder. As he was speaking, Pale suddenly saw that Ray seemed about to leave, so he hurriedly held him back and said, "Ray, where are you going? This is different from usual. If you're going, let me go with you." Ray said, "No, Pale. You wait here." Just then, a little boy came out rubbing his sleepy eyes and said, "Why is everyone still awake?" Pale turned back, rubbed the boy's head, and said with a smile, "Sorry, did we wake you? We'll be back inside soon, so go back to sleep, okay?" With that, the boy went back inside. After waiting for the boy to enter, Ray said, "Pale, Pale turned around and solemnly placed both hands on Ray's shoulders, instructing him, "All right, Ray, I'll stay here with the children. We can't leave them alone. But don't go too far, and come back once you know what's going on." Ray said, "Okay, I'll be back soon." A while later, Ray arrived on Street 17. Around him now, there was only smoke and fire burning the houses on both sides of the street, along with corpses on the ground. Before long, Ray saw the red-haired man he had met that morning, gravely wounded and sitting on the ground with his head lowered. Ray approached and said softly, "What happened here?" As if he heard Ray's voice, the red-haired man raised his head and called weakly, "Ray." Ray asked, "Are you all right? What happened?" The red-haired man replied, "Those bastards brought a golem. The man with the monocle controlled it. We weren't strong enough to fight it. Run, Ray." After saying that, the red-haired man breathed his last. Ray stood there in silence for a moment before crouching down and using his hand to close the red-haired man's eyes. Then he picked up the red-haired man's dagger. He turned and left, thinking to himself, "At this rate, Nair's group will lose. I need to help Nair." At the same time, under the bridge where Ray and the other children were staying, Pale, covered in blood, was holding a child in his arms. Around him lay the still warm bodies of the children in pools of blood. In front of him, a golem raised one hand and began gathering dark blue-black light. Seeing this, Pale made no move to dodge because he knew it would be useless. Silently waiting for the dark blue-black light to fire, only one thought remained in his heart now. "Ray, don't come back here." At the central square of Street 17, Ray stood there with a small knife in his hand, witnessing the ruins around him. Looking at the people lying scattered across the ground, he told himself, "I'm too late. They're all bodies of Nair's subordinates. I don't know what took them down." After searching for a while, he realized he still did not see Nair's body anywhere. He might still be alive. Behind Ray, a huge explosion occurred, the thunderous sound making him freeze. He hurriedly turned his head. That direction was the tunnel area. Ray quickly ran toward the explosion. He was worried about the orphan children. Beneath the stone bridge, smoke billowed thickly, and a huge golem stood there. Rain began to fall. Ray stood rooted to the spot. He panted from exhaustion, and the rain drenched his eyes. Before him now was the camp that had just been attacked, smoke billowing thickly, and the blood-covered golem standing there. There were large pools of blood in front of it. Ray froze, unable to believe what he was seeing. In an instant, Ray leapt down with a knife in his hand, his eyes blazing, ready to stab down at the golem. It sensed the movement and immediately raised its hand, then turned around, its eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Then it unleashed an extremely powerful punch, leaving Ray no time to react. The blow made him cough up blood in agony, his entire body pinned to the wall by the tremendous force. Then Ray dropped heavily to the ground, and a huge crack appeared in the wall from the impact just now. Though he kept coughing up blood, he still told himself in his mind that he had to confirm whether they were still alive. In his mind, he remembered the children calling out to him, the times he traded for food and returned to the tunnel area. The children would all run out together to welcome him, excited, smiling, and happily looking at Ray. They would even ask after him, "You're back, brother Ray. You're back." Just remembering it made him feel a faint pain in his heart. He stood up, and a voice calling his name rang out. "Ray, I didn't want you to come back." It was Pale's voice and image that made the present Ray snap awake and stare wide-eyed at the loss before him. The children had been slaughtered and lay on the ground. Lauren and Leah were holding each other tightly. Corden and Mail were there too. All of them lay motionless, and Josephine had died in Pale's protective embrace. Ray shakily reached out his hand. He could not believe what was before his eyes. He said regretfully, "I still haven't repaid everyone for what they did for me." Ray tried to reach toward them, while the golem drew closer to him. A dark blue ring of mana appeared from the golem's huge hand. That sound was exactly like the strange noise Ray had heard during the battle. He stared at it. So it was this golem that killed all of them. The children beneath the tunnel, Nair's subordinates, and everyone living on this street. Though he had no emotions, Ray now appeared furious. He told himself, "I will avenge them." With that thought, facing the danger before him, he had to act immediately because the golem was continuously gathering mana. Ray's whole body trembled as he reminded himself, "Hurry." Suddenly, a car came flying down from above and crashed straight into the golem. Ray's eyes widened in shock. The The golem was knocked far away, and the car slid lightly in front of it. Then it drifted and sent the golem flying into the river. From the car, Nair opened the door and asked, "Ray, are you all right?" Then he rushed down and ran toward him. Nair grabbed Ray by the shoulder, helped him up, and said, "Looks like your bones aren't broken." "Thank goodness." Ray clawed hard at the ground and called Nair's name. He stammered, "The children." Hearing this, Nair seemed to understand the situation, and his eyes went blank. Nair stood up and looked over there. The night was silent. Tonight, after the battle, the loss was too great. He clenched his fist, then bowed his head slightly before Ray. "I'm sorry, Ray. It's because I came too late." Though Ray was someone without emotions, his tears were falling together with the rain as he replied, "How could this be your fault?" Looking at the boy faced with such loss, Nair called his name. Then he sat down and held him tightly against his shoulder. Ray unconsciously raised his hand and gripped that shoulder. A while later, Ray sat there and asked Nair, "What about your subordinates?" He answered, "They're all dead." Nair ruffled his hair and cursed, "Hector, that bastard. I can't believe he even called in a mage from somewhere else. Damn it." Ray looked up with a cold expression and asked, "What are you going to do now?" Nair replied, "I'll go back to the street and look for survivors. As for Hector, for now he'll have to." Before he could finish speaking, he screamed in pain. A dark blue streak of mana shot straight through Nair's body, and blood flowed. Ray's eyes widened. Once again, he had to witness someone collapse right in front of him. The golem behind him had just fired an immensely powerful stream of mana, leaving a huge hole in Nair's body. Its hand remained in the same position, the golem emotionless with its familiar red eyes. Ray called Nair's name. His body was still standing there with a huge hole right in his abdomen. Blood splashed on Ray, but he still showed no emotion. Nair smiled, ready to accept it, and muttered, "Damn it." Then his body collapsed onto Ray, his face falling against the boy's shoulder. Ray wrapped his arms around him and felt the red blood inside Nair's body flowing out. He did not understand what was happening. In that instant, his heart pounded hard. Ray remembered the days Nair had taught him how to fight, the times after trading items when the two of them sat together eating donuts, and the gentle smile with which Nair called his name each time they met. Ray's emotionless heart was now burning, blazing and filled with agitation. He stood up and faced the golem, his body giving off a blood-red aura. The golem continued raising its hand, gathering dark blue mana. On this side, Ray was furious too, his entire body filled with murderous intent as he shouted, "I'll kill you." Amid the pitch-black night, the falling rain, blood, and sweat mixed together, two people sat there before the golem. Ray held Nair tightly and softly called his name, but there was no response. That wound had taken his life. Ray lowered his head and thought to himself, "If this is only a dream, I want to wake up right now." The golem drew closer, and the rain seemed like tears for this night of loss. Ray gritted his teeth, tears flowing from his eyes, even though he had no emotions. The golem did not care in the slightest. Its mission was to kill every living thing it saw, and now it continued raising its hand to gather mana. Likewise, Ray raised his own blood-covered hand, his eyes now glowing red with murderous intent and hatred. Two streams of mana, one blue and one red, shot out from their hands. In the golem's hand was blue, accompanied by a darkness that was black and bottomless. On Ray's side, in his hand, was the blazing red of rage and hatred. The mana shot out and collided, creating a dazzling white ring of light. They clashed against each other, evenly matched. Ray looked straight into its mindless eyes and told himself, "I'm not like you." His eyes also turned red. Ray now realized that he was human and that he had emotions too. His power gradually overwhelmed and crushed the golem's blue mana. Then it blasted away the mindless monster before him. Its metal body was burned, slowly melting and evaporating. The battle ended, and Ray's face still did not change in the slightest. A long, blazing red streak appeared on the ground where the scorching mana had just passed. Ray laid Nair down on the ground, trying to call to him and hoping he would wake up. No matter how hard he tried, with that wound, Nair could not possibly survive. Ray looked at him lying there and said, "You can't die." But strangely, Nair suddenly spoke, startling Ray. "Stop shaking me, you bastard. I'm already in enough pain, damn it." He struggled to wheeze out the rest. "I knew I could never have a peaceful death, but I didn't expect that day to be today." Nair thought to himself, "I have no regrets. For someone who used to be scum like me, I still managed to make it this far. But if I had struggled a little sooner, would things have turned out differently? He remembered himself as a child, trapped in a spider web and unable to escape. Looking at the boy in front of him, Nair had been about Ray's age back then, just 16. Seeing him wake up, Ray was about to stand. Wait, let me go get medicine from the car or something. But Nair hurriedly held his hand. He smiled and said to him, "You should leave this place." Using the last of his strength, he advised him to go somewhere better. From the beginning, Nair had always seen Ray as his little brother. He hoped Ray would swim against the river's current and not let himself be swept into the killing waters. He believed that the boy before him now could do it. Nair used the last of his strength to try to grip Ray's hand tightly. But what was meant to happen finally happened. His hand fell limply, leaving Ray a key and a small piece of paper. Ray stared blankly at what was in his hand, then glanced down at Nair lying motionless there. His eyes opened wide and turned bright white. Deep inside, he felt a little short of breath and suffocated. It was hatred and despair. Ray raised his face to the sky and screamed in agony. Those were the first emotions he had ever experienced. The next morning, still in the tunnel area, Ray sat there. He slowly opened his eyes. How what happened last night made him feel empty? At this moment, Ray could feel the pain in his body, the wounds left from yesterday. His body trembled slightly, and he let out a faint groan. He looked at his hand and thought to himself, "It feels like I just went through a very long dream." Just remembering what happened yesterday, the corpses scattered everywhere, along with the image of Nair having a hole blasted through his body, and that golem filled with mana, was enough to throw Ray's mind into chaos, just like that time. He shut his eyes tightly and felt a blazing red aura radiating from him. Something had changed. After summoning mana, a flame burned in the palm of his hand. Ray realized that the greater his anger, the stronger the flame he created became. So the power of emotions really did affect his magic. Then, with a puff, the flame in his hand went out completely. Ray clutched his head. It seemed he had overexerted himself. After that, he silently thought for a long time. Then he went to clean up, arranging the bodies of the children and Nair neatly. He put his coat back on, pulled up his hood, and rushed off. It was time to go. He told himself, "I need revenge, whether it's right or wrong." Back on Street 17, in the Central Square area, several of Hector's soldiers were pointing people around as they cleaned up and carried away the bodies. The people of District 17 said to one another, "Hector won. Life is only going to get harder." The other person immediately stopped them. "Keep your voice down. They'll kill you." Ray was standing in a small alley, looking out at Hector, who was standing across the road, laughing and talking with his subordinates. He said to one of his underlings, "Nair, that bastard, if only he had obeyed." Ray channeled mana again, his whole body turning red as he held the knife and looked toward Hector, muttering, "Found you." Suddenly, a large hand grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. "Hey kid, wait As a habitual reflex, Ray turned and swung his knife backward. It turned out to be Humphrey. The knife had just swept across his neck, almost taking his life. Blood flew from his neck, a small scratch, but not deep enough to kill him. He backed away a short distance, then spoke to calm Ray down. "Calm down." Ray raised a hand holding the knife into a guard. He recognized him. Humphrey, the leader who had almost caught him the previous night. Ray continued rushing in to attack, thinking that everyone under Hector had to die. A series of slashes struck at Humphrey, and he raised his arms to block them. He grew worried. Were these insane movements? The knife is aiming completely at the vital points on my body. Humphrey looked at him and realized that this kid had not been this strong before. He worried, if this keeps up, I'm going to lose. In that case, he accepted taking one stab from Ray with his shoulder. Ray was startled when he realized Humphrey had used his shoulder to block it. Seizing the chance, Humphrey grabbed Ray by the clothes, then gave him an extremely powerful punch. He looked at Ray and asked, "You're not planning to choose death over something as trivial as revenge, are you?" Ghost of Street 17. He pinned Ray down there and added, "I have a proposal for you." The two of them went to a nearby alley. Ray leaned his back against the wall and listened to Humphrey explain, "Ray, I've been watching you for a long time, so hear me out." Ray glanced at him slightly, his eyes still somewhat suspicious. People called him Silent Humphrey. They called him that because he was a quiet man, yet he always completed his missions perfectly. Ray observed him carefully, and from that expression, it seemed Humphrey had no intention of deceiving him. After checking his emotions, Ray said, "If you have something to say, say it." Humphrey replied, "I want you to leave District 50. Ray immediately asked him why. He was frank. "I want you to find my younger brother, the person Hector sold to the City of Magic." Humphrey continued, "Hector said that if I worked for him for 10 years, he would tell me where my younger brother is. That's why I've been working for him all this time. By now, he should be about your age." But it was not that simple. Ray asked him, "Then why should I agree to help you?" "Ray, you can use magic, right?" Hearing him say that, Ray was slightly startled. Humphrey gently pulled open his shirt, revealing the wound on his chest, and continued, "After the battle at the warehouse, I was certain of it. But even if you can use a little magic now, you still can't defeat Hector." Ray crossed his arms and listened carefully to what he would say next. Humphrey continued, "He always has a terrifying mage by his side." The pitch-black mana in Humphrey's chest radiated fear, making him tremble. "He is a demon wearing the skin of a mage. As soon as someone goes against him, he freezes them on the spot. He even once swallowed someone into a water sphere and drowned them right there. He is terrifyingly strong and unimaginably cruel." Humphrey reached out, trying to persuade Ray, "Leave this place. You need to survive if you want a chance at revenge." Ray also thought Humphrey was right. Ray thought to himself, "I've never learned magic. I'm simply using it by instinct. Meanwhile, my opponent is an expert. Under these circumstances, I have absolutely no chance of winning." Humphrey continued, "I heard the City of Magic lies upstream along the Elton River, and only mages can set foot there." Then he handed Ray a bag of money. "This is all the money I've saved in my entire life. Inside is a note with my younger brother's name and identifying features." Ray looked at him and asked, "Why do you trust me enough to give me this money? What if I go back on my word?" He smiled, "I know you. You're not the kind of person who breaks promises. Besides, for what I've seen in you, you definitely have the ability to advance in higher class areas. You can do it." His eyes and expression showed a powerful faith. Ray was somewhat shaken, his gaze focused, falling silent for a moment. Humphrey hurriedly placed a hand on his shoulder. "The other members are about to arrive. Decide, Ray." Ray answered him, "I have one condition." Ray grabbed the money bag and said, "Bury all the bodies down in the basement. Only then will I go find your younger brother." Humphrey smiled and nodded. "Fine, I'll take care of that." Ray turned and said, "Wait for me." He rushed through the alley, leaving Humphrey with hope. "I'll come back." A while later, Ray stopped, panting, in the middle of an intersection leading to 4 streets. He carefully observed behind him and felt relieved. "Good, no one's following me." He went to Grandma Viola, the blind woman who often told stories to the children. Tossing a coin into her can, Ray spoke, "Grandma Viola, I have a question. I don't have much time, so please answer quickly." Hearing his voice, she raised her face and smiled faintly. "Oh, all right. What do you want to ask?" His question startled her slightly. "That story about the rainbow, is it true?" Ray was completely serious as he continued asking, "If I find the rainbow, can I make a wish?" He remembered Josephine once saying, "Big brother, people say there's a rainbow somewhere in the sky." Ray himself did not know what a rainbow was. The child had told him excitedly, "It's a really, really long strip with all kinds of colors that appears when the rain stops, like a beautiful donut with one bite taken out of it. And if you find the place where the rainbow touches the ground, you can make a wish come true. Isn't that awesome?" Back then, Ray had even teased her a donut. The kids at the orphanage had also once said they wanted to eat donuts, making her turn purple with anger. Ray had ignored those words, causing Josephine to keep punching him and calling him an idiot. But right now, standing before Grandma Viola, he became serious again when speaking about the rainbow. The blind old woman said gently, "Rainbows exist, whether or not they can grant wishes." Ray observed her and noticed that her mana did not fluctuate at all. It was still the same transparent violet as always. "I don't know whether she's lying or not, but at least there's some basis for it." Thinking back, Humphrey had said earlier, "Come to think of it, there was once a mage who came here searching for something. Could that have been the rainbow?" Ray clenched his fist and thought that Mage also once went looking for the rainbow. They must have definite proof that it exists. He asked the old woman seriously, "If I find this thing called a rainbow, can I bring the dead back to life?" Viola only smiled and gave a brief answer. "Who knows?" She continued, "People say that you can make a wish and that anything can come true. It seemed the answer gave Ray a little more hope, but no one knew where the rainbow was. Perhaps it lay somewhere very far away. He bowed politely. "That's fine. Thank you, ma'am." Ray pulled up his hood and left, not forgetting to remind the blind old woman, "Oh, by the way, you'd better move away." On the edge of District 50, Street 23, Ray sat there with a piece of paper. The location Nios had written on the paper was here. On the paper, beside the red dot, there was an old, crooked building nearby. A moment later, he found it. Ray saw a white car. Ray recalled what Nios had said before. At the very least, prepare a car first. So it turned out to be a 4-seat sedan. Just as he grabbed the door handle, a startled voice asked from behind, "Who the hell are you?" He looked like one of Nios' underlings, and he quietly approached. He was one of Hector's men. With a needle in his hand, it seemed he had just finished injecting himself. He walked over and asked Ray, "Were you ordered to bring the car here?" He smiled dangerously and asked again, "Hey, where's Nios?" Ray did not answer and thought to himself, "I thought I'd shaken off all of Hector's lackeys. I can't waste any more time." Then he quickly yanked the handle and opened the car door. Seeing that, Hector's soldier widened his eyes. He rushed forward and shouted, "Where do you think you're running off to?" At the same time, Ray hurried into the car and started it. He quickly shut the car door and grabbed the steering wheel. But the man still managed to catch the door with his hand and block it. He slid forward, trying to pull the door open with both hands while Ray pulled with all his strength from inside. He roared angrily, "Open the door." But by then, Ray had already used too much mana earlier, and his enhancement magic was running out. He tried to gather mana into his hand once more. Then he raised 2 fingers as though making a gun. And boom, a blazing red mana strike shot straight through Hector's soldier's head. After that, Ray kicked him down onto the ground, quickly shut the car door, and shifted gears. Stepping on the accelerator, the white car sped forward, leaving the corpse behind him. He fixed his eyes ahead. At last, Ray had left District 50. Ray and the car Nios had left behind drove along the Riverside Road, heading away from District 50. The scenery was still the same, familiar ruin and desolation. A place where even crows had to search for food in the garbage. Ray stopped and walked to the back of the car. He opened the trunk and looked at the things he had prepared. With this much, the food and water could be considered fairly sufficient. But at this speed, it would still take several more days to reach the next district. Night fell. Ray lit a fire and sat there, thinking, "I need to learn more about magic when I get there." At the moment, what he knew was still quite basic. Ray shut his eyes and began to sense it. There are 2 kinds of mana: red mana, which could be used immediately without any special preparation, and other mana, which required combining colors together. Mana was not easy to control, but if he focused on a specific emotion, he could use certain mana more easily. He thought first of anger, the sight of the people closest to him being killed and lying there. Just by thinking of anger, the sphere of emotion inside him blazed with red mana. It gathered together, but it still seemed incomplete. Ray stopped, placed a hand on his chest, and thought, "This is my limit. If I lose focus on that emotion, the mana slips away." He raised his hand, and different colors appeared. "Now let's try combining them." Ray rotated his hands around each other, gathering mana between his palms, trying to focus on harmonizing and combining them. However, they could not bind together. Instead, they immediately scattered. Ray looked at his empty hands in confusion. He realized that incompatible types of mana repelled one another. Combining colors required delicacy, while also consuming a great deal of mental strength. But in return, certain combinations would definitely produce results. He would just keep experimenting for now. Come to think of it, he had never needed to do this before, but now things were different. Ray opened his eyes wide and looked at the colors before him. Now he had a reason to do it. Ray continued driving the car forward. He moved and rested as he went, stopping to eat and drink when he got tired. At night, he continued researching how to combine the colors. Forms of mana appeared in his hands, like ice and snow, or wind, or fragments that looked like earth. Ray let out a breath. Perhaps it was quite exhausting, so he decided to stop there for the time being. Lying on the roof of the car, Ray thought, "Can I guide mana more gently? If I can keep mana inside my body and use it when needed, the whole process will become far more efficient, like those circles surrounding that mage." He closed his eyes, intending to rest, and when he reached District 49, he would find a way to return to District 50. On Street 17, near the bridge, Hector's men were turning the entire area upside down, as though searching for something. The mage sitting in the car asked, "Still haven't found anything?" The soldier stammered, "Sir, I'm sorry. If you give us a little more time, we'll find the golem." Sitting in the car, the mage raised his staff and pointed it straight at the soldier's face, ordering him to keep his hand still. Terrified, the soldier trembled all over and stammered, "I'm sorry, sir. Please give me more time." The mage answered coldly, "I don't like people who can't understand what I say." The soldier dropped to his knees, whimpering with pitiful eyes, knowing he was going to die, but unable to resist. Trembling, he touched the staff with his finger, and a freezing light flashed dazzlingly. He screamed in agony as he saw his arm freeze over in an instant, and then the ice spread across his entire body. He had been turned into a block of ice before the frightened eyes of everyone standing there. The mage used the tip of his staff to push the ice block over, and fragments appeared as it cracked. He glanced at it and cursed, "Useless." From outside came a report, "Sir, there's something over here." There was a long groove left behind by Ray. The soldier handed something to the mage and said, "It seems the golem fought here. A fragment of it was left behind in this spot." He glanced toward the groove beside him, observed it carefully, and sensed it. The mage realized mana still lingered in the air, a kind of magic powerful enough to leave traces behind. He stepped to the side. It seemed there were lingering traces of mana over there as well. The mage brushed his hand across the ground, then called the soldier over. He asked, "Did anyone live here?" The soldier answered shakily, "Ah, yes, sir. Street children used to live here." He was startled. "Orphans?" The soldier continued, "Yes, sir. This area is fairly suitable as a shelter. They must have left to avoid the fighting." The mage gripped his staff tightly, his eyes filled with doubt. Could an orphan child truly use magic? He smiled, then threw his head back and burst in a loud laughter, leaving the soldier confused. Holding his head, he thought, an orphan on this street knows how to use magic? Finding on their own the incredibly complex combinations of elemental magic among the countless possible combinations that exist in this world? That is impossible. The mage did not believe a child could do such a thing. He walked away and said, clearly, "Another mage came here and destroyed the golem. Find out what happened." The soldier obeyed. "Yes, sir." He remained calm, yet still considered the tiny possibility that if that impossible thing had truly happened, then that child was surely a genius who could become the greatest archmage in the world. As for Ray, he had reached District 49. From the outside, this district was filled with castle-like buildings, like palaces in a Western style. He recalled the past in a tavern when Nios and Ray had been sitting together. Nios lifted his beer mug, drank, and talked about the place where he was born. District 42 was just like this place, a complete mess. He told him, if I had to talk about the difference, it was probably bigger than District 50. The buildings were taller, and there were more streets. Ray listened intently with a cup of coffee in his hand. It was the same in the lower districts. The farther upstream one went, the more clearly the scenery changed. Now, in Ray's eyes, District 49 was truly enormous. He entered and observed his surroundings. Ray silently watched the orphan children on the street and noticed something strange. He wondered to himself, there are no golems here. Do they only appear in the southern districts? Ray walked along the street. He heard residents asking one another, "How's the pay at the mine?" The other person laughed loudly and answered, "Great. Now I've got money to drink again." Ray looked up. He was standing on Street 36. There were at least twice as many streets here as in the southern district, and he reminded himself that he had to hurry. Ray told himself, I need to learn about magic as soon as possible, especially about that mage and his mana circles. That will be the key to my revenge. He pondered, I also have to investigate the prism colors and the city of magic. And more importantly, I need money. He sighed. The money Humphrey had given him was still there, but he did not know how long this journey would last. Something by the roadside caught Ray's attention. He stood in front of a house. There was a sign on it that read, Veronica Bookstore. Ray looked up at it. It sounded like someone's name. He wondered, what is a bookstore? Back then, while the children had to rummage around for food and others fought over survival, Ray had sat there listening intently to Nios teaching him. He drew a circle and said, "This is older brother." Then he asked Ray to read after him. "Come on, repeat after me, older brother." Though Ray had seemed indifferent, it was thanks to Nios that Ray learned to read. He looked inside the bookstore. There were things he had never seen before. In Ray's eyes, the inside was full of square compartments with letters on them. He did not know know they were called bookshelves. While he was staring intently, a voice from above startled him. "Hey!" From the window, a red-haired girl pointed down and shouted angrily. "You're the one who broke the window, aren't you? Are you here to steal our books again?" The girl raised her fist, looking somewhat frightened. "Get lost. Why you keep targeting us?" Hearing that, Ray looked back inside. "Books? Are those the things in there?" The red-haired girl shouted harshly. "I won't say it a second time. Get lost." Ray carefully analyzed the girl's emotions. Red for excitement, yellow for joy, dark blue for discomfort, dark green for irritation. Can someone feel all these emotions at the same time? The girl's voice still rang from above. "Can't you hear what I'm saying? The adults are about to come down. Are you still going to stand there?" Ray did not understand what the girl was talking about. He muttered, "What a weirdo." Hearing that, the redhead turned purple with rage and snapped. What did you just say?" She raised both hands and shouted, "Do you know who my grandfather is?" Not caring at all, Ray turned and walked away, telling himself, "Not now." He walked along the street. This district was quite densely populated. Ray glanced slightly around and along the roadside. There were several kids, about his age, sitting there silently watching him. Ray noticed the wariness in their eyes. He thought to himself, that makes sense. I'm a stranger passing through their street. They probably think I've come to cause trouble. In Ray's eyes, this place was not much different from District 50. Night fell, and he decided to park the car outside for safety. Lying in the car, Ray thought, I've passed through a lot of streets, but I still haven't found any clues about magic. He closed his eyes to sleep, deciding he would continue searching tomorrow. But sounds outside were detected by Ray's sharp senses. The kids from that afternoon were lurking nearby, weapons in hand. Ray opened his eyes. They had finally come. He sensed that there were 4 of them around here. A moment later, thinking he was sound asleep, they silently moved closer to the car. They discussed among themselves, should we kill him? The one wearing a hat rejected the idea. Take him alive. Don't let him scream. Another suggested finding the car keys, too. Looks like there's food in the trunk. While they talked, Ray silently gripped a piece of cloth above them. Then he suddenly struck down hard on the head of the boy in the red hat. After that, he gave him another blow right to the face, knocking him backward. The other 2 panicked. Damn it, what was that? To maintain the element of surprise, Ray immediately jumped down behind one of the remaining 2. The boy turned and noticed him, but was struck in the chest at once. These children were no match for Ray to begin with, and when they were hit, they screamed in pain. As for Ray, he remained utterly calm. With only a thin piece of cloth, Ray had knocked down 2 of them where they lay. The remaining boy, holding a club, jumped up and swung it down while shouting, "Die, you bastard!" Ray reached out with one hand and caught the club, leaving him stunned. Ray threw the pipe aside and moved closer. The boy hurriedly collapsed to the ground and stammered, "Damn it, don't come near me." Ray twirled the piece of cloth in his hand, looked at him, and said, "Grit your teeth and take it." Fear was clear on the boy's face. His body trembled slightly as he looked at Ray tearfully. In the middle of the dark night, apart from the sound of crickets, there were the miserable screams of 3 kids. After being beaten, their faces were swollen as they knelt before Ray. He crossed his arms and asked, "How many streets do you control?" Seeing them stay silent, Ray shouted harshly, "Answer me." Ray repeated himself, "I'm asking how many streets you've taken over." The boy in the red hat, with a lump on his head, glanced away and refused to open his mouth. Ray whipped him across the face, making him flinch in fear. He hurriedly stammered an answer. 3 streets? All of them. Ray asked again, "Which ones?" His eyes stared fixedly at him. The red-hatted boy whimpered, "From Street 23 to Street 25. Ray looked into his emotions. Anxiety, unease, fear. He stepped on the boy's hand and shouted, "You're lying." The other 2 knelt there, trembling uncontrollably as they heard the agonized cry beside them. "I'm sorry. Please spare me." Ray turned to the one beside him, looked at him, and shouted, "You." Before he even had to ask, the boy hurriedly spoke up. "I'll tell you everything. We have a total of 14 streets, and 52 members in all." He lowered his head. "Our leader is Sidrich. Our base is an abandoned house." Ray thought, 14 streets? That's bigger than I expected. Hearing Ray shout, "Raise your head," the boy hurriedly did as he was told. Ray continued the interrogation. "What's your name?" The boy answered, "I'm Nizu." Ray asked, "I see. Nizu, what task did your leader give you?" He answered honestly, "Beat you half to death, then steal all the food you have." And he said that their leader was watching everything. Behind Ray, The fourth boy had revealed himself with a sharp knife in his hand. He gripped it tightly, stabbed down toward Ray, and shouted, "Die!" Mana radiated from Ray's entire body. I see. So he was watching me. Wind rose around him, creating dust and smoke that sent the ambusher flying. He raised his hand to shield himself and wondered, "Why is there wind? The dust is stinging my eyes." Immediately after came a strike to his mouth and stomach. The remaining boy fell beside the car, and Ray slowly approached with a stone stuffed inside the piece of cloth. The boy held his blood-filled mouth, trembling, unable to say anything. Ray stood there and said, "Tell your leader." He grabbed the boy by the hair and lifted him up, then continued by saying that he was not the only one watching. The next day, walking along the street, Ray realized that, just like District 50, the people in District 49 knew nothing about magic. He had heard that books were bundles of paper filled with information. If they contained all kinds of information, then surely there were also books about magic. While he was lost in thought, someone blocked his path. It was a group of 3. The boy in the middle smiled and said, "Can you come with us?" Ray looked at them, and the boy immediately explained, "We didn't come to fight, so calm down." Ray asked, "Are you with the group of kids who came looking for me yesterday?" He answered, "That's right. You beat Anthony on and Melber half to death last night." He continued, and in a pretty spectacular way, too. "So our leader, no, our boss, took an interest in you. You're really good at fighting." Then he took out a piece of paper and asked the ones beside him, "Hey, do you guys know how to read this?" The 2 beside him were confused. "I can't read." "How would I know how to read?" He said. "He told me I had to read exactly what's written here to you." Ray snatched the paper from his hand. "Give it here. I'll read it myself." They were puzzled. "You know how to read?" Ray raised the paper, read it, then answered a little. The children were curious. "Isn't he from the streets? How does he know how to read?" "Only the boss and Waver can read." The note said something like, "Work for me. I guarantee you'll never go hungry." Ray asked the group in front of him, "How you choose your leader?" They stared blankly, so he repeated, "I'm asking how you people choose your leader." One of them answered in confusion, "By fighting. The strongest one becomes the leader, no the boss." Ray stepped past them and said, "All right, let's go." They wondered, "Huh? Go where?" Ray turned back and answered, "To meet your leader." A while later, the 4 of them stood in front of a warehouse, the base of Sidrich's group, an abandoned factory. The one guiding them pointed and said, "We're here." Then he slowly pushed open the warehouse door. The 4 of them went inside, and the door slowly closed behind them. A fairly large group was standing around a fire while one guy sat in an armchair. He spoke up, "So, you're the one?" Ray remained calm. He stood up, walked toward him, and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Chididich." He looked tougher than the others. Ray replied, "I'm Jay." Suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked toward him. The ring on Sidrich's hand was giving off an intense aura of mana. Mana sometimes leaked from scrap metal, but Jay had never seen an object with that much mana before. Sidrich invited Jay to sit across from him and said, "I didn't invite you here as an enemy, but as a guest." Behind Jay was a crowd of Sidrich's underlings, as if they were trying to pressure him. The followers never took their eyes off Jay. He realized Sidrich was trying to show off his authority. Sidrich was about his age, yet his leadership was already that solid. Sidrich continued, "Seeing you in person makes me like you even more. You really do have guts. Where are you from? I heard you came here by car." Jay answered briefly, "District 50. That answer shocked the entire group. They started murmuring, "Is he lying? I've never heard of anyone coming down from District 50 before. They say it's really far away. Does that mean he drove all the way here himself?" Sidrich raised his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. "Enough." He clasped his hands in front of him and looked at Jay thoughtfully. "If that's true, then it's truly impressive. You're more than qualified to join our organization." Jay was a little puzzled. "Organization?" Sidrich smiled. "That's right. We're an organization. We plan to join a real organization. Its name is Mobgrads, and it's a very famous organization in District 45. We made an agreement that once we have 66 members, we'll be allowed to join their ranks." He spoke excitedly. "What do you think? Isn't that a convincing enough reason for you to join our organization? This is your chance to raise your status." Jay said coldly, "It's an interesting story. Joining a group isn't difficult." Sidrich nodded. "Exactly. That's a wise decision. Once you join this family, Jay cut him off. However, I don't work for someone weaker than me. His challenging answer made the entire warehouse fall silent. Sidrich stood up, his voice low. Slightly angered, he growled, "Did you just say I'm weaker than you?" Jay replied, "In District 50, we choose our leaders by strength, not by talking." As soon as he finished, he threw a challenging look at Sidrich. One of the underlings couldn't take it and rushed forward to defend his leader. "You bastard, how dare you!" But Sidrich grabbed him by the neck and stopped him. Lifting his subordinate into the air, he asked, "Who gave you permission to open your mouth? You know I hate being interrupted, don't you?" Seeing his terrifying, furious eyes, the underling hurriedly apologized. Jay noticed enhancement magic appearing on Sidrich's body. However, thanks to his special ability, Jay realized it seemed Sidrich was not using the magic himself. The ring on his hand was emitting mana. Jay turned and asked the person beside him, "When does this end?" He whispered, "It doesn't end. It only stops when one of them collapses." Jay lightly pointed a finger. "I think I can break that ring." The mana on the ring seemed to gradually fade. Sidrich released his grip, letting the underling drop in front of him. He scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. "Sorry, I got a little too heated." His mood changed abruptly. He walked back toward Jay. "Now, let's return to where we left off. You said I'm weaker than you, right? Let's test that." Jay challenged him. "Yeah, you're weaker than me." A chair flew right past his face. Once again, Sidrich flew into a rage and roared, "Damn you, say that again." He asked his underlings, "Do you all think he's stronger than me too?" They stammered in fear. "No way. Of course you're stronger. You're the strongest person here." Jay realized that the ring reacted to Sidrich's emotions. Seeing that Sidrich did not react when the mana from the ring was cut off, it seemed he did not realize what the ring was doing for him. Sidrich raised his hand and asked, "All right, Jay, you want to see my strength, don't you?" Jay challenged him. "Fight me for the position of leader, Sidrich. If I lose, I'll work for you." Sidrich smiled smugly, full of confidence. "Good. 1 week from now, we'll fight." He clenched his fist cunningly, right in front of everyone, both my people and those from the other gangs. That way, it'll be clear who's stronger, won't it? Jay agreed to that. Then he asked, "But where did you get that ring?" Sidrich lifted the ring, looked at it, and answered, "Beat me, and you'll find out." But that's not going to happen. As he said that, he gave Jay a glowing red stare. The next day, on the streets of District 49, as he walked, Jay thought about the ring. What exactly was that ring? While he was lost in thought, something came flying toward him. Jay reacted sharply and raised his hand, catching the stone. Another group of street kids approached with weapons in hand and asked Jay, "You noticed it? Who said you could walk around here freely?" On the other side, another group of 3 blocked his path. "You must be out of your mind." They surrounded him and warned him, "Don't even think about running. This area is under our control. We'll teach you how to behave." Jay cut them off and told them to shut up. He raised his hand and said, "Come at me." A while later, the entire group was sprawled across the ground. Jay thought, "Wherever I go, there are always people trying to pick a fight with me." News about the fight with Sidrich must have spread, even though Sidrich's people were not attacking him on Sidrich's orders. The other gangs were different. Letting a stranger walk around freely was an insult to them, and they were even joining forces to keep him in check. But it was also going according to plan. His magic grew stronger the more he used it. The more experience he gained, the faster he could cast spells, and the less energy he consumed. Deliberately provoking fights was the right choice. After defeating that group, Jay noticed that one person remained, secretly watching him. He looked toward a small alley and said, "How long do you plan on spying on me?" A boy wearing glasses and a hat was hiding there. He stepped out and said, "Gray hair, expressionless face." The boy asked Jay, "You're the hunter, aren't you?" With an innocent face and large round glasses, he seemed gentler than the other street children. Jay assessed him. He was smaller than kids his age, he was alone, and he did not look good at fighting. How strange. Jay clenched his fist and walked toward him, demanding, "Take off your glasses. If they break, they'll hurt my hand." The boy quickly raised his hands to stop him. "What? Wait." Panicking, he crossed his arms to signal that he wanted to stop. "I didn't come here to fight." Jay felt somewhat confused. The boy also guessed it. It seemed Jay was puzzled about why he was there. The boy explained, "Calm down. I'm not the fighting type. Just look at this skinny body of mine. How could I fight?" Jay asked, "Then what do you want from me?" The boy regained his composure, adjusted his crossbody bag, and introduced himself. "I'm Philippe, and I have a proposal for you. He looked extremely serious. Philip led Jay through a garbage dump. This way, I work at the Eastern Junkyard. The boy turned back and smiled. Hunter, I've heard a lot of rumors about you. Everywhere I go, people are talking about you. Jay thought, Hunter? Looks like I got that name after defeating those people, even though I'm just a stranger in this land. The two continued walking in silence, with Jay not saying much. A while later, they stood in front of a building in the middle of the junkyard. Philip pushed the door wide open. Inside, everything was noisy, the complete opposite of the silence outside. It was so large that Jay was a little surprised. People were chatting and exchanging things quite freely. The boy said enthusiastically, "Welcome to Philip's Hotel." He was the owner of the hotel and had named it after himself. Jay said, "It looks like there are more than 100 people here." Philip replied, "To be exact, there are 186, including the ones working outside." Jay looked around and said, "Everyone here has one thing in common." Philip immediately asked, "You noticed?" Jay answered, "It seems like they'd have a hard time joining other groups. Most of them are young or small built." Philip let out an impressed sound. "You're right. You're very observant." The boy raised his hand and continued, "District 49 have a lot of minds." Jay understood, which means a lot of adults have died. Philip replied, "Exactly. That's why there's so much work here. Shops are willing to hire even children. There are so many wanderers that even the gangs controlling the streets can't deal with them all." Philip acted as an intermediary for work, exchanging labor with several groups. The boy agreed to pay them a small bribe and send workers when needed. Philip smiled with his eyes narrowed in pride. "I'm a kind of broker. I even provide lodging, though of course it's not free." Jay asked in admiration, "You created all of this by yourself?" Philip answered confidently, "Of course. You have no idea how hard I worked to build this system." Another boy ran over and called out to Philip. It was Jonathan. Philip asked, "How's the work at the restaurant?" The boy answered excitedly, "It's great. Nobody bullies me when I go to work." Then Jonathan handed him this month's rent money. He walked away, not forgetting to wave in thanks. Philip took out a notebook and a pen. Then he wrote down the rent he had just collected. Jay stood beside him and watched. The boy flinched. "Sorry, I have to record it right away." After that, Philip handed the notebook to Jay and said, "This is the hotel management notebook. You look curious. Want to take a look? But you might not understand it." Jay took the notebook in his hands and flipped through the pages. He reached the part written about himself. The hunter from District 50 often drives through the southern junkyard. Shows very little emotion. Extremely terrifying in combat. Approach him with extreme caution. Jay said, "You investigated me pretty thoroughly, didn't you?" Philip looked a little nervous and surprised. "You can read." Then the boy hurriedly apologized. He seemed rather tense, and his whole body trembled slightly. "I'm not trying to make excuses, but I like observing people. So please let slide." Jay replied, "You're the complete opposite of me. Even if I try, I can't understand people at all." Returning the notebook, Jay brushed it off. "No need to apologize. I don't mind." Hearing that, Philip sighed in relief. "All right." A while later, the two arrived in front of a room where two people were standing guard. Seeing Philip with someone else, they looked a little surprised. The one in black asked, "Who is he?" The one in white added, "You know we can't just let strangers in here." Philip smiled brightly and introduced him. "He's the hunter, the one everyone's been talking about. I told you I'd bring him here as a guest." The two stepped into the room. Philip said frankly, "I use this place by myself, so make yourself comfortable. Sit down." As the boy opened his safe to take something out, Jay said, "When I first heard about you, I thought you were a swindler." Holding a bag of money, Philip replied, "Come on, I don't lie. Trust is the most important thing in business." He placed the bag of money on the table, sat down in a chair, and continued, "You can always earn money again. But once you lose trust, it's very hard to regain it." Hearing that, Jay felt that Philip did not seem like someone his own age at all. He asked, "So what is this about? You said you had a proposal for me?" Philip's ears trembled slightly. The boy thought to himself, "He's still a little scary, but if I want to make a profit here, I have to get over that." Philip's eyes lit up, radiating confidence and seriousness. The boy reached out his hand and said to Jay, "I have a serious proposal for you. Please become my business partner after you defeat Sidrich and become the new leader." The two sat facing each other in Philip's private room. Jay used his eyes to observe the boy's emotions. The boy had less black mana than before. At first, he had been afraid of Jay, but now he was full of courage. Jay asked, "You don't think I'll lose?" Philip answered honestly, "I can't rule out that possibility, but your chances of winning are very high." Jay wondered why. Philip answered, because of intuition. The boy explained, I told you, didn't I? I like observing people. If I watch someone's behavior and habits long enough, I can guess what kind of person they are. For example, when you talk to others, you have a habit of lowering your gaze. Instead of looking into their eyes, you seem to look at their chest. The boy raised a hand to his chin and reasoned, I don't know the reason. Maybe you have some kind of psychological trauma related to other people's eyes or faces. Anyway, back to the main point. I have a very good eye for people. I can tell that you. Jay interrupted and asked, anything else? Did you notice any other habits of mine? How many habits? Tell me. Philip continued analyzing Jay. When you turn a corner, you always step with your right foot first. It's probably a defensive instinct, preparing yourself in case you suddenly encounter an enemy, because you're right-handed. There's also the way you fight. Jay listened intently. This was the first time he had heard such a detailed analysis. Until now, people had only looked at him superficially and thought that he was too frightening and that something was wrong with him. They only saw Jay as cold or scary. Even now, aside from anger and sorrow, he had to concentrate intensely just to sense emotions. So why did Philip feel to him like a key that could help him develop his emotions? Philip looked intently at his notebook. Anyway, Sidrich has a habit of letting his emotions control him when he fights, but you're different. You fight by observing your opponent's movements and calculating carefully. That's why I believe your chances of winning. Jay answered, I agree. The boy was quite surprised and asked again, Huh? I haven't even finished explaining. What about the compensation? Jay left it for the boy to decide. Just don't take this lightly. Philip was delighted. Rubbing his hands together, he replied, all right, of course. As Jay stepped outside, he added, also, I have one condition. The boy looked a little nervous. Jay looked down and said bluntly, Philip, it seems you have a lot of connections here. I need you to find something for me. 2 days later, Jay sat beside his car in the middle of the junkyard. From underneath the car, someone who was repairing something spoke up. Is it true you came from District 50? He added, looking at the condition of your car, I believe you even if you said you crossed a desert. By the way, Philip seems to have taken quite a liking to you. He rarely sends someone as skilled as me outside. Jay continued sitting there, watching coldly. The mechanic requested, hand me that wrench and a 6mm bolt too. Jay saw them sitting on the toolbox. He used blue mana, then moved the items beside the mechanic. When a mechanic looked over and saw them, he was quite surprised. They were right next to me? When did I bring them over? It seemed Jay had been using refined mana a little too much. A while later, the mechanic stood up and wiped his sweat. Done. Other than the engine overheating, there's nothing serious. I replaced the coolant with the best kind, so it should be fine from now on. He leaned close to Jay's ear and whispered, I secretly took it from work. It's the most expensive kind, too. Jay nodded. Good job. The mechanic put his tools into the box and smiled. No problem. This was Philip's request, after all. Philip is our savior. He spoke enthusiastically about the hotel owner. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to get jobs in the first place. So we have no complaints about setting aside a portion of our income to pay him. Jay had to admit that Philip was quite popular. The mechanic held out a piece of paper and said, Oh, right. Philip asked me to give this to you. Carrying his tools, he continued. He said it would be hard to remember the whole message, so he told me to write it down. He waved goodbye to Jay. See you, Hunter. Jay held the paper in his hand, looking somewhat thoughtful. Thinking back, the other day, he had stated his condition to Philip. I need information about mages. The boy had replied, Mages? I've heard of them before. I'll look into anyone who shows any suspicious signs. It won't take long. Philip smiled confidently. Who do you think I am? Sitting in the car and reading the contents of the paper, Jay was quite surprised. I didn't expect him to gather this much information in just 2 days. Some of the information read, Street 2, Goof Bakery, male, 42 years old, baker. Street 8, Kenny Andrews shop, male, 23 years old, clerk. And there was another piece of information that made Jay pause. He focused on it. This person is worth checking. Jay entered the street according to the directions on Philip's note. There was a young chef with 2 crates on his shoulders. Jay stood behind him, quietly observing. He wrote on the paper, Leonard is ruled out because there are no signs of circles on his chest. The other targets had already been crossed out, which meant only one person remained. According to the description, abandoned shopping area 32, male, between 30 and 40 years old, frequently moves between the surface and underground, carries food with him, highly likely to be living underground. Once, when a steel pipe fell in an accident, he avoided it by a hair's breadth with only a strong gust of wind blowing past. Yet he showed no surprise at all. There's a high chance he's a mage. Thinking that, Jay set off to find him. As he was walking, something ahead made him stop. Two kids were standing in front of the bookstore, talking. They're closed today, too. At this rate, sooner or later, they won't be able to open again. How could they possibly hold out when we throw stones every day? If we stop here, we're basically out of a job. The boy in blue snapped. Idiot. They'll pay us double if we force the store to sell, so we can't stop here. He held a large stone in his hand and grinned wickedly. This time, we're throwing at the second floor, not the shop. We'll force them to leave this place. Now, let us show you how it's done. As soon as he finished speaking, the kid raised his arm, ready to throw. Once again, the red-haired girl opened the window and shouted, "Hey, get lost, all of you." With the same fierce attitude as last time, the girl scolded them. "I heard everything. So it was you who threw stones at the shop. Get lost, you bastards." From afar, Jay saw her emotions, a pale yellow showing courage and faith, but it was surrounded by black mana. It seemed she was very frightened. The two kids ignored her words and replied, "You think we can't see you trembling with fear? Must be nice having a home. We don't even have a place to sleep." The girl clenched her fists, shaking slightly as she tried to threaten them. "Shut up. The adults here will." Before she could finish speaking, a stone was thrown straight into the wall right beside her, making her flinch and scream. They taunted her. "You think we don't know there are only kids and a few sick old men in there?" The red-haired girl still tried to drive them away. "Shut your mouths and leave." Jay had been standing by the alley, observing the whole time. The boy in white threw a stone and shouted, "This time, I'll aim for her face." Jay was about to rush out to help, but what he saw surprised him. The girl raised her hands, which were filled with blue mana, then blew the stone back at the two kids below. The stone flew back, and they wondered, what the hell just happened? The mana dispersed, and the red-haired girl remained standing by the window. Her pure face looked a little angry, but also helpless, as though she were about to cry. Jay realized in surprise that perhaps she was a mage. The two kids asked each other again in shock, "What just happened?" The boy in blue patted the other's shoulder to reassure him. It was probably an illusion. Try again. Unlike them, Jay realized it had clearly been magic. The girl stretched her hand out again and shouted, "Damn it, get out of my sight." The two kids ignored her and kept throwing stones. "Acting tough, are you? What do you do to us from up there?" As two stones flew close, worry showed clearly on the girl's face. She shut her eyes tightly, bracing herself and thinking, "I can't block them all." At the same time, Jay raised his magic hand toward the window. He created an even stronger gust of wind than before. The two kids raised their hands to cover their faces and asked each other, "What now?" "Damn it, the wind's too strong." Suddenly, something flew straight into the face of the boy in blue, knocking him backward. The boy in white beside him panicked, unable to understand what had just happened. While he was checking on his companion, asking, "Hey, are you okay?" he was hit in the face by another stone. Jay walked over, tossing a stone in his hand, and stepped past the two kids lying there. Looking up at the startled girl above, he greeted her. "Long time no see." The two kids were thrown into a corner of the street, lying there trembling and covered in blood. The girl invited Jay into the bookstore and bowed her head to thank him. Jay brushed it off. "There's no need to thank me. While I'm here, there's something I want to ask." The girl also wanted to ask him something. The two of them spoke almost at the same time. "Are you a mage? You used magic just now, didn't you?" Their faces were strangely close to each other, and the red-haired girl became a little flustered. She immediately raised her hand and asked shyly, "Would you like to come inside and talk?" The two of them entered a room inside the bookstore. The girl closed the door and smiled as she introduced herself. "I'm Veronica, the owner of this bookstore." As for him, he answered curtly, "Jay." Veronica replied, "Jay then." The girl bowed slightly and sincerely said, "I'm sorry for yelling at you last time. Back then, I thought you were one of the kids throwing stones too." Jay waved it off. "It's fine." Under those circumstances, it was easy to misunderstand. The girl seemed embarrassed. "In any case, thank you for helping me. If it weren't for you, I probably would have been in serious trouble." Jay replied without showing the slightest emotion, "You don't need to thank me that much. I just wanted to stop by and take a look at this bookstore." He thought, "At first, I only intended to learn about magic, but meeting a mage here is an even bigger gain than expected." Veronica seemed surprised by Jay's answer and thought to herself, "People here usually accept gratitude more easily. This kid is strange." The two of them sat down at a table to talk. Jay took the initiative and asked, "Veronica, where did you learn magic?" The girl answered honestly, "My grandfather took me and my brothers and sisters in." Hearing that, Jay leaned closer in surprise and asked, "Your grandfather knows magic too?" Veronica answered a little anxiously, "Of course. He's a mage." Jay immediately asked, "Can I meet your grandfather?" The girl smiled. "Probably, but let me go upstairs and tell him first." She noticed the wound on his face and took the initiative. "Wait, your cheek is scratched." Jay gently brushed his hair aside. "A cut across my hand. It probably just grazed me. It's nothing." Veronica looked worried. "But if you leave it like that, it could get infected." After saying that, she raised her hand to the wound and told him to wait a moment. A strange light shone from the girl's hand. In that instant, white mana entered and healed the wound. In only a short time, the wound on Jay's face completely vanished. Veronica withdrew her hand in relief. "Done." Jay stood up abruptly and asked in confusion, "How did you do that?" The girl flinched and drew back as she asked, "What do you mean?" Jay moved closer, somewhat excited. "You just moved white mana, then used it to create light and heal me." In Jay's mind, he was thinking, no matter how hard I focus, I can't move white mana. White mana only reacts when someone has devoted concern for another or when they sacrifice themselves for someone else. All of those things are distant from me, someone who is almost emotionless. Veronica answered, "I only used healing magic." "So what do you mean by white mana?" The girl's question made Jay remember something from before. Back then, Nios had said to him, "Colors? I've never heard of that. They say mana is something that can't be seen." Now, Jay had another question. "Even mages can't see mana?" Veronica said, "I think I know what you mean by white mana. Are you talking about the healing attribute?" This was the first time Jay had heard those technical terms. Veronica began her lesson. The attribute used in the magic just now is called the healing attribute. Normally, healing magic uses only one attribute, which is healing, but one or two other support attributes can also be added. Jay asked curiously, "How many attributes are there in total?" The girl explained, a little flustered, "Actually, if you only count natural attributes, there are quite a lot. But if you include things like amplification, disruption, control, and healing, there should be at least over 100 attributes." Jay clenched his fist and thought, "I've learned something new again. If I meet her grandfather, will I be able to learn even more?" Jay asked, "Is her grandfather on the second floor?" Veronica answered, "Yes. He's seriously ill, so he can hardly leave his bed." Then the girl walked up the stairs and told him, "Can you wait at the table for a bit? I'll go see if he's awake first." Veronica hurried up and called back, "I'll be right back." Meanwhile, Jay walked around the bookstore and skimmed the titles on the shelves. As he scanned them, he remembered hearing that books were extremely expensive. Touching them with these hands would only lower their value, so he withdrew his hand on his own. Thinking about it now, the last time Jay had bathed was when it rained and there was clean water. He himself did not find the smell too uncomfortable, but surely many others would be bothered by it. Jay thought of Veronica and wondered, does she not smell it, or is she just enduring it? Something on the table caught his attention. Jay saw notebooks on the table. These did not really look like books. They seemed more like journals. One of them was titled Research on the Regional Distribution of Attributes. Another whole volume discussed the causes behind the expansion of the black rain. They made Jay curious. After a while, Veronica clattered down the stairs. The girl glanced across the first floor and, not seeing Jay anywhere, looked a little stunned. Veronica wondered, did he leave because I took too long? Then Jay, who had somehow been standing right behind her, spoke up. "I'm still here." The girl jumped in fright and screamed, a complete contrast to his usual coldness. Veronica slowly calmed herself and said, "Oh, were you looking at books?" Then she thought to herself, "I had no idea he was standing right behind me." Jay asked, "Are there any books about magic here?" "I looked, but I couldn't find any." The girl looked rather surprised and asked, "You can read? Did you check the titles?" Veronica thought, "This kid is more interesting than I expected." Jay asked, "How is your grandfather?" The girl answered, "You probably can't talk to him right now. He's sleeping very deeply." The girl blushed faintly and asked, "Can you come back tomorrow?" Jay agreed, then left and promised to return the next day. He opened the door to leave, but Veronica suddenly called him back. The girl asked, "By the way, why do you want to meet my grandfather? From the very beginning, it seemed like that was your goal." Jay froze, not knowing how to answer. Then he partly opened the door and turned back to answer Veronica. "A prism. I'm looking for a prism at a certain restaurant in the district at 4:30 in the afternoon." Jay continued looking over the suspects on the information sheet Philip had provided. There was one target who always went out around 7 to 8 in the morning and 6 to 7 in the evening. Every time he returned, he carried a basket full of food and went down into the basement. Across from the restaurant where Jay was sitting was the place where that person lived. Jay sat there, hoping he could gather information related to magic. The note said, source provided by Johnny. At the same time, a young waiter with a name tag reading Johnny brought the food over and said with a smile, here's your order. Jay recognized the familiar name. It was the same as the person who had provided the information. He refused, saying he had not ordered it. Johnny smiled. Consider it on the house. You're a hunter, right? You're a hero in the eyes of the kids now. Jay nodded. Fine. But I also have something I want to ask. Johnny said cheerfully, ask away. I could even tell you the password to the restaurant's storage room right now. Jay thought he probably shouldn't go that far. He held up the piece of paper and asked directly, by the way, how accurate is this man's schedule? Johnny answered, almost 100%. In the 3 months I've worked here, I've seen him go in and out of the building's basement at that exact time every day. The boy remembered something. It's almost 7 in the evening now, right? Johnny added, thanks to him, I don't even need to look at clock. The manager's shout rang out. Johnny, are you slacking off again? The boy hurriedly apologized, then said to Jay, I have to go. If you need to ask anything else, just call me. With that, the boy rushed back inside. Looking at the clock, it was a little past 6 in the evening, meaning there was about 1 hour left. Jay would have to wait. In the meantime, he would enjoy the restaurant's food. In no time, the steak had been completely devoured. Jay picked up his glass of water and drank, but his eyes never left the entrance to the tunnel at the house opposite. He suddenly realized that the mysterious man was walking past right in front of him. Jay looked at the man's chest and realized that he had mana circles like the monocle-wearing mage. He had to be a mage. The opportunity had come. Jay quickly left, not forgetting to thank Johnny for the meal. The boy enthusiastically replied, it was my honor to serve you. Jay quickly arrived in front of the entrance. That man would be away from home for about 1 hour. Jay had to find clues about magic within that time. Jay went down into the tunnel below, but the door had been carefully locked. Jay thought, I can't turn back now. I have to find a way in, no matter what. Suddenly, the colorful streams of mana inside his body reacted violently. The streams of mana in his hand flowed into the lock. In the blink of an eye, the lock opened without leaving any trace. The door opened, and Jay stepped into the mysterious man's room. He looked at his hand and wondered, what did I just do? No, focus. Now isn't the time to think about that. He used the time to investigate the man. The trash can inside was full of waste paper. The important thing now was to find information about this mage. He noticed the scraps of paper scattered on the floor. He read what was written on them. The fierce flame of my life. How long has it been since? Jay judged that this seemed to be a letter the man had been writing but had not finished, then moved on to another piece of paper. The red bloodstone I was given can help me become stronger. I dug up to 66 orphans. Reading to this point made Jay think of Sidrich. He had promised to bring them into the organization if they gathered enough 66 people. Jay wondered, is this the former executive of the mercenary group Sidrich mentioned? Judging from the contents of this letter, he was expelled from the organization. Jay noticed another abnormality on the table. From inside a white box, red mana was radiating intensely. He picked up the box and opened it. It was the same kind of stone as the one set in Sidrich's ring. This had to be the red bloodstone mentioned in the letter. Jay picked one up and examined it. Mana was still mana, but unlike the mana in the air, this stone could absorb it far more smoothly. He wondered what would happen if I used magic with this. An enormous flame burst up from Jay's hand. This is the brightest red flame I've ever created. Normally, casting a spell takes longer too. Outside, footsteps could be heard coming down. Jay became anxious, extinguished the flame, and turned toward the door. Has he come back already? It hasn't even been 15 minutes. The mysterious man opened the door and stepped inside. He walked over to the table and muttered, damn it, I can't believe I forgot my wallet. I'm getting dumber with time. That's exactly why the boss threw me away. Jay hid behind the door. The man spoke to himself. But don't worry, Wanter. As long as you complete this, you can return to the organization. He continued heading out. I need to buy more food than usual. That way, I won't have to go out for a while. Jay narrowed his eyes and observed. He's leaving again. Suddenly, the man stopped and said, wait, there's one more thing I need. He pulled open the door right where Jay was hiding, then looked at him with murderous eyes and a sinister smile. I need to buy more rat poison too, he shouted. Did you think I didn't know you were hiding here? Jay immediately took out his knife to defend himself. He swung the knife across the man's face and blood sprayed out. The man retreated a short distance. He raised one hand to clutch his face, braced his other hand against the wall, and cursed at Jay, you bastard. He asked furiously, seriously. Who are you? I thought you were an assassin from the organization, but you're just a brat. He grew anxious. Damn it, blood's getting into my eye. Wanter went on asking, how the hell did you open the door? Without saying a word, Jay continued rushing in to attack. With a knife in his hand, Jay thought, I'll subdue him and drag out everything he knows. However, he was stronger than Jay had expected, and Jay was shocked. Wanter cursed at him, you little punk, while using his bare hand, wrapped in red mana, to grip the knife tightly. He kept shouting, you dare ignore an adult and point a knife at me? He roared, and why the hell are you so strong? Jay pulled the knife back, then leaped backward to put some distance between them. He felt a flicker of worry when he saw Wanter channel mana into the hand gripping the blade. Wanter was using magic to keep the cut from reaching his flesh. Wanter pulled out an iron hook and shouted, I went easy on you because you're a child, but now I'm going to tear your face apart. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged in and slashed wildly. Jay was thinking, can I use magic that way too? The iron hook came slashing straight down at him, but Wanter suddenly froze, speechless. He wondered, how can you use that magic? Jay clearly remembered the color combination and ratio of the magic Wanter had just cast, and now he was using his bare hand to block the hook blade. Wanter attacked frantically, forcing Jay to retreat. He found it strange and thought, what the hell is this? Metallization is a unique spell I invented. Could this brat? Jay focused on observing him, waiting for a chance to counterattack. Noticing a slight opening, Jay did not hesitate to slash straight at Wanter's face, forcing him to lean back and dodge. But that left his side exposed. Jay seized the chance and thrust diagonally, making blood spurt out. After taking the hit, Wanter coughed several times and glared at the boy. Blood flowed onto the floor. He dropped to one knee, gripping the wall with one hand to keep his body from collapsing. His eyes glowed bright red, and he smiled dangerously as he said, I guessed right. The boss definitely sent you here. I heard there's someone among the assassins who can copy magic. The moment he finished speaking, Jay's knife pinned his hand to the wall, making him scream in pain. Jay told himself, I need to lower my voice to hide my identity, then said to him, there are a lot of things I need to ask you. From now on, answer every question I ask. Wanter gave a ragged, bitter smile. I never thought the rumored assassin would be this young. Jay felt he had experience with people like this. It was very hard to talk to him. If he could not get any information out of him, perhaps it would be better to kill him here. However, something unexpected happened. Wanter resisted, his body bursting into flames. He said, fine, I get it. I'll make the boss have no choice but to acknowledge my abilities. Let me burn you alive, you damn assassin. Jay was blown far back, and from beneath Wanter's feet, a towering pillar of fire appeared. He pulled his charred arm free from the knife and shouted, tell the boss this. Blood-eyed Wanter is coming for him. He stood up, his entire body now covered in red flames. He looked at Jay and continued, of course, that's only if you survive and make it out of here. The boss must be regretting it right now, regretting that he threw me away. After saying that, Wanter threw his head back and laughed loudly. Jay focused on Wanter's chest. Mana was rotating fiercely around a magic circles, and because of that, red mana was spreading rapidly throughout his body through his blood vessels. It was truly dangerous. If Jay had not used mana to protect himself, he would probably have been in trouble. Wanter raised both hands toward the sky, long pillars of fire in each hand. Assassin, you came here to kill me and take the red bloodstone, didn't you? Then try killing me. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched his fiery hand toward Jay. Jay hurriedly held both hands in front of his face, creating a multicolored ring of mana to defend himself. A multicolored mana barrier appeared, blocking Wanter's attack. Seeing this, Wanter grew excited. A protection spell? Good. If you're an assassin sent to kill me, then you should at least be able to use magic of this level. Wanter attacked wildly and roared. Are you planning to keep defending forever? But for how long? Cracks had appeared in the barrier. At that moment, Jay could not get close to him because flames covered his entire body, and this protection spell could not last much longer. Suddenly, Jay's eyes lit up as if he had found a way. Wanter laughed loudly and challenged him. So what now? Then he used all his strength to release an even larger pillar of fire to attack. Jay withdrew his hands. He could not block this strike, but first, he had to put out the fire. Seeing that, Wanter became even more confident. You're dispelling the protection? Are you insane? But Jay silenced him. Jay used magic to create water, making Wanter wonder, what did you just do? You used two main types of magic at the same time. Jay did not explain. He focused on creating water to extinguish the flames in front of him. He raised a watery fist to counterattack. Wanter's eyes widened in terror. The water element too? Could it be that you're not an assassin? A blow filled with water struck through him, and the flames were extinguished instantly. His whole body was submerged in the water element. A while later, familiar footsteps sounded on the street. Jay walked slowly, looking quite exhausted. Blood flowed from his nose. This was the after effect of using magic beyond his mental limits. He wiped it away and thought the destructive power of that magic just now was on a completely different level. The mana circles rotated very smoothly, and the speed of color blending was much faster too. That Wanter really was strong. I can't even imagine how terrifying that monocle-wearing mage must be, Jay told himself. With my current strength, I can't carry out my revenge. Even so, he remained extremely determined and clenched his fist. If he had enough time, he could still become stronger. Jay put his hand into his pocket and muttered, if I'd known things would turn out like this, I would have taken everything. In his hand was the bloodstone he had taken from Wanter. The next morning, at Veronica bookstore, quiet footsteps approached as promised. Veronica was carrying a stack of books, and when she saw him, she brightened up. Jay, you're here. Welcome. Jay looked rather different today, so the girl asked, did you change your outfit? Yesterday, you were still wearing a raincoat. He answered frankly, I threw it away, Jay told himself. Even though the room was too dark at the time for him to see my face, if I wore that outfit again, he might recognize me. Veronica led Jay inside and said as they walked, I told Grandpa about you, that you used magic to help us, and that you're looking for the rainbow. As they walked, Jay sensed something watching him. Behind them, two boys were hiding behind a door and looking after them. When the children realized he had noticed them, they looked slightly panicked. They slammed the door shut. Veronica said, they're my younger brothers. Grandpa brought them back from the orphanage, just like me. Manta and June Finn. Jay immediately asked, to teach the magic? Hearing that, the girl was a little startled. Huh, how did you know? He said calmly, because there's no other reason. Besides, you said before that you learned magic from your grandfather. The girl innocently realized, oh, right. The two stopped in front of a door. Veronica's grandfather was inside. The girl called out, Grandpa Graham, I brought Jay. He's the one who helped us. The two entered the room. Before them was an old man with snow-white hair and beard, holding a book in his hand. He said to the girl, Veronica, could you step outside for a moment? The girl obediently went out and gently closed the door. Jay sat there, right beside the old man's bed. To break the slightly heavy atmosphere, Graham spoke. First, I would like to express my gratitude. He looked at Jay and continued, I heard that you helped Veronica drive those children away. That should have been my job, but as you can see, I no longer have the strength. Jay brushed it off. It wasn't anything difficult. He focused on Graham's chest to verify something and realized the old man had as many as 4 circles. Red symbolized anger, orange comfort, yellow excitement, green shame, blue indifference, and deep blue melancholy. These emotions were very difficult to have all appear at once. So this was not mana, but colors engraved into the soul, traces left behind by dense waves of emotion accumulated over the years. Jay understood that someone with as much life experience as the old man before him would be very hard to read emotionally. In any case, Graham had heard that Jay had many things he wanted to ask. Jay said frankly, I've been searching for a mage this whole time. Graham asked, you are a mage, aren't you? According to Veronica, you use magic very skillfully. However, there were still many things Jay did not know. The old man asked further, Jay, was it? You must not be from around here. Where did you come from? Jay fell silent for a moment. Seeing that, the old man realized, you look as if there is a very long story behind you. If you find it difficult to answer my question, then why don't we do this? Graham created a light and suggested, let's play a game. The winner of each round may ask the loser one question. The two looked at each other. Your quick reaction proves your senses are very sharp. He then asked, can you feel the mana between us right now? Jay opened his eyes wide and answered yes. Not only can I feel it, I can see it. The old man realized that Jay's reaction had completely changed, then explained further. Every type of magic uses a different element. When elements meet, they can even create new elements. The element between us right now is an element that helps magic maintain a stable state without being affected by outside factors. And precisely because of that stability, it is also the most difficult element to control. After saying that, he gently stroked his long beard. Jay immediately asked, "Then what about the element next to it?" Hearing that, Graham was extremely shocked. He asked in alarm, "You can sense two elements, not just one?" Jay replied, "Yes, two." He thought to himself, one is light gray and the other is a darker gray. They're definitely two different shades. Graham held his head and laughed loudly. How can this be? His mind was filled with thoughts. I no longer need to search through hundreds of orphanages. He instantly recognized the two elements of maintenance and continuation, something an ordinary mage could not do in an entire lifetime. Looking at the boy before him, Graham could only sigh inwardly. Oh, fate is truly cruel. I do not have much time left, and yet I have found a true genius. Jay asked him, "Then what is the element beside maintenance called?" The old man smiled at him. "If I tell you right away, there will be no fun in it. Win the game and find out for yourself." Graham explained the rules. Between us right now, there's a sphere formed from two different elements. Try to pull that sphere toward yourself. When someone touches it, the game ends. I often play this game with Veronica. He moved the sphere toward Jay. So, to be fair, I will place the sphere a little closer to you from start. Jay felt slightly worried and thought, beating a mage more skilled than me will be very difficult, but with this advantage, it won't be impossible. Graham raised his hand and prepared the game between them. In the first round, the sphere flew quickly toward the old man, and Jay had no time to react. His eyes widened in astonishment. Graham held the sphere in his hand with a faint smile. It had happened almost in an instant. That speed left Jay frozen. He had to admit that the old man was far too fast. Graham looked at him and said, "I will ask the first question. Who taught you magic?" Jay answered briefly, "I taught myself." Hearing that answer, Graham smiled. "You have surprised me twice in a single day." Jay blurted out, "Is a self-taught mage that rare?" The old man replied, "I will answer that question if you win the game, because that is also a question." Hearing that, Jay raised his hand without hesitation. "Then let's continue to the next round." In the room, the old man's loud laughter rang out. Jay sat there expressionlessly, and the sphere was once again not in his hand. Instead, it lay in the old man's hand. Graham had won this round again. He did not forget to explain, "The result of this contest depends entirely on each person's mana control. The number of circles is not important." Jay clenched his fist and thought, "I'm only giving him information. At this rate, I won't get anything from him at all." He concentrated intensely. He needed to use a different method. Graham again moved the sphere toward him and said, "Then let us continue the game." This time, there was a change in Jay's approach. His other hand was using blue mana, which slightly surprised the old man. This time, Jay obtained the sphere. Graham exclaimed, "Oh my, it seems you changed your strategy." Jay replied, "There's no rule saying I can't make things difficult for my opponent." The old man accepted this and smiled. "Ask whatever you like." Jay's question was extremely brief. "What is mana?" Graham gently closed his eyes, preparing his answer. "Mana is the most fundamental element that makes up everything in this world. It cannot be seen or touched, but like lightning, fire, or hail, we can observe its movements through secondary phenomena. Furthermore, a very small number of people are born with the ability to sense mana. From what I have heard so far, it seems you're one of them. However, being able to sense mana does not mean one can use magic, because sensing mana and controlling it are two completely different fields." Jay immediately asked, "When people talk about talent, do they mean the ability to control mana?" Graham realized that this was a second question, but he let it pass and continued answering. "That is correct. That talent refers to the ability to separate the elements that make up mana and combine them in precise proportions. Generally, those who understand themselves well have greater talent in using magic. In a sense, magic is a field of study that explores one's own self. That is why people say mana calls to those who are honest with themselves." Graham explained happily. Jay repeated his words. "Mana calls to those who are honest with themselves?" In the next round, the sphere was again pulled toward Jay. The old man was astonished. The element of maintenance is considered the most difficult element to control, yet he is learning how to handle it by understanding its characteristics in real time. Jay held the mana in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Graham spoke. "Then what is your next question?" Jay said frankly, "I want to know about the circles that mages have in their hearts." The old man answered, "The circles? You can think of those circles as containers for mana. Mana in the air will automatically gather into the created circles. After a round of refinement, the elemental distribution within them will differ depending on the mage's constitution." Jay asked curiously, "Does the refinement process make mana easier to use compared to the mana still in the air?" "That is correct, but there is another important reason for this process. Using mana from the air a few times is fine, but if you do it repeatedly, it will cause mana poisoning. Usually, the reaction occurs as soon as a mage uses mana from the air. They may feel dazed and sleepy, be unable to stop laughing, or be unable to stop shedding tears from sorrow. Some people even experience a reduced tolerance for anger. The symptoms of mana poisoning differ from person to person." Jay listened intently. When these symptoms accumulate, they develop into a permanent psychological illness. Jay recalled Sidrich's behavior and wondered, can mana and emotions affect each other? Using unrefined mana makes the user become hysterical. Then this explains why I don't suffer from mana poisoning. Because until recently, I couldn't sense emotions. Jay hesitated for a moment, then said, "If someone could use the mana in the air without suffering mana poisoning, they would have a tremendous advantage." Graham replied, "That is a unique idea. However, I have never met anyone like that. If such a person existed, they would be incomparable to mages who use only refined mana for safety, because there is an infinite amount of mana in the air." Graham asked Jay about his dream, about what he wanted to become in the future. His gaze was serious. "There is something I want to do. There is someone I want to kill, and someone I want to save." He smiled. "I've heard many people say the first thing before, but this is the first time I've heard the second." Graham raised his hand and asked, "Jay, do you want to learn magic from me?" The sudden offer made him flinch slightly. Jay wondered, why would a four-circle mage want to teach an orphan from the streets? "I don't understand his purpose. What does he want from me?" As if reading his mind, Graham said right away, "I don't want anything from you." He fell silent for a moment, as though thinking it over more carefully, then looked at him honestly. "All right, I want to learn." The old man propped his hand up and looked toward the door. "Veronica, come in." At the old man's voice, the girl outside the door jumped in surprise. The girl stepped inside and explained, "I didn't mean to eavesdrop." Graham knew that. He understood what kind of girl she was and told her to sit beside Jay. He asked Veronica, "Do you remember why I adopted Monta, Junfin, and you from the orphanage?" The girl answered, "To pass down your knowledge as a legacy." He nodded. "That's right, and this is part of my knowledge, so you must listen too." Graham began his lecture. "This is about the rainbow. Jay, I heard you're searching for the rainbow, aren't you? The rainbow is a story that has been passed down since ancient times. Even now, many people still wander the world searching for it. There are hundreds of theories about the rainbow, but they all converge on one point. The person who finds the rainbow can become a godlike being." Veronica quickly asked, "Grandfather, what is a god?" Graham replied, "Put simply, they are omnipotent beings who can do anything they wish in this world." Jay thought quietly, so that's why the mage with the monocle is also searching for the rainbow. Veronica continued asking, "Grandfather, then that rainbow." But before she could finish, a stone shattered the window and flew inside. The girl was caught off guard and had no time to react. Fortunately, Jay was there. He held Veronica with one arm and caught the stone with the other. By accident, the girl ended up completely in his arms. Veronica's eyes widened, and as she slowly regained her composure, she stood up, observed the shards of glass spinning in the air, and wondered, is this wind magic? Jay also stepped over and looked outside. Thinking back, he had clearly warned them back then by making one of that boy's arms go numb. Yet they had still accepted that request to vandalize the place. Two brats were running hurriedly through the alley. Graham smiled. "You saved us again." "Thank you." He looked a little worried. "This should have been something I handled, but I don't have enough strength." Veronica healed Jay from the girl's hand. That white light, tinged faintly with gold, appeared again and slowly entered Jay's hand. Veronica carefully wrapped a bandage around him and said gently, "It'll be done soon." Jay thought, it's only a small wound. Besides, it isn't even on her body. Looking at the girl before him, whose eyes were brimming with tears, Jay wondered, is this really worth crying over? Veronica remained very attentive. "If we don't treat it right away, it will leave a scar. In truth, Jay thought having a few scars would be fine. They were honorable marks left by enemies. That did not sound too bad. Graham reminded the girl, Veronica, don't use magic without drawing a circle. It seems you've used too much mana in the air. Hearing that, the girl adjusted herself at once. A while later, Veronica cleaned up the broken glass. Jay sat there and asked the old man, I heard they've been throwing stones for a long time. Graham replied, for over a month now. I think someone is behind this. The old man held his head. Someone has kept offering to buy the bookstore, so it's very likely they are the ones doing it. Jay immediately asked, you aren't planning to sell the bookstore, are you? The old man stroked his beard pensively. That is what I've been thinking until now, but this really is becoming hard to endure. Graham recalled, half a year ago, I opened this bookstore to teach my students and complete the research I had devoted my life to. At that time, the children had congratulated him on opening the bookstore, and he had happily accepted flowers from them. He had also been quite satisfied with this life. I can meet children and people who need books. However, because of my illness, Veronica has to manage the shop in my place. Jay kept listening intently. If I die, everything will only get worse. A bookstore with only children in it will be the easiest prey. After saying that, he looked toward the fragile girl before him. The old man stroked his beard and continued, I have to sell this place and find somewhere suitable for the children to live. Hearing that, Veronica reacted fiercely. The girl clenched her fists, her voice trembling slightly as she shouted, no, you can't sell the shop. She gripped her skirt tightly and continued, this is the place that holds your dream. You said you wanted to run a bookstore ever since you were little. Graham tried to soothe the girl. Veronica, thank you for caring, but not everything in life goes the way we want. The girl collapsed, tears already falling as she sobbed, but I don't want that. I don't want to close the shop. I don't want to see you disappear. Tears kept streaming down her face as she looked at him. Seeing Veronica, the old man also seemed unable to hold back his emotions. The girl came over, buried her head in his lap, and sobbed. It seems I have placed too heavy a burden on you. Jay witnessed all those emotions, strange and unfamiliar to him. That night, rain fell outside the bookstore. The old man was asleep. Veronica's quiet voice came from outside. It's eternal sleep sickness, a rare illness. The girl sat slumped there and continued, it started 2 months ago. His sleeping time will grow longer and longer until he never opens his eyes again. He can't move anymore and can only wake up for 2 or 3 hours a day. Jay glanced down at her. Veronica lifted her face, smiled at him, and asked, can you come back tomorrow? Grandfather usually wakes up in the morning. A while later, the girl handed Jay a raincoat in embarrassment. Thank goodness. My raincoat fits you. Veronica did not forget to ask Jay to meet her again tomorrow. As he stepped outside, he remembered the times the orphan children had cried. He could not understand other people's sadness, but he did know a few words and actions to comfort them. Before leaving, Jay said to Veronica, don't worry. Everything will be all right. First she was surprised, then moved, and the girl thanked him. Jay left, while the girl stood there wiping away her tears with her hand. Jay made a round through the streets, searching for the vandals and wondering, where did they go? Street 8, where the Oak store was located, was the territory of the Jeffer gang. Those children from earlier had definitely come from there too. Jay thought to himself, did they all go back into hiding because of the black rain? I plan to deal with Jeffer, but it seems I'll have to adjust my plan a little. Jay ran quickly along the road, while the rain continued without end. First, he had to find Philip. Since Philip was connected to other gangs, he might be able to arrange a meeting with Jeffer. Jay stopped short when he saw some strangers who also seemed familiar. He hid to the side and observed the people over there. He recognized them as the Sidrich gang. He did not know what they were doing here. The men standing there were talking among themselves. When is he going to be done? Our boss. He'll keep going until morning. Jay used his ability and tried to look inside. He saw Sidrich inside the container, and the one in there with him was Philip. Jay was quite surprised to see that. Sidrich stood in front of Philip, cursing, you arrogant bastard. Furious, he raised his fist and shouted, looking at trash like he makes me wanna. A sound outside cut off his rage. Sidrich did not understand what was happening outside. After Jay dealt with the underlings, he kicked the door open and rushed in. Sidrich's men were sprawled all over the ground. Jay called Sidrich's name. Jay did not show any emotion at that moment, but inside, he seemed rather displeased to see Philip being bullied. Sidrich laughed mockingly and asked, Jay, what's this? You got business with him too? Philip was sitting over there, his whole body trembling, covered in wounds and blood. His face was a mess, and his eyes were tightly shut. Jay looked over and wondered, Philip, is he unconscious? Originally, he had no obligation to be loyal to Philip as a business partner, but Philip had helped him quite a few times. Jay was someone with principles. If he owed a debt, he repaid it. He immediately stepped forward to protect Philip. Sidrich smiled wickedly and said, "You're really impatient. Our fight is tomorrow." The ring on his hand continued to fuel the anger inside him. He challenged Jay, "You want to fight right now?" Jay quietly observed him. Red mana spread out, and Jay's eyes turned red. Jay looked at Sidrich's chest. He had changed. Both his body and the mana of the ring had become stronger and clearer than before. It was as if he had grown stronger by keeping it with him. Jay spoke. "I didn't come here to fight. I just heard something." He asked Sidrich, "Why did you do that to Philip?" Sidrich looked surprised and asked back, "What? You know him?" Jay stood there calmly and listened. "So this brat came crawling to you two? Again with that nonsense about business partnerships, right?" Sidrich continued laughing as he talked about Philip. "That's all this bastard knows how to do. Cling to the strong and survive." As soon as he finished speaking, red mana almost consumed him again. Sidrich roared angrily and rushed into attack. "Seeing it makes me sick." Philip still sat there motionless. Unable to stand by and watch, Jay grabbed Sidrich. Then he threw Sidrich far backward. Sidrich's eyes blazed red with fury. Both his feet slid across the ground at the same time. Sidrich drew back his hand into a mana-charged fist, his face filled with anger. In an instant, his fist shot out and closed in on Jay. Jay lightly raised his hand, caught Sidrich's arm, and blocked the attack. The two stood face to face. It seemed this battle would be hard to avoid. Jay's grip was quite strong, making Sidrich's arm tremble slightly. Sidrich said to him, "Get lost. This has nothing to do with you." Jay insisted on asking, "Tell me why you did it." Sidrich clenched his teeth. "Why?" Then he yanked his hand free from Jay's grip. He looked furious again and roared, "Just looking at weaklings is enough to disgust me so much I can't stand it." Outside, the rain was still pouring down. Inside the container, Jay asked him, "Do you hate the weak?" Sidrich raised the hand with the ring and covered his face. His evil gaze hid behind his fingers. He answered, "I despise them. They make me sick, but that's no reason to hurt others." Hearing Jay say that, Sidrich punched straight into the wall. Then he told Jay to get out immediately, before looking down at Philip and warning, "Unless you want to end up like him." He declared, "I'll show you what happens when someone trespasses on my territory. I'll turn him into a lesson for everyone." Jay stayed silent for a moment to think. "If I use this gem right now, I can resolve this situation easily, but I don't know what side effects it has, so I can't use it." In that case, he decided to lecture him in hopes of changing him. "I don't understand. If you want to make an example of him, there's a much better way." Hearing that made Sidrich flinch slightly. Jay crossed his arms over his chest and repeated, "I said, if you want to make an example for others, there's a more effective way." He continued, "From what you're saying, it sounds like you intend to kill Philip. But if you do in the dark where no one knows, what's the point?" Jay made a suggestion. "If it were me, I would do it in front of everyone. Wouldn't that be far more effective?" Jay's very convincing reasoning sounded quite appealing to Sidrich. He imagined dealing with Philip in front of everyone, and to him, that method did indeed seem more reasonable. He thought it over and answered Jay, "Not bad at all." Jay added, "If you're going to execute him, it's best to do it on the day of our duel. At that time, all the strongest people in District 49 will be there." Sidrich agreed, but he pointed toward Philip cautiously. "But what if he runs?" Jay accepted responsibility for the boy. Sidrich smiled. "Fine. You don't seem like someone who breaks his word." Then he walked toward the door, not forgetting to warn him. "Jay, I believe you won't do that. But if you release Philip or he escapes from here, then you'll have to take his punishment in his place." He left behind a smile and an extremely dangerous look in his eyes. Inside, only the two of them remained. Jay hurriedly turned back to where Philip was sitting. He shook the boy in front of him and asked, "Philip, are you all right? Can you talk?" The boy's body moved slightly, and he let out a faint sound. Jay realized the boy was more badly injured than he had thought. A while later, the rain was still falling outside Philip's hotel. There was a knock at the door. Johnny was startled. "What? It's this late at night." The boy opened the door, still half asleep and grumbling. "Don't you know that on black rain days, we don't open the door?" Then he panicked when he saw the person outside. It was Jay, carrying Philip on his back, with Philip covered in wounds and blood. Jay quietly opened his mouth. Help! Outside the clinic, the unending black rain made the atmosphere extremely gloomy. Jay sat silently waiting for Francost to treat Philip in the corridor outside the hospital room. Hearing the sliding door behind him, he looked up and saw Francost had stepped out of Philip's room. The man beckoned for Jay to come inside and said, "Philip has woken up." Jay looked over Philip on the sickbed and spoke. "You look like you're doing better." Philip looked at him gratefully and replied, "Thank you. I heard the kids tell me what happened. You brought me back here. Thanks." Jay said without much concern, "As long as you're alive, that's good enough." Philip smiled and replied, "You're right." Jay voiced his confusion. "But why were you beaten down by Sidrich there?" Philip lowered his head helplessly and answered, "It was because he caught me by surprise." He remembered what happened at the time and explained, "I was going to scout things out first so that if I take control of that street later, I can bring the people from the hotel into the commercial area. Unfortunately, I ran into Sidrich." At that time, Philip had been diligently taking notes. For taverns, 2 restaurants. Jay sighed in some surprise. "I thought you were a coward." Philip answered awkwardly, "I am still a coward, but there are times when you need to overcome your fear." Hearing that, Jay looked at Philip with a somewhat doubtful expression and asked again, "Huh, what times?" Philip's face lit up with a bright smile, and he rubbed his index finger and thumb together as a sign. "When there's a chance to make money." Jay looked at the mana in Philip's chest and thought, "He says he's doing it for money, but in his container, there is more pink than yellow." He looked at Philip in confusion and wondered, why does he need to save every single coin like that? Jay temporarily set his thoughts aside and asked, "It looks like you've known Sidrich for quite a long time." Philip scratched his head shyly and replied, "You noticed that too?" "I wasn't trying to hide it." Suddenly, Philip's voice grew a little subdued and nostalgic. He slowly said, "Sidrich and I." Philip's gaze grew distant as he remembered memories from his childhood and continued, "We were childhood friends. Back then, he and Sidrich were always together, and Sidrich always protected Philip." Remembering the times when they stole just to have something to eat each day, Philip spoke nostalgically. "We were both small children on the streets." He continued, "Our lives only became more stable after we built this hotel much later." At that time, Philip had been filled with determination and anticipation as he thought, "We can finally open a hotel." He turned to Sidrich, who had been standing silently all along, and said excitedly, "Sidrich, what do you think of this place? Do you like it at all?" Only when he looked carefully at Sidrich's expression did Philip notice that something was wrong with Sidrich's attitude. His eyes were bloodshot. He ground his teeth in dissatisfaction and said in a strained voice, "Are we being treated like rats? How long do we have to keep avoiding them?" Philip's eyes widened, startled by Sidrich's violent reaction before him. Recalling the past, he told Jay Sidrich was always full of resentment. Back then, Philip always carefully observed Sidrich. Sidrich was always angry at everyone, and after every job, he would train like a madman. Their relationship gradually grew distant from that point on. Philip only dared to secretly watch him from afar. Sidrich, he sadly recalled that about half a year earlier, Sidrich had left the hotel on his own. Philip could not understand Sidrich's actions. After that, Sidrich went around picking fights with people in the street like a madman. Jay asked suspiciously whether he could really win every fight with such simple physical training. Hearing that, Philip answered somewhat helplessly, no. At first, Sidrich still lost. His build was pretty small compared to those thugs. Jay continued Philip's thought while Philip wore a blank expression. But then the situation changed. Philip nodded at Jay's comment and continued his story. He suddenly became much stronger. Remembering Sidrich's fights, Philip said doubtfully, "You could say his strength increased all at once." Suddenly, Jay rubbed his chin and asked Philip, "Did Sidrich wear any rings before?" Philip thought for a moment, then answered hesitantly, "A ring? Do you mean the one he's been wearing recently?" It seems like he got it after becoming the gang leader. Before that, he never cared about things like that. Jay quickly continued, "Sidrich's personality wasn't violent before either, right?" Philip inwardly marveled as he assessed Jay. He was really observant. Philip nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Ever since he left the hotel, his personality changed." Jay already had some guesses of his own, and he thought to himself, could it be? Jay guessed suspiciously that Sidrich had met the man from the basement while wandering the streets. Just as Jay had suspected, after leaving the hotel, Sidrich had run into many difficulties and had been beaten black and blue. It was then that he met Walter, who looked down and assessed Sidrich's shabby appearance at the time. Suddenly, Walter smiled terrifyingly, his eyes gleaming as he found his next prey. Jay continued his line of speculation and thought, and he received the ring from him. Sure enough, after seeing and obtaining that ring, Sidrich's eyes had slowly changed. Philip continued speaking, pulling Jay out of his thoughts. After Sidrich left, he grew more and more distant from me. Even when I called him, he ignored me, and he even looked at me with contempt, looking at the color of mana around Philip at that moment. Jay thought with some suspicion, this pink. Philip was now surrounded by a pale pink color. Trembling and sobbing sadly, Philip said, and just now, he even tried to kill me. Jay inwardly assessed it. That was the color of sadness and longing. He suddenly asked Philip, "Have you tried talking to Sidrich?" Philip started and stammered. Talking to him? Jay gave a straightforward suggestion. "You said you were close friends since childhood, so there should still be some friendship between you. Do you want to make up with him?" Philip lowered his head in thought. His heart was struggling fiercely, and his brow was tightly furrowed in distress. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, he clenched his fist and shouted with determination, "If I can, then I want to." At that moment, the color of the mana around Philip changed. It shone with a brilliant golden hue. Jay stared intently at this change in Philip. Finally, he spoke. "Then let's go to the arena. After the match ends, I'll create an opportunity for you to meet Sidrich." Hearing that Jay could help him meet Sidrich, Philip was overjoyed and exclaimed gratefully, "Jay." However, his voice suddenly sank in disappointment as he said, "That's impossible." Philip sadly lowered his head, sighed, and continued, "I can't get into the arena." He analyzed helplessly. Only members of the big gangs can enter that place. Philip had to admit, "How could someone like me do it?" Jay cut him off and answered confidently, "Don't worry about that. I said I would get you to Sidrich." Philip asked, both surprised and delighted. "Really?" He clutched his chest and breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Jay with gratitude and answered, "Thank you so much." Jay's expression did not change as he looked at Philip seriously and said, "No need." He informed Philip of the price of meeting Sidrich. "If I lose in front of the entire gang at the arena, you'll be publicly executed." Hearing that, Philip's face turned deathly pale with fear, and he stammered back, "Publicly executed? Me?" Jay paid no attention to Philip's gaping expression and calmly confirmed, "That's right. If Sidrich beats me, you'll die." Jay continued, "It'll probably be a fairly miserable death." Philip trembled and asked, "Are you joking?" Jay quickly replied, "No." Philip still could not believe it and asked again, "A joke?" Jay confirmed once more, "No." Jay looked at the frightened Philip and suddenly asked, "Are you scared?" Philip covered his face and thought somewhat helplessly, "Honestly, I don't even know whether I'm scared, but the person who can drag me to my death is standing right next to me." Suddenly, Jay patted his shoulder, cutting off Philip's thoughts, and said confidently, "You won't die." His eyes showed no emotion, but they were full of confidence as he continued to affirm, "Because I won't lose to Sidrich." Moved, Philip raised his head and stared at Jay, calling out emotionally, "Jay." In Jay's mind, he was silently calculating, "If Philip owes me after this, he'll have to help me later." Philip had no idea what Jay was thinking. He regained his spirit and answered with determination, "All right, I'll go with you." Jay inwardly rejoiced, thinking, "Good." He nodded at Philip and encouraged him, "You're doing the right thing." Jay looked at Philip and continued, "There's one more thing you need to do at the arena." Before Philip's deeply uneasy expression, Jay informed him, "This is my second proposal for you." A shrill scream rang out from the clinic, tearing through the silence of the black rain night. "Are you kidding me?" In the hospital room, Philip kept waving his hands and said agitatedly, "You're taking this joke way too far. No matter what, that's." Jay crossed his arms and questioned Philip, making him suddenly feel guilty. "Didn't you say you couldn't pass up a chance to make money? You'll overcome your fear for that." Jay looked straight at Philip and persuaded him, "This is a business opportunity for you. You can earn a huge sum of money." Philip's thoughts had wavered a little. He calculated inwardly, "That's not wrong either. The spectators for those matches are all kids from the three gangs." Philip imagined the day of the match and guessed the leaders of the other gangs, like Jeffer and Russell, will definitely show up too. Imagining the amount of money he could make, Philip thought to himself. In other words, an enormous amount of capital, far greater than usual, will gather there. But on the other hand, he was also worried. Still, will everything go according to plan? If he loses, I'm finished. Jay understood Philip's thoughts and spoke up to reassure him. I just have to beat Sidrich. He affirmed confidently, the rest aren't worth mentioning. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately looked toward Philip with a resolute gaze. Seeing Jay's eyes, Philip widened his own, somewhat speechless. Then he quickly turned around, pulled open the drawer at his bedside, and took out a stack of documents. Philip seriously handed it to Jay. Jay looked at Philip's actions, somewhat puzzled. Suddenly, Philip's expression changed to one full of excitement. He shoved the pen into Jay's hand and said, "All right, I'll be counting on you. This is our contract, so sign it, Jay." The scene quickly shifted to 2 days later, beneath blazing sunlight in the sky. At that moment, in District 49, at the southern garbage dump where Sidrich's hideout was located, the day of the match between Sidrich and Jay had arrived. Everyone had gathered there to watch the fight. The stands were packed with excited spectators. In the arena, surrounded by flames, the two central figures were Jay and Sidrich. The atmosphere in the stands grew hotter and hotter. The cheers of those watching the spectacle stirred up the entire arena in excitement. Beside them was the premium area for the leaders of the gangs, who were also looking forward to today's match. In the middle of the arena, Sidrich looked at Jay, who was standing there calmly, with a provocative smile as he sized him up. The noisy chatter in the stands kept mocking Jay. Is that the hunter? A kid from District 50 wants to become leader. An outsider dares act so recklessly. That bastard's got nerve. Someone shouted provocatively. You think you can win? The crowd cried out. Sidrich is definitely going to win. Someone said doubtfully, but that guy isn't easy either. Another person immediately denied it. How could Sidrich lose? They continued chattering. True enough. In the end, Sidrich will still win. The staff quickly collected the bets. The crowd clamored loudly. I bet 10,000 shillings on Sidrich. I bet 30,000 on Sidrich winning. Anzer, sitting nearby, spoke up. Everyone's betting on Sidrich, huh? The odds aren't high, but it's a sure thing. Axel also spoke mockingly. Who would bet on that outsider? He smiled slyly at Anzer and said, everyone came here to make money. Axel raised his hand to his neck and made a cutting motion as he sneered. That guy must have come here hoping to get beaten up by Sidrich. Down in the arena, Jay calmly observed the color of Sidrich's mana and assessed it. Red and yellow. Excitement and greed. Sidrich looked at Jay and questioned him. You came alone? This isn't what you promised me at all. His eyes became furious as he growled. You ignored my warning. Jay was not shaken at all by Sidrich's pressure and slowly answered, don't worry, he'll come. As soon as he finished speaking, the door outside the arena slowly opened. Grid pushed Philip, who was sitting in a wheelchair, slowly inside. A small suitcase rested on Philip's legs. The noise in the stands grew louder and louder. Someone asked doubtfully, who else is there? When everyone clearly saw the face of the person being pushed in, the crowd became even noisier. A shout of confirmation rang out. It's Philip. Though Philip was somewhat frightened, his eyes were full of determination as Grid pushed him inside. Those in the stands discussed him in mocking voices. What's going on? This isn't an infirmary, so why is a cripple like him here? Someone even said maliciously, there's no way he came in a wheelchair just to get beaten up. Sidrich suddenly shouted angrily in a fit of rage. Stop making noise. Shut up. He nodded and stared at Philip, saying, he's my guest. I was planning to let him watch one of my bloody battles. Sidrich faced the newly arrived Philip, stretched out his hand, and said in a strange tone, Philip, is that you? Philip's complexion was not good, but he still looked straight at Sidrich and answered, it is me. Jay turned back and glanced at Philip, then nodded to him meaningfully. Their eyes met, like a siren announcing that the plan had officially begun. Sidrich confidently raised his hand and said, everyone's here, so shall we begin? Then Philip's voice rang out, cutting him off. Wait. Only then did Philip slowly speak. I'm placing a bet too. As he spoke, he began lifting the suitcase he had brought with him. Philip slowly opened the suitcase before hundreds of spectators. His light voice slowly rang out under everyone's disbelieving gazes. A total of 2,250,000 shillings. Philip confidently turned the suitcase full of cash toward everyone and declared, "I'm betting it all on Jay's victory." Back when Jay and Philip were discussing the plan in the hospital, Philip had asked Jay in shock, "You want me to bet all my assets on you?" Jay answered firmly, "Yes. A lot of people will bet on Sidrich winning, so the odds on me will be quite high." Philip considered it and asked, "If I bet everything on you, it'll be pretty risky, won't it?" Returning to the match at that moment, the chatter exploded after Philip's declaration. "How much did he bet?" Someone shouted happily, "This guy's an idiot. I'm going to make a fortune." They clamored among themselves. "Then I'll bet everything on Sidrich." As if provoked by Philip, the crowd dragged the staff over to place all their bets on Sidrich. Sidrich lowered his head, held his forehead, and asked Jay, who was standing opposite him, "Did you send Philip here?" Jay did not hesitate to admit it and answered, "You could say that." Sidrich suddenly looked up and smiled with delight. "Fine, if you want to bring money to me, I won't let it go to waste." He quickly turned around and shouted to signal the match coordinator, "Ring the bell." The coordinator immediately answered, "All right." Without waiting another second, Sidrich raised his fist and charged straight toward Jay, shouting, "Die!" Faced with his powerful and frenzied attack, Jay merely tilted his head lightly and dodged it. Jay's eyes swept past Sidrich's fist, gleaming as he assessed, "He's much faster than before." Immediately afterward, Jay used only one hand to grab Sidrich's right arm. He lightly restrained him and thought, but compared to Humphrey, he's still very clumsy. Jay raised his elbow high, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Sidrich. "This move will just break your arm." Sidrich looked up, seeming to realize Jay's intention for the next strike. Sidrich quickly shifted his center of gravity, forcefully shoved Jay away, pulled his right arm free, and retreated backward. Jay quickly steadied himself after the push. Sidrich assessed him with interest. "As expected, you're pretty good at fighting." He looked at Jay excitedly and spoke, "You really do have skill, Jay." With a terrifying gaze fixed on Jay, Sidrich declared, "But I'll show you my full strength in this battle." Jay's eyes remained extremely calm as he looked at Sidrich and the vivid red color of mana before him. Quick as lightning, Sidrich bent his legs and charged straight at Jay. Sidrich swung his leg and launched a kick toward Jay. Jay quickly slipped to the side, swiftly dodging the attack. Jay raised one hand, his body leaning forward, his sharp eyes directed toward his enemy. Jay swung his fist hard at Sidrich. Sidrich smiled and lightly tilted his head, avoiding Jay's blow. Up in the stands, Anzer clenched one hand and exclaimed, "Wow, they're both insane." Axel put a hand to his chin and murmured, "Well, they're really good." Philip frowned and thought cautiously, "Neither of them is backing down." Down in the arena, Jay and Sidrich continued fighting, and a thought came to Philip's mind, because if they do, their skin will be burned. Sidrich glared, directing his furious gaze at Jay while shouting loudly, "Die." Sidrich raised one leg, his body turning backward as he tried to attack Jay. Sidrich stomped his foot fiercely toward Jay, and Jay quickly ducked down to avoid the attack. Jay glanced down at Sidrich's leg and thought, "Facing him head-on will only waste my strength. For now, I need to take him down first." Jay shifted his foot, and his body began to move. He ran quickly towards Sidrich. Jay lunged forward and wrapped his arms around Sidrich's body, pushing him backward. Sidrich widened his eyes, startled by Jay's sudden attack. Sidrich placed one hand on Jay's back, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Sidrich gripped the back of Jay's shirt tightly with both hands and shouted angrily, "You think I'll just let you do whatever you want?" Jay pushed upward, and Sidrich's entire body was quickly lifted into the air. Jay swung both arms hard and hurled Sidrich toward the pillars of fire. Up in the stands, Adam saw what had just happened and exclaimed, "Did you see that?" Max, beside him, immediately continued, "With that kind of force, his bones are broken." A voice rang out in astonishment, "How is that little guy so strong?" Philip looked toward Sidrich and said softly with worry, "Sidrich." Jay stood motionless, raising his hand to wipe the drop of sweat from his cheek. Someone's voice rang out, "Is this even possible?" Another person said, "The hunter is better than I thought." After that last move, Sidrich lay still on the ground, as if unconscious. someone exclaimed. More importantly, Sidrich is down. Another person followed up. At this rate, Sidrich might lose. Sidrich suddenly opened his eyes. They were bright red and filled with rage. Sidrich pushed himself up and slammed one hand hard into the ground, muttering, "You bastards." Jay narrowed his eyes, his expression cold, and calmly looked toward his opponent. Sidrich gradually stood up, an unfathomable power radiating from around his body, while one hand clutched his chest tightly. Sidrich raised his face, his teeth clenched and his eyes glowing red, then shouted, "There's no way I can lose." As soon as he finished speaking, Sidrich bent his legs and charged fiercely straight toward Jay. Sidrich raised one hand, clenching it into a fist as he roared. Sidrich swung his arm toward Jay, and Jay raised both hands, his body slipping slightly to the side to dodge the attack. Sidrich swung his arm downward, and Jay was forced backward. He thought, every one of his blows is heavy. Sidrich continued attacking, and Jay raised one hand to block the strike. A thought appeared in Jay's mind. If this keeps up, this match won't end. For a moment, the image of Naya's appeared in Jay's thoughts. He had said, normally, your body weight is the deciding factor in a barehanded fight. Sidrich threw another punch at Jay, and Jay quickly raised both hands to block the attack. Sidrich wore a sinister smile, his eyes glowing red as he stared straight at Jay. Jay frowned. He thought helplessly, I can't use a protective shield to block the full impact of his attacks. His conversation with Nias kept surfacing in Jay's mind, and Nias' voice echoed. Nias crossed his arms and said, "There's a way to overcome the difference in weight." Jay looked at Nias, curious. "What is it?" Nias raised one finger into the air, smiled, and concluded, "Joint locks." Back in the fight, Jay suddenly spread his arms wide and lunged forward. Sidrich was startled, realizing something. Jay wrapped both arms around Sidrich's head, bent his knees, and launched his body into the air. Jay threw Sidrich down, using all four limbs to lock Sidrich's body tightly. Sidrich put his hands on Jay's arm, his voice trembling. "You bastard." Sidrich began struggling and shouted, "Let go. Let go of me, you son of a bitch." Jay held Sidrich firmly and whispered, "Surrender and admit defeat." Suddenly, Sidrich clenched his teeth, and the ring he wore on his hand flashed with red light for an instant. Sidrich forced himself to stand, dragging Jay along with him as Jay clung to his body in confusion. Jay narrowed his eyes and thought, if he keeps this up, he'll only destroy his own body. A surge of mana released from Sidrich's ring. Sidrich flinched, his eyes widening. In an instant, Sidrich gradually lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Jay slowly loosened his grip on Sidrich's body, his eyes still fixed on his opponent. The mana in Sidrich's ring gradually dissipated, while Sidrich lay motionless on the ground. Jay bent down, reached out, and took the ring off Sidrich's hand. From the stands above, a puzzled voice rang out. "What? Did he pass out?" The voices of the spectators began to rise. "So Sidrich lost? He can't get up. It's over. Then the hunter is going to become their gang leader. What about our bets? I bet a mountain of money on Sidrich. Damn it." Jay glanced down at Sidrich and thought, he won't be able to move for at least a week. Philip came toward Jay from somewhere in his wheelchair and called out loudly, "Jay." Jay snatched the box from Benny's hands and said sternly, "I'll hold on to this until the duel is completely over. Who knows what tricks you people might try?" Philip looked at Jay and thought awkwardly, so his priority is the money. On the other side, Sidrich slowly regained consciousness and clenched his teeth in anger. Jay looked back. Sidrich slowly stood up, his voice trembling. "It's not over." Sidrich looked at Jay, his tone ragged. "I haven't lost. I'm not weak." Suddenly, a drink came flying from nowhere and struck Sidrich directly in the head. An angry voice rang out, "You lost." The spectators in the stands began throwing things at Sidrich, shouting furiously, "I lost money because of you. You useless piece of trash. You worthless bastard. You made me go broke." Someone shouted, "You're good for nothing. Get lost." Sidrich's body shook in waves, his eyes glowing bright red. He muttered, "No, I'm not weak." Every gaze around him focused on Sidrich, and his mind pleaded, "Don't look at me like that." Sidrich reached forward and grabbed a nearby pillar of fire. Jay looked back and stared at Sidrich. Beside him, Philip was startled and shouted, "Sidrich." Sidrich threw the pillar of fire toward the spectators and shouted, "Fuck it, I'll kill you all." The flames surged violently, and the spectators began screaming in fear. "We're dead. The seats are on fire." Has he gone insane? Run! Sidrich laughed loudly and roared with pride. That's right. I'll burn all of you to ashes. The flames blazed fiercely, and someone cried out, It's on fire! Run! The scene quickly descended into chaos. Everyone began rushing out of the arena. One person shouted, Move, hurry! Another yelled, Damn it, get down there fast. In contrast, Sidrich placed one hand on his head and laughed loudly as he watched the entire scene. Sidrich looked up at the sky, forced a smile, and said, Now no one will dare look down on me anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Sidrich's body seemed to lose all its energy. He collapsed and lay motionless on the ground. A stream of demonic energy rose from behind Sidrich's back. Jake gently narrowed his eyes and thought, Sidrich can't possibly move. Jay turned to leave, thinking, if I save him now, both Philip and I will be in danger. Suddenly, a shout from behind made Jay stop in his tracks. Sidrich! Surprise appeared clearly on Jay's face. He turned his head, his eyes shifting toward where the sound had come from. Nearby, Philip was trying to shake Sidrich awake. Jay remained silent, standing motionless as he watched the two of them. Philip supported Sidrich and said softly, Let's get out of here quickly. The arena around them was engulfed in a sea of flames. Philip helped Sidrich stand and called out loudly, Sidrich, wake up! Philip struggled to keep his balance while supporting Sidrich, his voice trembling. Hurry, let's get outside. Jay stepped over and spoke. You plan to drag him out with that wheelchair? Philip smiled faintly and said quietly, I thought you would leave right away. Did you come back to save me, Jay? Jay watched Philip put the box over his shoulder and thought, 2 days ago, Sidrich nearly killed him, and now he's willing to risk his life to save him? Philip helped Sidrich toward the wheelchair, looked back, and said, Can you give me a hand? Jay remained silent, his entire body motionless. He looked uneasily at Philip and Sidrich. Jay placed Sidrich on the wheelchair, and Sidrich's head drooped because he was unconscious. Jay placed both hands on the handles and turned to ask Philip, After we sit him down, then what? Philip replied, Then push him out of here. Philip's voice grew low as he continued, You can take all of my prize money if you want. Just save Sidrich. What about you? Jay looked at Philip, and Philip's voice rang out. Either way, I can't save both of us in this sea of fire. Philip placed one hand on his chest, forced a smile, and whispered, I'll be fine. Jay clenched his hand slightly and thought anyone would put their own life first. Jay frowned and asked, What benefit do you get from doing this? As if he did not understand the question, Philip blurted out, Benefit? Jay continued, What do you gain by risking your life to save Sidrich? Jay frowned and asked, You're always good at calculating, aren't you, Philip? Philip looked at Jay and replied, There isn't really any benefit. I'm just acting according to what I think I should do. Jay looked utterly confused and said in a low voice, Then why? Philip cut him off. There's no reason. Philip raised one hand to scratch his cheek and said with a smile, Sidrich and I have been close friends since we were little. I simply want to protect him. Hearing that, Jay froze. His eyes widened, and his face filled with surprise. Jay stood motionless for a long time, his eyes still fixed on Philip, and a thought surfaced in his mind. How strange. The image of Nias's family appeared in Jay's mind, and he wondered, friends are willing to die for each other? A memory surfaced in Jay's mind. Aina held out a cake to him and said with a smile, I'm simply giving it to you because you and Jay are friends. Beside her, Kai held out another cake toward Jay and interrupted, Brother Jay, eat mine. Rue handed Jay the cloak and said, Brother Jay, we fixed your cloak for you. Max blushed, planted both hands on his hips, and laughed loudly. She helped too. Jean, sewing a piece of clothing from afar, spoke up, Oh, I only gave some advice. Nias leaned his shoulder against the wall and said, I care because you're like my little brother. Having an older brother like me is nice, isn't it? Pale pressed 2 fingers together and said shyly, The reason I used expensive medicine to save you? Because I couldn't let someone die right in front of me. At that moment, I only thought that I had to save you. Jay's confused voice rang out. Pale smiled brightly and continued, I'll do the same next time too, because we're friends. Jay tried to reach toward Pale and thought, because we're friends? Jay reached forward, and a thought surfaced in his mind, just a little farther. Jay's thoughts continued to race. I might be able to touch the true meaning of friendship. The image of Jay, soaked from head to toe, standing frozen in place appeared. Jay thought, but no matter how hard I try. Jay collapsed in the dark space, his thoughts full of despair. I still can't reach it. Jay frowned, his eyes aimed forward, staring intently into the endless void. The scene shifted back to the present. Philip walked beside him and asked, "Are you really helping us?" Jay pushed the wheelchair carrying Sid Rich and replied, "It'll be hard to get out of here now. The fire has covered everything. Staying still here is safer. At least the flames haven't reached the inside yet." As soon as he finished speaking, Jay took off the long-sleeved outer shirt he was wearing. When Philip saw this, he cried out in alarm, "Jay, why are you suddenly?" Philip shouted in confusion. "Have you inhaled too much smoke and lost your mind?" Jay tore the shirt into two halves and denied it. "That's not it." Realizing something, Philip widened his eyes in shock and took a few steps back. A light appeared from inside Jay's wet shirt. Philip stood frozen, his face full of astonishment. Philip's body trembled, and he cried out, "Is that magic?" Jay handed the soaked piece of cloth to Philip and said, "First, cover your nose with this. Don't inhale the smoke." Philip put the cloth over his face and thought, "When I received the request to find a mage, to be honest, I thought it was absurd. I thought magic didn't exist in this world." Philip placed one hand on the cloth in front of his nose and thought, wait, if he has magic, can he create water and put out the fire? Jay put a cloth over Sidrich's face and said, "Magic can't be used endlessly. If you want to ask anything, do it after we get out of here." Jay turned toward Philip and spoke. "Now answer my question first." Jay's voice was low as he looked at Philip and asked, "What do you think friends are?" Philip raised one hand and asked, "Is that important right now?" Jay cut him off. "It is." Philip raised a hand to adjust the cloth covering his mouth and replied, "Friends treat each other well. That's all." Jay continued, "I know." Jay looked at Philip and said, "But the friends I know seem a little different from what you're talking about." Philip lowered his head to check Sidrich's condition. He thought, "Good grief." Philip replied, "Then what are they to you?" Jay raised his hand and lifted the cloth. He answered, "People you can only know for a certain amount of time." Hearing that, Philip stood motionless. He remained silent for a long time, his eyes on Jay. Philip lowered his hand, and the thought burst through his mind. Is this the sense of distance I feel whenever I stand near him? Philip spoke. He denied it. "Jay, you're not wrong, but that isn't enough." Philip lowered his face slightly and said in a low voice, "Friends are people who can help one another unconditionally, and people from whom you can also accept help." Philip raised his head, pulled down the cloth covering his mouth, and declared loudly, "That is what true friends are." Jay looked straight at Philip, his gaze serious. "You won't regret it? You might die here." Philip smiled faintly, his gaze calm, as if he had accepted everything. "No, because I'm only following what my heart tells me." Jay smiled faintly, his gaze calm, as if he had accepted everything. "Your heart." Philip nodded and replied, "That's right, the feeling of wanting to protect your friends." He looked ahead, his gaze firm and without the slightest hesitation. "It's simply the pure feeling of a friend wanting to protect another friend." Jay nodded faintly, as though he had realized something within himself. "So that's it." Suddenly, from high above, iron bars shook and began falling violently. Amid the fiercely burning flames, both Philip and Jay froze when they realized danger was right upon them. Philip and Jay widened their eyes, their bodies stiff before a danger they could not avoid. Jay clenched his hand, his eyes wavering. "Looks like we can't dodge it. We're dead this time." An image of the past suddenly surfaced in Jay's mind, making him halt. This is different from that night. His eyes grew deep as he recalled the battle from before. "Back then, I only thought about having to kill the golem." Jay gritted his teeth, and his heart began pounding faster in his chest. Why? He thought. Was it because if the children died, I wouldn't be able to repay them? A storm of emotions rose inside Jay, leaving him unable to stay calm. Is that really all this feeling is? He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them with a completely different gaze. No. Jay closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them with a completely different gaze. Now I'm sure I understand. He raised his hand. Mana began gathering around Jay's body, then spread powerfully. His eyes became resolute as he thought of the life he had always longed for. "I want an ordinary life like the children have." Jay clenched his hand, his heart pounding harder. "I want to protect the people I care about." He stretched his hand forward, and brilliant white light burst fiercely from his palm. Philip sat beside him, stunned, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Jay looked down at his own power as radiant white light covered the entire space. Philip suddenly spoke up when he witnessed the sight before him. Jay reached out, and then Philip cried out in surprise, "Is this magic?" Jay turned back, his voice calm but decisive in the urgent situation. "Don't move. Just stand still." Philip looked somewhat puzzled and asked why. Philip swallowed, and a thought flashed through his mind. Am I about to be stabbed? Jay focused his power, and the white light covered Philip's injured leg. Philip's eyes widened as he felt the pain completely vanish. "Oh, my broken leg is healed." Jay did not stop. He continued, controlling the flow of energy, spreading it to Sidrich's body. Philip looked at Jay with eyes full of gratitude and deep emotion. "Thank you so much, Jay." Philip bowed his head slightly, his voice becoming sincere. "I'll never forget that you helped me and Sidrich." Jay shook his head faintly, his expression calm, as if it were only natural. "It's all right." Another thought passed through Jay's mind. "From now on, you still have a lot of work to do for me. Besides, I also want to try using my white power." Philip looked around. The flames were still spreading everywhere. "What we need to do now?" Jay turned his head, his determined gaze aimed toward the exit ahead. "Let's get outside," Philip asked in slight surprise. "Are you going to use magic again, Jay?" Jay shook his head, his voice calm, as though he had a clear plan. "No." Jay raised his hand as a signal, his serious gaze telling Philip to stop. "Leave everything to me. Just wait here." Jay lifted his face and looked at the unconscious Sidrich, his gaze darkening as he calculated. Sidrich was still unconscious, his body leaning against the chair, unaware of anything happening around him. Jay took a deep breath, quickly forming a plan in his mind. "I need to hold out with defensive magic until the fire dies down." Nisu stood frozen, his voice trembling. "Our home is completely burned down." Laffy's eyes widened in panic. "Oh no, this can't be." He panicked, his voice becoming urgent and desperate. "What are we supposed to do now? We don't have a home anymore." Jeffer crossed his arms and replied coldly, "This is all Sidrich's fault. He was the one who threw that burning board and set the house ablaze." The man turned his back, his tone decisive. "This isn't our fault, so we're leaving. You people can deal with it yourselves." Laffy clenched his fists, his eyes full of anger as he watched their backs. "Those bastards." Grid collapsed to his knees, tears falling without end as he thought, "I left Philip in there. His leg is still broken too. How is he supposed to get out?" Suddenly, he stopped crying, his eyes widening as he noticed something ahead. From within the dense darkness, a hazy space gradually appeared amid the smoke and flames. Smoke and fire surged with the wind, gradually scattering to reveal an open space ahead. Grid stood frozen, unable to tear his eyes away from the scene, slowly becoming clear. Jay strode proudly out of the burning house, his composure unbelievable. Grid pointed forward, his voice trembling with shock. "Oh, look over there." In the thick smoke, Jay's figure slowly emerged as if he were stepping out of hell. Grid stammered, unable to hide his extreme astonishment. "Don't tell me." Laffy took a step back, his voice full of confusion and disbelief. "The hunter is still alive? He came out of that fire unharmed." Jay stopped, his cold gaze sweeping across everyone standing before him. "If you're planning to charge at me." He curled his lips, his voice low but filled with power. "Then all of you come at once. I'll take you all on." As soon as Jay finished speaking, the air around them grew heavy, making everyone tremble in fear. The people in front immediately fell flat to the ground, trembling all over and not daring to raise their heads. He dropped to his knees, bowed until his face touched the ground, and his body kept shaking in fear. Nisu glanced at the people around him, then looked at his companions with a pale face. Behind him, a loud explosion rang out from the fiercely blazing fire. Jay stood tall in front, his gaze so cold it was as if no one could touch him. Inside the White House across from the burning building, the air still reeked of smoke. Ava looked outside and said, "The kids are coming this way." Ben narrowed his eyes to get a better look. "Is that Philip?" Pout answered shakily. "That group belongs to Sidrich." Jay slowly walked toward the closed door, coldly observing the situation. He strode forward with confidence, while Philip gently pushed the injured Sidrich ahead of him. Jay raised his hand as a signal, his firm voice ringing out. "Everyone stays exactly where you are. Until I give the order, no one moves." Philip hurriedly spoke up, a hint of worry in his eyes. "Wait, Jay. Can you hold on a second?" Philip turned his head, his gaze falling on Grid, who was hesitating behind him. He spoke gently but clearly. Grid, aren't you coming in? Grid lowered his head, his voice trembling with guilt and fear. But Philip, I abandoned you earlier. How could I possibly go in there? Philip smiled faintly, his gentle eyes showing that he did not mind it at all. It's all right. If it had been me, I would have done the same. He took a step forward, his voice becoming warmer and more sincere. I don't blame you at all, so hurry and come into our home. Grid clenched his fists, still unable to escape the guilt in his heart. Even so, I'm still terrified that I left you behind and ran away. Philip smiled and said, I told you it's fine. Jay, can he come in too? Jay stood still, a strange thought flashing through his mind. This hotel belonged to Philip, so why was Philip asking him? Jay gave a slight shrug and replied calmly, Do whatever you want. Philip bowed his head slightly, his eyes filled with gratitude for that permission. Thank you for allowing it. Grid cried as he walked, saying, You're far too generous. Laffy stood behind them, unable to hide his surprise at the scene before him. A hunter has a hotel too? Chad rubbed his head and said, And he's even accepting the guy who abandoned Philip in there? He muttered gloomily, If we do well, then maybe we can. A soft light gradually began to glow in the air, spreading throughout the room. Ben approached and asked, Philip, are you feeling better now? You won that duel, right? Philip raised his hand to stop him, his voice turning serious. Everyone needs to have their injuries treated first. Pao glanced at him and asked, And who are those kids outside? Isn't that Sidrich? Neos frowned and carefully examined Sidrich with an appraising gaze. He looks pretty badly beaten up. Seems like he's seriously hurt. Philip gestured with his hand and said, Move aside. I'll explain everything to you later. Philip frowned in thought. The infirmary is on the second floor, but he's injured. How is he supposed to get up there? Jay stepped forward and loudly demanded, Come on, move aside. Without hesitating for even a second, he bent down and decisively lifted Sidrich up in his arms. Philip hurried after him, his eyes never leaving Sidrich as Jay carried him. The two quickly entered the infirmary, and the atmosphere inside became strangely quiet. Philip took a deep breath, regained his composure, and asked, Can I ask about something I'm curious about now? I mean what I saw in the arena. Jay gave a small shrug and replied calmly, What you saw is exactly what it is. I can use that magic. Philip nodded lightly, his gaze darkening. Then I understand. Philip thought to himself, Jay really doesn't like talking about himself, so I'll have to take it slowly. Jay took out the money box and quickly changed the subject. Anyway, let's settle the payment first. Philip answered briefly and nodded in agreement. Oh, all right. Jay calmly read out the total amount of the bets. The total wager is 424,000 superlinks. Jay pushed the money toward Philip and said, This is your share. Philip said in surprise, You calculated that fast. Jay tilted his head slightly and continued with a serious look. I also need to ask you for a favor. Philip frowned, looked at Jay curiously, and immediately asked, What is it? Jay's voice turned serious. Our base has burned to the ground. I want to ask you to find somewhere else for us to move to. Jay folded his arms and said calmly, If there isn't enough money for the rent, just tell me. Suddenly, Philip interrupted him and softly called his name. Jay. Philip's voice became confident. I can handle finding a new base, and even buying furniture won't be a problem. He raised his head, his eyes firm and his voice certain, without the slightest hesitation. But I absolutely can't accept this money. Jay asked in confusion why. Philip immediately explained, Because splitting it this way isn't right. You should be receiving more. Everything happened thanks to you. Jay stared blankly at him and asked in puzzlement, Why are you so stubborn? Jay let out a soft sigh. His eyes showed a hint of irritation as he pushed the money toward Philip. Just take it. Philip clenched his fists, his gaze becoming serious as he pushed the money back toward Jay. I can't accept it. Jay looked straight at Philip with cold eyes. I don't really understand. Philip froze, his eyes filled with confusion and wandering thoughts. Is he angry? Jay gently closed his eyes, sensing the energy flowing through Philip's body. There was very little yellow mana, while the white mana was overflowing. Philip was worried. Jay carefully observed him, his gaze focused as he looked deep into the source of mana within him. Jay tilted his head slightly, his eyes carrying a hint of curiosity as he asked directly, Are you worried about me? Philip suddenly stepped forward, his voice rather flustered. Worried? About you? Philip frowned slightly, admitting in his mind, You're the strongest person among the kids in District 49. His heart was full of turmoil. If I had to worry, I'd only worry about the bad guys who go up against you. Philip looked straight at Jay, his voice calm but firm. I'm not worried about you. I just think the split is unreasonable. Jay, not understanding, asked, I don't get it. What do you gain from doing that? Philip smiled faintly and explained, think of it this way. I'm investing everything in you. Jay was slightly taken aback. Investing? Philip nodded firmly. That's right. This money will bring profit in the future. If you use that money to make the group stronger, then the hotel can also focus on business without worrying about anything. Jay was silent for a few seconds, then nodded slightly, as if accepting that explanation. All right. Philip let out a soft breath, his expression returning to normal as he said, then next is, someone rushed over in a panic, his face terrified as he delivered urgent news. Something big happened. Zeffy and Rosen showed up, and they brought all their underlings too. Philip and Jay turned their heads at the same time, their eyes tensing at the unexpected news. The boy spoke as he ran, his voice urgent. They sent people to keep watch everywhere. They already know we brought the money back here. Jay curled his lips slightly, his gaze turning cold as he replied, I knew there would be trouble with those guys. Philip turned to look at him, his voice carrying a hint of reproach. Then why didn't you stop them? Jay stood up straight, his gaze calm, yet hiding confidence. Either way, the two sides would have to clash sooner or later. Philip frowned worriedly. But you just finished a fight. Jay tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, Philip, what was that thing you mentioned earlier? Something about profit from an investment. Philip paused slightly, confused by the sudden question. Dividend? Why are you suddenly bringing that up? Jay curled his lips slightly, his gaze cold as he looked toward the enemies ahead. Because you're about to receive your dividends. Zeffy walked over from afar, his eyes full of contempt. So you finally crawled out on your own? Turns out it's true that you survived the fire. Rosen stood beside him and sneered mockingly. I thought you had all burned to death. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of suspicion. Unbelievable. How could you possibly survive? Zeffy folded his arms, his voice carrying doubt. A lot of people died in that fire. Or did you bastards deliberately set it yourselves? You wanted to swallow all the betting money, didn't you? He smirked, his eyes cunning. How would you trick us like that? You really disappoint me. Philip. Zeffy raised a hand forward, his voice issuing an order. Now enough talk. Hurry up and hand over the betting money you earned. If you do that, we'll withdraw. Philip clenched his fist, anger rising in his heart. This is ridiculous. He hesitated a little. Jay took one step forward, his eyes cold as he decided how to handle the situation. I'll give it to you. He raised his hand lightly and snapped his fingers decisively in the tense air. Several glittering coins flew straight forward from Jay at high speed. The coins clattered to the ground right in front of Rosen and Zeffy's feet. Jay looked down at them with cold eyes, his voice carrying clear contempt. That's all your share is worth. Zeffy ground his teeth in anger, his eyes reddening as he looked at the pitiful amount of money at his feet. You bastard. Jay stood tall amid the crowd, his cold gaze sweeping over them. If you want money, then use force and come take it. That's the law of the streets. Zeffy gnashed his teeth, his face twisting with rage after Jay provoked him directly. You bastard. Jay leaned to the side and ordered Philip, go into the hotel first. Philip quickly nodded. All right. Rosen turned his head and shouted, his tone urgent. Grab that kid now. Zeffy stepped forward, looking at Jay with contempt as though he were someone beneath him. An outsider like you dares to speak up here? Jay took a light breath, clearly aware in his mind that his body was indeed in bad condition after the battle just now. He clenched his hands slightly, his gaze gradually sharpening. But dealing with these two won't be a problem. Jay curled his lips faintly and reached inside his clothes to take out the magic ring hidden on him. Because I have this now. He raised his hand to meet the blow, calmly blocking both enemies' attacks at the same time. The powerful collision instantly snapped the wooden spike in Rosen's hand in half. He widened his eyes in shock, staring at the bent metal pipe after the impact. What the hell is this? Jay poured strength into his arm, spun around, and powerfully counterattacked both opponents. His explosive strength pressed the two men hard into the ground, leaving them unable to resist. The underlings behind them witnessed that scene and could only stand still, not daring to advance. Their faces turned pale one by one, their mouths hanging open in terror before his overwhelming strength. Jay raised his head, his cold gaze sweeping across the hesitant crowd in front of him. "What's wrong? Not charging it anymore." One of the underlings shouted. "Shut up, you bastard. Keep attacking him. He's exhausted." They all drew their weapons at once, roared, and rushed straight toward Jay with savage momentum. Jay stood still for an instant, then released a burst of energy that sent all the enemies flying away. Jay's eyes turned blazing red, and the magic ring shone intensely with oppressive power. It was as though his body had been filled with new strength, and his stamina and speed rose at an astonishing rate. Jay charged into the crowd, throwing powerful punches that knocked each enemy down. Laffy watched from outside, his eyes widening at the sight before him. This guy is insane. He swallowed, his voice trembling. He's fighting this many people alone, and he isn't being overwhelmed at all. Chad, standing beside him, could not hold back his feelings and blurted out a shocked compliment. "That's freaking amazing." Laffy turned toward him, looking annoyed. "What? Hey, snap out of it. Our leader is Sidrich," Chad retorted, "but he lost to that hunter." Chad took another deep breath and shouted, "And everyone knows Sidrich is pretty troublesome anyway. He always does whatever he wants, and nothing ever happens to him in the end." Laffy hesitated slightly, his eyes wavering. "That's true, but..." A few other underlings sneered and voiced what they truly felt. "Honestly, when that hunter beat him and left him lying on the floor, I felt pretty satisfied too." Another one chimed in. "Same here. Maybe now he'll finally behave. I'd honestly feel more comfortable if the hunter became the leader instead." Zach stepped forward and shouted, "Split into two groups. Break down the hotel door." Laffy and Chad turned their heads at the same time, their eyes filled with shock at the order that had just been given. Jay froze for an instant, his eyes turning sharp as he realized their intent. "What?" He ground his teeth, murderous intent surging as he looked toward the group heading for the hotel. "Those bastards." Jay took a deep breath, his chest swelling as if he were preparing for something major. He quickly inhaled to gather air, his gaze focused intensely on the target ahead. Jay looked straight at the crowd and roared in fury. "Stop them!" Laffy and the underlings heard him, and their bodies immediately trembled as they sensed danger. Laffy covered his ears in alarm, his eyes trembling as he looked back toward Jay. He swallowed, his voice shaking slightly as though he had just realized something extremely dangerous. "Stop them!" Chad clenched his fists, his eyes determined as he rushed forward. "That's an order from the hunter. Let's go." Laffy widened his eyes in surprise. "What?" Chad's firm voice rang out. "Catch them!" Zach roared angrily, his eyes full of fury. "What is wrong with you people? Our enemy is the hunter. He's the one who took down our leader, Sidrich." Chad turned his head back, his eyes cold as he made a declaration that shocked everyone. "Shut up. Our leader is the hunter now." Zach ground his teeth, his voice trembling with anger. "You accept that guy as your leader?" A group of Rosen's underlings shouted. "Block the door, you bastards! Philip and that guy are inside." Those standing on Jay's side quickly answered. "The hunter ordered us to stop them." Rosen's underlings kept yelling, "Attack! Break the door down now!" The people on Jay's side immediately formed a line, their voices filled with resolve. Defend it at all costs. Philip stood on an upper floor of the hotel, observing the entire situation below. The people inside the hotel were in an uproar. "Sidrich's underlings are helping us? This makes no sense. What's wrong with them?" Philip suddenly widened his eyes in panic as he realized what was happening outside. Sidrich's underlings yelled loudly, gripping their weapons as they charged up, preparing to smash the door apart. "Charge!" Laffy ground his teeth, his eyes full of worry as the situation turned chaotic. "Those lunatics!" The people in front shouted as they tried to shove everyone aside and open a path for a direct attack. "Move!" A large pillar was lifted high, ready to be rammed straight into the hotel door. Philip and everyone else stared at them in shock. Then a deep voice rang out, causing the surrounding air to pause. "Enough!" The underlings all froze at once, their eyes turning frantic as they realized something. As the dust gradually cleared, the image of a foot standing firmly in front of the attack was revealed. One of the underlings spoke in a trembling voice, unable to believe his eyes when he saw Jay standing there. The hunter stopped the pipe. Jay panted softly, his cold gaze sweeping over the entire crowd before him without the slightest wavering. Another one retreated several steps, his voice trembling. He was clearly behind us just now. The enemies ignored it and shouted, "Who cares? Crush him to death." "That's right, we have more people." Jay tightened the muscles in his arms, gathered every last bit of strength he had left, and suddenly launched a fierce counterattack. One of the men in the group screamed in panic as the situation spiraled out of control, his trembling voice shouting, "Keep your balance." Jay suddenly yanked the pillar toward himself, and the immense pulling force sent the crowd flying in every direction. The people standing behind him on his side widened their eyes in shock, unable to believe the scene that had just unfolded. Philip stood above, his eyes wide, his voice trembling in disbelief at the strength he had just witnessed. Impossible. Jay dropped the pillar to the ground, his breathing ragged, but his eyes remained sharp and cold as he stared straight at his opponents. The underlings trembled and retreated, and a few collapsed onto the ground, no longer daring to move forward. Jay stood silently amid the chaos, his icy gaze seeming to pierce through each person before him. Jay narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping across the frightened faces of the opposing crowd. A few panicked men turned and ran, shouting in utter terror as they fled. "Run! We can't beat him!" Jay stood still in the middle of the battlefield, his breathing heavy, and began to realize in his mind, "I've reached my limit now." Suddenly, a loud cheer rang out around him, causing Jay to flinch on reflex. One of his allies stepped forward, eyes shining with admiration, and praised him. "The hunter really is amazing." Many others shouted along as well, their voices filled with excitement and trust as they cheered in unison. "He really is the hunter. That's right, he's our leader now." Jay stood amid the cheers, his eyes wavering slightly. "This is the first time I've seen this color. What emotion is this?" Jay raised his brows faintly, trying to understand the feeling in his heart, but he could not make sense of it. Philip pushed through the cheering crowd, trying to get closer to him with a face full of worry. Jay remained standing there, his gaze gradually softening as the feeling in his heart became clearer little by little. But this feeling, just as Philip arrived, he saw Jay stagger. Philip's eyes instantly filled with panic and concern. Jay's body finally reached its limit, and after exhausting all his strength, he collapsed to the ground. In the moment his consciousness began to fade, he gave a faint smile. "Not bad at all." Philip rushed over in alarm to catch his falling body, shouting loudly amid the chaotic crowd. "Jay!" In a quiet, hazy space, Jay slowly opened his eyes. A low voice echoed through the boundless void. "This place." He looked around, feeling surrounded by unfamiliarity. Jay murmured in confusion, "Where is this? A dream? But I don't usually dream." In the stillness, he suddenly raised his head and saw a stream of light in the distance. Jay put strength into his hands and slowly climbed toward the light leading the way ahead. When he reached the end, he let go and landed on ground covered in fragments. Jay stood still and looked ahead, his eyes filled with curiosity and caution. A dazzling beam of light shone straight down from above, enveloping his face. Jay narrowed his eyes slightly at the strange sight. His deep voice echoed through the space. White light in a dark world. He tilted his head faintly, clearly sensing something unusual, and his voice softened. "What a strange feeling." Jay slowly stretched, moving his body closer to the source of light shining ahead. He observed that light intently, his eyes clearly reflecting the strange change. This light was white to begin with. Jay slowly reached his hand forward toward the crack appearing in the source of light. The instant his fingertip touched it, the light burst forth in brilliant colors that spread everywhere. The surrounding space transformed, countless colors intertwining like a garden of light, leaving him stunned. Jay opened his eyes wide, his voice ringing out in astonishment at the sight he had never seen before. "What exactly is this?" Brilliant bands of color were reflected in his eyes, the light dancing before him as though alive. Suddenly, Jay woke with a start, breathing rapidly as his consciousness returned to reality. He looked around, a thought flashing through his mind. "Is this Philip's infirmary?" Jay raised his brows slightly, trying to recall what had just happened in that strange dream. I think I dreamed about something. Francois immediately asked, Jay, you're awake? Baston stepped forward, his eyes concerned, and asked gently, did you sleep well? He looked at Jay and continued asking in a worried voice, are you hungry? He bowed his head politely, ready to serve whatever Jay requested. If necessary, we will prepare food for you. Jay sat up, waved his hand lightly, and spoke calmly, though there was still a trace of fatigue in his voice. No need. What day is it today? The two answered at the same time, their voices clear. Today is July 11th. Jay's expression sank slightly, his gaze thoughtful. I slept for a whole day. He stood up, straightened his clothes, and said briefly, I'm going outside for a bit. The two bowed their heads and answered at once. Yes. In the lobby area, several people were gathered and talking. One person asked, the people go to work in District 6 starting tomorrow are Cop Sun and Neplin, right? Another nodded and replied, right. I've actually been free lately with nothing to do. Jay stood quietly, listening in passing, and gradually understood the situation. While I was asleep, Philip finished taking care of the work in Sidrich's district. Nioz approached, scratching his head lightly, his voice somewhat hesitant. Is there anything we can help with? He immediately added, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. You can order us to do anything. We're pretty strong, you know. Nioz hurriedly waved his hands, giving an awkward smile, as if afraid of being misunderstood. I'm not trying to brag, or anything. The other person suggested, could you move some boxes in the warehouse? Nioz immediately nodded, his face bright as he agreed without hesitation. Sure. Laffy stepped forward, crossing his arms with a light smile. His tone relaxed as he decided to join in. We'll lend a hand too. We don't have anything to do right now anyway. The person who had asked for help gave a relieved smile. Thank you, everyone. Another person standing beside him let out a sigh of relief, his voice full of gratitude. We were also worried about how we'd move all these goods. Jay watched from a distance, his gaze focused as he noticed the pale blue mana wavering inside Nioz's body. An indescribable feeling suddenly rose in Jay's heart, heavy and oppressive. Gil, Hungu suddenly noticed him and immediately spoke up, his voice carrying clear respect. The hunter has awakened. The people in the hotel quickly gathered around him, their eyes filled with both worry and admiration. Jay, are you all right? A few of them could not hide their excitement and kept praising him. You were so cool when you fought. Thanks to you, we won. The crowd began chattering excitedly, their eyes full of expectation. Please be our captain. If you need anything, just say so. Questions rang out from every direction, making the atmosphere chaotic with endless curiosity. We'll help you. What size clothes do you wear? How are you so good at fighting? What shoes do you wear, sir? Please teach us. Jay stood surrounded by them, his expression slightly tense as he gradually felt overwhelmed. What should I do? This is exhausting. Jay glanced around, thinking of a way to escape the current situation. Should I just slip away somewhere else? Suddenly, a chaotic sound rang out from afar, making everyone turn their heads at once. What was that? That voice? A man ran over, pointing ahead as he shouted urgently, Stop! Catch him! Sidrich appeared, holding a small knife, and charged straight toward Jay at high speed. He growled Jay's name, his eyes filled with emotions so chaotic he could not hide them. Jay! Another person nearby pointed at the knife in Sidrich's hand in panic, his voice trembling as he warned, In his hand, that's a scalpel. Jinho stepped forward, preparing to act. We'll stop him. Jay raised a hand to signal them to stop, his eyes serious, not backing away. Sidrich gritted his teeth and poured all his emotion into a shout, rushing forward with the intent to attack. DJ! Sidrich kicked hard off the ground, his body shooting high into the air, the knife aimed straight down at Jay's position. The blade flashed, slowly drawing closer to Jay's face in a breathless instant. The distance between the blade and Jay's eyes grew shorter and shorter until it was only a hair's breadth away. But at that very moment, Sidrich suddenly trembled, his body stopping in midair as if it had frozen. Sidrich roared in anger, but his voice shook as though he were in the midst of a fierce inner struggle. You bastard, I'll kill you. Jay remained standing still, looking straight at him with calm eyes, not wavering in the slightest. What's wrong? Jay quickly reached out, grabbed Sidrich's wrist tightly, and held him in place so he could not continue. He looked straight at the knife, his voice cold, as though he had understood Sidrich's true intention. Weren't you going to slit my throat with this? Sidrich gritted his teeth, his eyes wavering fiercely, but he could no longer finish his sentence as before. You Jay observed him carefully and thought, there isn't even a trace of red mana in him. No killing intent. He doesn't intend to kill anyone. Sidrich suddenly reversed the knife, an action that left everyone around him stunned. The underlings behind him widened their eyes in terror, and no one dared step forward to intervene. Jay immediately acted, his gaze sharpening as he realized the dangerous situation unfolding. Jay used force to knock the knife from Sidrich's hand, sending it spinning through the air before it fell. He tightened his grip on Sidrich's trembling hand, holding it firmly so Sidrich could not do anything foolish. Jay lifted Sidrich's hand high, keeping it in position to take complete control of the situation before him. He looked straight at him, his voice lowering but filled with pressure. Stop it and follow me. Now, Jay's gaze became more serious than ever. There are a few things I need to say to you. Philip lowered his head in apology, his eyes full of guilt. I am sorry. It's my fault. I should have cleared all the sharp objects out of the infirmary. Jay stood beside him with his arms crossed, his gaze calm, and reassured him gently. It's fine. No one got hurt anyway. The three of them sat in the room, and no one said another word. The atmosphere grew heavy. Philip took a deep breath and asked directly in a serious voice, I heard about what happened. Sidrich, were you really planning to die? Sidrich sat there, his eyes empty, but his voice resolute. That's right. I was serious. Philip froze, unable to hide his confusion. But why? Sidrich clenched his fists, his voice trembling slightly. Because I lost the duel. Now everyone will think I'm weak. They'll look down on me and laugh at me. Philip kept shaking his head, trying to deny that negative thought. That's not true. Even if it were, you'd still be able to get through it. Sidrich immediately reacted, his eyes turning cold and his voice harsh. What do you know? Sidrich stared at Philip, his eyes full of doubt and anger. What do you know about me? Jay sat quietly beside them, observing Sidrich closely and noticing the abnormal changes in his mana. Jay quickly analyzed his condition in his mind. His mana is leaking out abnormally fast. A memory suddenly surfaced in his mind, and a familiar voice echoed. I think it's an accumulation stone. Jay frowned slightly and repeated the term. An accumulation stone. In his memory, Veronica continued explaining, it's a type of magical tool that can automatically absorb and refine mana from the air, but accumulation stones have their limits too. Her voice continued to echo. They can't refine mana perfectly like a mage's mana circles, so there's a risk of mana poisoning. Sidrich lowered his head, his voice choked. Why did you save me? It's over. Everything is truly over. It would have been better if you had just let me burn to death. Philip looked straight at him, his eyes sincere and without hesitation. Of course I had to save you. You're my friend. Sidrich froze for a moment, his eyes widening in astonishment at those unexpected words. Friend. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling as he repeated it. Philip, did you forget? I once tried to kill you. Not only that, I even beat and drove away the younger kids from your hotel without mercy. Overwhelmed by emotion, Sidrich looked at Philip with complicated eyes. And you still call me a friend? You can still say something like that. Philip answered calmly, his gaze unwavering. I think there must have been some hidden reason, because you're not the kind of person who would do something like that for no reason. Sidrich immediately brushed it off, his voice turning sharp. Stop talking nonsense. Jay remained focused beside them, thinking there isn't any red mana in the container. Could he just be pretending to be angry? Philip took another step forward, his eyes softening while his trust remained firm. We've lived beside each other for half our lives. Do you really think I don't know you? Sidrich gritted his teeth and looked away. I told you to stop talking nonsense. Philip looked straight at him, his voice lowering. Then tell me now, why did you do it? Sidrich clenched his fists, his voice gradually growing smaller as he tried to suppress the emotions rising inside him. Please. Philip stepped closer, his eyes sincere, almost begging Sidrich to open his heart and speak. Sidrich, please. Refusing to give up, Philip continued, his voice trembling faintly. If you still consider me your friend, please tell me. Sidrich stood still, his gaze wavering as chaotic emotions surged within him. Why? Sidrich lowered his head, his mind blank, as if he had tried to bury all those painful memories. I'd forgotten everything. Images of the two of them laughing happily together suddenly appeared in his mind, along with the times Philip's praise had made Sidrich so proud that he smiled brightly. Guilt welled up inside him, and he suddenly realized, I treated you like that. The image of the two of them laughing and talking together in the past returned clearly, as if it had never disappeared, their hands once clasped tightly together, like proof of an unchanging friendship. Confusion rose in Sidrich's heart. Then why can you still call me your friend? His voice trembled, his lips pressed tightly together, and at last he uttered, I'm sorry. Tears fell without stopping as Sidrich kept bowing his head. I am sorry, Philip. I am sorry. Philip gently comforted him. It's all right. Don't cry. Don't cry anymore. Jay watched from beside them, inwardly somewhat surprised by Sidrich's true self. Sidrich. So he's actually this much of a crybaby. Sidrich clenched his fists and tearfully confessed everything. I'm truly sorry for treating you all so badly. I hated my weak self. I hated it so much that when I saw all of you being like me, it made me unbearably angry. Sidrich continued speaking with regret, his eyes full of torment. I used to be able to work in other districts under the hotel's name, but I hated having to grovel and hand money over to the strong. His voice became firmer, so I thought I had to become strong myself. Sidrich recalled those harsh days. I imagined countless fights against other gangs in my head and trained my body brutally every day. In his memory, an unfamiliar voice rang out. Shall we talk for a bit? At the time, he had followed the stranger without the slightest suspicion, thinking simply, talk? Fine, let's go. In the present, Sidrich lowered his head, realizing everything. I thought my chance had finally come, but it was just my delusion. He bit his lip, his voice carrying deep regret. I should have gone back to the hotel then, but I didn't want to lower my pride. Sidrich's eyes grew pained as he confessed. So I deceived myself by hating all of you. I told myself I wasn't like you, that I didn't submit to strength or settle for reality. He raised his head, recalling that fateful moment. And then I met that person. In the memory, Walter looked at Sidrich with understanding in his eyes, his voice suggestive. You're full of anger, like a powder keg about to explode. What made you so angry? Back then, Sidrich did not hesitate and spoke the thing he had always buried in his heart. Myself. Sidrich's voice lowered. I hate myself so much I can't stand it. The man shook his head slightly, wearing an unreadable smile. Oh my, that's not it. Walter smiled meaningfully and held out a ring to him. Take this ring. His eyes turned serious, his voice low. You are currently afflicted with a terrible illness that prevents your muscles from exerting their strength. This ring will help suppress that illness. Sidrich was stunned, clearly feeling the change in his body. Everything that person said was completely true. Walter frowned slightly, his voice carrying a clear warning. You must never take off this ring. Without it, the illness may relapse. Sidrich immediately nodded and answered, yes. The man continued, also from a gang. Ideally, it should have 66 members, all strong and sturdy people. If you succeed, I will grant you an even greater reward. Sidrich recalled it with eyes mixed with regret and bitterness. I accepted happily, because becoming the leader of a gang had always been my dream. Philip suddenly called his name. Sidrich. Jay looked straight at him, his gaze calm, but full of certainty. First, there's one thing you need to know. The reason you became stronger isn't because your illness was cured. Sidrich flinched, his pupils shrinking when he heard those words. What? Jay held up the ring, his voice decisive. It was because of magic. This ring is enchanted to strengthen the body. Sidrich immediately reacted, his eyes turning fierce as he reached out to demand it back. What are you talking about? That's my ring. Give it back right now. Sidrich glared viciously, his resentful gaze aimed straight at Jay without hesitation. Jay remained calm and explained slowly. There is something called mana in this world. With mana, people can create fire or increase their muscle strength. You were deceived by that, Mage. Sidrich's voice trembled, unable to believe what he had just heard. Impossible. Magic. Sidrich clenched his fists, his mind in turmoil as he gradually realized the cruel truth. If that was true, if all of it was magic, his voice cracked, and he could hardly accept the reality collapsing before his eyes. Then does that mean I never got stronger on my own? No matter how hard I tried, in the end, I'll just go back to being as weak as I used to be? Jay shook his head slightly, his gaze firm, as if trying to pull Sidrich out of his negative thoughts. You don't have to go back. He looked up, his eyes filled with confusion because he did not understand what Jay meant. What? Jay took another step forward, his voice steady, as if offering Sid Rich a new path. You don't have to return to the way you were before. From now on, just do exactly as I say. His eyes sharpened. Then I'll give you something even better than this ring. Sid Rich stood silently, his eyes blank with shock as he listened to Jay's confident words. Sid Rich lowered his head, his sincere voice filled with deep gratitude. Thank you. I'm truly grateful to you. He slowly turned around, opened the door, and walked out at a measured pace, his mind in chaos. Philip watched Sidrich's retreating back, then turned to Jay with a worried, uncertain look. Do you really intend to choose Sidrich as your main assistant and have him take charge of everything from now on? Jay thought for a moment, then answered in a calm but firm voice. That's right. Once everything is settled, I'll leave. In Jay's mind, his earlier conversation with him suddenly resurfaced. Sidrich then asked, are you planning to train him personally? Like the way you joined the match the other day? Jay replied, yeah. He's also trained his body fairly well, so his foundation isn't bad. Jay's voice continued to echo in the memory, carrying clear and practical guidance. As long as he has the right techniques, he may even be able to make up for the difference in strength and physique. Got it. Philip looked at him, his gaze softening, and expressed his sincere gratitude. Thank you for worrying about me. Philip continued, his voice thoughtful as he mentioned the decision just made, and also for using a reward to bring Sid Rich over to our side. I think that was a very wise move. He pondered for a moment, then continued. Defeating an opponent with violence isn't always the best option. Philip's voice slowed, and a thoughtful look flashed through his eyes. To be honest, that's how it is. Sometimes they keep their pride and find a way to take revenge. Jay was silent for a moment, thinking to himself, I can't remember the last time someone retaliated against me. Probably because I made them so terrified they didn't dare do that to me. Then he spoke, his voice calm, but carrying absolute confidence. Even so, I still believe strength is the most powerful tool. If people are afraid, they won't dare oppose you. Philip shook his head slightly, his gaze deep as he gave his own view. But strength alone can't create true loyalty among the children. Jay frowned in thought, a hint of doubt in his eyes as he asked back, then what should be used? Philip smiled faintly and answered calmly, the answer is a fitting reward. Just like your promise to Sidrich that you would teach him how to fight. Jay folded his arms, pondering what Philip had just said. I don't completely agree, but I can't deny it either. After all, Philip is very good at dealing with people. Downstairs in the hotel, Jay turned back to look at everyone, his voice becoming serious and warning. For the time being, we'll stay at the hotel while we look for somewhere more stable. If any of you do anything that brings trouble to the kids in the hotel, I'll deal with you myself. He continued, his gaze sweeping over everyone as if re-establishing order. From now on, Sidrich will be the main assistant, or the deputy leader. Most of my orders will be passed through him. Treat what he says as my will. Nioz stood nearby, scratching his head as he looked around, then commented on the situation. Looks like what happened yesterday has been settled properly. Laffy said softly, Sidrich was a leader of his own group before joining us, right? His old group probably dragged him off the train. Jay fell silent, gradually piecing everything together in his mind. A fitting reward may be the key to gaining honesty. He suddenly spoke, and Jay stepped forward, his decisive voice drawing everyone's attention. I'll return all the betting money everyone put down. I earned enough from the other groups. One of them widened his eyes in shock, his voice stammering. Are you serious? You really want to give the money back? No matter what, I've always supported the hunter. Philip stepped forward, reminding Jay of the old issue. Jay, we still haven't finished dealing with Zifi and Rosen. Jay and Philip left together, quickly heading to the place where the two men were being held. Jay stood before them, his gaze cold. Let's get to the point. Veronica Bookstore. You know where it is, don't you? Zifi shook his head repeatedly, his eyes darting away as if he were deliberately hiding something. Before he could say anything more, Jay struck him with a powerful punch that sent his whole body swaying. Jay looked down at him, his icy gaze making the air feel suffocating. Looks like you still don't understand what's happening here. Zifi asked in a trembling voice, what do you people want? Money? Or, before he could finish, Zifi took another hard slap that snapped his head to the side. Jay cut him off coldly, his voice containing not the slightest bit of patience. That's not what I asked. Jay straightened up and yanked the gag from Rosen's mouth without hesitation. Rosen sucked in a sharp breath, then hurriedly confessed everything in fear. You mean the bookstore on Street 8, right? I was hired to cause trouble and force them to leave. Someone wants that place. Jay narrowed his eyes and continued interrogating him. Who hired you? Rosen swallowed, his voice shaking. It was Fred, the owner of the grocery store on Street 3. Jay nodded slightly, a flash of understanding appearing in his eyes. So that's how it is. He quietly bent down, grabbed Rosen's hair tightly, and pulled him up without hesitation. Without delaying even a second, Jay put strength into his arm and slammed Rosen's head down onto the cold floor. Blood dripped from Rosen's nose, and his head was yanked back up while he was dazed and in pain. Jay did not stop. He continued striking, his eyes cold as though devoid of emotion. In that instant, Philip suddenly realized that this was Jay's true self. But it was still not over. Deep in Philip's heart, an indescribable feeling still rose. It's not finished yet. Philip quietly observed the entire chaotic scene, gradually understanding more as Jay punished Zifi and Rosen in public. It made the children in the hotel feel much more at ease. A few people standing behind began whispering to one another, their tones both excited and satisfied. Nice. I still remember the kids they beat up. Touching the hunter is a way to invite disaster onto themselves. Philip exhaled softly, his gaze becoming quiet, and that act is also a major lesson for Sidrich's group. Philip continued thinking, an indescribable feeling toward this person rising in his heart. If all of this is part of his plan, then it's cold but effective. Jay stood upright before the two men who had been beaten down, his gaze icy. I'm giving you a separate task. Destroy that grocery store no matter what it takes. He lowered his head slightly, his voice low but full of pressure. Remember this clearly. If we suffer any losses, Jay took another step forward, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce straight through the trembling men on the ground. I will hunt you down until not a single one of you is left alive. Rosen and Zifi lay curled up on the ground, their whole bodies trembling, their eyes filled with fear. A few members of the group came closer, quickly helped the two men up, and dragged them away from the place. The tense atmosphere quickly dissolved, replaced by the liveliness and noise of the crowd. Eat as much as you want today. It's unbelievably good, right? Did you see their faces back then? They deserved it. It was like a joke. Sam looked around, trying to find a familiar figure among the crowd. Has anyone seen the hunter? Liam replied, he was just here. He looked at the tray of food and said, I was going to bring him some food, but now he's disappeared somewhere. On the quiet upper floor, Jay sat alone in silence, looking out at the distant sky. He rested his hand on the railing, his gaze calm as he remembered Philip's words. Someone who can help without asking for anything in return, and who can also accept help without hesitation. That person is truly a friend. Jay slowly closed his eyes, recalling the things he had once believed. I thought friends were people who had known you for years. Then the images of what he had just experienced gradually appeared clearly in his mind. But it turns out that someone who always worries about you is a true friend. Maybe those kids are the only people I've ever truly worried about. Jay slowly opened his eyes, his gaze directed toward the vast sky ahead. And I also want to think of Nyoz as a friend. Is it possible to become friends even with an age gap of more than 20 years? A trace of hesitation crossed his eyes, as if he were asking himself, do I still have the chance to call someone a friend again? Jay lowered his head slightly, his hand tightening a little. Maybe not. I'm different from everyone else. I'm someone who lacks emotion. He quietly closed his eyes, sinking into his deepest thoughts. The only ones who treated me sincerely and without prejudice were Nyoz and the kids living under the bridge. It's probably hard for anyone to truly understand me. From behind, Philip approached gently, breaking the quiet atmosphere with a warm voice. Even so, silence is better than noise, isn't it? Philip held out his hand, offering Jay a steaming cup of hot cocoa. This is hot cocoa. I thought you liked sweet things. Jay looked at the cup in his hand and thought, I used to eat candy and chocolate to regain my strength. So that's it. That's why he thinks I like those things. Philip asked cheerfully, can I sit beside you? Jay nodded in response. Yeah. Jay lifted the cup of cocoa to his lips and slowly took a small sip in the quiet. As soon as the sweetness spread across his tongue, he paused slightly, as if realizing something. Philip saw that reaction and smiled faintly, as if he had expected it. Jay looked down at the cup in his hand. The warmth spreading through it made him feel at ease. It's warm. He remained silent, his gaze softening as he felt the warmth seep deep into his heart. Warm enough for me to temporarily forget the cold emptiness inside me. Philip thought for a long while, then slowly made his final decision. In that case, I'll go north. I heard there are many abandoned factories there. Jay nodded lightly in reply. Understood. Jay silently blended into the dense crowd ahead and gradually vanished from sight. Behind him, two strangers followed, whispering to each other in a hurried and anxious tone. Hey, hide. Hurry. Jay quickly turned through several empty alleys and returned to the familiar house. He stood in front of the door, took a deep breath, and reached out to open the old door. As soon as the door opened, Veronica ran out from inside with a relieved expression. Jay, you finally came. She stepped closer and said, I was worried because you haven't come by these past few days. Grandpa and I were both waiting. But as she was speaking, Veronica suddenly froze when she noticed something unusual. Her eyes became serious as she looked closely. Something happened, didn't it? Did you get into a fight? You got darker too. Jay curled his lips slightly, appearing unconcerned about the wounds on his body. These injuries are nothing. Veronica frowned, her voice filled with reproach mixed with worry. How can you say you're fine when you're like this? Jay's gaze suddenly softened in a strange way. She's beautiful. In his mind, her image appeared like a gentle little sun. He lowered his gaze slightly, an emotion rising in his heart. I've never felt like this before. Maybe because now I know how to worry about others. I can see things I couldn't see before. She hurried forward, her two hands glowing faintly. Wait, let me heal you. My mana. Jay gently raised his hand to stop her, his tone calm but firm. I already gave myself first aid, so there's no need for treatment. Besides, if you keep using the surrounding mana, you'll become addicted, right? Veronica sighed softly, her eyes still worried as she looked at him. I saw you were hurt, so I acted on reflex. Jay smiled faintly and turned to walk into the house with a calm expression. I'm Fine. Let's go see your grandfather. She stood still in place, her heart trembling slightly. Was he worried about me? Jay suddenly stopped mid-step and turned his head back. Oh, right, Veronica. Jay's eyes became more serious as he asked an unexpected question. Do you consider me a friend? She looked slightly surprised, but then smiled gently and answered without hesitation. A friend? That's sudden. Yeah, you're my friend. A vague feeling that was hard to name suddenly rose in Jay's heart. I'm just curious what criteria people usually use to consider someone a friend. If I worry about someone, does that person count as my friend? Veronica lowered her head slightly, her eyes wavering as she thought about the relationship between the two of them. Is Jay my friend? Jay saved me twice, so I owe him. And both of us are mages, so I feel some sympathy for him too. But I haven't known Jay for very long to call him a friend. Jay stood silently, his eyes fixed entirely on her, without moving away. Veronica turned aside slightly, her cheeks flushing red because of the confused thoughts in her mind. After hesitating for a while, she took a light breath and confirmed it aloud. Yes, you're my friend. Jay nodded slightly, seeming to have understood something quite clearly. I see. Then let's go see your grandfather. Veronica hurried forward, reaching out as if to stop him. Wait, Jay, Jay turned his head back, his gaze calm as he asked, what? She mustered all her courage, her voice trembling slightly. Do you consider me a friend too? Veronica stood there, her hands clenched, her face bright red as she waited expectantly for his answer. Jay was silent for a moment. His straightforward gaze looked deep into her eyes. He answered decisively, his calm voice carrying not the slightest hesitation and making the air freeze. No. Veronica's eyes immediately widened, her face red with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. Unable to hold back her emotions, she shouted loudly in a voice full of irritation. After calming down, Veronica turned away and spoke in a normal voice. You go in first. I still have to feed the children. I'll come later. Jay stood outside, wondering in his heart because he did not understand what had just happened. Why did she suddenly yell like that? He raised his hand and gently turned the handle, opening the door to the room in front of him. As soon as the door opened, a familiar voice came from inside. It's been a long time since you came by. Jay. Graham lay there, speaking while smiling faintly in his familiar teasing tone. People say the older you get, the less you sleep, but I only seem to be sleeping more. At this rate, I might end up sleeping all day. Jake sat down, his eyes turning slightly serious. I heard you were sick. Graham laughed softly, his gaze gentle. Veronica must have told you, right? Jake tightened his hand slightly, his gaze growing heavy. Are you going to die soon? Graham sighed softly, his voice calm as though he had accepted his fate. Yes, at most, perhaps another half a year. He looked straight at Jay, his eyes becoming more serious as he made his decision. That is why, starting today, I will teach you magic. Jay lowered his head slightly and responded with a serious, respectful attitude. Yes, sir. Jay raised his hand, took out an object, and looked at Graham with curiosity. But before we begin, please tell me what this thing is. In his hand, the small ring emitted a strange, sparkling light. Graham looked at the ring, his eyes changing slightly as he recognized it. It is a type of mana battery. He lifted the ring and slowly explained more about its structure and function. It contains a small amplification and strengthening effect inside. Graham continued, his voice lowering. It has also been enchanted. Under certain conditions, it increases strength and reflexes. And it also, he paused for a beat, his expression becoming stern as he mentioned the dangerous part. It has been mixed with a type of vampiric magic as well. Jay frowned slightly, showing confusion at the type of magic he had just heard about. Vampiric magic? Graham nodded lightly in confirmation. Yes, he slowly explained. Usually, mana batteries gradually wear down as they are used and eventually become empty shells. Graham looked at the ring, his voice lowering as he spoke of the difference. But this type of battery is different. The ring is designed to absorb the wearer's life force and restore itself. Jay widened his eyes, unable to hide his astonishment. Is that really possible? Graham chuckled softly and replied, of course. The ring's energy source is mana, and human life force is merely another form of mana. Graham asked in a grave voice. More importantly, not just anyone can engrave this formula. Where did you get such a dangerous thing? Jay pondered for a moment, then calmly recounted his past. I was once the leader of a group of wandering children, and I received it from the previous leader. He said he had received it from a man who claimed to be a high-ranking member of Mage. Graham immediately froze, his eyes changing clearly when he heard that name. Mage. Jay raised his head, looking at Graham with curiosity, as if wanting to confirm the information he had heard. You know it? Graham said softly, of course. Who doesn't? Graham slowly explained in a heavy voice that Mage was currently the strongest and most dangerous underground organization. They traded in everything from firearms and illegal substances to human trafficking. He continued, his eyes distant as if recalling many unpleasant things. Compared to other major gangs, they had fewer members, and their movements were far more mysterious. Graham paused briefly, then emphasized, but what makes them truly terrifying is that all of their members are mages. Jay frowned, looking doubtful. Mages aren't exactly easy to find, are they? Graham shook his head, immediately denying it in a firm voice. Of course not. Graham pointed at the ring and continued explaining the identifying mark. The red stone is the symbol of Mage members. The mana battery they always carry with them is proof that they have no fear of becoming addicted to mana. His voice grew low as he recounted an ancient legend known to very few people. This is a famous legend among hunters pursuing the rainbow. It is said that a fragment of the rainbow is in the hands of the Mage organization. Jay froze, his eyes widening in surprise at what he had just heard. He frowned and asked, isn't a rainbow just a band of colors that appears in the sky? Then how could Mage possess it? Graham admitted. Indeed, the common belief is that a rainbow is only the 7 colors high above. Graham gave a slight nod and continued. But as we studied the rainbow more deeply, we seized a red stone from a Mage member. His voice lowered. Its quality far surpassed ordinary mana batteries. We began to wonder how they could equip every member with items like that. Then an idea about the rainbow flashed through our minds. Graham lowered his voice further, emphasizing the theory that made everything even more frightening. In truth, the rainbow may be a jewel that emits infinite light and mana. Jay stood silently, 2 words echoing in his mind. Infinite. He asked again, please explain in more detail. Graham closed his eyes eyes, as if reminiscing about old stories, and began to tell it. In ancient times, Graham's deep, warm voice said, as though guiding him into a lost era, the sky was always clear and the land was fertile. Prosperity flourished at the center of the first city built by mankind. There was a brilliant, multicolored jewel that contained vitality. The light from that rainbow jewel made the land fertile. Illnesses gradually disappeared through its healing, and its miraculous benefits were slowly revealed. Graham paused for a moment, his gaze growing heavy as the story took a turn. Then he lightly clenched his hand and continued telling of the upheavals that changed everything. Many forces rose up, yearning to seize the rainbow jewel, and war broke out between factions. After a long battle, the rainbow jewel, Graham's voice sank completely, as if he regretted speaking of the tragic ending, shattered into 7 pieces, scattering across the world. Jay quickly connected the information, his gaze becoming much sharper. So Mage is holding one of those fragments. Graham nodded in confirmation. Exactly. The stones their members carry are fragments of the rainbow. Graham sighed softly, his eyes clearly showing caution when he mentioned that organization. We have also met many people who think the same way. We are to learn more, but Mage is an extremely dangerous organization. Jay lowered his head slightly, and an image suddenly surfaced in his mind. The man in the basement. Jay pondered silently, gradually piecing together the important information he had just heard. From this conversation, that man was certainly a member of Mage, but it was still unclear whether he was a high-ranking figure. His gaze became more serious. From now on, I need to investigate Mage more thoroughly. Hope rose in Jay's heart as he thought about the possibility of uncovering a great secret. Perhaps that would be the key to finding the true rainbow. Graham looked at him and gave a faint smile, as if he had expected this. It sounds like you are about to throw yourself into a dangerous adventure. I feel that stopping you would be useless, wouldn't it? Graham looked at him and nodded slightly, showing his acceptance. I respect your decision. He placed the ring in Jay's hand and let out a soft breath. That is everything I know about Mage. Graham looked straight at Jay, waiting to see if he had anything else he wanted to ask. Do you have any more questions? Jay looked down at the ring, his gaze full of thought and a trace of worry. As for the strengthening magic and other extraction magic on the ring, can they be erased? Just then, Veronica's familiar voice came from outside the door. Grandpa, I'm coming in. Graham turned his head and smiled as he began the lesson for both of them. We have a new student today, so we will start from the basics, all right? Veronica, how are you feeling? She answered rather confidently. I'm fine. Graham nodded in satisfaction and began explaining. Excellent. First, all types of magic begin by creating a circle. He raised his hand to demonstrate, clearly explaining the source of mana and how to use it. You can use mana from the air or a mana battery to cast spells. But as everyone knows, because of the risk of mana addiction, creating a circle is mandatory. Graham continued lecturing. When the surrounding mana flows into the circle, it is purified. The element inside the circle will differ depending on each person's characteristics. He concluded, his voice firm as he emphasized the point. That means each person has their own limits on the types of magic they can use. Jay thought silently. Thinking back, the mages he had met before also had rings that emitted different colors of mana. Graham smiled faintly and turned to Veronica, as if to test her basic knowledge. The way to create a circle is actually very simple. Veronica, try explaining it. She took a small breath, calming herself before she began presenting. Yes. Jay watched Veronica raise her hand. She focused her mind and began giving detailed step-by-step instructions. First, concentrate mana in the palm of your hand. She continued speaking in an even voice, as if reciting a familiar lesson. Use the type of mana you find easiest to control. Veronica closed her eyes, explaining while she performed the action. Then guide the mana along your arm toward your heart. After that, let the mana rotate around your heart. A gentle blue light spread out, gradually covering the entire area around her heart. Veronica closed her eyes, trying to maintain the state and not let the mana be interrupted. Do not stop. Gradually increase the speed of the rotation. Suddenly, the blue mana surged fiercely and shot out of her body. But in the blink of an eye, all of that mana vanished without a trace. Veronica flinched, her eyes widening as she realized she had just lost control. She lowered her head, her voice saddened as she admitted the result had not gone as desired. I failed right at the step of creating the circle. I should have held the mana steady until the final moment. Graham smiled kindly, gently reassuring her so she would not lose confidence. Do not worry too much. You have improved greatly day by day. Veronica nodded slightly, regaining her spirit. Yes, determination rose in her heart. But this time, I still want to complete the circle so Grandpa can see. It really isn't easy at all. Graham turned to Jay, his eyes full of expectation. What about you, Jay? Would you like to try? Jay nodded in agreement, with a rather serious expression. Yes. Jay stood still, slowly closed his eyes, and focused his entire mind. In his mind appeared a radiant space filled with countless different colors. Jay told himself inwardly, first, breathe in mana, the type I can control best. He hesitated for a moment, then decided not to limit himself anymore. Any color will do. Before Jay, a brilliant red light gradually appeared, fluctuating intensely. That light slowly merged into his beating heart. Jay clenched his fists, pouring his entire will into keeping the rotating flow of mana steady. Sweat began rolling down his face, but he persevered and refused to give up. Veronica opened her eyes wide, worried as she sensed the instability coming from Jay. She turned to Graham, her voice trembling with fear at the situation. Grandpa, what's happening? Jay gritted his teeth, clearly feeling the terrible pressure bearing down on him. It was as if his body was about to burst apart. Jay pressed a hand tightly to his chest, trying to endure the pain rising within him. Only willpower and determination remained in his mind. But I have to endure it. I have to overcome it, no matter the cost. Jay told himself inwardly, with only the one goal he pursued remaining. For my goal. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, as if he had just escaped that dangerous state. Jay gasped for breath, trying to calm himself after the pressure he had just experienced. Jay frowned, unable to understand what had just happened. Why did the mana that was rotating disappear so suddenly? His heart seemed to stop for an instant, leaving his body stiff with confusion. Suddenly, a blazing red light erupted from deep inside his body. That light moved continuously, spinning throughout his body as if searching for something. It gradually gathered and shone powerfully at the position of Jay's heart. He stood silently, clearly feeling the source of power surging inside him. Jay let out a quiet sound, unable to hide his surprise at the transformation that had just occurred. A violent gust of wind rose from Jay's body, leaving all three of them stunned. Jay stood dazed before the terrifying power radiating from him. Jay placed a hand on his chest and murmured inwardly, "Did it work?" Veronica's voice rang out in praise. "Amazing. That's really amazing." Then she took both his hands. Unable to suppress her excitement, Veronica said, "You really created a circle." She happily took Jay's hands and shook them up and down. "You really are a genius." "Incredible," Jay murmured inwardly. "A genius." Graham glanced at Jay, secretly satisfied. "Even I, who was once called a prodigy, took 3 months to create my first circle. And yet he succeeded on his very first try." Jay said modestly, "Calm down. Just calling me a genius is not enough." Graham lay on the bed and said, "Most of your circle contains the elements of strengthening, weakening, and regeneration, but there are other elements as well." Graham thought for a moment, then continued, "The ratios are very small, but there is almost every type." He explained again in detail. Red mana symbolizes anger, paleping mana symbolizes sorrow, white mana symbolizes anxiety, and every color of mana that exists in this world. Veronica could not help exclaiming, "Is that really possible?" Jay asked seriously, "Can you really see the mana in my circle?" Graham calmly gave his answer. "I cannot see it, but I can sense the energy. If you do not want others to see your circle, you only need to cut off the flow of mana." Jay thought inwardly, cut off the flow. The magic circle on his chest moved slightly, and immediately afterward, the magic circle seemed to be controlled, gradually fading away. Only after the magic circle on Jay's body had completely vanished did Graham speak. "That is how you do it. In everyday life, it is best to hide your circle. There is no need to show off that you are a mage in this harsh world. Graham looked at him and taught him more. When you use magic through your circle, the circle will appear, but how easily it is detected depends on the distance. He smiled, secretly praising him. You just created a circle, yet you do not look tired at all. Immediately afterward, Graham spoke while circulating spiritual power. Then let us try it right away. I will cast a spell, so try imitating it. He clasped his hands together, and rays of light shone from the gaps between his fingers. A few seconds later, a polyhedron appeared, floating above Graham's palm. He smiled, raised it in front of Jay, and asked, "How about it? Can you do it?" Veronica sat beside them, inwardly panicking. "Grandpa," she rubbed her arm, secretly flustered. That spell just now used more than 7 incredibly complex elements. It requires precise calculation of the element ratios and formula. Yet Grandpa is telling him to try it without any explanation. Even if it's Jay, Veronica broke out in a sweat and looked over at him. But astonishingly, the polyhedron was already in Jay's hand. Both Veronica and Graham were shocked at the same time, so stunned that they froze in place. Graham could not help praising him. "Good. Try this one too. What about this? And this one as well." Graham presented 3 models, then made Jay copy them, and Jay perfectly reproduced all 3. Graham closed his eyes slightly, secretly satisfied. I thought being able to create a circle only meant he would be more talented, but who knew? On the other side, Veronica shouted loudly, "Are you really a genius?" Graham inwardly added, "He has far surpassed imagination." A little while later, Graham lay neatly on the bed and fell asleep. After that, the two of them quietly opened the door and went outside. Veronica excitedly turned to look at Jay and asked, "You were amazing earlier. How'd you do that?" Jay thought inwardly, "I can't say that I can see mana." After thinking that, Jay answered, "I just tried it, and it worked." Veronica pouted and asked, "You're hiding something, aren't you?" Jay replied calmly, "No, I'm telling the truth." She had no choice but to let it go for the moment. "Fine then." Veronica turned away and smiled brightly as she praised him. Anyway, it was still outstanding. It was really impressive. As she walked down the stairs, she kept talking. "Maybe you're the best mage I've ever seen, though the only people I know are Grandpa and you." Jay had been silent from beginning to end. At that moment, he suddenly called out, "Veronica." Veronica paused and turned her head. Jay voiced the question he had been wondering about. "Are you jealous of me?" She gave an awkward laugh. "Huh, I guess I am." Veronica inwardly grumbled. "What? He's asking that directly?" Jay said coldly, "Do you hate me? Or are you annoyed or angry with me?" As he spoke, he remembered the hateful gazes that had looked at him. That guy is the only one Golem shares food with. I can't get along with him at all. Jay looked down indifferently and continued, or something like, "You should have been the one to create the circle, not me." He thought inwardly, people usually react like that. Veronica asked back, "Are you asking if I'm jealous?" Jay answered softly, "Yeah." She touched 2 fingers to her head, closed her eyes, and thought seriously. After pondering for a while, Veronica answered honestly, "I admire you, but I'm not jealous." Jay asked in confusion, "Why not?" She smiled shyly as she looked at Jay. "Because you're my friend." He had not expected to hear that answer, and he froze slightly. Jay asked doubtfully, "Friends don't get jealous of each other?" Veronica folded her arms and thought before answering. "Not always, but most of the time, that's how it is." She broke out in a sweat and thought inwardly, "So you have to say I'm your friend too, okay? It's not just me who thinks we're friends, right?" Old memories of Pale suddenly flooded Jay's mind. Don't starve yourself just to give your share to the younger kids anymore. Let's split it in half and eat together. Jay seemed to suddenly understand. He spoke up, "I see." Something like that. Veronica stared blankly at his expression. He's expressionless, but he looks really sad. As she turned away, she said, "You really are a strange kid." Jay's eyes lowered sadly as he murmured inwardly, "But she isn't wrong." He suddenly called her name. "Veronica." She turned back in puzzlement and asked, "What now?" Jay asked Veronica seriously, "Can you teach me how to read and write?" She rested her chin on her hand and thought, "I could, right?" Jay stared at Veronica blankly. She closed her eyes and thought inwardly, "I've never taught anyone before, but I've helped my younger siblings with their studies. Can I really do it?" Then, A flame of determination blazed up inside Veronica. "All right, I'll teach you." Jay looked at her expressionlessly and obediently replied, "Thank you. I'll do my very best to learn." Veronica thought inwardly, Jay is the person who saved my life, so even if I'm bad at studying, I'll do my best. She raised one finger and gave a condition. "But first, there's something you have to do before we start studying." Jay's face darkened as he calculated inwardly. As expected, there's no way advanced knowledge would be free. Maybe she plans to make me repair the Zephyr gang. I need to be cautious. Jay cracked his knuckles and asked coldly, "What do I have to do first?" Veronica smiled and pointed her thumb toward the stairs. "Go take a bath. There's a bathroom on the second floor." After hearing that answer, Jay pressed his lips together and fell silent. Unaware of anything, she smiled and continued, "Go wash yourself clean. I'll prepare new clothes for you." The scene changed. At that moment, someone suddenly called out, "Veronica." She was preparing something when she heard someone call her name, so she turned to glance over and replied, "Jay, done bathing?" Jay stepped out, wearing a bathrobe. As he walked, he used a towel to dry his hair, then asked Veronica again, "Where can I put the towel?" The moment she saw Jay like this, Veronica unconsciously grew embarrassed, and both her cheeks immediately turned as red as tomatoes. Looking at Jay's refined face at that moment, Veronica unconsciously thought, "He's so handsome." Seeing that she was not answering and was only standing there in a daze, Jay continued asking, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Hearing him ask that, Veronica finally snapped back to her senses. Flustered, she threw his clothes into Jay's face and shouted at him, "And no, it's nothing. Hurry up and get dressed." Confused by Veronica's intense reaction, Jay could only blurt out, "What?" After Jay finished putting on his clothes, he and Veronica sat down at the table across from each other. She then asked him, "Anyway, may I ask why you want to learn to read and write?" Hearing her ask him that, Jay calmly replied, "Because I want to read books." Jay went on to tell Veronica the deeper reason he wanted to learn letters. "If I continue my journey upstream along the Elton River, I'll need more knowledge than I have now." At that moment, he remembered the time he had spent with Nyos, when Nyos had taught him letters. Jay thought to himself that although he had learned to read from Nyos, it had not truly been systematic or thorough. After hearing why Jay wanted to learn letters, Veronica became extremely moved. She sprang to her feet and said, "I understand. In that case, since we can't open the bookstore anyway, come by any time and I'll teach you." Sitting across from her, Jay looked a little awkward as he spoke up. About that, seeing him hesitate like that, Veronica answered with some confusion, "Yes." Jay placed both hands on the table, his gaze somewhat guilty, and said, "You can open it right now. Those children won't come back." Hearing him say that, Veronica's expression immediately changed. Her face turned pale as she thought to herself, "Come to think of it, I haven't seen those children throwing stones lately." Wait, did Jay? Cold sweat broke out on her, and she did not dare think any further. She immediately asked Jay, "Did you kill them?" Hearing such a childish question from her, Jay answered at once, "I wouldn't kill anyone just because they threw stones at a store." Hearing him say that, Veronica collapsed onto the table. She let out a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, you scared me." Veronica then continued speaking to Jay. "In that case, I'll open the store as soon as we finish today's lesson." Hearing that, Jay replied, "That sounds like a good idea." Right after that, the books were brought out and piled into tall stacks. Veronica arranged countless piles of books in front of Jay. Pointing at them with her hand, she said to him, "These are the textbooks I used when I learned to read and write, and these are my summary notes." Looking at the mountain-like stacks of books in front of him, Jay asked with a slight tremble, "How long did it take you to learn all of this?" Hearing Jay's question, Veronica thought for a while, then raised one finger and said, "About a month." Hearing her say that, Jay remained silent and said nothing. Jay lowered his face and looked down. After a moment of silence, he spoke up, "I understand. I'll do my best to learn." Seeing that, Veronica also clenched both hands, looking as though she were cheering him on, and said, "Wonderful, and I'll do my very best to teach you." Immediately afterward, Veronica and Jay began the learning process. Veronica even brought out a board, wrote on it, and taught him carefully. So the subject and predicate connect in this order. Jay sat at the table, listening very attentively to her lesson. After a while, Veronica turned back down and asked Jay, "This is a difficult passage. Would you like me to explain it again?" Hearing that, Jay replied, "No, I understand. We can continue." At that moment, Veronica took out a worksheet. Holding in her hand, she said, "All right, try solving these exercises." Jay took the worksheet from her and began solving the questions on it. Very quickly, he finished all the questions and set his pen down on the table. Jay handed the worksheet back to Veronica and said to her, "I'm done." Veronica was still wiping the board. She turned around and asked in surprise, "What? It hasn't even been a minute." Veronica immediately began marking his work. After examining Jay's answers very carefully, Veronica held the worksheet in a slightly trembling hand and called out, "Jay." She raised the worksheet in front of him, her eyes sparkling, and said happily, "You only got one wrong. At this pace, you'll finish reading an entire book in the blink of an eye." Sitting at the table, Jay heard that. Although his face still showed no emotion, he replied, "I'm glad to hear that." Veronica then spoke to Jay again. "In that case, let's stop here for today. I need to prepare more materials anyway." As Jay sat there taking notes in his book, he nodded and answered, "All right." At that moment, Veronica hesitated somewhat awkwardly before continuing. "Also, there's something I'd like to ask you." Hearing that, Jay raised his head and looked at her curiously. Veronica looked away, placed a hand on her flushed cheek, and said in a small voice, "Could you observe me while I try to form a magic circle?" Hearing her request, Jay replied, "I don't think I'll be able to help much. I'm not as good at teaching as you are." Hearing Jay say that, Veronica hurriedly continued, "That's all right." Somewhat flustered, she waved her hands and said to Jay, "You don't have to do anything. Just watching me is enough. But if any ideas come to mind while you're watching, feel free to tell me." Jay stood up from his chair, looked at Veronica, and firmly confirmed, "Of course, I can do that." At that moment, he was thinking to himself that he would treat it as part of repaying her for the lesson she had taught him. Seeing that he had agreed, Veronica became delighted. She immediately smiled until her eyes narrowed, her cheeks flushed, and said with a smile, "Thank you." After the two finished talking, Jay stood up to leave, while Veronica took the chance to reorganize the books she had taken out. Looking at the books that had been put back into the boxes, Veronica thought to herself, "There's so much to clean up." She supposed it was understandable, since the shop had been closed for so long. At that moment, Jay called out to her, "Veronica, may I read books here?" Hearing that, she turned to look at Jay, who was standing by the bookshelf, and replied, "Yes. Just make sure to keep them clean. But will you be able to read on your own?" Hearing her say that, Jay replied, "I'll try." Veronica then told him, "Then start by taking a dictionary from that shelf." Hearing that, Jay reached out, chose a book from the shelf, and asked, "A dictionary?" As Veronica cleaned up the bookstore, she said to Jay, "It's a book with definitions for most of the words in the world. It will be very useful when you encounter something you don't understand." Hearing her say that, Jay frowned and asked seriously, "Does it also have definitions for things like the rainbow?" Hearing that, Veronica replied, "I've never checked, but since that's a term related to magic, it probably won't be in there." Holding the dictionary in his hand, Jay looked at it and said, "I understand." At that moment, on the bookshelf, a book that looked different from the others suddenly began to glow. Immediately afterward, the brown book with patterns on its cover flew out from the bookshelf. Jay quickly caught the book using his magic, holding it in his hand. The other books were also quickly pulled from the shelves by Jay's magic. He looked at the books floating in the air and thought, "Before, I could barely lift even one book. But now that I'm using the mana from my magic ring, everything is much easier. When I return to the carriage, I should test other spells as well." At present, the mana stored in his magic ring, from greatest amount to least, was red, pale pink, and white. Remembering the time he had used red magic, Jay continued thinking to himself, "Before, I often used pale pink mana because it was hard and difficult to control, exactly like white mana. But it isn't like that anymore. The pale pink layer of energy in a magic ring doesn't feel stiff at all." Jay sat down on the floor and flipped through the pages of the book. As he read, he thought, "If I keep experimenting like this, I might even discover new magic." But for some reason, he did not want to use it, although the boy himself did not realize it. As Jay read the book, he spoke up and said, "Red and white energy are enough for now." Jay was thinking to himself that this was because the emotion tied to the pale pink mana was sorrow. He never wanted to experience that feeling again. As an unconscious defense mechanism, he had developed a deep aversion toward anything related to sorrow. Jay was still sitting on the floor, focused on reading the book. At that moment, he thought to himself, just like Veronica said, "There's nothing here related to the rainbow." Jay placed his hand on the pages and traced each line of text. Suddenly, Jay seemed to discover something. His eyes widened in shock. This is The next second, Jay sprang to his feet and hurriedly ran somewhere. As he passed Veronica, he said to her, "I'll be back in a moment." Seeing that, she only had time to turn and look. Seeing Jay in such a hurry, Veronica asked with some concern, "Where are you going?" Hearing that, Jay said to her, "I'll read the books when I return, so please leave them there." After saying that to Veronica, Jay quickly took his cloak and put on. As he left, Jay thought to himself, "Now I understand. What that man truly wants is..." As Jay read the book, he murmured two words: a sacrifice, an act of offering an item, an animal, or even a person in exchange for something. With a grave expression, he read the book and thought to himself, that man seems to be plotting to use the stray children as sacrifices for some purpose. Judging by the extraction technique on the magic ring, it is probably to strengthen that jewel. And now, the number of gang members is about to reach 66. That man, Jay pondered and formed a guess. He must be eagerly waiting for Cedric's report. The scene shifted. At a table filled with food, he silently looked at the plates before him. Jay leaned on the table, tilted his head, and stated, "I only ordered a glass of water." Johnny brought out another glass of water and said with a bright smile, "Well, quite a few people have prepaid for you to have a full meal whenever you stop by. You could eat like this 10 more times." Jay asked in puzzlement, "What about that person?" Johnny recalled it, then answered, "Today, he was out 3 hours longer than usual. That's never happened before." Jay continued questioning him. Were there any other unusual signs? Johnny covered his mouth and whispered to him. "I saw him walk past. He was smiling. He was muttering something like, 'It's almost time.'" Jay held the spoon in his mouth, his face showing deep thought. The scene shifted to the old white city beneath a cloudy sky. Wearing his coat, Jay stood before the basement. There was new information about Meg rest beneath the basement, but because he did not know when the man would return, he could not search it freely yet. He looked down coldly and wondered inwardly, "What should I do now?" At that moment, not far away on the road, 3 boys were laughing and chatting happily with each other. Jay quietly watched the 3 of them, as though calculating something. The 3 were now at the foot of the stairs. One of them spoke up. "At that time, I was the one who threw the punch." While that boy was laughing smugly, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Wait, look over there for a second." Annoyed, the boy spun around and raised his fist. "What is this? Who's butting in?" Seeing Jay's face, all 3 boys could not help but flinch in fear. That's the hunter." Jay's face radiated killing intent as he glanced at all 3 of them. The other 2 stood behind, whispering, "He looks really angry. That guy is done for. I told you we shouldn't take this road." Meanwhile, the boy who had just been about to punch Jay was trembling nonstop. "What is it, Hunter?" Jay glanced aside and thought to himself. Philip once mentioned the stick and the carrot. After hearing Jay's plan, all 3 asked again, "So when that person, the one you mentioned before, appears, we report it immediately, right?" Jay crossed his arms and replied, "That's right. Do well, and I'll reward you." One of them asked, "What kind of reward?" Jay pointed toward Johnny, who was carrying plates of food and the table filled with delicious dishes. Imagining the tasty food, all 3 drooled at once. Immediately afterward, all 3 boys shouted in unison, "I'll do my best." Jay praised them with satisfaction. "Good." The scene shifted beneath the basement. Jay was running quickly down the stairs. When he reached the bottom, he stood still before the closed door. Jay stared at the lock hanging on the door. He lifted the lock with one hand, while channeling mana with the other. This wasn't here before. Jay channeled mana into the lock. Streams of mana flowed into it, but another source of power blocked his mana. Jay frowned and thought to himself, it's some kind of protective charm or magic. He turned around, calculating inwardly. If we break the doorknob, they'll know we came in here. Or we could remove the door hinges. A boy hurriedly rushed to the basement entrance and called out, "Hunter!" He announced loudly, "He's here." That person. Jay stepped onto the stairs, then suddenly stopped at his own thought. Wait, will he recognize me? The basement was very dark that day, and I disguised my voice too. He probably won't recognize me. By then, he had removed his cloak and was standing before the basement with his arms crossed. Wanter, hands in his pockets, calmly walked toward the basement. The man frowned and glared down at Jay from above. Jay remained there calmly, arms crossed, standing silently. Then, without noticing anything unusual, Wanter continued into the basement. Jay glanced at the place where the man had gone and felt pleased inwardly. Just as I thought. He didn't recognize me. That means I've gathered a bit of useful information. The scene shifted to noon the next day at a ruined, collapsed area. Jay and Cedric stood before a house. Jay remained as calm as usual, while Cedric was so nervous he was biting his fingernails. Cedric turned to him and asked fearfully, "It'll be all right, won't it?" Jay comforted him, "Don't worry, just do as I say." Immediately afterward, Cedric broke out in sweat and glanced toward the source of the sound. Before the two of them was Wanter, hands in his pockets, slowly walking over. Wanter raised his face, his sharp gaze sweeping over both of them. Both of them bowed low at 90 degrees. Cedric respectfully called out in greeting, "It's been a long time, master." The man looked at him and spoke. "That's enough greeting. Show your face, Cedric." Cedric immediately replied, "Yes, master." He quickly continued, "This report concerns the number you've been waiting for." Wanter suddenly cut him off. "Before that, wait." The man placed his hand on Jay's shoulder, his eyes filled with killing intent and hostility. "Who is this?" "I don't recognize him." "A newcomer." Cedric placed a hand on his chest and hurriedly answered, "He is the newly appointed team leader." "I thought I should bring him to meet you, master." Wanter still did not remove the hand he had placed on Jay's shoulder as he ordered, "Raise your face." Jay raised his head and looked at him. Wanter stared fiercely at him and questioned him. "What is your name?" Jay silently glanced at the blue veins bulging on the hand placed on his shoulder. Then he looked straight into the man's eyes and gave a name. "Nios. My name is Nios." Wanter put his hands into his coat pockets and turned away. "Is that so? Do your job well." Jay thought to himself, "You don't remember meeting me yesterday?" "Outwardly," Jay obediently replied, "Yes." As a man walked, he asked, "So how many people do we have in total now?" Cedric followed after him and answered, "Exactly 63 people at the moment." Wanter said, "We're still short 3 then? The standards must be quite strict." Cedric smiled cautiously and replied, "Yes, absolutely. We're selecting very carefully, only taking the exceptional ones." After hearing Cedric's words, the man suddenly bared his teeth in a grin, and then he burst into crazed laughter. "Excellent. Everything is going very smoothly." Wanter patted both of their shoulders and continued, "Once the number is complete, I will bring you into the organization immediately." Cedric smiled stiffly and looked up at him. "I can't believe I'll truly become a member of the organization." He thought to himself, "How can you lie so blatantly?" Cedric looked at the man's clothes and inwardly fumed. Someone dressed in rags like a homeless person is actually a high-ranking member of the organization? Or was I temporarily insane back then to believe him? Jay suddenly raised his hand and spoke up. May I ask a question?" Wanter immediately replied, "Ask." Cedric smiled stiffly in response. "Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life." He thought to himself, "How can you lie so blatantly?" Cedric looked at the man's clothes and inwardly fumed. Someone dressed in rags like a homeless person is actually a high-ranking member of the organization? Or was I temporarily insane back then to believe him? Zay suddenly raised his hand and spoke up. May I ask a question?" Wanter immediately replied, "Ask." Jay then asked his question. "If there is a headquarters, how many branches are there? I'd also like to know where the headquarters is located." The man answered, "The organization has no branch in Mikrid. Members simply travel everywhere and carry out their own missions." Jay stared at Wanter and silently came to an answer. That is the truth. There was no fluctuation in his mana when he said that. The man bared his teeth and looked down at him. "The headquarters is located in Area 43. All plans begin from there." Sensing the fluctuation in Wanter's magic circle, Jay reached a conclusion. But that is a lie. There was a fluctuation in his mana when he spoke. Jay raised his eyes and asked, "Then what kind of person is the boss?" Hearing that question, the man's entire body froze for a beat. With a dark expression, Wanter slowly turned around and repeated, "The boss?" His pupils contracted to their limits as Wanter muttered blankly, "The boss is." He hugged his trembling body as the words "the boss" rang endlessly in his mind, as if some enormous figure were watching Wanter inside his head. "The boss." He lowered his head and said softly, "The boss is a powerful man." Wanter kept trembling, tears pouring down like rain. "Someone like me does not even dare look directly at him. He's a great man." Jay stared at his expression and inwardly confirmed it. Reverence, but also terror. Wanter suddenly asked, "By the way, Cedric, when will the people move here?" Cedric answered respectfully, "Within the next 2 days, sir." He instructed him, "Then I will return after 3 days. I need to examine carefully the people who will enter the organization." Cedric answered, sweating, "Yes." At that very moment, a red glint appeared in Jay's eyes. A strand of mana appeared in Wanter's palm. That strand of mana extended from his palm down to the ground. Jay coldly made a deduction. There is a tiny amount of mana. He is deliberately letting mana leak out. Wanter used his mana to draw apart a spell, and Jay thought to himself, this entire abandoned factory is becoming one enormous spell. After a while, he stopped. The formation had been completed. Wanter reached into the front of his coat, as if searching for something. Then he held out fragments of bright red stone. Cedric stared blankly at the stones. "What is that?" Wanter bared his teeth in a sinister smile. He circulated his inner power through the stones and replied, "Something very special." The stones combined with Wanter's spiritual power, becoming thick with killing intent. Cedric gritted his teeth and looked worriedly toward Jay. "It looks dangerous. We'll be all right." At that moment, Jay still faced Cedric calmly. "It will be fine." The 5 stones suddenly flew up, separating in 5 directions. The 5 stones landed on their corresponding spell circles. Wanter stood at the center and dripped streams of spiritual power down. He raised his face and smiled. "Do not be so frightened, Cedric. This jewel is the same kind as the ring I once gave you." Wanter looked towards Cedric and continued, "It can prevent disease and increase strength." Cedric bowed and stammered, "Thank you for your concern." Wanter walked towards Cedric, looking down at him from above as he instructed, "Good. Gratitude is good. And remember, you must absolutely not touch the jewel." Cedric obediently answered, "Yes, I understand." Wanter suddenly pressed a heavy hand onto Cedric's shoulder. "Also," he threatened in a low voice, "treasure the ring I gave you as you would your own life. You must never lose it." Wanter asked in a deep voice, "Understood." Cedric rubbed the ring on his finger. "Yes, I will engrave it in my heart." He stepped through the door and pulled down his hat. "Then, I will see you again in 3 days." As soon as he finished speaking, the door slammed shut violently with an extremely loud sound. Cedric collapsed to his knees on the ground and shouted, "He's gone. He's finally gone." He looked up at Jay and asked, "What do we do now? What is he plotting?" Jay answered coldly, "We will only know after investigating." Jay said to Cedric, "Go back to the hotel for now. I still have a few things to handle here." He stood on the stairs and silently looked down below. Jay looked at the formation drawn below and cursed inwardly. "What the hell is this?" It is clearly related to a magic formation. He silently and carefully recorded everything in his notebook. Jay suddenly closed the notebook. "Forget it. I already know what I needed to know." The scene shifted to a fresh, early morning at the apartment. On the page was a complex magic formation that Jay had redrawn in detail. Graham took his eyes off the notebook, looked up, and called to him, "Hey." He frowned and said, "Does the thing you just drew have something to do with the person you said was a director of Mage? Jay was secretly shocked. "I have not said anything yet." "How does he know?" He muttered, "How annoying." Graham furrowed his brows tightly and closed his eyes, his aged face showing exhaustion. He opened his eyes and reached a conclusion. "You have gotten involved in something dangerous. This is a magic formation." Jay asked doubtfully, "A magic formation?" Graham affirmed, "That is right." He pointed to the center of the formation. "It is a kind of formula that greatly increases the power and range of magic. Magic formations are very difficult to create. Not just anyone can do it." Graham frowned in concern and continued, "At least, judging from the shape you just drew." He added, "This is a perfect magic formation." Graham broke into a sweat and glanced at him, secretly horrified. What is even more astonishing is that he copied a high-level magic formation exactly without any prior knowledge. A magic formation contains a large amount of mana in a very small space. So reading the mana on the spot and copying it is like untangling an extremely tangled thread with only the feeling in one's fingertips. separating each strand with precision. He touched the drawn lines and thought to himself, even a mage with an extremely sharp sense could not do this without a thorough understanding of magic formations. Graham revealed a pensive expression. This is too perfect. It is almost as though he can see the magic formation. Jay pointed and asked, "What does this magic formation do?" He glanced at Jay and explained, "This is extraction magic. It is the same as the type of magic on the ring you once showed me." Graham grimaced and thought to himself, "I once had the very absurd assumption that he might be able to see mana." Jay asked, "This spell has a much greater range and power, right?" He lowered his head and answered, "That is right. When a spell is activated, a blazing red light will erupt violently from the formation. A blazing red vortex rich in mana will burst up and swallow everyone standing on the formation. All living creatures in the area will be destroyed, and their life force will be converted into mana." Jay rubbed his chin in thought. So now it is clear. The sacrifices, the 66 children, and this magic formation. That man intends to use Cedric's gang as sacrifices for the magic formation. Graham suddenly spoke, breaking his train of thought. However, he continued, stroking his beard, "Such dense mana cannot be used by humans." Jay asked in confusion, "Why not?" Graham explained in detail. Mana created from life force carries an extremely strong toxicity. If used recklessly, it will cause mana poisoning. It cannot be refined again and poured into a magic formation. He concluded, therefore, it is usually used to supply energy to living creatures or to strengthen magic tools. Jay raised a question. Can it strengthen a mana battery? Graham answered, a mana battery has limits, so it generally cannot be strengthened. He looked at Jay and added, but if it is that ring, that is a different matter. After hearing that, Jay fell in a deep thought. Seeing this, Graham called his name in confusion, Jay. He looked at Jay and asked further, what are you planning to do? Jay closed his eyes and silently pondered for a long while, as if analyzing a difficult problem. After a few short minutes, Jay opened his eyes and raised his head, as if he had found the answer. The scene shifted to the previous location 3 days later. On the appointed day, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he stood properly in front of the house from before. Not long after, Wanter leisurely walked up to Jay. He bared his teeth and asked, where is Cedric? Why did you come out here? Jay said indifferently, the boss is inside, busy arranging the people. I came out to welcome you in his place. Wanter suddenly turned his head away and laughed mockingly. So you came to welcome me? Fine, let's go. He walked toward the door and praised him. I guess you would gather enough people. You did well too. Jay stood behind Wanter, his face now sinking into an extremely cold expression. He spoke softly. It is all thanks to you. When the door had opened a crack, Wanter curled his lips into a cunning smile and slowly opened the door. The space inside was pitch black, empty, and held nothing at all. Wanter froze when the scene inside was not as he had expected. What? Wanter unconsciously spoke in surprise. Why is there no one here? Suddenly, from behind him, a sword shot toward him. Sensing killing intent, Wanter quickly turned around. He drew out a scythe and blocked Jay's attack. Wanter widened his eyes in shock as he looked at the person before him. He roared angrily, you bastard, what are you trying to do? Jay did not bother answering Wanter, instead using spiritual power to create a flame in his palm. Then Jay threw the flame straight at his face. Looking at the flame flying toward him, Wanter was secretly stunned. Magic! He quickly arched his body backward, avoiding a deadly blow. After dodging, Wanter shouted ferociously, you damn bastard, you dare attack me? At that moment, the entire space suddenly went dark. He stared blankly around him and thought the door. Wanter looked at the person opposite him and questioned him loudly. Who are you? Jay pulled up his cloak and covered his head, then called his name, Wanter. He prepared to attack and said coldly, I came on the boss's orders to deal with you. After hearing Jay's words, Wanter laughed madly and cried out, the executioner! Wanter's gaze turned toward Jay before him. Executioner, now I understand. You noticed the magic formation set up here, didn't you? He hurriedly reached into his clothes to pull out a weapon, and also that the spell will activate right at 3 o'clock. With an expressionless face, Jay lowered his head and stared at his watch. 2:14 p.m. Wanter's feet transformed, flames rising thickly. Actually, this is fine too. Instead of using those useless, nameless brats as sacrifices, you will be far more useful. His body blazing with red fire, he laughed savagely. Holding a sharp sickle, Wanter charged forward. Die Execuzione. Ray gripped that sharp weapon tightly, his face showing no expression at all. Back at Philip's location, he was keeping his eyes trained on something. Sitting beside him, Cedric asked in confusion, "How is it, Philip? Do you see anything?" Hearing the question, Philip said in bewilderment, "I can't see anything clearly from here. We blocked all the windows and doors just as Jay instructed." Hearing the result, Cedric complained, "Don't tell me that. As a hunter, he is." A pair of hands covered his mouth tightly. "Cedric." Philip hurriedly put a finger to his lips, signaling to the still bewildered Cedric. "Sure." Cedric whispered into his ear. "He is a mage too, right?" After rummaging through his memories for a moment, Philip nodded. "Yeah, Jay brought him here." The more he thought about it, the more pensive he became. "Are they that close?" A question rang out, aimed straight at Veronica, who was leaning against a wooden crate. "Hey, your name is Veronica, right?" She turned to look at the two of them. "Yes, and you're Philip, right?" "The person beside you is Cedric." Philip cheerfully sat beside Veronica. "That's right. Are you really worried about Jay?" Her firm answer, "No," left Philip somewhat stunned. "Why not?" Back where Jay was, continuous slashes appeared one after another. Wanter raised his hand high, and a flame flew toward him. "Jay is the most talented mage I have ever seen." With an expressionless face, Jay lightly shifted aside and dodged. And even outside of magic, he is also incredible. His actions enraged Wanter, and the man screamed madly. "So I am not worried, you little rat." With anger ready to burst out, Wanter swung his sickle down toward Jay below. Back with Veronica, she emphasized every word. "I believe Jay will win." That demeanor startled Philip a little. Her hands are shaking like that, yet she says she is not worried. Veronica clasped both hands together, tremors running again and again through those slender fingers. Philip thought to himself, she is worried, but she still believes in him. Still, Philip forced a smile to comfort her. "You're right. Then let's believe in our Jay." Back where Jay was, that small, razor-sharp blade had broken into pieces before his eyes. Seeing Jay's weapon shattered, Wanter was visibly delighted. He spoke each word with emphasis. "Give up, executioner." As soon as he finished speaking, the weapon in Wanter's hand shot swiftly toward Jay's face. Jay remained calm, his eyes wide open as he stared straight ahead. In an instant, a new knife appeared, gripped tightly in Jay's sturdy palm. He merely swung the weapon lightly, and Wanter's sickle flew out of his hand. Just like that, Wanter was forced onto the defensive, and he hurriedly glanced back at his weapon. Wanter's eyes widened in astonishment. Stabilized elements? How can he control multiple elements at the same time? Without giving him a chance, Jay held the knife and lightly swept it across Wanter's throat. Suddenly, Jay froze. It seemed something was happening here. Jay dropped to one knee on the ground, while opposite him, Wanter lightly held his neck. It turned out that Wanter's neck had been surrounded by a layer of metal. "You rat." Jay was slightly surprised, his eyes lowering to the shattered knife. "Metal transformation. My attack does not work on a two-circle mage. Using the magic formation to deal with him is still the best method." Wanter's expression changed. He curled his lips and lowered his voice. "You are stalling for time until the formation activates, aren't you?" His buttons popped open, and a large, round, blazing red barrier appeared on Wanter's chest. The two faced each other, and Jay declared forcefully, "Do you think I will just let that happen?" From within the barrier, a fire snake rushed out, aiming at him as its prey. "Give up, executioner." Jay stayed silent, his legs beginning to move as he quickly retreated. It turned out Jay was trying to escape the dangerous fire snake before his eyes. Watching him, Wanter laughed loudly in triumph. "It's useless. It will not disappear until it has devoured its target." Jay's feet moved faster and faster, and the ground was smashed apart by his strength. Several minutes passed as Jay kept weaving around to escape that large, ferocious monster. He kicked off the wall, tucked in his body, and hurriedly shot down toward the ground to regain his balance. Jay's face was full of contemplation. This situation will not end. He looked toward the arrogant Wanter. The guy has to stand still to control the flame. A plan formed. Jay stomped both feet down hard enough to make the ground sink. Then, he changed direction, turning the tables and charging straight at Wanter to attack. Seeing that Jay did not know his own limits, Wanter sneered. Do you think you can control the attack in midair and hit me with that snake? You think such a cheap trick can defeat me, Executioner? Jay stayed silent, circulating inner power in his hand as a blue aura faintly appeared. I know very well that he is a two-circle mage. A one-circle mage cannot face him head-on. Jay recalled the drawing he had discussed with Veronica. That is why I asked Veronica. As the thought ended, Jay recreated a magic circle, aiming it straight at the snake. At this moment, he had nothing. Teach me how to draw this magic circle. In only a few short seconds, Wanter's fire snake was completely destroyed. The result before his eyes drove Wanter mad. Damn it, this is not first-level circle magic. Suddenly, Wanter froze, seemingly seeing something not far away. Opposite him was Jay, calmly raising the finger filled with blue energy. Executioner. A stream of blue energy rushed like the wind straight at Wanter, who stood opposite him. With the job done, Jay silently and calmly lifted his head and looked forward. A moment later, Wanter had lost all his power and collapsed, facing Jay. He lowered his face, and an extremely cold silence surrounded the space. Jay was also silent, lightly pulling back his sleeve to look at his watch. The time appeared clearly on it, without the slightest deviation, 2:50. On the other side, Wanter suddenly sprang up, slightly surprising Jay. I have to get out. He still had his face lowered, sweat pouring down as he begged to meet the boss. I have to go back. Watching Wanter's back as he gradually moved farther away, Jay called out, Wanter, stop. No matter how Jay ordered him, Wanter raised his hand and lightly turned the doorknob. Jay quickly took out the ring and threatened Wanter. Stay away from the door. If you do not, I will crush this ring. With his hand already on the knob, Wanter remained determined to leave. It is useless. What is issued to officers is different from supplies. At that moment, Jay's body was already exhausted. My body has reached its limit. I need to stall for time. He tried to hold Wanter back. Who said that? Jay's every word made Wanter's body tremble. That the red bloodstone issued to officers is indestructible. Knowing this method was effective, he continued, if a specific combination of elements is added to a bloodstone, cracks will appear inside it. At that point, a single external impact can destroy it. Holding the quartz ring, he raised it high. He had cleverly mixed true and false information, but it can still be broken. Hearing the words Jay uttered, Wanter bared his teeth and clenched them tight. His face was like a monster's as he roared his declaration. I will break every one of your limbs, then get out of here. Jay quickly withdrew the ring and clenched it in his palm. Try it and find out. Jay drew back, pulling his arm a fair distance behind his back. Then he hurled the ring Wanter treasured straight ahead with all his strength. The sight threw Wanter into a panic, and he scrambled after it to catch it. That damned assassin. The ring struck the ground, making Wanter's heart jolt with fear. He desperately lunged forward in pursuit, stretching out his hand to grab the ring. But Wanter was too late. The ring slipped far beyond his reach. When Wanter turned back around, Jay was already standing by the only escape door he had. He hovered in midair, holding two stones and controlling them as they spun around his fingers. Realizing he had fallen for a trick, Wanter went mad with rage and screamed himself hoarse. Damn it. On this side, Jay had safely escaped the room, gripping the door lock tightly to stop the man inside from getting out. Inside the room, forcing down his panic, Wanter ran forward. It's fine, Wanter. We still have 5 minutes. Wanter clenched his teeth and searched for any sign of Jay. Follow him right now. Suddenly, a red barrier appeared beneath his feet, surrounding him without leaving even the smallest gap. Wanter froze. He shouted in confusion, what? Wasn't there still time before it activated? Outside, Wanter's voice reached Jay's ears. Wanter, who didn't know? The image of Veronica and her warning appeared. 5 minutes was the limit for shortening the activation time. Inside the room, a surge of red spiritual energy erupted from the barrier and swallowed Wanter whole. With a blank expression, 2 streams of tears ran down Wanter's face. The magic circle had been set up in advance. Boss. A while later, Jay turned the door lock and stepped into the room, which was still filled with drifting smoke. On the floor lay the fairly new set of clothes the man had been wearing earlier. Jay reached down and picked up the ring from the remains of Wanter's clothes. Then, with empty eyes, he examined every detail of the ring's surface. Back with the other 3, Cedric anxiously complained. It's taking too long. This can't be right. After smacking him, Philip smiled faintly. He'll definitely win. Just wait a little longer. His face swollen from being hit, Cedric agreed. He's that strong. He can't lose, right? Suddenly, as if sensing something, Veronica's eyes widened. She sprang to her feet, leaving both of them stunned. The mana. It's surging violently. Cedric looked at Veronica worriedly. Wait, what do you mean? Philip quickly suggested. Let's follow them for now. And so the two of them hurried after her. Veronica, what's wrong? After just a few steps, both of them froze, their faces turning pale. What is that? A foot wreathed in red flames had appeared, standing motionless in place. The owner of those feet was none other than Jay. He had returned. Jay. Looking at Jay's body, Veronica trembled as she announced, he's suffering from mana poisoning. If this continues, Jay will be in danger. The news she brought left both Philip and Cedric stunned for several seconds. Coming back to his senses, Cedric grabbed something to use as a shield. Cedric used a steel pipe and a rusty metal plate. They said the boss is in danger. We have to do something. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged like the wind toward the dazed Jay. On this side, Jay was like a soulless man. He opened his hand and fired mana towards Cedric. Cedric was blasted far away, his whole body trembling as he could only stare at Jay in fear. Jay stepped forward, raising 2 fingers as if to take Cedric's life. Jay, wake up! Philip flew forward and used his own body to shield Cedric. It's me, Philip. Ignoring Philip's cries, Jay gathered more and more mana. As the danger drew closer by the second, the two could only cling to each other and swallow hard. Just as the mana was about to reach them, Veronica risked herself and ran out to block it. She spread both hands and glanced at Philip, signaling him. Veronica, there are 2 ways to stop Jay. One is for him to stop the activation himself. The other is to use an external force to extinguish the flames. Philip declared, I'll call the water dragon. Then he hurriedly lifted Cedric onto his shoulder. Can you hold out for 5 minutes? She quickly became their shield. I can. Jay silently stood still, raising his hand as he gathered a huge amount of mana. Then he attacked. All the mana surged toward Veronica. The horrifying sight gave both Cedric and Philip a terrible fright. Veronica's eyes opened wide, filled with both fear and surprise. Veronica, this can't be stopped anymore. She curled her lips faintly, lowering her face a little. I'm fine. It's just. After a few seconds, Veronica raised her head and clasped her hands together. Please be safe. Right after the battle with Wanter ended, Jay had innocently taken the man's ring. The red aura flowing from it multiplied, and the amount of mana inside the ring rose dramatically. His eyes also gradually began to change color. Though it could not compare to the mana level of the loop, it was already enough. After 1 or 2 brief seconds, Jay's pupils were flooded with dark crimson. An image appeared of someone kneeling, his voice pleading. I beg you, please be merciful and forgive me. I am truly sorry. Please don't torture me. A young wanter, tears streaming down his face, begged, I didn't steal anything. Suddenly, a force came from somewhere and struck one side of his face. After watching for a while, Jay immediately understood. Could this be that man's memory? Wanter was beaten terribly and collapsed to the ground, unconscious for a long time. Several hours later, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, Wanter struggled to get up and muttered, I will definitely become stronger. With blood seeping from his forehead, he smiled. And then I'll take revenge on every last one of them. As Wanter's words ended, Jay's pupils blazed with mana. Boss! An image appeared of a man holding him tightly, protecting Jay. Let blazing rage devour your body. It was that man who had protected him with his life, burning everything to ashes. Seeing someone close to him die, Jay screamed in madness. Wipe them out. Destroy them. Erase them. In an instant, Jay was manipulated and turned into someone else. Kill them all. Wanter, his body wrapped in mana, whispered into Jay's ear, kill them. Then Jay attacked, all the mana converging as it surged toward Veronica. The horrifying sight gave both Cedric and Philip a terrible fright. Veronica pressed her lips together tightly. Someone was calling her name. Veronica. Her hands were clasped together, and tears streamed endlessly from her eyes. Veronica's unpredictable action made Jay freeze. A current of white spiritual energy was overwhelming his mana. A white sun? Like a child, Jay reached out to grab that white sun. How wonderful! His hand simply caught that strange-colored sun, and thanks to that, Jay returned to normal. He turned his eyes forward again. Opening his hand, he looked toward Veronica. Veronica! Tears flowed down her face as she murmured, Jay. At a large house in an empty lot, 3 days later, at Philip's hotel, inside a room clearly marked medical care area. Lying on the bed, Veronica spoke up and asked Jay, could you give me some water? Holding a glass of water, he gently pulled back the curtain. Here, take it. Seeing Jay, she became extremely happy. Thank you so much. Only his expression was unusual. He looked at Veronica with an extremely strange, pensive expression, and the image of her lying in the sickbed rushed into Jay's mind. Veronica had been ill for 2 days as a result of using too much mana. Since it had happened while she was helping me, I ended up having to take care of her. Like that, Veronica took advantage of her privilege as a patient and asked him for favors. Could you also give me volume 2 of Light and Roses? I'm in the middle of reading it. Also, if it's convenient, bring me 2 more back cushions. Make sure you choose really soft and comfortable ones. You can take the glass away now. I've finished all the water in it. Taking the glass to put it away, Jay could only silently agree. I have a principle. I must repay what I have received. A while later, sitting on the sickbed, she wondered that was mana poisoning back then, wasn't it? Leaning against the chair, Jay nodded. That's right. Let's just consider it that for now. In an irritated mood, Veronica questioned him. Why do you always use raw, unprocessed mana in such an uncontrolled way? Remembering something, Jay put his hand into his pocket. But more importantly, I think this is the root of the problem. He pulled out the ring containing Wanter's stone. It's that man's mana battery. The moment she came into contact with it, the man's mana made her feel strangely suffocated. Veronica broke into a slight sweat. My grandfather said mana emitted from humans is quite toxic. Do you want to use it? Jay clenched the ring tightly in his hand and declared firmly, no, I won't use it. If Veronica hadn't stopped it, I might have burned myself alive. Seeing how determined he was, she felt relieved. Exactly. Things like that are best left untouched. But deep in Jay's heart, it was different. At least for now. After looking at Veronica for a long time, he murmured, and one more thing. Jay looked away, unable to meet her eyes, and confided, thank you, truly, for helping me. I sincerely appreciate it. As soon as he finished speaking, her face turned uncontrollably red. Veronica lightly scratched her hands and stammered. Why are you suddenly saying that? Don't tell me you're still being affected by the mana poisoning. An arm appeared, pulling back the curtain, and a clear voice hurriedly called his name. Jay. Philip appeared and looked toward Jay. Do you have a little time? Back in the room, Philip handed over a box of information. These are the belongings of that man you asked for. I had the kids open the basement door and move everything up here. Jay reached out and picked up a sheet of paper from the information box to read. The information about Wanter surprised Jay. An orphanage? Wanter? The lines of text on the page and the photograph left him confused. It's hard to tell one person's face from another. They all feel kind of similar. I'll examine it carefully later. Continuing the conversation, Philip pointed at a red notebook. This seems to be the notebook he often used. It looked important, so I kept it separate. Flipping lightly through the diary pages, Jay frowned. Area 43, Bon, Mildrick withdrew from the area immediately after the defector in the assassination case was dealt with. Completed. G009, Area 58, Cater Money Bank. Seize the transport vehicle and use a barricade to block the escape route. Completed. F-142, Area 47, Carfield. Use magic transactions with permission through contact. Completed. Are these orders for Megrest? Reaching a page near the middle of the notebook, he faltered slightly and froze for a few seconds. A handwritten line of information stood out clearly. Area 31. Investigate the emerald at the Kelligo auction house. Failed. No results obtained. The page continued with similar content. Area 48. Investigate the sapphire at Mount Grand. Failed. No results obtained. Yellow gemstone. Failed. No results. Orange gemstone. Failed. No results. The rainbow from the story had been shattered. A theory that the rainbow had broken into 7 pieces, and orders to search for gemstones corresponding to each color. Is Meg Rest looking for the fragments of the rainbow? Having read this far, Jay lightly touched his chin. Or it may be that it's not an actual rainbow, but completely different gemstones. Either way, it's worth verifying. Looking at his expression, Philip guessed, looks like you've made a decision. He eagerly opened his mouth and asked Jay, you said you're going to leave this area soon, right? Then Philip took out a large bag of money and placed it on the table. This is your payment for everything up to this point. I added a portion for myself as a personal thank you. If it weren't for you, I never would have been able to reconcile with Cedric. Slightly surprised, Jay could only look silently at Philip. While you're still in this area, I'll have someone deliver payment every day. If you feel the amount needs adjusting, don't hesitate to tell me. Philip's face turned red, and he lightly scratched his neck. And when you decide on the day you'll leave, remember to let me know. I'll personally come to see you off. Philip became strangely sorrowful, his gaze lowering, because once you're gone, we may never have the chance to meet again. A slender hand spread open, accompanied by Jay calling his name. Philip. Jay straightened his back, his tone serious. When I leave this area, are you willing to come with me? Jay's unexpected words left Philip shocked and reeling. Only after several seconds did he come back to his senses and shout wildly. What? Philip stammered for a few seconds. Are you serious or joking? Sitting upright, Jay declared firmly, I'm completely serious. Hearing that, Philip grew flustered. This is way too sudden. I've never left Area 49 before. If I go, I'll have to let go of everything I've built here. Not giving Philip the chance to refuse, Jay emphasized one point, like your goal of saving money. The two faced each other, and Jay continued, Isn't that something you can only accomplish by leaving this place? Philip recalled the past, when the two of them had sat side by side. Well, I said last time. Thinking of that moment, Philip held a cup of water, taking a sip as he pondered deeply. He was remembering the figure of his mother, who had once comforted him when he was young. Thinking this far, he clasped his hands together. You still remember? Philip pressed his lips together and swallowed, as if steeling his resolve. Placing both hands on his knees, Philip nodded and made his decision. All right then, I'll go with you. Then he slowly stood up, but give me a little more time. I need to arrange things at the hotel. Watching his friend, Jay asked curiously, How long will it take? Philip opened his hand to indicate the answer. 2 weeks. 2 weeks will be enough. Jay accepted. All right. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Philip said goodbye to Cedric's group, then carefully guided Chris through every detail. On this side, Jay also arranged his work and went somewhere in a private car. He had a discussion with Graham in a sealed room with no one else present. After that, Jay went to see Veronica and completed the drawing of the magic circle. Holding the paper in her hand, she exclaimed, I have nothing left to teach you now, do I? You really are a genius. His expression unchanged, Jay denied it. It's only because you taught me so well. That attitude left Veronica dispirited. There is again, praise in Jay's style. As if he had a sixth sense, Jay glanced toward a nearby direction. Hiding behind a bookshelf were 2 children secretly watching them, their faces bright red. After being discovered, they ran away, and Veronica awkwardly explained, Sorry. The little ones are a bit shy. She repeated what the 2 children had once said about Jay. But it seems they really like you. They said their dream is to become hunters. Did you know? Miss, what a hunter's like. What is life like out there? Slow down, you too. As soon as she finished speaking, Veronica made a new suggestion to him. Let's switch turns. And so she switched places, sitting rather decisively in the chair he had just left. Veronica continued. White spiritual energy poured through her body without any sign of stopping. Seeing that Veronica was doing well, Jay silently praised her. You're controlling mana far more skillfully than before. I didn't teach you anything especially extraordinary. If anything, just a little. Then he spoke again. Come on, faster. Being rushed made her annoyed. Even faster? Jay nodded lightly. More. Like that. Veronica's heart pounded rapidly from using too much internal energy. Sweat streamed down her face. I've always been rushing. Veronica remembered the image of her grandfather, Graham, by the sickbed. Because my grandfather doesn't have much time left. But now, then she looked toward Jay's stern figure and thought, I have a companion. The more Veronica thought about it, the tighter she gripped the hem of her clothes. Faster. I have to be even faster. She remembered the time spent together with her grandfather and her 2 younger siblings. And so, returning to reality, Veronica shut her eyes tightly and focused her inner power. I don't want to disappoint everyone. Her heart pounded again and again, accompanied by a strange light emerging outward. With a face full of astonishment, Veronica slowly looked ahead. On this side, Jay had realized what had happened. The empty ring was now filled with mana. After all her efforts, Veronica had succeeded. Losing her balance, she collapsed. I did it. Jay quickly ran over and used his body as a firm support for Veronica. Jay whispered to ask after her. Veronica, lightly stroking her face, Veronica spoke. I'm Euphine. I'm just a little tired. Seeing how she looked now, he suddenly opened his eyes in surprise, not knowing what to say. Tears fell from Veronica's eyes, and her hands gripped the hem of her clothes until it wrinkled. Then she spoke softly, "Thank you." Tears poured down her face like rain. It's thanks to you that I was able to create that circle. Seeing Veronica like that, Jay fell into a slight panic. I didn't even do that much. Why are you crying? Then he reminded her, by the way, didn't you say you'd show your grandfather as soon as you finished making the circle? Veronica hurriedly wiped her tears and replied, that's right. She quickly gathered herself, then rushed up the stairs while calling out, Jay. Seeing Jay still standing there, Veronica looked puzzled. Why aren't you coming with me? Looking up from below, he said, why do I have to go? Holding the stair railing, she smiled. Because I only managed to do it thanks to you. Come with me. Let's tell grandfather together. In the end, he agreed to go upstairs with Veronica. As they climbed the steps together, she looked like a child, so happy that her eyes curved with her smile, while Jay sighed helplessly, but still went along with her wishes. A moment later, the two reached the upper floor. Standing before the wooden door of the room, Veronica raised her hand and knocked lightly a few times to let the person inside know. Then she turned the handle and slowly entered. Grandfather, I'm coming in. Veronica smiled brightly and said cheerfully to Graham, Grandfather, just now After taking a few steps, she froze, her expression strange and full of confusion. Veronica's reaction left Jay utterly bewildered. Veronica! He quickly looked ahead, and his pupils suddenly widened in shock. Graham was lying motionless on the floor, without the slightest movement. Seeing him like that, Veronica seemed to turn to stone. She stood frozen in place and called out, Grandfather. The next morning, the city was bathed in the clear light of dawn. After 2 days of unconsciousness, Graham finally woke up. Looking at him, Jay spoke in concern. You've regained consciousness. Seeing him, Graham murmured, Jay. Graham wondered, how long was I asleep? Sitting beside him, Jay informed him, about 2.5 days. Knowing his own condition well, Graham gave a faint laugh. Is that so? It seems I don't have much time left. Veronica, beside Jay, was an empty chair because Veronica had already left earlier. Without needing to ask, Graham already had his answer. Understand. It seems that child doesn't have enough courage to face my final moments. She has a gentle soul and is somewhat fragile. He continued, speaking his thoughts to Jay. Jay, I want to give you my thanks. My sudden proposal that you learn magic must have surprised you. Thank you for staying with me all this time. Jay pondered for a few seconds, then replied, I only regarded it as a mutual alignment of interests. You needed someone to pass your knowledge on to, and I needed someone to learn from. His response made Graham evaluate him quietly. This child is still as peculiar as ever. Then Graham went straight to the point. I think this will probably be our final lesson. Is there anything else you want to ask? At Graham's suggestion, Jay thought to himself, if it's now then. He straightened up and voiced what was on his mind. I cannot sense emotions. Listening to Jay's question, Graham remained quite calm. Is that so? Jay suddenly understood. You already knew? With both eyes closed, Graham nodded. I had some suspicions. Looking at his face, Jay explained clearly. I cannot recognize emotions in everyday life. I have to focus with all my effort before I can grasp a few specific emotions. He asked at once, is this an illness? Looking into the air, Graham explained, a problem of the soul can certainly be called an illness. Through his words, the image of a weeping body appeared. There are people whose souls shut tight after they are tormented or experience trauma. Jay listened to Graham's words. As for you, someone who can choose which emotions to sense, perhaps you are a special case. Jay raised a hand to his chin and thought. I can't think of anything clear either. Jay asked Graham another question. Then I want to know what kind of magic you are using. That left Graham slightly confused. What do you mean? Jay began analyzing it for Graham. Even when you don't say it aloud, I've always understood your thoughts. I know what situation you're facing and what you're thinking about. Hearing that, Graham held his forehead and burst into laughter. Magic? His reaction left Jay at a loss. Are you saying that isn't magic? Raising his index finger, Graham explained, it isn't magic. I'm simply reading your expression. Jay cut in, but I don't show anything. Graham pointed straight at him and continued. Whenever you understand and successfully cast a spell, the corners of your mouth curve up slightly. Whenever you think about someone's words, your gaze becomes sharper. Even now, I can tell that you still don't truly understand what I'm saying. At that, Graham gave a faint smile. Of course, these signs are very subtle and hard to notice, but they are still expressions. His hand gestured in the air as though enclosing Jay's face from a distance. Try training yourself to read other people's expressions if what I do seems like magic to you and you want to learn it. A new problem occurred to Jay. I can't distinguish other people's appearances. To me, they all look similar. I really can't remember anyone's face. Lying by the sickbed, Graham groaned in despair. Good grief. After talking for a while, Jay left Graham's room. He descended the stairs he had just climbed, step by step, deep in thought. Suddenly, Jay stopped, resting his hand on the railing, and looked down at Veronica, who was hiding near the old kitchen. He called her name aloud, making Veronica flinch slightly. Veronica! Jay went straight to the point. I don't think he is much longer. Hearing him, her hand tightened against her own flesh. I don't want to witness that. I don't want to see grandfather leave. Jay emphasized his final words. This is your last chance to talk to him. As soon as he finished, Veronica sprang up and brushed past Jay like an arrow, running as though her life depended on it. She rushed toward her grandfather Graham's room. Grandfather, please don't let me be too late. Veronica turned the handle and pushed the door open with all her strength. Grandfather, seeing her, the two innocent younger siblings clinging tightly to his hands suddenly burst into tears. Big sister, Graham forced himself up, using the last of his strength to turn his head and look back. Veronica, he smiled and murmured a few words. My child, you came. Veronica tried to hold back her tears so hard that her whole body trembled in waves. Then she looked at Graham and told him proudly, Grandfather, I finally did it. I set up the magic circle by myself. Hearing those words, Graham proudly pointed at Veronica. I always knew you could do it. She hurriedly clasped her grandfather's wrinkled hands with both of hers. Grandfather, Graham's grip on Veronica's hand grew tighter and tighter. I once held your hand tightly like this and told you not to worry anymore. Memories surged back, making her remember the time when the three siblings were destitute, when he said that she would no longer have to suffer the cold, that she would no longer go hungry, and that there was no need to keep waiting for someone who would never come back. At this point, Veronica placed his hand on her head. I was so happy when you told me to follow you. Her words made her two younger siblings sob. Don't worry. You taught us so many things, didn't you? No matter what happens, we'll be all right. Lying on the sickbed, Graham closed his eyes tightly and declared, I won't worry. One of his hands held Veronica's, while the other embraced the two children. I know very well just how strong you all are. Every word Graham spoke reached Jay's ears. I'm also truly content to have met you. Sometime later, in a solemn cemetery, heavy rain poured down. Graham's grave lay there. Veronica spared no expense in preparing the grave, the headstone, and his funeral. Graham was buried in the largest central cemetery in Area 49. Back at Veronica's house, she opened the door slightly to check on her two younger siblings. After seeing that the two children were sound asleep, she gently closed the door. Then she looked at Jay and thanked him. Thank you for helping me. I definitely couldn't have moved it by myself. Through Jay's eyes, Veronica's body was filled with white aura. Veronica had not shed a tear, even though she looked as if she might shatter at any moment. Her appearance made him wonder, what kind of expression is that? The memory of Graham's instruction came back to him. You can't sense other people's faces? Then try this. Following Graham's experience, Jay's gaze passed over Veronica's hair instead of looking at her whole face. Then Jay stopped at her tear-filled eyes. Focus on each individual detail of their face. In truth, Veronica had been unable to suppress her emotions. She was crying. Meanwhile, Jay looked at Veronica, and tears unconsciously poured down his own face like rain. He raised a hand to his cheek, somewhat surprised at himself. Wait, not like this. I didn't intend to feel sad. Having lost Graham, Veronica collapsed. She sank down and fell to the floor. Veronica's veined hands trembled in waves. Grandfather! Suddenly, Jay stepped forward. He spread his arms and held her tightly, comforting her. There was something indescribable in his eyes, mixed with sorrow. No. Jay remembered the figure of the man who had protected him years ago. Perhaps this is actually a good thing. He reached out and gently stroked Veronica's short red hair, earnestly comforting her. And so, someone as emotionless as Jay came to understand his own heart, because he could sincerely comfort someone born from his own desire. Cedric stood behind them, his voice choked as he saw off his close friend who was about to leave. Philip, I'm really going to miss you. You have to promise you'll come back, all right? Philip patted his shoulder in comfort. I swear. The vehicle began to move, and Philip quickly climbed in to sit beside Jay. He looked out the window, then turned and asked, "It looks like they're not coming. You told them, right?" Jay answered calmly, as if everything had already been arranged properly. "I told them clearly. They know that we're leaving today at 10 in the morning." Jay recalled how startled Veronica had been when she heard his proposal. "Go with you?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, Philip and I are going together." Jay evaluated inwardly. Veronica will be a great help with theoretical matters like magic formations. I'm still lacking in that field. Jay also thought of the mysterious ability she had displayed before. Also, the thing called the White Sun that she possesses. I'm very curious about it. She may be able to help me escape danger. She took a step back, clearly not mentally prepared for this. Wait, this is too sudden. I still have to take care of my younger siblings. He answered immediately, Philip's hotel will take care of them. I already discussed it with them. Veronica widened her eyes, unable to believe that things had been arranged behind her back. What? When? Jay gave a slight shrug and replied. They said they'd do as you wished. She asked again, but if I'm not here, who will manage the shop? He tilted his head and explained further so she would understand that everything had been handled. You only need to close it temporarily. Cedric and his people will keep watch every day. No one will be able to touch it. Jay looked straight at Veronica, wanting to know the true choice in her heart. Do you not want to leave? Veronica folded her arms, her eyes clearly showing hesitation. It's that obvious, isn't it? He nodded slightly. Yes. She turned away and took a deep breath to sort out the thoughts in her head. Give me a little time. I need to think more. Philip looked at his watch and reminded them that the scheduled departure time had arrived. Jay, it's 10 o'clock. Jay looked straight ahead, his voice decisive, as though he had already been ready. Let's go. Cedric watched them leave, his voice sinking as he realized they were truly going. They really left. From afar, Veronica ran toward them, her voice urgent, as if she feared she would not make it in time. Wait for me. She ran while waving, trying to call out loudly enough to catch their attention. Let me come with you. Philip glanced quickly through the mirror and noticed her figure hiding behind them. It seemed she had been hiding behind a boulder. Stop! Veronica shouted loudly, running and signaling that she did not want the vehicle to stop. Don't stop. Keep going. Open the door. Philip's eyes widened, unable to understand the reckless thing she was about to do. Is she planning to climb into the vehicle like that? Jay immediately stood up and handed over the steering wheel. Take the wheel for a moment. Philip was startled and did not have time to react. What? Veronica ran while watching the approaching vehicle, her expression full of astonishment. Jay opened the door and reached forward with an extremely serious gaze. Grab my hand. Hearing those words, Veronica froze for a brief moment, surprised by his action. Tears welled in her eyes, and she laughed while being unable to suppress the emotions rising inside her. Veronica reached out and gripped Jay's hand tightly, as though seizing her only chance. Lying inside the vehicle, she panted continuously after just escaping a dangerous situation. Philip turned toward her and gave a faint smile when he saw Veronica's final decision. Looks like you chose to come with us after all. He tilted his head, still not understanding the reason behind her reckless action. But why did you tell us not to stop? She sat up, her voice slowing as she revealed her true feelings. I felt that if we stopped even for a second, I wouldn't be able to leave. Jay and Philip both fell silent, turning back to look at Veronica with thoughtful gazes. Philip gave a small laugh and teased her to ease the tense atmosphere. You're even more timid than I am. She reacted at once, her voice a little annoyed but still mixed with embarrassment. I had to gather every bit of courage for this, you know. After the vehicle stopped in a deserted place, Jay quickly checked the vehicle's condition. There was nothing wrong with it at all. Veronica looked ahead and spoke as though she was ready for the long journey. We'll go straight for 10 hours without stopping. Philip rubbed his stomach, his face twisting as hunger began to torment him. My stomach is still growling. Jay looked around the area, then made a decision for the group to rest. We'll set up camp here tonight and continue tomorrow morning. The two answered in unison, all right. The campfire blazed strongly, its light spreading out and dispelling the cold night. Jay sat down near the fire, his gaze distant as he spoke of his true goal. My goal is to find a rainbow. Hearing that, Philip immediately turned around, staring at Jay with wide eyes full of surprise. Veronica fell silent, recalling in her mind what she had once heard about this journey. Back then, he also said he was hunting it. She tilted her head and asked curiously, "May I ask what that rainbow is?" Philip thought for a moment, then stepped forward to explain clearly. "Let me explain." He began speaking in a confident voice, as though recounting a familiar legend. "Here's the thing. The rainbow is a gemstone that produces an infinite amount of mana. Right now, it has been split into 7 fragments and scattered across the world. If you gather the entire rainbow, you'll be able to make one wish." Jay nodded slightly. "That's right." Philip looked at him and brought up the dangerous enemy they had encountered before. "And when we face that person, you also learn that Mage is hunting the rainbow too. Mages say that Megr's boss is holding 1 fragment." He looked straight at Jay, guessing the next direction of their journey. "So from now on, I suppose you'll be tracking the rainbow connected to Mage." Jay looked at both of them, his voice lowering. "If you follow me, your lives will be in danger. Even so, I will protect you both to the best of my ability. I will also help you achieve your own goals." Jay paused for a moment, as though giving them a chance to reconsider their choice. "If you're afraid, we can still go back." Veronica looked into the fire and answered briefly, without the slightest hesitation. "I suppose so." Philip smiled faintly, appearing not too concerned about the danger ahead. "I've faced death a few times already." He folded his arms and claimed his share of responsibility. "You want me to handle the finances, right? I'll also deal with situations that require negotiation." Veronica nodded, calmly accepting the task suited to her abilities. "I'll be in charge of guidance on magic." Jay looked at the 2 people before him, and an emotion he rarely showed rose within him: courage. Jay looked into the fire, determination stronger than ever surging in his heart, and the light would shine more brightly than anyone. Philip sat up straight, his voice slowing as he began to share. "I'll also talk about my goal. My goal is to find my mother." His gaze grew distant as he recalled a childhood lacking affection. "When I was little, my mother left for another land to earn money." In his memory, his mother's gentle voice still echoed clearly beside his ear. "Philip, I'm going to earn money. Until then, you have to stay here and wait for me." "All right." The image of his mother's kind smile before she left remained deeply engraved in him. "I love you, my son." Philip lowered his head slightly, his voice sinking as he spoke of an unfulfilled promise. "She promised she would come back. The reason I earn money is also for that purpose. Because poverty forced us to part." Veronica raised a hand to wipe her eyes, moved by the heartfelt story. "Oh my gosh, that's so sad." Jay sighed softly and glanced at Philip with a look that was lightly reproachful, yet sympathetic. "Philip, you made her cry." Philip hurriedly waved his hands, flustered by the unexpected reaction. "Wait, my story isn't that sad." Veronica took a deep breath and regained her composure before saying, "My goal is to complete my grandfather's research." She looked down at her hands, her voice serious as she mentioned the troubling issue. He was researching the black rain. The black rain changes the color of the soil and causes many illnesses. Veronica's gaze grew firm, showing her determination to fulfill her grandfather's final wish. "The diseases it causes are severe, and current medicine can't cure them. The eternal sleeping sickness my grandfather suffered from is one of them. I'll complete his work so no one else has to die from the black rain like my grandfather did." Philip nodded, his voice sincere as he promised to support her as much as he could. "I'll help you with everything I can too. I'm not good in that field, but I'll support you in other ways." She looked over at Philip and replied with no less determination, "I'll help with everything I have too." Jay smiled faintly, sensing the bond that was gradually forming among the 3 of them. "Great. Let's help one another. Consider it a deal." Philip and Veronica turned to look at each other, briefly surprised by the suggestion. Philip looked at Jay and softly called his name with trust in his eyes. "Jay." Philip raised his hand forward, smiling as if to mark a new beginning. "From now on, we'll we'll stand together. She did not hesitate and immediately held out her hand as well, nodding in agreement. Yeah. Jay sat there, his gaze puzzled as he saw the two of them waiting for him to join in. A practical thought flashed through Jay's mind. What a meaningless action. Touching and clasping hands together won't make the body stronger like magic does. Veronica softly called his name. Jay. Philip frowned, keeping his hand extended as he began to feel uncomfortable. My hand's getting hot. It feels like it's being roasted. Jay sighed lightly and finally, reluctantly, held his own hand forward. Jay placed his hand on theirs, his voice still calm, but he no longer refused. Let's stand together. Philip and Veronica both smiled, responding with clear unity and determination. Yeah, definitely. When they got into the car, the warning Jay had given earlier briefly resurfaced in both their minds. He had said their lives would be in danger. Ahead of them, the ground shook as a herd of frenzied stone deer charged toward them. The two of them had no time to react, their thoughts still unfinished, but already, Philip leaned back in his seat, his voice tired. How many days has it been? Veronica replied, I don't know. It feels like it's been 7 days. Jay kept his hands on the wheel and answered calmly, as if he had been keeping precise track of time. Today is the 9th day. He estimated the remaining distance and travel time. We should be almost there. It took me about 10 days to get from Area 50 to Area 49, so the distance should be about the same. Suddenly, Philip's eyes stopped, focusing warily outside the car window. Philip looked in the same direction, surprised to see a large cloud of dust. What's that? A dust cloud. From far away, a herd of frenzied stone deer was charging toward them at tremendous speed. Philip was startled, unable to understand what was happening before his eyes. What is that? Veronica narrowed her eyes to observe and quickly recognized them. Those are stone deer. Philip repeated, his voice still stunned. Stone deer. Veronica continued explaining based on the knowledge she had once read. Their skin is cracked like stone. No, to be more accurate, it's a hard shell. They're exactly the creatures I read about in books. Philip swallowed and asked worriedly, are they dangerous? She shook her head lightly. No, they're quite gentle, but their migration season is still a long way off. Jay tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his eyes sharpening as he made a quick guess. Something must have happened, maybe behind them. Jay rapidly analyzed the situation in his mind, searching for a way to handle it. Even if they turned around, the herd would catch up. Charging straight into them was impossible. In that case, Jay immediately gave an order. Veronica, prepare a defense. Veronica was startled. A defense? Where? He continued quickly. Create a spherical barrier with the car at the center, 3 meters in diameter. Adjust the elements so the barrier moves with the car. She closed her eyes, try to picture the structure Jay had just requested. If it had to be 3 meters wide and move with the car, then Philip looked ahead, his voice urgent as he saw the danger drawing near. They're here. The frenzied stone deer charged forward, the ground trembling violently beneath them. Jay spun the steering wheel quickly, maneuvering the car to avoid dangerous head-on collisions. The car wove through the herd of stone deer, moving into a gap in the middle. Repeated impacts made the vehicle shake violently, and Philip began to panic. Without looking back, Jay continued giving orders while holding their course. Use all your mana to reinforce the defense. His voice grew more serious. It absolutely must not break. Veronica clenched her hands, putting all her strength into maintaining it. I'm doing it. She squeezed her eyes shut, focusing completely on controlling the flow of mana that was being rapidly consumed. Jay observed the situation and thought to himself, this still isn't enough. Veronica will run out of mana first. He turned to Philip and unexpectedly made a suggestion in the tense situation. Philip, you said you wanted to learn how to drive, didn't you? Jay continued immediately, giving Philip no time to hesitate or refuse. Now's your chance. Philip froze, then quickly understood Jay's intention in this situation. Wait, if you let go of the wheel now. Again? I get it. A surge of bright red power began gathering beneath Jay's feet, radiating intense heat. He sprang up onto the roof of the car, observing the entire herd of stone deer moving in chaos. Jay's eyes swept rapidly everywhere, searching for something abnormal in the flow of their movement. He stopped, focusing on the left side of the charging herd. On the opposite side, a different color appeared and drew Jay's special attention: blue. Realizing it, he was immediately startled as he understood the cause behind it. Jay's gaze suddenly stopped, and after careful observation, the answer flashed through his mind. Found it! Philip gripped the steering wheel tightly, his voice urgent as he tried to keep the car on course amid the chaos. How much farther do I have to go? Jay, still standing on the roof, answered, keep going this way. We're almost there. A burst of dazzling light suddenly shattered as the stone deer ahead charged in. Both Philip and Jay were startled by the unexpected phenomenon. Philip turned his head back and anxiously called her name when he realized something was wrong. Veronica. Philip looked more closely and noticed an abnormal sign on her body. You're bleeding. Jay quickly observed and realized the limit Veronica had just reached. This was as far as she could go using the barrier. Jay rapidly analyzed it in his mind. I can't create a barrier as large as Veronica's. She could do it because her ring mainly contains white mana. His gaze grew resolute as he immediately came up with an alternative. Then what I can do now is... Suddenly, the defense surrounding the car cracked and shattered into pieces, leaving Jay stunned. Philip panicked when he realized their only protection had completely vanished. It broke. Jay raised his head, looking straight into the empty space where the barrier had just disappeared. Jay's face darkened, and his eyes turned cold as he looked ahead. Amid the sounds of impact and shattering, Philip shouted his name in panic. Jay! Veronica also lifted her head and looked outside, her trembling voice filled with worry. Jay! She cried out instinctively, as if the worst had happened. No! But when she saw more clearly, Veronica's eyes suddenly changed at the sight before her. As the dust gradually cleared, it revealed a figure standing in front of them as a shield. She froze, unable to believe what she was seeing, and shouted, Jay! In Jay's mind, his final thought became clear without the slightest hesitation. What I can do? Jay clenched his hands, pouring all his power into the only remaining option, metallizing the entire car. He turned back, his voice firm as he gave instructions. I reinforced the car, but if you go outside, you could get hurt. Get inside. Veronica did not hesitate and quickly obeyed. Okay. Jay turned forward again and continued commanding while maintaining the strengthened state. We're almost there. Keep going. Philip tightened his grip on the steering wheel and replied, Got it. Under the metal reinforcement, the car charged through the chaotic herd of stone deer ahead. Once they had broken through, Philip immediately turned back to check on everyone. Is everyone okay? She panted and answered, I think I'm okay. Jay replied as well. I'm fine. Jay stood frozen, his gaze growing cold as he witnessed the bloody scene ahead. Philip took a step back, his voice trembling slightly. Oh God, was this because of us? Veronica observed more closely and kept calm as she made an assessment based on her knowledge. I don't think so. Stone deer have extremely hard shells, so this couldn't have injured them. Jay, he crouched down to inspect them and quickly discovered something unusual. Veronica was right. These stone deer had been shot. Jay narrowed his eyes and began analyzing it in his mind. These bullet wounds are much larger than any I've seen before. Could they be special ammunition? An unfamiliar voice sounded behind them, making all three immediately go on alert. What are kids doing out in this wasteland? Are you lost? Vector approached with a smile and said, I'm sure you didn't come here on your own. Where are the adults? Vector tilted his head, his gaze stopping on each of their faces as if evaluating them. Looking closely, an incomprehensible smile appeared on his face, making the atmosphere feel even more dangerous. You've got pretty cute faces, don't you? Veronica called softly, her voice low but full of worry. Jay stepped forward, his voice calm, but his eyes remained fully alert. I have one question. How far is Area 48 from here? Vector chuckled lightly, his voice carrying a hint of mockery. You're in a hurry to get home? But what's with that tone? Without warning, Jay rushed forward, grabbed him by the collar, and slammed him hard into the ground. Immediately afterward, he pulled Vector back up. His cold gaze threw Vector into utter panic. Jay held a knife behind him, his voice icy as he gave an order. Here, take this. He stared fixedly at his target and continued in a tone that allowed no hesitation. When I give the signal, cut his throat. Philip stood frozen, his mind in turmoil, unable to believe the situation had become so extreme. What? Philip stood stiffly, his eyes bewildered as he had not expected Jay to say such a thing. Though trembling, Philip still bent down and picked up the knife, gripping it tightly but unsteadily. Fear arose in Philip's mind, as he had never done anything like this before. I've never held a knife to anyone's neck. Veronica stood behind him, her eyes worried. Philip gritted his teeth, trying to force himself to do something he had never imagined doing. But I still have to do it. Philip tightened his grip on the knife, his voice shaking, but still trying to sound tough in front of the enemy. Stay where you are. Hand over everything you have, or this guy dies. Jay and Veronica glanced at each other and thought, he's surprisingly good at this. The man behind them was furious. These brats are insanely stubborn. His eyes were contemptuous as he assessed the three in front of him. They looked like bandits who specialized in ambushing travelers. Kaylee stepped forward, his voice calm, but clearly carrying danger. Kid, let him go. Don't make this more complicated. He continued speaking, trying to sound well-intentioned. We really only want to help. Jay did not waver, his voice cold, cut his throat, just enough so he doesn't die. The moment the order rang out, Philip reflexively acted without hesitation. Jay stared fixedly at the other side, his voice low but carrying heavy pressure. I'm warning you. Don't even think about lying. One of the opposing group stepped back, his voice panicked. That kid just cut Vector's throat. Another immediately said, Captain, how about we just finish all of them off? Kaylee stood still, thinking about who they really were. Where the hell did these kids come from? He sighed softly, then dropped his earlier false pretense. Fine. We didn't have good intentions from the start. Kaylee curled his lip, his voice casual, as if everything was still under control. So what? What difference does it make? He gave a slight hand signal, his eyes turning dangerous. Aren't you the ones at a disadvantage? With just one word from me, your people will be shot so full of holes you won't be able to count them. Jay stood still as energy began gathering, making the surrounding air grow heavy. He looked straight at his opponent, his voice cold, as if challenging all of them. Try it. Flames gradually flared around his body, clearly showing the power Jay was using. He answered, if you can. Kaylee narrowed his eyes, recognizing Jay's true identity through the source of his energy. So you're a mage. He immediately lowered his head, his voice becoming subdued. I apologize. We made a grave mistake with you. We would be very grateful if you would generously overlook this. Jay kept his posture unchanged and continued. I don't want to make a big deal out of this either. Just answer a few questions, and I'll leave. He looked straight at Kaylee, his eyes cold as he began interrogating him for information. What are you doing here? Kaylee swallowed, trying to stay calm. Nothing special. We're just looking for something. He paused for a moment, then explained more clearly the target his group was pursuing. A deer with a blue stone embedded in its head. Jay narrowed his eyes and demanded a more detailed explanation. Explain. Annoyance flashed through Kaylee's mind at having to explain. I really can't understand what goes on inside mages' heads. He scratched his head lightly and reluctantly continued. Well, Kaylee began telling the story, his voice flat, as if repeating what the client had said. Our client is a man who was once famous for running a water well company in Area 40, Joan Gray. He continued providing background about the man's past. When he was young, during a crisis in the desert, a small drop of water suddenly fell, soaking into the man's sleeve. He raised his head and caught sight of a blue-stone deer glowing brilliantly. Kaylee crossed his arms and continued recounting the story. He encountered a blue stone deer, and he wants us to find it for him again. He shrugged, clearly skeptical. I remember him saying the stone deer flew down from the sky and gave him water to drink, or that its body turned into water, something like that. It sounded too absurd, so I didn't listen carefully. Jay was silent for a while, then suddenly asked a question that startled Kaylee. Where do I have to go to meet your client? Kaylee asked, what? Worry immediately appeared in Kaylee's mind. Damn it, I can't let that old man learn anything unnecessary. He quickly adjusted his expression. It would be difficult to meet him directly. Jay gripped the knife tightly, his cold gaze making Kaylee afraid to move. Kaylee swallowed and tried to continue, but his voice had already lost its earlier confidence. He's in Area 42, so? Jay cut him off immediately, his voice sharp and cold, allowing no lies. I told you not to lie. Kaylee's mind was thrown into chaos. How did he know? How many years does this kid think I've lived as a mercenary? Kaylee truly began to panic, realizing the other party was not easy to deal with. I don't know how he's doing it, but he sees right through me. In the end, he decided to tell the truth to save his life. Area 48, the Garlot Hotel. That's where our client is staying. Jay's expression did not change as he continued asking directly about the more important issue. Were you the ones who caused the stone deer migration? Kalui quickly shook his head, trying to explain clearly to avoid misunderstanding. No. Stone deer usually move in large herds, usually dozens at a time. The distance between herds is very great, so humans couldn't gather thousands of them together. We only followed them because we saw them moving chaotically like this. He continued recounting what his group had witnessed. We arrived in Area 48 5 days ago. On the first day, we scouted the outskirts and were shocked by what we saw. They were moving in large herds much earlier than usual. Kaylee's voice lowered, unable to hide his regret. Their horns and meat sell for a good price. Unfortunately, we didn't prepare enough transport vehicles beforehand. Jay pondered for a second, then made his final demand in a decisive voice. Good. This is my last demand. Kaylee felt relieved inside. He's finally going to let us go. He looked up, trying to stay calm. All right. What do you want us to do? Jay looked straight at him, his voice cold. The herd of stone deer changed direction and charged toward us. That was your fault. Because of your actions, we were placed in great danger. Jay looked directly at his opponent, his voice calm, but carrying clear pressure. Although we escaped safely, our car may have been damaged because of it. Therefore, I want you to provide reasonable compensation for the repairs. Philip, standing beside him, broke into a terrifying smile. Repair money. Jay turned to him and asked for his opinion as if handing the decision over to him. Philip, how much compensation do you think is reasonable? He was startled, not expecting to be asked so directly. Me? He gave a small nod. Yeah. After they left, Philip could not hide his surprise at the money they had just obtained. We robbed them. No, we successfully made a deal with them. I didn't think we'd make 250,000 superlinks. He smiled faintly and continued as he prepared to put the money away. I'll store it in the safe in the trunk. Jay shook his head and said, No, we'll split this money equally. Philip frowned, not understanding why. Even though we didn't do anything, Veronica immediately spoke up in agreement. That's right. Jay explained clearly. We can't argue every time we make money over who did how much and how we should divide it. Jay thought it would be best to prevent disputes from the start. He continued, his voice firm as if laying down a rule for the whole group. Even when it has nothing to do with money, we'll resolve everything as fairly as possible. Philip nodded, finally accepting that way of thinking. All right, I get it. Veronica also gave a small nod, agreeing with the principle he had just set. Got it. From inside Veronica's clothes, a small sound suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Bah! All three of them immediately froze, their eyes turning toward the source of the sound. Philip's eyes widened, unable to understand the tiny creature that had made that strange noise. What is that? The little creature cried out again, as if trying to draw attention. Bah! Veronica was flustered, not knowing how to explain its sudden appearance. Well, Veronica looked at it, recalling the moment she had encountered the tiny creature earlier. It had looked like a lost child. At the time, the little creature had been trembling, its eyes glistening as if it were about to cry. She softened her voice and spoke her thoughts about leaving it alone. I thought it would be dangerous to leave it there. Philip tilted his head and asked, not completely convinced by that decision. And that's why you want to bring it with us? It cried out again. Bah! Veronica gently stroked its head, her voice certain as she made her decision. Fawn would definitely know if we abandoned him. Let's keep him with us, at least until we find his herd. Philip frowned and asked, Fawn? You've already named it. He continued questioning her. Besides, Fawn is a boy's name. How do you know whether it's male or female? Veronica smiled. Look at how obedient he is with me. He's definitely a boy. Fawn cried out happily. Bah! Philip still hesitated, worry clear in his eyes over the decision. Even so, taking it with us is... He looked over at Jay, while Jay remained silent, thinking it over. Jay recalled the scene from earlier, when he had observed from above. When I climbed onto the roof of the car, I saw a stone deer that looked like its parent. Jay continued, connecting it to the story they had just heard. It reminded me of the story we heard earlier. Let's take it with us. Veronica nodded immediately, unable to hide her joy at the decision. Okay, Philip sighed. Good grief. The next day, Veronica looked around the new area, her eyes full of curiosity. There really is another area? So there are places outside where we used to live. Philip suddenly remembered the little creature traveling with them and turned to ask, "What about Fawn?" Veronica smiled gently, her voice soft. "He's sleeping, so I covered him with a blanket," she added, showing how carefully she had checked everything. "I checked the car door too, so don't worry." A rough voice rang out, cutting through the group's peaceful mood. "Hey, you people, can we talk to you for a bit?" Maxwell walked over, his eyes full of provocation as he stared at the three of them. "Who gave you permission to enter our territory?" He curled his lip, his voice full of mockery, as if testing their rules. "Did you pay the passage fee on your way in?" A little while passed. The sky gradually grew gloomy, and the surrounding air carried an unusually heavy feeling. Jake stepped forward, his gaze calm, as he directly faced the other party. "Who's the leader of your gang?" Marcel, his face bruised, answered at once. "It's Renard." Jay gave a small nod, his voice cold as he delivered a clear message. "Tell your leader to come to the Garlot Hotel on 22nd Street. I have something to ask of him." "Got it." The man looked at his companions, then nodded, not wanting to cause any more trouble. "We got it." After they left, Veronica sighed as she recalled what had happened. "That makes the 6th time." She looked exhausted. "I wish they would stop showing up." Jay replied immediately, his voice decisive, as if he understood the rules of this world well. "No chance. If they ignore outsiders, the whole gang loses face." Hearing that, Philip's face turned thoughtful. He thought for a moment, then proposed a somewhat different idea. "Then how about this?" Philip explained excitedly. "Clothes can completely change someone's impression of you. If we wash up and dress nicely, no one will pick a fight with us." They also said the place we're going to is a high-class hotel. He added, thinking of situations where they might need to follow a dress code. "It would also be a good idea to have a suit or tuxedo ready. After all, we don't know when we might need to dress like that to match the dress code." Veronica came out after changing clothes, turning slightly as if wanting their evaluation. "How is it? Does it suit me?" Jay looked at his own clothes and thought, will changing how I dress really change anything? Philip stood at the counter and spoke politely to the employee. Please keep the clothes they were wearing when they arrived at the lodging next door. The assistant gave a slight bow and quickly agreed to the guest's request. "Yes, I understand." Jay suddenly turned and asked, "But how did you get a discount?" Philip smiled mysteriously. "That's a trade secret." After all three finished changing, they stepped outside with far more confidence than before. Suddenly, Jay stopped when he sensed an unusual current around him. A familiar color associated with a particular emotion appeared in his mind. Purple. Jay slowly turned his head, his gaze moving toward the source of that emotion. An intense feeling rose up, making him realize that the nature of that current was desire and envy. Jay thought quietly, noticing the change in how others reacted to them. So other people's reactions can change this much just from changing clothes. He turned to Philip. Curious, he asked further, "Are there any other tools that can change how people react to your presence?" Besides clothes, Philip thought for a moment, then gave a general answer. "In general, anything that changes your appearance works. Because when you meet someone for the first time, the only thing you can judge them by is what you can see." Philip continued, emphasizing the important factor. "However, the most important thing is a person's bearing, like an aura. That's why some people give off a special energy even when they're wearing cheap clothes, while others don't stand out even in expensive ones." He suddenly glanced at Jay, his eyes seeming to realize something obvious. In Philip's mind, Jay's image carried a feeling different from ordinary people. And you're the first type. Even saying you look like the descendant of a wealthy family isn't enough. It's like meeting an entirely different kind of human being. Veronica, who was standing ahead of them, suddenly spoke up when she saw what they had been looking for. "Found it." She raised her head, her eyes filled with astonishment. "It's so tall. This is the first time I've seen a building this high." Jay did not hesitate and stepped forward with a resolute attitude. "Let's go in." Seeing that, Philip hurriedly called out to him. "Wait." He looked at the two of them and spoke quietly but with great concern. "We might get arrested, so let's get our story straight." Jay replied at once, his voice calm, as if he was not worried about that at all. "We won't." He casually walked past the bodyguard, his gaze steady and without hesitation. The bodyguard looked down at them, his eyes scrutinizing, but he did not seem inclined to stop them. Veronica and Philip smiled stiffly, and she kept her composure as she walked past him. The bodyguard suddenly smiled and let them pass without stopping them. Veronica breathed a sigh of relief. It really worked. Philip also exhaled, still not fully relaxed. I thought we were going to get arrested. Philip turned to Jay, curious. How did you know he would let us pass? Jay answered briefly, his voice calm. Just a hunch. Jay glanced back at the bodyguard, confirming the feeling he had just had. I didn't sense any hostility or vigilance from him. Philip stepped forward then, putting on a friendly smile as he began the conversation. Hello. The steward looked them over from head to toe, his voice calm. What business do you have here? Philip did not hesitate and quickly offered an explanation. We were about to return to our room, but we forgot the room number. The man continued asking to confirm their information. What name is the room registered under? Philip answered at once, keeping his tone natural, as if it were obvious. Joan Gray. That's our grandfather's name. The steward checked quickly, then informed them he is currently in room 207. Philip politely thanked him before leaving the reception desk. Thank you very much. The three of them quickly walked off, heading straight toward the hallway that led to room 207. There was a hint of admiration in Veronica's eyes at the way Philip had handled the situation. You're pretty good at this, too. Philip waved a hand lightly, acting modest. This is just a bit of street smarts. The door suddenly swung open, startling all three of them with the abrupt reaction. Lewis's eyes were full of surprise and caution. What is this? I think you've come to the wrong room. Philip remained calm and immediately gave a reason to avoid misunderstanding. We're looking for you through Kailou's mercenary company. He went straight to the main point. We want to hear more about the stone deer you're searching for. Lewis raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. Those damn mercenaries are that loose-lipped. Philip did not back down and continued offering cooperation. We may be able to help you. Lewis folded his arms, his voice cold as he refused. The representative is busy. Kids like you can't just meet him whenever you want. Jay watched from behind and thought quietly. It looks like leaving this to Philip won't work. He began to focus, silently stirring the energy inside him. Jay quickly identified the positions in his mind. One person on each side inside the room beyond the entrance hall. I can sense two more people farther in. Lewis took a step forward, his voice warning them. If you understand, then leave before I use force. Veronica sensed something unusual, and her eyes immediately became serious. Why is the mana in the air fluctuating? By the time she noticed, light had already begun to gather clearly in Jay's hand. In Jay's mind, he thought, when what I want is right here, I won't hesitate to use any method. A calm, deep voice rang out from inside, instantly changing the atmosphere. Let's stop here. Joan spoke gently, dispelling the tense air. My guests. Lewis immediately bowed his head, showing respect. Mr. Representative. Veronica tilted her head slightly and whispered, just loud enough for Jay to hear. You were about to use the mana in the air, weren't you? Joan ordered in a calm voice, bring them inside. Lewis had no choice but to accept. If you say so, sir. The three of them quickly followed, heading deeper into the spacious room. Joan smiled faintly, appearing hospitable as he invited them to sit. My guests, please make yourselves comfortable. Then he slowly observed each of them, as if assessing their worth. Let's see. Joan tilted his head slightly and went straight to the matter they had mentioned earlier. You want to hear about the beast I'm searching for, correct? He leaned back in his chair, his voice lowering as he began to speak of the past. George, in Area 40. Joan gazed into the distance, as if recalling people in an era long gone. He was the head of Colonel Walter, a company that sold drinking water. Water so expensive the poor wouldn't even dare think of buying it. Jay tilted his head slightly and asked to confirm the information. The Elton River was already polluted back then. Joan gave a small nod. That's right. Joan continued slowly, his voice heavy as if carrying dark memories. The water was muddy and always full of floating garbage, not much different from now. He paused for a moment, as if regretting something that had vanished. There's almost nothing left of it now, but Joan sighed and began to speak of his true status in the past. I was once a nomad. Because the local residents rejected us, we couldn't settle inside the area. His gaze grew distant, so we wandered the desert, living as nomads. When the oasis we occupied dried up, we set out again in search of the next oasis. Joan's voice lowered. Whether or not we could find a new oasis would decide the fate of the entire tribe. Another voice rang out in his memory, filled with despair and helplessness. It's over. Moo's group lost contact after leaving recently too. They must have died without finding an oasis. Back then, Joan immediately refuted him, his eyes determined. Not yet. The other person's voice was full of worry. Joan! Joan turned away and shouted to everyone, "Everyone, wait for me." He clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination before that uncertain journey. "I'll find a new oasis and come back." Joan walked through the vast desert, his body gradually exhausted beneath the scorching sun. His hand clawed hard at the sand, trying to hold on amid the rising despair. Joan bent forward, his breathing heavy from exhaustion and severe dehydration. Even so, he kept trying to continue, his hands never stopping as they dug through the sand in search of hope. The desert wind blew past, carrying sand and dust that covered the entire space around him. Suddenly, a drop of water fell from above, startling Joan out of his haze. He raised his head and saw the glowing blue stone deer before him. The deer stood there, its eyes calm, as if observing Joan from a distance. His eyes widened, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. The strange creature began to move, stepping lightly down onto the sand. It let out a cry, releasing blue light that spread throughout the surrounding space. Joan raised a hand to shield his eyes, unable to endure the intensity of the dazzling light. From afar, other stone deer also cried out together, answering the signal. When the light softened, he slowly opened his eyes and looked ahead. A mysterious sight appeared before him, far beyond anything Joan had ever imagined. The sky changed color, and then rain began to fall in the middle of the barren desert. He returned to the present and continued the story in a calm, low voice. Using that oasis as my foundation, I started the water business. I once tried to supply water at a relatively low price. Joan looked down at his hands, as if remembering that feeling. The thirst of being unable to drink clean water. I understand that better than anyone. His voice sank, showing his regret. But nothing is the same as it was back then. Joan continued, speaking of harsh reality and ruthless competition. That water source has now dried up, and every point that can be exploited has already been developed. Countless companies have rushed into the water business. He gave a faint, bitter laugh, as if accepting the unchangeable rules of the world. And that is how money works. Joan's gaze darkened as he remembered those scenes. When I saw blood relatives go mad and stab each other, I understood then that I should leave this industry. He sighed softly, his eyes distant. I have only one wish left before I die. I want to see that blue stone deer again. Joan looked down at his hands, his voice lowering as he remembered the grace he had received all those years ago. I want to thank it for saving my life. Jay, he frowned slightly, repeating the name with thought and consideration. That blue stone deer. His gaze was resolute as he offered his help. We'll help you find it. Jay continued, emphasizing his commitment like a promise he could not take back. That blue stone deer, you'll have our help in finding it. Joan smiled faintly, grateful while still maintaining the necessary distance. I'm very happy to hear that, but your kindness alone is enough. However, Joan tilted his head, his eyes becoming sharp. Still, I am curious as to who you young men and young lady are. Jay did not hesitate and answered immediately in a calm voice. We are a group of mercenaries. Veronica and Philip flinched slightly, repeating the unexpected introduction in their minds. We're mercenaries? Michael and Joan exchanged glances, then breathed lightly, as if somewhat relieved. Suddenly, from outside, Lewis heard a steady knock at the door. Kaylee's voice rang out from beyond the door, polite yet full of caution. Sir, please allow me to disturb you for a moment. He spoke in alarm. You already have guests? Joan looked toward the door, recognizing the person who had arrived. We have met before, haven't we? They are guests who came after hearing your story. Kaylee cursed inwardly. Damn it. He gave a slight bow, trying to salvage the situation. I apologize. I accidentally revealed the request. If I may explain in detail, Joan waved a hand lightly, his voice calm. There's no need. If someone like you said it, then there must have been a valid reason. He shifted his gaze to Jay and the others, continuing to examine their identities. More importantly, these people claim to be mercenaries. What do you think, Kaylee? Joan curled his lips slightly and made a doubtful comment. People dressed that sharply were working in the mercenary world? The mercenary world was not that easy. Kaylee was flustered for a moment. Meanwhile, the thoughts in Jay's head were the exact opposite of what he was about to say. Foolish old man. The person standing before you is a mage. He sat there in silence, calmly observing the two people talking in front of him. He quickly analyzed the situation. We gained an advantage at the hotel entrance thanks to these luxurious clothes. Jay quietly adjusted his thinking, realizing that their initial approach might have been wrong. But now it was the opposite. To avoid being seen as a fraud, I should have worn dusty clothes. He let out a soft breath, then calmly told the truth outright. Of course, we are not real mercenaries. Joan turned to look at Jay, while Jay kept his gaze steady and did not avoid his eyes. The man gave a faint laugh, his voice carrying a trace of suspicion. That cannot be right. Dressed like this, and yet you are mercenaries? Joan paused for a beat, as if considering further before continuing his thought. Not impossible, but suddenly, a flash of lightning sparked above his head, changing the air in the room. Jay's voice was firm, as though he were explaining his standard. Normally, mercenaries are equipped with weapons and possess appropriate skills and experience. The man was slightly surprised. What is this? Jay thought to himself. You mean weapons like this? Michael's expression changed slightly as a guess flashed through his mind. A mage. He frowned. How? I cannot sense a magic formation. Jay glanced lightly toward Michael, his sharp eyes seeming to read him. Jay quickly assessed the level of the person before him. So you are a mage, and a second circle mage at that. He curled his lips faintly and asked a question as if testing their reaction. With this level of ability, can I be considered a mercenary? Michael immediately spoke up to stop him. All right, please stop. Joan looked straight at Jay, his gaze cold and sharp. Just who are you? Jay remained calm, his tone unchanged as he replied. At this level, can you call me a mercenary yet? The man nodded slightly, as if he had reached his own answer. That is enough. Michael stepped forward as if to intervene. Sir. Joan raised a hand to signal him to stop, his calm voice soothing the situation. No one was hurt. Calm down, Michael. Michael lowered his gaze and reluctantly obeyed the order, though he remained wary. If you say so, sir. Joan turned back to Jay, his voice clearly thoughtful. Then, you want to help me? Philip quickly cut in, his voice full of enthusiasm. Yes, we will definitely be useful. Joan was still not completely reassured, his eyes carefully examining each of them. Joan turned to Kaylee, wanting to hear the opinion of the person who would directly participate in the mission. Kaylee, what do you think? You will be in charge of the search. After all, Kaylee trembled and began speaking hesitantly. You want to join the operation? Kaylee quickly thought it over. Keep them close. Building a relationship with a mage could be beneficial. He put on a sociable smile, and his voice became friendly. Of course, you're welcome. Kaylee emphasized the true value Jay could bring. Having a mage here will be a great help. Joan nodded and made the final decision. Then it is decided. After they went outside, Veronica lowered her voice, but it was filled with worry as she asked, Hey, are you sure about this? She frowned, recalling what had happened earlier. Is that person not dangerous? He will definitely want revenge on those small gangs. Philip also cut in, sounding a little worried. He probably does not like us much either. We tricked him like that before, too. Jay folded his arms in thought and offered a reasonable solution. It is better to have someone guide us than to wander around the wasteland alone. You two handle the street search. I will look for Fun's parents. This way is more efficient. She and Philip answered in unison. That is not what I meant. Jay analyzed Kaylee's behavior from the moment they met until now. He truly had shown hostility toward him. Jay continued reasoning, but he does not seem to want revenge. He looks more frightened than angry. He narrowed the scope of his speculation, focusing on the more noteworthy person. The one showing stronger hostility is... Jay turned to Philip, wanting to hear the perspective of someone more objective. Philip, what do you think of the relationship between Kaylee and Joan? In Philip's memory, Joan's voice rang out with hidden meaning. You must have a reason. Philip frowned in thought, trying to analyze it. For now, Joan seems to trust Kaylee a great deal. Philip continued considering, but with only one meeting, it is still too early to judge. Jay asked again, wanting to hear Veronica's perspective as well. What about you, Veronica? Veronica nodded lightly, agreeing with Philip's assessment. I think so too. He did not even know that man had abandoned the request and gone hunting. She continued slowly, her voice carrying trust. But Joan really does seem like a good person. He devoted his whole life to making the world a better place. Jay closed his eyes slightly, sinking into thought after hearing everything Veronica said. Behind them, Marcel's urgent voice rang out when he discovered the target. Found him. It is him. He has the money pouch. Renard stepped forward, his gaze sharp as he heard the news. You were beaten by that kid? I heard more than one group was taken down. He waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Just have him show us the money first. That is why I came here. Suddenly, a bright coin flew out and stopped in front of the two men. Opposite them, Jay stood at ease, casually tossing the coin. He looked straight at them, his voice calm but provocative. Do you know how much is in here? Renard narrowed his eyes and asked, How much? Jay curled his lips slightly and continued leading them on. Do you want to know? Renard nodded immediately. Of course. Jay stopped his hand and stated a number that instantly changed the atmosphere. 1,000,000 superlinks. Renard's eyes went wide in shock, clearly stunned by that enormous amount of money. Jay turned slightly, signaling for them to follow him to a more secluded place. Go into that alley, and we will continue talking. Jay stopped, his voice lowering as he laid out clear conditions. If you want the money, do exactly as I say. Jay glanced around. Do not waste your effort anymore. From a distance, Philip and Veronica watched the scene, their hearts filled with worry and helplessness. See, I told you we should not have caused trouble. Jay turned back to face them and began stating his specific demands. I want 3 pieces of information. Jay's gaze grew serious as he listed the things he was searching for. A rainbow, black rain, and a middle-aged brown-haired woman who looks like the person standing behind you. He folded his arms, his voice firm like a non-negotiable contract. Come to my lodging every day to report. I will reward anyone who brings satisfactory results. Marcel stepped forward, trembling as he asked, How much is the reward? Jay looked straight at Marcel, his voice composed. 100,000 superlinks. But I will only give it to the person who brings back the best information. Understood? The gang members immediately bowed their heads, their attitude respectful. Yes, sir. Philip stood behind him, observing, and quickly realized Jay's intent in the way he acted. How clever. He deliberately stirred up competition. After reaching the agreement, the gang quickly scattered and left the area. Jay turned back to the two of them, his voice serious as he instructed them. I have warned the gang, but to be safe, do not go alone. Go together. Philip immediately nodded and replied, Yeah. Veronica also agreed. All right. Jay glanced at them slightly, assessing their ability to protect themselves. Without me, there probably will not be any major problem. Jay continued thinking more deeply. The mana in Veronica's ring, behind the white sun, is sky blue mana. A series of connections appeared in his mind. The emotions associated with it are joy and delight. Its main elements are wind, change, speed, and connection. It is mainly used to enhance the body's mobility or to accelerate the speed of fired magic. Jay continued reasoning, adding its possible direct applications in combat, or to create wind. He shook his head slightly, understanding clearly that her personality would influence how she used her power. If Veronica wanted to, she could create wind blades and tear enemies apart, but knowing her personality, that is unlikely. Jay raised his hand, signaling for both of them to come closer. The two held out their hands. Veronica and Philip did as he said, and Jay quickly drew a linked magic circle on their hands. Both of them felt a strange flow of energy spreading, surprise clear in their eyes. Philip looked down at his hand and asked curiously about what had just happened. What did you just do? Veronica observed carefully, quickly realized it, and said, That is connection magic. Philip repeated, trying to understand better. Connection magic? Veronica explained further, her voice calm, as if giving a basic lesson. It is magic originally used often by mages who control spirit beasts or creatures. By concentrating, you can sense each other's locations. Veronica calmly explained further. If you channel mana into the magic circle, it will resonate, and you can use it to send a warning signal. Philip scratched his head lightly, a little embarrassed. But I cannot use mana. Veronica smiled softly, offering a simple but effective solution for the situation. Then just do not leave my side. Philip let out a breath and said, Either way, it is pretty convenient. Jay continued in a calm voice. You two go back to the lodging first. I still have somewhere to stop by. Veronica immediately reacted, worry in her eyes. What, alone? Philip cut in, showing trust in Jay's abilities. If it is Jay, he will be fine alone. I am worried about Finn too, so let us split up. Veronica looked back and forth between the two of them, then reluctantly accepted. All right. Veronica turned back and added a reminder, her voice gentle but still worried. Make sure you come back early. After they left, Jay stood still for a while, then suddenly spoke. "You can come out now." Kaylee stepped out from a hidden spot, his expression showing no surprise at having been discovered. "I was not planning to hide anyway." He folded his arms and explained why he had not appeared right away. "I only saw that you were talking, so I was going to wait until you finished." Jay looked straight at him, his voice even as he asked about his true purpose. "Do you need something?" Kaylee shrugged lightly, then shifted into a serious tone. "It concerns our upcoming schedule. I would like to have a brief discussion with you, Mage." He tilted his head, signaling that he wanted to move the conversation somewhere else. "If you agree, shall we go somewhere else?" Jay did not answer immediately. He merely looked at Kaylee in silence with a cold, probing gaze. The scene shifted to a noisy beer hall. Someone slammed a full mug of beer hard onto the table, foam spilling everywhere. Kaylee sat down first, casually opening the conversation as if trying to create a more comfortable atmosphere. "It is my treat today." Kaylee pointed toward the private room he had prepared in advance, his voice polite but full of implication. "I thought a private room would be more comfortable, so I reserved one beforehand. Mage, what would you like to drink?" Jay pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze still wary even though he appeared calm on the surface. "Juice." Inside the tavern, Kaylee held a golden mug of beer in his hand and remarked with feeling, "These alcoholic things?" He looked straight at Jay and spoke meaningfully. "They're a kind of potion that can turn people into dogs." Kaylee teased him. "A brat like you cannot drink this stuff." After saying that, he poured the beer straight into his mouth and gulped it down. Kaylee's face flushed red as he began slurring, already swaying drunkenly. Jay sat blankly, looking at this strange man in confusion and thinking, why does this person keep calling me over and over? Well, forget it. If he is treating me to food, that is still a benefit. Jay silently picked up his own glass and sipped it little by little while watching Kaylee drink beer with abandon. Suddenly, Kaylee stopped, looked at him, and slowly spoke. "I will introduce myself properly." Kaylee placed a hand on his chest and smiled as he introduced himself. "I am Kaylee from the Kaylee Mercenary Company." Jay gave no reaction and looked straight at him, his eyes now dyed completely by the golden hue of the person before him. Seeing the color of Kaylee's mana radiating an intense golden yellow, Jay could not help sighing inwardly. I have never met anyone this greedy. Meanwhile, Kaylee's mind was also full of calculations. No matter what, I have to build a relationship with him. He started a conversation with Jay. "If you do not mind, may I ask which mercenary company you belong to?" Jay replied slowly and emotionlessly, "I have not decided on a name." Kaylee was somewhat stunned by Jay's answer, but with his seasoned experience, he quickly understood the situation and replied knowingly. "So you intend to work as a mercenary from now on?" Jay nodded, confirming Kaylee's guess. Kaylee suddenly looked a little awkward and embarrassed as he spoke. "Thank you for not telling the client about the hunting." Kaylee thought of Joan and muttered inwardly, if they knew, things would get troublesome. He imagined the man's disappointed reaction upon learning the truth. "I did not expect you to be like this. Please leave at once." At that time, Kaylee would only be able to answer awkwardly, "That is not what I meant." Jay cut off his thoughts and asked, "You are tracking the herd of stone deer, are you not?" Kaylee answered briskly, "Of course. My subordinates are following them from a certain distance." He also continued with some smugness, "At the same time, we are helping control their numbers." Jay spoke pensively. About that, Jay suddenly made a decision that startled Kaylee into shooting to his feet. "Stop the hunting." Jay calculated silently. If the stone deer get caught up in this, it will become a huge problem. Kaylee regained his composure and looked at Jay in front of him, slowly asking back about what Jay had just said. He sat down. On the surface, he wore a fake smile, but his voice and the color of his mana, now turning blazing red, had betrayed him. He restrained himself and asked Jay, "May I ask why?" Jay sat across from him, taking in all his expressions as he thought. He is starting to show hostility. Crimson mana slowly gathered at Jay's fingertip and shot straight toward Kaylee, shattering the beer mug in front of him. At that moment, Jay seemed to become a different person. Around him was a force that compelled the one facing him to submit. He growled, "Are you dissatisfied with something?" Kaylee looked at the scene before him in fear. His pupils contracted, and his mouth trembled as he answered, "Not at all." Kaylee took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped the beer foam that had splashed onto his face, explaining submissively, "That is not it. I was only curious about the reason." Jay saw Kaylee's mana color gradually change from red back to yellow, even with a hint of bluish-violet, and evaluated inwardly, his hostility has decreased. Jay continued the discussion. After I leave, whether you want to hunt or not, I will not stop you. But while I am still here, you may not. With the skill of a seasoned man, Kalei quickly regained his calm, nodded, and answered with a smile, understood. That will not be difficult. Jay still asked in a cold tone, when do you plan to depart for Wulia? I hope it will be soon. Kalei readily agreed. We can leave tomorrow morning. He spoke enthusiastically. More importantly, let's eat first. Kalei called a server to bring out a table full of food and invited Jay to eat. This place is famous for having the best food in Area 48. Kalei once again cheerfully gulped down beer, as if the earlier conflict had never happened. He laughed heartily and kept flattering him. Whatever you want, I can help you with it. Mage, with me here, your mercenary registration will be handled immediately. With your level of skill, high-paying jobs probably will not be difficult for you at all. Jay still did not respond to him with even a word. Jay watched the color of Kalei's mana dance excitedly when he mentioned this business opportunity and thought to himself, I wonder how far this greed will go. Jay stared at Kalei and thought with interest, should I stir him up a little more? The 5 million superlings in storage should be enough bait. As he reconsidered his decision, he calculated silently. No, carelessly revealing my assets is too dangerous. Jay stabbed the sharp fork into the plump grilled sausage on his plate and thought. He looked at them and began analyzing. Mana follows the place where emotions are expressed. Then what about the reverse? Glancing at Kalei, who was eating happily across from him, Jay secretly formed a plan. What would happen if I directly forced mana into the opponent's circuits? After thinking that, he secretly pointed his hand toward Kalei, and a thread of golden mana slowly gathered at his fingertip. Jay's mana slithered like a small snake toward Kalei, then silently invaded Kalei's mana center. It advanced to probe and try to infiltrate the other party's mana, but failed. Jay realized inwardly, no, it is already full of other emotions. He was not flustered and thought of another method. Suddenly, Jay's hand clenched tightly, and he thought, in that case, I just need to force them out. Jay increased his strength, controlling his mana to surge into the other party's mana. Before long, the outer defensive layer shattered under the pressure of his power. At the same time, Kalei also sensed the change in his body. He was startled, his pupils contracting from the pain. Kalei tried to keep his expression calm and continued talking to Jay. If you sign a contract with our mercenary company. But in his mind, he asked suspiciously, why is my head suddenly? Kalei clutched his aching chest and thought, damn it, did I drink too fast? His body suddenly trembled, cold sweat breaking out all over him. Kalei scratched his head and muttered, but ever since earlier, the greed inside Kalei seemed to have been manipulated by a hand, growing even stronger. He realized in fear that he could not stop thinking about money. Kalei's heart was screaming, money, money. I want even more money. He seemed no longer able to control his own mind. Kalei was both frightened and furious as he lamented inwardly, damn it, why am I like this? Jay had silently watched every change in his expression from the beginning. Then he slowly spoke, Jay quickly continued, if I join Kalei's mercenary company, will I be able to earn a lot of money? Hearing that, Kalei lifted his head. His mind now seemed extremely sensitive to that word. Kalei thought madly, money, you're asking if you can make a lot of money? Suddenly, as though losing control, he shouted, of course. With your skills, sitting on a mountain of money is only a matter of time. Naturally, with a bit of my business talent added in. He reached a hand toward Jay, his greedy gaze inviting him. Mage, do you want to do something big with me? Jay opened his eyes wide and looked at the man who had lost control before him. His own eyes were also tinged with a glittering golden color. The surging mana inside Kalei had been amplified by Jay to the extreme, as though it wanted to swallow Kalei whole. Jay looked happily at the result of his work and thought, finally, I filled his vessel with golden mana. Meanwhile, Kalei was still shouting out of control. We'll seize every bit of Joan Grey's fortune. At least hundreds of millions, maybe even billions. Can you guess how much wealth that old man has? Jay looked at his expression and assessed, now that he's filled with gold, has he been swallowed by greed? Jay pondered and followed Kalei's words. He probably doesn't carry that much money on him. It's likely kept somewhere else. Kalei immediately replied, of course. Kalei then continued explaining, for the surface world, the bank is City Morgan. But for the underworld, people call it Exness. The old man's entire fortune is kept in Exness. I know all of Joan's information. His company was completely liquidated 2 years ago, and he severed ties with his relatives. All he has left are bodyguards he hires with money. So if we get his Exodus card and password, that'll be the end of it. Jay continued coaxing Kaylee into speaking and asked, how do we get the card and password? Kaylee also pulled something from his pocket. Kaylee took out a photograph of a stone deer, placed it on the table, and said to Jay, with this. After Kaylee pulled his hand back, Jay finally saw clearly what was in the photo and inwardly exclaimed, a blue stone deer. Then he looked more closely at the picture and realized, no, the one I saw didn't have a jewel on its forehead. Jay looked up and asked Kaylee, is this an edited photo? Kaylee picked up the picture, smiled, and nodded. That's right, you're sharp. He spoke in a pleased, scheming voice. We'll use this as bait to get the card and the password. Jay rubbed his chin and looked at Kaylee thoughtfully. He was thinking about what Kaylee was planning. Jay held up the wine glass in his hand and asked Kaylee, then what do you want me to do? If you've already planned everything out this carefully, all that's left is to put it into action. Kaylee held up the photograph. He closed his eyes and began arranging the plan in his mind. Kaylee suddenly called out a name. Michael. He continued, I want you to deal with the young mage who's always clinging to that old man. I've tried every method, but he has no intention of leaving that old man. Kaylee spoke in irritation. He had been observing Michael and Joan at all times, and there was not a single opening. Kaylee had to admit that Michael was completely loyal to his master. Even a biological son might not be that devoted to his own father. Thinking of Michael, Kaylee said angrily, if a fight breaks out, he'll be the most unpredictable card. Kaylee smiled at Jay and said, if you can take care of Michael, Mage, then the rest will be easy. When we succeed, I'll give you 10% of all the money in Joan's account. Jay took a sip of wine and calculated inwardly, this goes against my principles. Debts must be repaid fairly. Kindness for kindness, evil for evil. He pondered, if I'm not attacked first or don't have a special reason, I won't harm anyone. Jay also had not forgotten his original goal. However, to pay the passage fee into the city of mages, I need far more money than I have now. Jay recalled his past and his promise to Humphrey. Please find my brother. He had always kept it deep in his heart, and he had to keep that promise too. At that moment, Kaylee took out a card, held it in his hand, and said to Jay, this is my Exodus bank card. That old man must have one just like it. Jay focused on the black card in his hand. In the upper right corner was an embossed line of text, Kaylee's name. Jay looked at it and pondered for a long while, forming his next plan in his mind. After thinking for a while, Jay suddenly sat up straight and said, all right, I'll do it. The scene shifted to the next day. In front of a large mansion, the small Philip was being surrounded by a group of burly men. Looking at the completely uneven forces, he could only force a friendly smile and ask, has everyone had breakfast? Philip cautiously and hesitantly asked, gentlemen, why does everyone look so upset? It turned out that before they separated, Jay had instructed Philip about these people. I have something to do. You listen to the kids' reports. At that time, Philip had asked anxiously, by myself? The group was amused when they saw Philip's frightened reaction. That's right, standing in front of us. That's exactly how you should react. Tremble the moment you see us. Another person thought excitedly, with a bloody wrench of 13th Street. Philip tried to recall Jay's instructions. Be strong. If you act weak, they'll eat you alive. You're an inspector. Jay's voice still echoed in his head. In your way of calling them, they're no different from those contractors. One of the gang members saw how timid Philip was and teased him. Well, this information is very useful, isn't it? Before he could finish speaking, a hand suddenly snatched the information paper from him and tore it apart. Philip seemed to go mad, shredding the paper into 100 pieces before throwing it up and shouting angrily, "You call this information?" Under everyone's astonished gaze, he continued yelling, "This is garbage. Even if homeless people saw this pile of scrap paper, they'd only use it to start a fire." Philip tore one sheet after another and shouted, "Useless, worthless." Meanwhile, Jay seemed to sense something, and he felt worried. I wonder how Philip is doing. As he walked, Jay thought inwardly, if possible, I would like to put a little courage and confidence into his vessel. Over the past few days, he had experimented in various places with wandering children. After meeting Kaylee, he had tried injecting emotions into other vessels. Through several experiments, Jay drew conclusions and realized a few things. First, he could not inject emotions into just anyone. Jay recalled their reactions. Passers-by, shop owners, orphans, homeless people. For the most part, I could do it. Jay also realized, but there are still people I can't affect no matter how hard I try. At that time, Veronica could only sense a little. I can feel mana moving somewhere. Jay summarized. Philip and Veronica are prime examples. Jay continued analyzing. Second, the amount and type of emotion I can inject are also limited. He thought, I can only amplify emotions that already exist inside a vessel. In other words, I can't create an emotion someone has never had. In addition, the limit when injecting emotions is only about half the vessel's capacity. Jay concluded, if I want to fill a vessel with one emotion like I did with Kaylee, I have to place emotions there artificially, then slowly nurture them through words and actions so they grow naturally. He continued analyzing pensively. That leads to the third point. It's difficult. After experimenting, Jay realized that injecting emotions was extremely difficult and mentally draining. I need to practice and get used to it to use it more effectively. He had even experimented on himself. And finally, the most important thing, I can't inject mana into myself. Jay pondered, if I want to deepen my own emotions, the only way is to experience them directly. After walking and thinking for a while, Jay stopped at the end of the alley and slowly turned around. He directed his gaze toward a corner behind him and said coldly, how long are you planning to follow me? At that moment, there was absolutely no one behind Jay, nor was there any reply. Suddenly, in the middle of the alley, the outline of a pair of legs gradually appeared. Someone spoke. Even though I used invisibility magic, you still found me right away. That person removed the hood of his cloak, looked at Jay, and could not help praising him. You really are impressive. Jay thought inwardly. Michael, he inwardly lamented, I've been followed quite a lot lately. Jay leaned against the wall and asked leisurely, invisibility magic? Michael answered honestly, it's a basic spell taught at the magic tower, but seems you haven't graduated, have you? Jay thought with some suspicion. Magic spell? He turned and questioned Michael. Then why are you following me? Michael immediately answered in a fluster. About that, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to follow you. He scratched his face awkwardly and stammered. I just didn't get the chance to call out to you. Jay cut Michael off and asked directly, just tell me your purpose. Suddenly, Michael shouted in embarrassment. How can you use magic while hiding your magic circle? Michael honestly confessed. At the hotel, I didn't sense any circle at all. Jay glanced at him. Michael continued, voicing his doubts. I can't understand how that happened. I've never heard of any technique that hides a circle while casting magic. Jay looked at the color of Michael's mana radiating from him and judged pale purple light. Curiosity. It seems he's truly curious. Jay calculated there's still time before the appointment. So he shared frankly with Michael. It's simple. I don't need to use the mana in my own circle. Michael asked blankly, what? Jay patiently explained, I use the mana in the air. Jay held out his hand as a demonstration. Like this. As soon as he finished speaking, a cluster of mana sparks suddenly shot out in the air, making Michael gape. Looking at the sight before him in disbelief, Michael said, impossible. Mana in the air is extremely difficult to control. Even graduates of the magic tower only use it in emergencies. Michael inwardly marveled. This level is completely different. Jay withdrew his hand and asked, you didn't feel mana moving from my circle, did you? Michael's eyes widened as he stammered in response, right? I didn't sense even the slightest fluctuation. He inwardly admired him. Even professors can't do this. What circle is he exactly? Fourth? Second? Fifth? Jay looked again at Michael's mana. Its color had changed. Deep purple. Admiration. Suddenly, at that moment, he realized he could amplify that emotion. Jay quickly released an amount of mana to stimulate Michael's mana, but it was soon repelled by its owner's mana. Jay withdrew his hand, looked at it, and pondered, or is he also someone whose emotions I can't interfere with? What exactly are the conditions? Suddenly, Michael spoke apologetically. I approached you so abruptly and questioned you, yet you still answered kindly. Thank you. After saying that, Michael bowed to Jay and said goodbye. Well, I have to return to the representative. Suddenly, Jay turned back and asked Michael an abrupt question. It seems you respect him a great deal. However, Michael's eyes still showed excitement and admiration as he replied, of course. Michael answered with deep reverence. There is no one in this world as upright and devoted to making the world a better place as Representative Joan. He uses his wealth to donate, do charity, distribute free food, and even does the work personally. He bowed, showing deep gratitude, and continued, I myself was saved by him when I was an orphan wandering the streets. Thanks to his help, I was able to study at the Magic Tower. At that moment, Jay suddenly interrupted him with a meaningful statement. But he doesn't seem like that kind of person. Hearing that, Michael suddenly froze. He quickly withdrew the excited expression he had shown earlier. Michael questioned him in confusion. What did you say? Jay continued, it doesn't sound reasonable at all. A donation means giving without expecting anything in return, but the Joan I know isn't that sort of person. Jay either did not notice or deliberately ignored the change in Michael and continued criticizing Joan. Did he really receive nothing from the people he helped? Or were those recipients already Joan's friends to begin with? If so, I can understand it. Anyone would be willing to help their own friends. Suddenly, Michael seemed to become extremely furious and shouted, cutting Jay off. What do you know? Following his emotions, eagles rushed out and flew around Michael. A fierce current of mana radiated around him. Michael asserted with absolute certainty he is a good man. He angrily pointed toward Jay and ordered solemnly, take back everything you just said. Jay opened his eyes wide, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. He thought, just now a hawk appeared from inside his cloak. What kind of spell is that? Michael raised his hand forward, and several hawks all looked toward Jay. He warned, if you don't apologize, I'll tear you to pieces. Jay narrowed his eyes slightly. Elements appeared in his mind: manipulation, control, connection, and incarnation. His conversation with Graham surfaced in Jay's head, the old man's voice echoing. Those who use the elements of manipulation and control are rare even among mages. The image of a hand controlling two creatures appeared. Graham continued, they can use a mage's power to control living beings, from ordinary animals to dangerous magical beasts. It is said that mages can turn them into loyal subordinates. Michael looked at Jay and urged apologize. If you don't. Jay stood motionless and replied coldly, I don't think I said anything insulting. Hearing that, Michael became even angrier, clenching his teeth tightly. Michael swung his hand, and a hawk shot forward before crashing down into the ground. Jay quickly dodged the attack. He thought inwardly, that speed and destructive power. Michael's hawk beat its wings in midair and raised its face to stare straight at Jay's position. Jay raised one hand to shield his face and thought, enhancement magic. From behind, Michael moved a few fingers, and two other hawks shot into the air. Michael swung his hand and lowered his body at the same time. The two birds behind him rushed straight forward. Jay kept his usual calm expression and lowered his head, despite the two enemies charging toward him like arrows. Jay raised his foot and stomped hard on the ground. The ground split apart into fragments, and a stream of red magical power flowed out from his body. In the blink of an eye, Jay shot into the air just as the two hawks flew in. Jay landed on a nearby utility pole. He thought, so domination magic can be used that way. It looks rather useful. Below, Michael swung his hand, and 3 chains gradually appeared. He shouted loudly, what do you know about him? Michael's creatures attacked Jay, one after another. While fleeing from them, Jay thought, I think I can understand why Kaylee couldn't do anything to Joan, even with an entire pack of subordinates. Jay leaped onto the roof of a building. A thought appeared in his mind. If the hawks close in and move among them, they'll hesitate to use guns or blades for fear of hitting their own allies. Jay looked toward a nearby hawk and reflected, even if they aim at the subordinates, the damage won't be significant. Jay shifted his eyes down to Michael, a thought appearing in his mind. I don't understand why he's angry. Michael raised one hand, and one of his creatures rushed toward Jay. Jay calmly looked at the enemy. But first, I have to deal with these things. Jay raised one hand, and a pure white current of magical power radiated from his palm. Jay summoned shields in front of him, blocking the hawk's flight path. The hawk paused for a beat. It seemed hesitant after Jay's defensive move. Through the mask on its face, Michael's creature frowned, its eyes filled with anger. The hawk turned around and flapped its wings, flying away from where Jay stood. Jay raised his face and looked at Michael's creatures, thinking, it seems this method isn't effective. If possible, I want to take them down without causing serious injuries. Jay shifted his eyes downward. Michael's voice rang out loudly. Apologize. Right now. Michael pulled his hand back toward himself and warned, this is your last chance. The chains bound to the hawk's legs suddenly began to glow. Jay looked toward the chains, his mind filled with helplessness. That's it. Jay raised his hand forward, and a power flowed out. He made up his mind. He had to break those chains. The chains binding the creature's legs suddenly trembled, and they swayed in the sky. Jay sent a surge of magic into the hawks. Michael witnessed the entire scene, and he was stunned. The hawks were being controlled by Jay. As if they had lost control, they circled through the air. Michael's face clearly showed fear. He was flustered. Is he attacking my magic too? How is that possible? Jay remained calm. He tried to restrain Michael's power. Michael frowned and clenched one hand tightly. He thought to himself, no, I've used up almost all my mana. Michael's connecting chains gradually weakened. He thought in panic, if the connection is broken, I'll lose all my subordinates. Sweat poured down Michael's face, and he angrily gritted his teeth in helplessness. Michael lifted his face toward the sky and shouted. A tremendous force was released. A flash of light appeared in the sky, and 3 hawks shot past Jay. All 3 creatures swooped down and entered Michael's body. He had taken him back into himself. Michael panted heavily. It seemed that after that last move, he had exhausted all his strength. Michael's body grew weak, and he collapsed to the ground. From high above, Jay jumped straight down in front of Michael. Michael's body shook in waves. Drops of sweat fell onto the road. He thought helplessly, damn it. Jay narrowed his eyes slightly. A sphere of energy appeared inside Michael's body. Jay thought, he's out of mana. Michael braced both hands against the ground. In a resigned voice, he said, I lost. Do whatever you want. Michael frowned, his voice sounding weak as he added, but the representative doesn't deserve to be insulted like this. Jay stood motionless. He was silent, his eyes still fixed on Michael. Jay pulled his hood down over his head. Calmly, he replied, I'll ask the remaining questions later. I don't have much time. Michael cried out in shock. What? Michael was left behind. He sat motionless, watching Jay's back as he walked away. The scene changed. In the middle of a vast desert, a herd of stone deer could be seen in the distance. Jay's voice rang out. Their traveling speed is terrifying. They got here in just one night. Kaylee smiled. He continued, during migration season, they hardly sleep. They force themselves to reach a place with food so they can eat their fill. Jay turned back and asked in confusion, can you guess why this migration came earlier than usual? Kaylee shifted his gaze toward the stone deer and replied, I think it's because their habitat is short on food. Jay looked into the distance through binoculars. He thought, because of the black rain, the soil has turned into black earth. Plants can't grow on land like that. Jay turned toward Kaylee and asked, the plan to lure Joan out starts at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, right? Kaylee smiled and replied, that's right. Kaylee looked toward the 2 towering cliffs nearby and explained, at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I plan to drive a herd of stone deer into the valley and trap them there. I'll lure Joan over and take his card and password. Jay was impressed and exclaimed, that's a very thorough plan. Kaylee smiled brightly and answered, it is an honor. Jay propped one hand against his chin. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. It really is a good plan. The scene changed. In front of a house, Lewis and Jay stood at the entrance. Jay's thoughts appeared. If everything goes as planned. Lewis lowered his face slightly, his eyes cold, and suddenly spoke. Mage. Jay looked toward Lewis as his voice rang out. Representative Joan wants to meet you. Outside Joan's mansion, lights illuminated the entire estate beneath the night sky. Lewis's voice rang out. Sir, I have brought the mage. I will take my leave. Jay stepped into a room. At a nearby table, Joan lifted a teapot and poured tea into a small cup. Joan poured tea into the other cup as well, then smiled and said, thank you for accepting my invitation at such a late hour. Sit down. Joan extended one hand forward and politely introduced it. This is Lapina, a specialty of Area 33. Joan raised both hands and chatted. The night wind has been rather cold lately. This will help drive away the chill you brought in from outside. Joan gestured toward the teacup and courteously invited Jay, please try it. Jay lifted the teacup close to his face. He was silent, his eyes fixed on the tea for a long while. Jay slightly parted his lips and brought the teacup near his mouth, preparing to taste it. Opposite him, Joan remained silent. He lowered his head slightly, a sinister smile on his lips. Jay set the teacup down on the table and asked in confusion, why did you call me here? Joan replied, very well, let's get straight to the point. Joan rubbed his hands together, his gaze gentle, and said, I want to make you an offer. Jay was curious. What offer? In a low voice, Joan said meaningfully, you know, people only keep a dog while it's still useful, don't they? Joan interlaced his fingers and spoke slowly. When it no longer has any value, you throw it away. Keeping it only wastes money. Joan narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly, his tone dangerous. To put it plainly, I want you to deal with Kaylee. Joan sat up straight, both hands on his thighs, and continued, to be honest, I didn't expect him to actually find the Loglia, but when the dog dies, there's no need to pay the reward anymore, is there? His earlier conversation with Kaylee appeared in Joan's mind, and his voice rang out. Coincidentally, the desert canyon he proposed proposed yesterday for driving in Loglia is the perfect place to dispose of a dog. Jake sat motionless, silent for a long while. A thought appeared in his mind. This guy. The memory of his first meeting with Joan surfaced in Jay's mind. He thought, even at our first meeting, an image appeared in Jay's mind, and he concluded he's just as greedy as Kaylee. In a low voice, Jay pressed him. Why should I help? Michael seems like a pretty capable mage, too. Joan placed a hand on his head and exclaimed in annoyance, Michael is useless. Michael's image suddenly appeared, and Joan's voice rang out mockingly, like a rigid tree that breaks instead of ever learning to bend. He is too naive, full of youthful passion. Joan continued, Michael would definitely oppose my plan. Michael's image appeared in Joan's mind, protesting. What are you saying, sir? Joan continued, no. First of all, he would be deeply shocked because he has always regarded me as the kindest person in the world. Joan placed one hand on his forehead and spoke slowly in a low voice. In truth, I'm not that kind of person, but changing the world alone is impossible. A memory suddenly appeared in Joan's mind as he said, everyone has to face reality as they grow old, and in the end, they become villains. In Joan's recollection, someone's body lay in a pool of blood. Joan planted his cane on the ground and laughed as he said, if he intended to stab me in the back, he should have done a better job. Joan put one hand on his head and said, I thought Michael would eventually reach that stage too, but he didn't. After tomorrow's battle, I plan to dismiss him. Joan concluded in an icy tone, useless dogs must be eliminated. Jay frowned and interrupted, what if I refuse? Joan chuckled softly and proposed, then I will promise you an enormous reward. How much do you want? Jay lowered his face slightly and replied, you probably don't have enough money. Joan was somewhat surprised and asked, what did you just say? Jay folded his arms and said in a low voice, you're broke. That's why you plan to rob the mercenary company. Joan burst into a broad smile and mocked him. I treated you as a decent mage, and yet you're this rude. Joan opened his eyes, the corner of his mouth lifting as he said, if you knew what you just drank, you would be shocked. Jay realized something and interrupted, don't tell me you put something in the tea. Joan lifted his teacup close to his mouth and explained, have you heard of Takeisin? If you don't regularly take the antidote, you will die of heart failure from the poison I put in it. Jay glanced away, a thought appearing in his mind. I knew it. The image of Jay drinking tea appeared, and he thought he was too eager to force me to drink the tea. Jay had lifted the teacup close to his mouth and pretended to drink the liquid inside. I only pretended to go along with it. The tea Jay had pretended to drink had actually soaked into the surface of the carpet. Joan's voice rang out. This is a rare poison with no antidote in remote areas, and only I know where the antidote is kept. Joan looked toward Jay and smiled as he said, now do you understand your situation? Joan's voice echoed faintly. Then I'll see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock. The antidote is in my hands, so don't even think about running away. Jay stepped out of the room, his mind exclaiming, interesting. Images of Kaylee and Joan appeared in Jay's mind as he walked and thought, even if I don't interfere, they've already turned their knives on each other. Kaylee wants to drag me into his mercenary company, while Joan wants a loyal dog to replace Michael. Suddenly, Jay looked forward and recognized a very familiar figure. Jay shifted his gaze out toward the balcony. A blue flame floated in midair, and someone's voice rang out, of course. Michael appeared. He let out a sigh and thought, I got too worked up this morning and ruined something important. What should I do now? Jay walked up from behind and spoke, startling Michael. Is there something outside? Michael turned around and backed away several steps. He cried out in panic, Jay, when did you get here? Jay looked toward Michael and thought, it seems he doesn't know. I just met Joan. Michael lowered his hood and asked in confusion, you said you would ask the rest of your questions, so did you come here for that? Michael nodded repeatedly and sincerely apologized. I'm truly sorry about this morning. Even if I was angry, I shouldn't have acted so rudely. I will accept any punishment. Jay stood motionless and said, you'll accept any punishment? Michael lowered his head and replied, yes, anything within my ability. Jay looked toward Michael and said calmly, then tell me the activation principles of familiar magic. Michael cried out in surprise, understood, the principles of familiar magic. Huh, that's all? Jay answered coldly, answer my question. Michael raised a hand and scratched his cheek. In a low voice, he said, all right, then I'll start by explaining the principles of elemental linking. Jay said, okay. The scene changed. Time gradually passed into the middle of the night. Michael's voice rang out. That is the principle of familiar magic. Michael raised one finger and explained, the important part is clearly understanding a familiar's physical traits and personality. You must understand them thoroughly. Jay listened intently, writing detailed notes in the notebook he held. He asked, are there cases where familiars are abandoned? Michael answered, yes. An image of a summoner's creatures appeared in Michael's mind. He continued explaining, if they are not compatible with the mage, or if they have completed their task, they are returned to nature. Sometimes, if the bond weakens, a familiar may run away first. Jay replied, I see. Jay lowered his head, one hand on his chin as he thought, then spoke. In that case, Jay dropped his hand and looked straight ahead as he asked, do you know anything about rainbows? Michael lowered his face slightly and replied, if you mean the rainbow creature. The image of a turtle appeared in Michael's mind, and he smiled as he said, isn't that the turtle that sprays rainbow-colored water and lives under the Elton River? Jay was silent for a moment, his voice somewhat disappointed. Anything else? Michael raised a hand and scratched his cheek, stammering, that's all I know. Jay asked again, then what about the blue stone deer Mr. John is looking for? Michael pondered in thought. Jay continued pressing him. What about the city of mages? Michael answered frankly, isn't that like an urban legend? Jay frowned, his mind filled with disappointment. This guy isn't helpful at all. Michael placed a hand behind his neck and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I usually don't pay attention to rumors like that. Jay changed the subject and asked, then can you tell me about the upper areas? Michael clenched one hand, his tone full of excitement. That I can do. An image of a map and a group of people appeared in Michael's mind as he explained, the distance between areas shortens as you go up along the Elton River, and the upper areas become more like cities than districts. Furthermore, from Area 35 onward, each area has its own manager. You could call them a kind of familiar of cabins. So each area maintains autonomy and operates like an independent small city. I'm from Area 36, so I can really feel the difference. Jay wrote in his notebook and nodded. I see. This information is very useful. Michael blushed and replied shyly, it's nothing. I'm the one who caused trouble. Jay closed the notebook in his hand and spoke. One last thing. Michael continued, yes, please ask. Jay stepped forward, his voice suddenly growing low. In all seriousness, what does respect mean to you? Hearing that, Michael opened his eyes wide, surprise clearly showing on his face. The scene changed to a towering canyon. Text appeared. The next day, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the desert canyon. David pointed around and shouted, hurry up and find it. Its body is blue. Hurry. Bond shoved the stone deer aside and roared, move, you bastards. Nearby, John's group stood watching. In front of him were Kaylee and Jay as well. John rested both hands on his cane and asked in confusion, so you mean the blue stone deer's among them? Kaylee turned back and smiled as he replied, yes, there's no mistake. My team is searching right now, so please wait a moment. Kaylee suddenly leaned close to Jay's ear and whispered, Mage, we're looking forward to your performance. Returning to 2 hours earlier, Veronica could not help exclaiming, oh my. Immediately after came Philip's voice. I could believe it if it were Kaylee, but John? I never expected that. Jay answered calmly, we'll begin this afternoon. You two stay in this area. We don't know what unexpected things might happen. He quickly agreed, all right, I'll stay and continue gathering information. After hearing that, Veronica could not help making a request. I want to go with you. Jay warned her, it's dangerous. You could die. But she answered with determination, it's fine. If I die, then I die. When Philip asked back, aren't you afraid of dying? She trembled as she replied, I'm very brave. I'm not afraid. A lie. Thoughts suddenly appeared in Jay's mind. Veronica specializes in defensive magic, so at least she can protect herself. He thought, but many people will die. Will her mind be able to endure it? Wait, am I worrying about Veronica? It's not like I'm deliberately revealing these emotions. On the other side, Veronica had made up her mind. Jay, let me come with you. Faced with her determination and desire to go, Jay was quite hesitant. In the end, he decided fine. After receiving his consent, Veronica immediately became excited. I'll get ready right away. Philip sat to the side and silently sighed in admiration. She's pretty determined too, though out loud he said, all right. Returning to the present, shouts rang out continuously. Hurry up, find it. The one with a blue body. Find it quickly. There were even sounds of cursing. "Get out of the way!" Looking down from afar, the scene could not have been more chaotic. Fun, sitting in Veronica's lap, heard the frantic urging and trembled nonstop. "Hurry up and find it. A blue body is easy to spot." Seeing that, she immediately stroked it to comfort it. "It's all right, Fun. Everything will be fine. Don't be scared." After soothing Fun, Veronica raised her eyes again to look at the scene before her. Though she said nothing, inwardly she told herself, "Jay, be careful." Outside, the urging voices rang out once more. "Hurry up. The client is waiting to take it." In contrast to them, Jay merely stood there silently without saying a word. After giving his orders, Kaylee glanced at him with calculating eyes. He was recalling the words Jay had spoken in the car. "There's a possibility that magic won't work, so shoot the second bullet when I give the signal." After hearing those words, Kaylee had quickly answered, "All right." He had even added firmly afterward, "We'll wait for your signal." Behind them, John was looking at Jay with an assessing gaze. He thought to himself, they said they would use lightning magic to wipe out nearly all of them at once. He remembered how Jay had suggested at the time, "But in case something goes wrong, why don't you shoot Kaylee yourself on my signal?" As John touched the gun carefully hidden inside his coat, he sighed inwardly in admiration. This kid is young, but very useful. At that moment, both John and Kaylee shared the same thought. "I can't let this talented hunting dog slip from my grasp. I have to pull him into my mercenary company at all costs." Returning to Jay, who was standing alone up ahead, he seemed to be lost in thought over something, simply staring at what lay before him. He recalled what someone had once said, "Those beasts aren't dangerous. If you just go near them, they'll panic and run away." Then Jay thought to himself, "Stone deer are gentle and don't attack other creatures first." Meanwhile, the strange man was growing impatient and urging them on. "Hey, move it. You're blocking the road." Seeing that, Jay half-doubtfully wondered, wait, they were attacked, but they're still standing still? And so Jay reluctantly summoned his power to verify it. The moment he saw the red streams of dark energy, he calculated, with this level of anger. On the other side, the man suddenly discovered something. 1 second later, he immediately shouted, "Found it! Over there!" The man's voice was delighted, as if he had struck gold. "A blue stone deer. It really exists." Kaylee was startled when he saw that and blurted out, "What? You found it?" Only Jay calmly confirmed, "It was there from the beginning." Right after they discovered it, he spoke up to signal them. "Now!" Kaylee and Joan Gray immediately remembered the promises from earlier and cast extremely friendly looks. Jay's lips began to move, uttering words full of mystery. It seemed everything had already been part of Jay's plan. "Now begin." When Kaylee heard the signal, he immediately drew his gun and fired toward the opposite side. Joan Gray was not to be outdone either. He smiled triumphantly and pulled the trigger. But very soon after, both of them froze for a beat. When Kaylee's subordinates saw that Kaylee had been shot, they panicked. "Captain." Only then did Kaylee belatedly realize something was wrong. "Damn it." Joan Gray, who had just been about to collapse on the other side, also realized it. "We've been tricked." Michael knew nothing about their agreement, so when he saw that scene, he was even more stunned. "Boss." On the other side, Kaylee's subordinates began raising their guns. "Those damn mercenaries. Wipe them out." The opposite side was no pushover either and replied, "Well said. Wipe those bastards out." The two sides fought fiercely with both guns and words. "You sons of bitches." Michael hurriedly reassured him from the other side. "Don't move. I'm giving first aid." Seeing Jay standing still, Joan Gray shouted roughly, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and save me." Michael saw that and advised him, "Hold it tight. If your chest opens up, the wound will tear wider." But in his heart, he wondered protection. Did Jay shield me? Faced with that situation, Jay only asked coldly, "Why should I help you?" Joan Gray immediately strained his neck and argued, "Because I have the antidote." Michael was extremely surprised to see his boss shouting orders. "Hurry and use magic on my hand." Only then did Michael realize something strange in the conversation. "Antidote? What do you mean?" Suddenly, Michael sensed something rushing straight toward them. 1 second later, a terrified scream rang out. The stone deer. They suddenly run. As they were charging over, a sound like it was tearing through the sky suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, the stone deer collapsed, blood spreading across the ground. Michael looked at the chaotic scene before him and thought, "Damn it, these contracted beasts aren't suited to fighting people. In this situation, they're useless. First, I have to evacuate the boss." Thinking that, he said, "Boss, I know it hurts, but please endure it." While tightening the cloth to stop the bleeding, Michael said, "I'm sorry. Meanwhile, he blamed himself. If only I knew healing magic. Then Michael began glancing to the side. This new car was still intact. Suddenly, he remembered something, and his expression changed completely. Across the road, ignoring the noisy scene, Jay was calmly getting into the car. Seeing that, Michael immediately shouted, "Jay." Then, while carrying Joan Grey on his back, he pleaded, "Please, take the boss inside the barrier." Afraid Jay would not agree, Michael added, "He's losing too much blood. I'm begging you." But instead of acting, Jay only called his name coldly. "Michael." Then he asked, "This situation, do you know whose fault it is?" Hearing Jay say, "Half of it is because of the person you're carrying," Michael blurted out in surprise. "What?" The scene suddenly shifted to a completely different place. The sky was gloomy, as if rain was about to fall, and a long line of people stood waiting for their turn to receive help. As Joan Grey handed out supplies, he continuously responded to their thanks. "Don't mention it. We should help each other." Then he suddenly saw chaos by the corner of the wall. A heated argument was taking place. "This brat keeps telling me to give it back." "What? I don't know anything." I saw everything." After words stopped working, violence took over. "You little brat, do you want a beating?" Michael, at that time, was so frightened that he curled in on himself. Just as the fist was about to come down, a hand suddenly grabbed it. Joan Grey had arrived in time and questioned him. "What are you planning to do to a child?" The man immediately denied it. "It's not like that." As soon as he finished speaking, Gabriel turned and accused him. "This kid took my relief supplies. I was only going to take them back." Little Michael automatically pulled out his empty bag to prove himself. "I didn't take anything. Look, I don't have anything. I'm innocent." Seeing that, Gabriel flew into a rage again. "You must have hidden it somewhere." So Joan Grey had no choice but to mediate. "Calm down. If you want, I'll give you more supplies. Don't worry." Only then did the man gradually control his anger. "If you say so." After negotiating for a while, Gabriel finally agreed to leave. Afterward, Joan Grey approached and asked, "Are you all right?" Michael avoided Joan Grey's gaze and replied, "Yes." He did not expect Joan Grey to simply ask gently, "Then why did you take the relief supplies?" Hearing that, Michael immediately denied it desperately. "I told you I didn't take them. My hands are empty." Hearing that, Joan Grey only stared at him and gave a helpless smile. Finally, he spoke and exposed him. "Not your hands. Behind your back." Only then was little Michael immediately found out. "How did you know?" Joan Grey answered calmly, "I'm from a nomadic tribe." After saying that, he asked, "You could have waited for your turn from the start. Why did you take it?" Michael answered sadly, "You said each person gets one portion." Then Michael continued, "But I have a sick little sister at home. Her legs are weak, so she can't stand in line. That's why I took another portion for her." After explaining the reason clearly, he spoke awkwardly, "I am sorry." Hearing that, Joan Grey only fell silent and did not answer. A moment later, Michael's cheerful voice rang out, "This way." Then came Joan Grey's helpless voice. "Wait, slow down, kid." Michael held the supplies and happily confirmed again, "Are you really giving me all of this?" Hearing that, Joan Grey said, "That's right. But remember your promise to the man from earlier." Then Michael smiled brightly and replied, "Of course. I won't do bad things anymore. I'll live properly." Seeing such an innocent child forced into hardship, Joan Grey could only sigh helplessly. After walking for a while, the two of them finally reached Michael's home. Michael called out happily, "I'm back. Look, you're going to be so surprised." Unfortunately, Ryan did not respond at all. She simply lay still, her body covered in black spots. Little Michael saw that and could not believe his eyes as he stammered, "Ryan." Then he dropped the things in his hands, intending to run over quickly to check his sister's condition. But Joan Grey stopped him. Among the homeless people who could not avoid the black rain, black spots appeared all over their bodies. It was an infectious skin disease that gradually paralyzed them and killed them. Children were especially vulnerable to this disease. In the end, Michael could only lean against Joan Grey and sob. Late that night, Michael finally spoke in a mournful voice, "Thank you for taking care of my sister's burial as well." Joan Grey replied, "It was nothing." After pausing for about a minute, he suddenly called out, "Hey kid." Joan Grey unexpectedly proposed, "If you have nowhere else to go, do you want to come with me?" When Michael heard him ask, "Being alone is lonely too, isn't it?" he was deeply moved. Returning to the present, he was silently listening to Jay speak. "Last night, Joan Grey called me to the hotel and made a proposal. He said we should get rid of the mercenary company because they were no longer useful and take their advance payment and all of their assets. Joan Grey lay battered on Michael's back, but still could not help shouting, "Don't listen to him, Michael." In the end, Jay still revealed everything. Because he was afraid I would refuse, he put poison in my tea. Have you never suspected anything? Remembering what Joan Grey had said earlier, Michael began to reconsider. Seeing that Michael was still surprised, Jay continued. Kaylee also made a similar proposal. He tempted Joan Grey so he could steal his assets. And of course, the discovery of the bluestone deer was only a lie. All of this happened because of those two men's greed. Hearing this, Joan Grey suddenly shouted, "Michael, don't listen to him." At that point, Jay stopped explaining and simply commented coldly, "How interesting." Then Jay added, "Even knowing everything, you still respect him." Finally, he ordered, "Veronica, lower the barrier and let the two of them in." Michael immediately replied, gratefully, "Thank you, Jay." But before Michael could be happy for long, Jay spoke right away. "But I have a condition." Michael answered urgently, "I'll do anything." Jay merely said, "I don't need anything from you." As soon as Joan Grey heard Jay call him, he flinched violently. Immediately afterward, Jay said without any restraint, "Hand over your Exness bank card and the password." Seeing Jay's cold attitude, Joan Grey could only grit his teeth and say nothing. After handing it over, he groaned regretfully, "My money." Hearing that, Michael turned to comfort him. "I am sorry. Please endure a little longer." Then he asked, "Mr. J, if you have a first aid kit, may I borrow it? Or if you know healing magic?" As Michael was speaking, the car door quickly opened. Veronica stepped down and asked, "Jay, can I treat your wound?" Jay immediately hesitated and replied, "Veronica, you think dealing with someone who once tried to kill me is the right thing to do, but Veronica is." Just then, Joan Grey cried out, "That's right, so it was here." That was because he had seen Finn lying neatly in her arms. Joan Grey seemed to unleash all the strength he had left as he lunged toward Veronica, or more precisely, toward Fun. "Give it to me," he shouted recklessly. "As long as I have it, I can restore my company. I can revive it." Faced with Joan Grey's madness, Finn itself was also quite frightened. Then Finn could not help running away, while Joan Grey chased after it madly from behind. "Stop right there. I need you." But after only a few steps, Joan Grey was already panting from exhaustion. "If I have you, I can restore the company." Suddenly, he froze, his pupils contracting as if he had just experienced something horrifying. It turned out to be because of Kaylee. After firing, he said, "Restored again? How annoying. Shut up." Seeing Joan Grey collapse, Michael immediately rushed to his side. This time, he could no longer control his emotions. "Chairman Joan Grey." While supporting him, Michael shouted, "Chairman Joan Grey, you must not lose consciousness." He pressed his hand tightly over the wound to stop the bleeding. His mouth kept muttering, "You can't leave us like this." Suddenly, a stone deer appeared and was about to attack Michael. At that point, Michael could only stare as it drew closer and closer. Then Michael turned back to look at Joan Grey. Chairman Joan Grey. In his heart, he told himself, "I will stay by your side until the very end." Having witnessed everything from beginning to end, Jay was deeply puzzled. "Why?" he asked coldly. "How can you still respect that person, even at the risk of your life?" Michael stammered, unable to speak. "Mr. J," Jay calmly added, "I truly don't understand." Hearing Jay's words, Michael could only stammer and call out, "Jay." But Jay only continued indifferently. "I understand why you respected Joan Grey, because he saved you from the slums. But what I can't understand is this. There should have been moments when your respect for Joan Grey collapsed." After saying that, Jay continued, "Joan Grey tried to steal the mercenary company's money." His calm voice kept ringing through the chaotic space. "He poisoned me and turned me into his hunting dog." Remembering that time, Joan Grey had commented without any pity, "Michael is useless." Then Jay revealed frankly, "He even once intended to abandon you." But Michael replied without any surprise, "Is that so?" And so Jay exposed him further. Joan Grey did countless dirty things while building his business. Even now, your emotions still show me that something remains. So why is your respect for him not lessened at all? Faced with Jay's question, Michael answered thoughtfully, "Yesterday you asked me what respect is." After saying that, he said, "I'm not smart enough to offer some elegant definition, but I do have my own opinion." After speaking, Michael suddenly gave a smile full of bitterness and sorrow. This made Jay find it strange, and he froze for a moment. After a while, Michael finally explained, "The person I respect is someone different from everyone else. For a child, simply growing up healthy is already something precious. And then there are people who make you want to become like them." After that, he added faintly, "But they shine from such a high place." Michael's voice seemed to catch in his throat, so high that you don't even dare dream you could become like them. He quietly expressed, "To me, he was that kind of person. I realized that no matter how hard I tried, I could never shine like him." Michael tried to remain calm as he said, "I know he is no longer the person he used to be." He admitted, "The thought I once tried to deny, today I can no longer deny it." At that point, Michael suddenly raised his voice. "But so what?" He spoke with a strange stubbornness. "When I chased after that star, I never lost my direction in life." While remembering his childhood memories, Michael said, "Even if that star is already faded, the path I walked was not a lie. Of course, now, that star can no longer be the guiding light for me." He asserted firmly, "But so what? What does that change? I have shown him loyalty." Michael's hand clenched more and more tightly over the wound on Joan Gray's chest. "Ever since he saved my life, he has been the person I respect most. And even now, he is still the person I respect." Though he was dazed, Joan Gray heard all of those words. "Michael." On the other side, Michael cried as he said with emotion, "And he is the person I will continue to respect." That is my answer to your question. After hearing that, Jay fell silent and said nothing. But then Michael called his name. "Jay." A question suddenly made Jay freeze. "Do you have someone you respect like that? Someone you want to become?" A person appeared in Jay's mind. He remembered when Nyos had instructed him, "You must leave your opponent a path of retreat. Otherwise, when they're backed into a corner, they'll fight you to the death." Then, on another day, Nyos stood talking to someone else. "Don't think about expanding your shop into District 4. That's an area Hector has had his eye on for a long time." After that, Jay remembered Nyos's generosity. "Take it. This is the pay you earned after running around for a month. We're all just trying to survive, so take care of yourself." In the end, Jay thought to himself, "My words and actions look no different from his on the surface." At that time, he only stood quietly, watching Nyos surrounded by people. "Boss, can I discuss something with you?" "Nyos, how about stopping by for a drink?" And a thought suddenly flashed through Jay's mind. In the district, everyone liked Nyos. Jay thought to himself, the colors reflected in the bowl were so vivid. He was a person with deep emotions, completely different from me. Jay asked himself, if I were someone like Nyos, would I be able to fully feel that rich spectrum of emotions? A person living a life I could neither understand nor imitate. Gradually, Jay also found an answer. Was the feeling I had back then respect? Then, did I respect Nyos? Just then, a mocking voice rang out. "So, this is where you were hiding, our dear customers," Vetter added arrogantly. Or rather, filthy traders would be more accurate. After signaling his men to stop firing, he asked contemptuously, "You dare open fire on my leader?" Michael turned back and stared at the scene behind him in disbelief. Kayla's mercenary squad. Had all the guard been taken down? Then Vetter spoke again. "The money and time lost because this job failed, and the blood shed by my leader and comrades." As soon as he finished speaking, he aimed his gun at Jay and threatened, "We'll make you pay for it in blood." Michael thought in panic, "Those are special bullets. Even Jay won't be able to block them all with his shield." So he said, "Jay, I'll handle things here. Please take the representative and leave." Afraid Jay would refuse to go, Michael added, "Please." But Jay said, "There's no need." Hearing that, Michael turned back in surprise to look at him. Then he was stunned to discover that mana was surging. Jay's eyes gradually shifted from jade green to a mysterious purple. Anyone could form the first magic circle if they tried hard enough, but from the second circle onward, things were completely different. He remembered what Graham had said back then. With every new circle, the level of orbital stability required increases exponentially. With ordinary training methods, you could spend your entire life and never reach the next stage. He had said calmly, "What you need to go further is enlightenment." As Jay summoned mana, he thought, no one can determine exactly when enlightenment will occur. He clenched his fist and murmured, "It varies from person to person, so there's no common standard." Remember this, Jay told himself, "I have to become stronger." Mana always answered those who were honest with themselves. In the end, he concluded with one thought, to chase after the rainbow. And with that, Jay successfully summoned mana. Chains poured out continuously from all directions. Jay's power had officially erupted. Its strength kept increasing in proportion to his mana. They flew toward the stone deer, immediately stopping them from fleeing any farther. When Veda saw everything come to a halt, he grew impatient and urged them, "Why are you still standing there? Break through the shield." When his subordinate saw the stone deer suddenly charging toward them, he cried out in panic, "What is this?" Weren't all the beasts running away? So Veda had no choice but to order, "Damn it, shoot. You filthy beasts. How dare you attack humans?" But because they had received Jay's mana, the stone deer possessed extraordinary strength and sharp perception. The mercenaries were so shocked that they cried out, "Impossible!" They dodged all the bullets. Only then did Vetter feel that everything was starting to change. He began to panic completely. The stone deer, as if injected with stimulants, attacked the mercenary squad relentlessly. Screams rang out one after another. "Spare me! How the hell are they dodging everything?" Watching this, Michael's jaw dropped as he thought, "Impossible. Is he recreating the summoning spell I only just learned, merely by watching and listening?" As he glanced over at Jay, he was dumbfounded. And he's controlling multiple summoned creatures at the same time. By now, Jay was completely focused on controlling his mana. After some time, the mysterious purple finally began to fade from the depths of his eyes. The stone deer had also finished dealing with the vicious mercenaries. Now, in that vast space, only Michael's group and Jay remained. At that moment, Michael could only let out a sigh of admiration. He truly is someone gifted. On the other side, after attacking those men, the stone deer returned to their normal state and were now licking one another's wounds. The scene was so peaceful that one could almost mistake the aggressive stone deer from earlier for an illusion. While Jay was still observing the situation, Veronica ran over and called his name in panic. "Jay!" As soon as she finished speaking, she reported directly. The gem on its forehead disappeared. On the other side, Little Fawn was crying and shaking its head as though wounded. Veronica anxiously asked, "Jay, are you all right?" Meanwhile, Joan Grey wondered blankly, was it only a mutant with a different skin color? After saying that, he added, "I try to capture it for research. Perhaps I remembered wrong, because of heat stroke." Just as Joan Grey denied himself, Michael spoke up. "No, sir." He smiled gently and continued, "Perhaps you did not remember wrong. You are not the sort of person who easily forgets what he has seen." Jay glanced down and thought, he's about to die. At that exact moment, she hesitantly called, "Jay." Then Veronica pointed upward in extreme panic. "Look over there." A scene no one could have imagined appeared right before their eyes. A stone deer with immense power appeared, carrying a dazzling radiance. There was even a gem embedded in its forehead, making it look extraordinarily precious. Unlike the other stone deer, it was extremely calm as it faced them. The sudden appearance of the special stone deer left Jay and Veronica wide-eyed. Michael, witnessing this sight for the first time, was so shocked that he could not utter a word. As for Joan Grey, he could only open his eyes wide and stare at the scene before him, his lips trembling. Before he could react, the special stone deer had already stepped down. It walked steadily toward them, step by step, under everyone's stunned gaze. The expression on Joan Grey's face increasingly showed reluctance and an indescribable emotion. Although he tried very hard, he still could not form the words. All he could say was, "On the other side." The stone deer suddenly spoke. "You are the one who saved me back then." Hearing that, Jay wondered, what is this? Suddenly, something caught his attention. Why did looking at that gem suddenly stir up a feeling inside him that seemed so familiar? As the stone deer came closer, Joan Grey's reaction grew more intense. Seeing that he was about to touch it, his hand trembled even more violently. After countless failed attempts, Joan Grey finally managed to touch it. This moved him beyond words. "It really is you. How beautiful." But before long, the stone deer straightened its body and slipped away from Joan Grey's hand. Suddenly, the gem in the middle of its forehead emitted a strange light. It seemed to have activated some extremely powerful, mysterious force. And that was indeed the case. Before long, water suddenly sprayed out in all directions. The targets of those streams of water were the other ordinary stone deer. Watching this scene, Jay's group could only gape in astonishment. Before long, that water transformed into a downpour. Puddles appeared one after another, directly saving the arid desert. Joan Grey remarked in surprise, "It's exactly like last time." Michael followed up, "Sir, this truly is a wonderful sight." At that moment, Joan Grey's trembling voice rang out again. "Michael, take this." Michael asked in surprise. What is it? He calmly replied, an Exness bank card, opened in your name. After saying that, Joan Grey added, the password is the date we first met. Since this is the end, I should at least pay you severance. To Michael, this was like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly stunned. After coming back to himself, Michael immediately insisted, please don't say that. You will be all right. After saying that, he stubbornly added, you will definitely be all right. Michael was so optimistic, it was heartbreaking. Then we can go back to work. Or, if you are tired, we can go on a vacation together. Then Joan Grey could no longer hold back and interrupted him. Shut up. He began to say cruel words. You are too naive and useless. That is why I could never use you properly, you piece of trash. As if afraid he had not heard him enough, Joan Grey added, Michael, someone like you is no longer needed. Get lost. Tears gradually spilled from his eyes, but his mouth did not stop. Leave this place at once, you useless fool. As soon as he finished speaking, Joan Grey forcefully pushed him away from himself. Seeing that, Michael felt as if his heart had fallen into an abyss. He stammered, sir, but then his tears began to flow uncontrollably. Serving you for the past 18 years. Michael stepped forward and held his hand. It has truly been a great honor, sir. After saying that, tears continued to stream down his face, but a contented smile had appeared on his lips. At that moment, Joan Grey could no longer hold back either and admitted, I really am a fool. After that, he lay in Michael's arms and passed away peacefully. The rain still had not stopped falling. Veronica was deeply moved as she witnessed this scene. A mysterious purple light suddenly appeared in the dark space. As soon as Jay saw Michael stand up, he asked, are you going to move Joan Grey's body? Michael replied, yes. We need to hold a proper funeral for him. Fortunately, the district's equipment is still intact. Then he quietly asked, Jay, was I truly that much of a burden to him? Veronica immediately denied it. That's impossible. Jay also denied it. That's not true. Hearing that, she turned to look at Jay in confusion. Jay spoke at the same time. Joan Grey treated you strictly because he worried about you. Remembering that time, Jay thought back to the last time he had spoken with Joan Grey. He knew that when Joan Grey mentioned Michael, his heart had been filled with white manna. Because of that, Jay was certain that to Joan Grey, Michael was probably like family. That was why he had not wanted to entrust him with dirty work. Finally, Jay concluded, simply because he cared about you. On the other side, Michael hesitantly spoke, but without him, he blamed himself sadly. I'm just someone who can't shine on my own. But Jay immediately denied that self-deprecation. That's not true. He continued frankly, you seem like someone who can live and achieve what you want. This surprised Michael greatly. Are you talking about me? Jay did not confirm it, but in his heart he thought, I can't inject emotions into Michael. He quietly recalled that the people he could not inject emotions into all shared one common trait. A small star, the size of a fingernail, floated in the center of their souls. And that star most likely symbolized conviction, the strength to firmly believe in what one thought was right. In Jay's mind, that very star gave them a great advantage in achieving their goals. Jay believed it was because that conviction was not easily shaken. Thinking that, he spoke, you'll do well. Though Michael was a little surprised at first, he happily accepted those words. Thank you. After that, he turned and left, leaving Veronica and Jay behind. Once Michael was gone, she spoke excitedly. Jay, what you said just now was really nice. But Jay only replied, I only said what I truly felt. On the other side, Veronica continued with a smile. When you used domination magic on that stone deer earlier, you had a moment where you realized something, didn't you? After saying that, she added, there's no way I wouldn't notice mana that strong. Have you reached the second circle? Hearing that, Jay immediately denied it. No, it's 1.5 circles. Higher than the first circle, but not yet touching the second. Veronica did not understand and asked, what does that mean? But he only said, I'll explain when we return to base. She thought in disappointment. So you're not planning to tell me right now again? But aloud, she continued asking, but that stone deer just now, what exactly was it? Veronica looked into the distance and continued. It disappeared into the sky with a ray of light. It was truly beautiful. At that moment, Curios's voice rang out. It truly was beautiful. So beautiful I couldn't take my eyes off it for even a second. Then he spoke again in a regretful tone. I should have captured it, but I couldn't. If I had tried, I might have shattered like an ice sculpture. As soon as Jay saw him, he wondered, where did that come from? Curios's smiling face immediately changed completely the moment he saw Jay. Veronica was extremely alarmed. The shadow of the mask is moving. Hearing that, Curiosa pretended to ponder and said, that issue is no less important. After saying that, he spoke. What is your true identity? Seeing that Jay still did not answer, Curiosa continued, no matter how I look at you, I still can't understand. You aren't even a homunculus, yet you're this emotionless. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. And you can even manipulate other people's emotions? That is a technique only doctors can use. Hearing that, Jay silently judged, this guy is dangerous. He used his skill and discovered that Curiosa was a fourth circle mage. So Jay immediately informed Veronica in secret. If a fight breaks out, run straight to the car. I'll follow after you. She replied, all right, I understand. Seeing that Jay said nothing, Curiosa began to lose patience. Hey kid, why aren't you answering? He kept urging him. I told you to answer, didn't I? Huh, hurry up and answer me. But the only thing that answered Curiosa was a dead silence. This fanned the fury inside him. Curiosa repeated only one sentence over and over. Answer me. Answer me right now. Answer me. He even threatened, before I tear you apart. But Jay merely stared calmly at him, without the slightest trace of fear. Veronica, on the other hand, had been frightened pale. It felt as if mana were crushing her body. At that moment, Veronica's trembling hand was held by another hand. She looked over at the owner of that hand in surprise, and silently called his name in her heart. Jay. On the other side, Curiosa kept that ferocious expression as he spoke. If you don't answer right now, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. And so Jay paid him no mind at all. He even challenged him calmly. Try it if you can. The ratio of his emotions was abnormal. Pale purple mana was flooding his body, exactly like when Jay injected artificial emotions into Kaylee. And the emotion connected to that mana was thinking that. Jay said, go ahead and kill me. Immediately afterward, Jay added, but if you kill me, the only person who can answer your questions will disappear forever. It was curiosity. Just as expected, Curiosa revealed an opening. Brat, stop with those cheap threats. Jay replied calmly. You just spoke as if you could read my emotions. Then do you think I'm the type of person who lies for no reason? He calmly presented his point. I'm the one asking questions. You're the one who must answer. You had better answer. If you answer, I will answer in return. Suddenly, an attack appeared right beside the two of them, frightening Veronica badly. Curiosa answered excitedly. Are you proposing an exchange of questions? Fine. That sounds fair. Just as he said, I don't know what you're curious about, but I ask one, you ask one. Jay quickly cut him off. The exchange rate is 4-1. Afraid it was not clear enough, he explained, you ask one, I ask four. After hearing that, Curiosa could only grit his teeth and ask, have you had enough, kid? But Jay only said, if you don't like that rate, I can adjust it a little. 3-1. I won't agree to anything lower. Curiosa began to calculate. Is this damned brat playing with me? Fine. I have nothing to lose anyway. If I don't like it, I can simply kill all of them. After a while, he finally decided. Fine, kid, what do you want to know? Jay's voice rang out again. First question, state your identity clearly. Curiosa answered evasively. I am Curiosa. After saying that, Curiosa continued. The ring you are holding, Walter's ring. I am a high-ranking member of McQuest, the organization Walter once belonged to. Hearing that, Jay wondered, a ring identical to Walter's? While he was still lost in thought, Curiosa warned him, don't waste time. Lying is useless because I can read your emotions. This left Jay deep in thought. Curiosa. He recalled that this was one of the names that had appeared in the photograph Walter possessed. After confirming it, Jay continued, good. At least we don't have to worry about lying. Second question, where did you suddenly appear from? It seems you were watching me from before. Curiosa did not bother hiding it and answered directly, I hid myself in Joan Gray's shadow. I witnessed every moment of Joan Gray's meeting with you, though at the end, I transferred into the shadow of another corpse. Another question was asked. Third question, why were you hiding in Joan Gray's shadow? He continued indifferently. I was simply following the organization's orders to monitor Blue. Hearing that unfamiliar name, Jay instinctively wanted to ask Blue, but Curiosa bluntly refused. Your turn is over. Now it's mine. As soon as it was his turn, Curiosa asked bluntly, how did you get Walter's ring? The answer Jay gave was shorter and more concise than ever. I killed him. After receiving that answer, Curiosa suddenly froze, but very quickly he returned to normal. I see. He was always a fool anyway. Curiosa even took the chance to mock him. A blindly loyal man. How pitiful. Hearing that, Jake thought to himself, just as I expected, no reaction at all. When he asked, Curiosa wasn't really concerned about Walter, but about the ring. Next, Jay asked another question. Your turn is over. Now it's mine. Do you know how I got Walter's ring? As he held up the ring, Curiosa answered, every high-ranking member has a ring like that. They are objects bestowed by the doctor. Curiosa's even voice rang out. Those rings can sense one another's locations, and they are engraved with a modified form of binding magic. Hearing this, Jay could not help thinking, binding magic? Back then, Mr. Graham only detected and removed the extraction magic from the ring. Could that binding spell really be so intricate that even his eyes couldn't notice it? The question Jay wondered about most right now was, if that was true, then just what kind of person was the doctor who had cast that spell? But Jay did not say it aloud. Instead, he asked a different question. Second question, tell me about the mad dragon you call Blue. Why is your organization watching it? Curiosa cheerfully agreed. Fine, I'll tell you. It's not that great a secret anyway. With that, Curiosa began to explain. The one we call Blue is a mystical creature that the organization has been watching for a long time. The blue gem on its forehead is the source of its power. Then he added, and they say that the gem, along with its memories, is passed down to the successor when the previous one dies. After hearing that, Jay understood. So that's how it is. Veronica, on the other side, also began to think it over. Mad dragons only live about 15 years. I thought it couldn't possibly be the same one from decades ago, but if the memories are passed on, then it makes sense. Jay moved on to a new question. Next question, tell me about the organization McQuest. Curiosa answered wearily. McQuest is an organization founded by that doctor. Its executors operate independently across the continent, carrying out his orders. There are too many to count, with all kinds of projects and names. Jay calmly assessed him. You don't seem very loyal to the organization. You only say things when I ask. But then Curiosa spoke up. Now it's my turn. What is your identity? Jay had not answered yet when Curiosa hurriedly asked another question. Are you a homunculus? Faced with that question, Jay merely said, I don't know what a homunculus is. A second later, Jay calmly added, but I am human. Remembering the countless emotions and experiences from his childhood, Jay suddenly felt as if his throat had tightened and he could not say another word. Just then, Veronica's small hand gently squeezed his. Though she said nothing, her spirited expression gave him immeasurable strength. This was completely outside Jay's data, so he was extremely surprised. Only afterward did Jay continue. I'm just a human. I don't belong anywhere. Just a wandering orphan. After hearing that, Curiosa replied with a hint of satisfaction. I see. Human. There were few things that didn't line up if you were one of the homunculi. Not letting him enjoy himself for long, Jay quickly spoke again. It's my turn again. Tell me about that doctor. And so Curiosa began another long explanation. The doctor is the head of McQuest. He also raised all the current executors. After pausing for a second, he added, but no one knows his true identity. He always hides his face behind a mask and glasses, and he uses a voice changer. Jay thought to himself, the adult holding the children in that photograph must be the doctor. Even so, on the outside, he still asked, the power stones the members carry, I heard they're issued by the organization. Curiosa answered with a hint of surprise in his voice. You know quite a bit, don't you? The doctor hands them out like military gear. But they're fake. This time, Jay was the one surprised. Fake, Curiosa casually revealed. The one the doctor has is the real one. After saying that, Curiosa added, he has a gem with the exact same shape and size as the one embedded in Blue's forehead. Only the color is different. Hearing that, Jay blurted out, a rainbow split into 7 pieces. Curiosa had not expected Jay to know as well. So he said, so you know about the rainbow? Jay answered calmly. There isn't a mage who doesn't. While Veronica thought to herself, you look so excited, Curiosa spoke indifferently. You're thinking that the doctor's gem might be a fragment of the rainbow, and that he built the organization and ordered the executors to gather the remaining fragments. After saying that, he said playfully, I think so too. But Jay paid him no mind and only said, next question. You can read other people's emotions. So what did you mean when you said only the doctor can manipulate emotions? At that moment, Curiosa frowned again. I can sense emotions, whether I want to or not. It's a curse. All because of that damn doctor, the one I want to tear apart. Jay asked curiously, "You hate him that much?" But Curiosa answered irritably, "Do you think that feeble sentence is enough to describe my rage?" While Veronica stood beside him, inwardly marveling, he's linking his questions together so smoothly. Jay had already continued to press him. "Then why do you still follow him?" The instant Jay finished speaking, a surge of power suddenly erupted. This time, Curiosa was truly furious. "If I could, I would have cut him down long ago, if not for that damned ability of his." After saying that, he spoke with rare seriousness. "That is exactly why I held back when I saw you. Your emotions are abnormal. It's almost as if you don't feel anything." Next, Curiosa spoke in a gloomy voice. "And when you controlled the mana in the air, I saw you amplifying other people's desires. By now, Jay no longer bothered hiding it. I'm also searching for the rainbow somewhere." Then he asked one question after another. "How can I meet the doctor? Is the doctor a mage? How many rings are there?" Hearing that, Curiosa said wearily, "What are you talking about? Even if you meet the doctor, controlling emotions." Suddenly, he froze for a second, as if he had discovered something extremely strange. As Curiosa looked at Jay, he thought, "This brat, he doesn't sense emotions at all." Meanwhile, Jay said, "You understand now. I don't feel emotions, and even when I do, I can extinguish them in an instant." Those words seemed to have accidentally struck his funny bone. For some reason, Curiosa then agreed to that proposal. "All right, kid, I'll tell you how to meet the doctor." Curiosa smiled coldly, his tone contemptuous. That professor, without his ability to control other people's emotions and force them to obey his will, is so weak that he could die from the slightest touch. He shrugged lightly and continued, "So stealing the rainbow fragment from him would be child's play." Jake kept his gaze calm and asked directly, "Then where can I find him?" Curiosa gave a soft laugh, his eyes flashing as he prepared to use his ability. "You won't be able to find him." In the moment when Jay let his guard down, Curiosa quickly reached out and took the ring from him. Curiosa raised the ring, his voice sinking as though he were performing a ritual. "I'll adjust the ring's binding magic for you." He put the ring on his hand, and a dim light shone from the surface of the metal. Curiosa looked at Jay and continued explaining its new function. "Now you can use it to find the locations of the other executors. Of course, the others, whether executors or assassins, won't be able to find you." Jay closed his eyes for a moment, sensing the flow of mana spreading from the ring. "I can sense 4 other rings, excluding Curiosa's ring." Jay continued focusing, pinpointing the locations of the remaining targets. All the remaining rings were positioned along the Elton River. He opened his eyes, his voice lowering as he clearly understood what he had to do next. "You mean I have to take down all the other executors?" Curiosa smiled meaningfully, as if he had been waiting for that question all along. "That's right. When they fall one by one, the professor will be forced to show himself. Now, I have told you how to meet the professor." Curiosa tilted his head, his eyes sharp as he moved on to his question for Jay. "It's my turn to ask one more question. How can you control other people's emotions?" As soon as the question ended, Jay's expression immediately changed, becoming heavier. Jay looked straight at him, his voice turning cold, as if he were guarding an important secret. "I can't tell you that." Curiosa frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the answer that had been flatly refused. "What?" Veronica flinched slightly. "Jay." Curiosa narrowed his eyes, his voice sinking with suspicion. "What did you just say?" Jay stood there calmly, answering with a cold gaze. "When we agreed to exchange questions, I never said I would answer every question you asked." Jay's voice was decisive, as if he meant to end the entire exchange. "Besides, this exchange ends here. I have nothing more I want to ask." At that moment, a flood of questions still appeared in Jay's mind, but he suppressed them. "Actually, I have many things I want to ask." Jay stayed inwardly vigilant, his eyes sinking slightly as he thought. "But I don't know how Curiosa will act once his curiosity is satisfied." Curiosa ground his teeth, his expression turning displeased. "Elegant brat." Curiosa raised his hand, and mana began gathering around him as if signaling an attack. "I'll tear you apart." Jay remained standing still, his sharp eyes noticing something unusual in the other party's expression. A lie. His body shows he's more curious than angry. Veronica stepped forward, quickly cutting in before the situation became dangerous. "You should leave the thing you're most curious about for last. That way, You can keep looking forward to it. She tried to keep her voice calm and gave a simple example. That's why I always save the strawberry on strawberry cake to eat last. As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding space seemed to pause, and both sides fell silent. Veronica became flustered, realizing she had just said something rather strange. "What I mean is," she lamented inwardly, her face turning slightly red. "Why did I even butt into this?" Curiosa's lips curved faintly, as if he had been persuaded by that unexpected explanation. "That makes sense." Curiosa stared at Jay, his eyes flashing with unpredictable interest. "Why, child, I'll be watching you." His voice carried strange anticipation and delight. As the red child said, "I'll save the greatest pleasure for last." Curiosa laughed softly, his eyes flashing with amusement as he thought of what lay ahead. "I'm looking forward to you." The space around him began to swirl, and his body gradually dissolved into the strange vortex. Then, "Until we meet again, arrogant child." The space returned to silence after Curiosa vanished, leaving the two of them standing there in a daze. Veronica panted, a hand over her chest, still not fully calm. "I thought I was really going to die. But will we be all right?" She frowned in thought. Her eyes were still fixed on the spot where he had disappeared. We didn't answer the thing he was most curious about. Jay reached his hand forward, his gaze steady. "Hold my hand," he explained briefly, his voice even. I deliberately didn't answer, because that is exactly what he is most curious about. That way, I can keep making use of him. Jay continued. "Now, let's go back to the lodging and rest." He looked toward her and thought to himself. Veronica maintained the barrier throughout the entire battle. She needs rest. She forced a smile, her body trembling slightly from exhaustion. "Understood. Honestly, I'm about to faint too." The two quickly moved, got into the car, and left the place behind while their hearts remained tense. Jake focused on driving, his eyes forward, while Veronica stared blankly outside. Suddenly, she startled, her eyes widening when she saw something in the distance. "Jay!" Veronica pointed ahead, her voice urgent, as if she had discovered something important. "Jay, look over there." Following the direction she pointed, he tilted his head slightly and looked into the distance with caution. On the summit of the tall mountain ahead, a herd of stone deer stood still as if waiting. Leading the herd was the familiar blue stone deer, with the small fin beside it. It called out happily, its eyes shining as it looked at the two people below. Veronica smiled faintly, emotions welling up when she saw that Fun was safe. "Fun, I thought you'd left with your family." Veronica tilted her head, her voice gentle as if speaking to a close friend. "Did you come back to say goodbye?" The mother stone deer looked down, her gaze gentle as if she understood their feelings. She slowly closed her eyes and bowed her head, like a sincere word of thanks sent to the two of them. Jay fell silent, sensing the sincerity radiating from the creature before him. He gently closed his eyes, as if responding to that wordless farewell and gratitude. Veronica waved, wearing a gentle smile as she said her final farewell. "Goodbye, Fun. Make sure you grow up strong and healthy." After saying that, Veronica sat back down, her body gradually relaxing after the emotion of that moment. She smiled faintly, her voice filled with relief. It's such a relief to see Fun happy with its family. We even got to say goodbye. Veronica turned to Jay, her eyes becoming more serious as she wanted to ask something. "But Jay," she hesitated a little, but still decided to speak. "There's something I want to ask. Do you mind?" Veronica faltered, her eyes worried as she prepared to ask a sensitive question. She took a deep breath, then directly asked about what she still did not understand. What was that about controlling emotions that he mentioned? After asking, Veronica looked toward Jay, her gaze expectant but also filled with worry. Jay was silent for a while, his eyes sinking as if he were weighing something. "It seems the time has come." He kept his voice calm, his gaze facing forward. "I'll explain everything when we get back to the district." The server walked up to the table, set down the food, and smiled kindly. "Here's your food." Philip nodded lightly, reaching out to take the meal with a polite attitude. "Thank you." He smiled, pushing the plate of food toward Jay while introducing the restaurant. "This place is famous for its food being delicious, cheap, and plentiful too. You must be tired after today. Eat until you're full." Philip suddenly remembered something important and raised his head to ask curiously, "Oh, right. What about Joan and Kaylee? Did the plan go smoothly?" Jay placed his hand on the table, his gaze serious as he prepared to say something important. "First, there's something I need to tell you." Jay paused slightly, as if considering the proper way to say it. He looked straight at the two of them, his voice lowering as he revealed his ability. I can see other people's emotions. Jay placed his hand on the table, calmly explaining in detail. All mana has color, and I can see those colors with my eyes. He continued, his eyes growing darker as he described how emotions affected it. When people feel a certain emotion, mana with the corresponding color begins to move, and I can tell what they're feeling by looking at the color of the mana gathered in the vessel near their hearts. Philip opened his eyes wide and asked, "So that means you can see our emotions right now?" Jay nodded lightly, confirming it without hesitation and with a very natural attitude. "That's right." Veronica lowered her head in thought. Mana has color. If that's true, the entire academic world will be turned upside down. Philip shook his head, still unable to fully believe the absurd thing Jay had just said. "I find that hard to believe. Emotions have colors, and you can see them." Jay looked straight at the two of them, his voice even as he began to describe what he saw. "When I look at your vessels, I see dark blue mana. That is usually the color of confusion." Jay shifted his gaze to Veronica, observed more closely, then said, "When I look more carefully at Veronica's vessel, I see embarrassment, disappointment, regret, and a slight feeling of being lost." Veronica immediately blushed and hurriedly spoke up to stop him because she was too embarrassed. "I believe you already, so could you stop?" Philip laughed lightly and cut in, half joking and half serious. "Besides, you aren't the type of person who lies much. This is surprising." Jay wiped his face, his voice lowering as he revealed another ability. "Moreover, I can control other people's emotions." Jay turned and called for the server, his voice normal, though nothing special happened. "Excuse me." Veronica startled and asked, "What?" Philip frowned, repeating the important word in a surprised, questioning voice. "Control." The server came over to the table and bowed slightly with polite manners. "What do you need, sir?" Jay took out some money, his voice calm. "I forgot to tip you." Jay placed a coin on the table and gently pushed it toward the server. "Here, your tip." The server's eyes lit up, her voice filled with surprise and joy as she received the money. "Thank you so much. A whole shulin? How generous." Veronica panicked, while Philip tilted his head and murmured in bewilderment, "It's only one shulin." He kept bowing his head, clearly grateful for that seemingly small act. Thank you so much." Jay gave a slight wave of his hand, his voice light, as if signaling the end of the exchange. "All right, I understand. You can go." Jay continued explaining, "That's all it is. I can inject an emotion into someone else's vessel." He went on, his voice turning more serious. "Of course, I can only do it when that emotion already exists in their vessel." Philip replied, "That's truly incredible." Philip suddenly remembered something important and immediately asked, looking slightly cautious, "Have you ever injected emotions into us?" Jay shook his head lightly and answered frankly, "No. Some people can't have their emotions manipulated, including you two." Philip breathed a sigh of relief. "What a relief." Philip leaned back in his chair and nodded as he realized that, in any case, this was definitely a major advantage for their journeys from now on. Veronica called his name softly, her gaze serious. "Jay." She looked straight at him, her voice slowing as if probing for the truth behind it. "Are you hiding anything else from us?" Jay looked straight at them, his voice slowing as if he was examining the truth behind it. Jay paused for a moment, his eyes dimming slightly before he continued, "Can't feel emotions." Veronica and Philip froze, their eyes widening at the unexpected revelation. He continued explaining, his voice even, as if he were talking about a familiar fact. "More precisely, my range of emotions is very narrow." Jay continued, his voice steady. "Even if I can feel a few kinds when I focus with everything I have, they only last for a moment." An imagined reaction appeared in his mind, Philip's voice ringing out uneasily. "What? This is the first time I've heard about that. It's kind of scary." Veronica also chimed in, "That's pretty creepy." Jay sat still, his gaze distant, as those imagined thoughts gradually became clearer in his mind. But reality was different. Philip merely nodded lightly, as if he understood. "I see." Veronica looked at Jay, her voice gentle and carrying no fear at all. "I already thought you were strange before." Philip gave a soft laugh. "Yeah, now everything makes sense." Veronica nodded as well, her expression relaxed, as if a long-standing question had finally been answered. "That's right." Jay looked up, his eyes wavering as he realized their reaction was completely different from what he had imagined. Why aren't you afraid? Don't you think it's weird?" Veronica smiled and tilted her head as she looked at him. "Come on, we're friends." Philip planted a hand on the table, and spoke in a natural tone, as if it were obvious. Of course Friend would understand. Veronica suddenly changed her attitude, propping her chin on her hand as she looked at Jay with a mischievous gaze. Jay, you have to say it too, don't you? Say, Veronica and Philip are my friends, and Veronica is the most beautiful woman in the world. Philip immediately turned to refute her, his expression helpless before her excessive confidence. Veronica, have you ever heard of something called a conscience? Watching the two of them tease each other back and forth, Jay felt a new emotion rising in his heart. Jay gently closed his eyes, as if he had just understood something important about this relationship. Friends? I understand now. We're friends. The next day, Philip walked beside the two of them and said, Really? So that's what happened with Joan Gray and Kaylee. The deer had the blue gem, and then there was a McQuest manager named Curiosa. He continued thinking, his voice lowering. Maybe we'll have to start looking for McQuest managers from now on. They're becoming more and more dangerous. Jay continued walking steadily, his eyes facing forward as he answered calmly, Yeah, and we're already heading upstream along the Elton River anyway. The plan hasn't changed much. Veronica frowned, looking doubtful as she thought about the accuracy of the information they had received. But can that information be trusted? What if those kids lied? The three of them suddenly stopped in front of an old house, and the surroundings fell silent. Veronica looked around, her eyes showing a trace of surprise as she realized, I didn't expect there to be a clue about the black rain in a place like this. Philip stepped forward, raised his hand to knock on the door, and called out politely, Is anyone here? Hello. He waited for a while, then said when he heard no response at all, Is there no one inside? Jay stood behind him, his gaze focused as he sensed something. There's someone inside. Jay looked straight ahead, using his ability to search for signs of mana inside the house. A faint image appeared in his mind. I could see a vessel with black mana behind the door. Philip did not hesitate. He pushed the door open and stepped inside with curiosity and slight caution. He began looking around and said, There really isn't anyone here. Veronica stood outside and called after him when she saw Jay also stepping inside. Jay approached a large wooden barrel placed in the corner of the room, his gaze becoming serious. Jay called out, his voice calm but certain, as if he already knew the other person's identity. Uncle Hander. He continued, his eyes still directed at the wooden barrel. I want to talk to you about the black rain. Philip stood behind him and said, So there really is someone here? Veronica stared at the chest and whispered softly, Inside a chest. Hander let out a sigh of relief after finally escaping from where he had been stuck. Thank you for pulling me out. Hander scratched his head awkwardly, explaining the reason he had ended up in that strange situation. I hid because I thought you were debt collectors. I didn't expect to get stuck. Philip looked at him, a bit of sympathy rising in his heart at the absurd situation. Poor guy. Veronica frowned slightly and muttered inwardly about the heavy stench of alcohol. Hander steadied himself, his gaze gradually becoming more serious when the important topic Jay had brought up was mentioned, the black rain. He stared at Jay, his gaze somewhat unusual, as if he had realized something. Wait, you're not. Hander's eyes locked onto the bottle in Jay's hand, his pupils trembling slightly in astonishment. Epsilon number 3 and the black version too. As soon as he realized the true value of that rare bottle of liquor, he immediately lunged forward, intending to snatch it. Jay remained calm, his gaze cold and sharp, as if pressing the other man to cooperate. Can you tell me the details? Hander clenched his jaw, his hands trembling slightly from both regret and annoyance at not being able to get the bottle. He slowly recounted, the sprouts. These aren't ordinary sprouts. They don't die even when hit by the black rain. They germinate even in this contaminated soil. I didn't water them at all, but they still grew on their own. Veronica carefully observed the strange sprouts with a gaze filled with curiosity and amazement. They really are strange. I've never seen this type of plant in any botany book. This is the first time I've sensed a sprout like this. Jay folded his arms in thought, connecting the details together before asking, You said it grew from the seeds you received and planted, correct? Hander scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed as he recalled the matter. Actually, it would be more accurate to say someone dropped them. Hander sighed, his gaze gradually becoming distant as he reminisced. About 3 months ago, I saw a traveler collapsed in the desert. He shrugged, his voice carrying a bit of shame, while remaining very frank as he admitted his initial thoughts. I thought it was a corpse, so I planned to search it and see if there was anything I could take. Just as Hander reached out to search him, the person who had seemed dead suddenly sprang up and grabbed his wrist tightly, startling him badly. Lucas's voice was weak, as if he was about to stop breathing, and he reached toward Hander, pleading in desperation, "Give me food." Lucas took the food that was handed to him and immediately began devouring it without hesitation. Lucas wiped his mouth and let out a relieved breath. "Thank you. It tasted terrible, but at least it was edible. I'm still a little hungry." Hander ground his teeth and cursed inwardly. That lunatic ate 16 boxes of food in a row. Lucas's gaze became more serious as he spoke about repaying the favor. "I can't leave this debt unpaid." Lucas reached into his bag, took out a small object, and tossed it lightly toward Hander, his gaze calm. "Take this." Hander took it, and his mind immediately went to its value rather than its meaning. "Is this a precious seed? How much can I sell it for?" He asked, "What kind of seed is this?" Lucas had no intention of explaining further and merely signaled for Hander to try planting it. "Just try growing it." Lucas's voice rang out one last time in the sandy wind, soft but clear. "When the time comes, you'll know for yourself." Hander's eyes still showed irritation as he recalled that strange meeting from before, and he spoke in annoyance. "Yeah, that's all he said. He was obviously messing with me." He sighed, his expression both irritated and somewhat intrigued as he recalled it. "Even though it annoyed me, I was also pretty curious." Hander began gesturing with his hands, trying to describe it. Not only did the seeds grow without water, they also weren't affected by the black rain. He even showed me something strange called magic. On top of that, he was absurdly handsome too. His gaze became distant, as if he were remembering the image of that traveler, and his voice lowered, full of doubt. It felt like I was looking at something that wasn't human. Hander shook his head repeatedly, seeming still unable to explain that strange person. He ate an unbelievable amount, but he gave off a very mysterious feeling. Philip stood nearby and, after listening, continued analyzing in his mind. "A mage who isn't human?" Jay looked over at Veronica, his gaze serious. "Veronica, what do you think? Do we need those seeds?" She hesitated for a moment, then quickly nodded. "Ah, yes. I think they'll help in finding a cure for magic poisoning." Jay turned back to Hander, his tone more decisive. "Hander, how many seeds do you have left?" Hander frowned and thought. "They're shoved somewhere in a corner of my house. Probably about 4 seeds. But why?" Jay did not hesitate at all, his gaze calm, as if he were making a very ordinary offer. "We'll buy them all. 10,000 shulin per seed." Hander blinked a few times, clearly surprised by the number he had just heard. "The seeds? Let me see." He quickly calculated in his head, a flash of greed appearing in his eyes. "Isn't this a huge opportunity? He really does look like a child from some powerful family. If I play this right, I can drain him dry." He pretended to frown, acting as if he was not satisfied. "Don't you think that price is too low?" Jay's gaze remained calm. "Then how about 12,000 shulin?" Hander folded his arms, his eyes crafty. "Think carefully." Jay's expression did not change at all, and his voice became firmer. 15,000. I won't go any higher." Hander pouted, looking dissatisfied. "You're so rich, yet so stingy." Hander raised an eyebrow, drawing out his words as if making a reasonable offer. "If you pay 30,000 shulin, I'll consider it. That's a total of 120,000 shulin. Otherwise, I'll have to refuse." Suddenly, a rough voice rang out from behind them, cutting off the negotiation. "Found you." The man's eyes were full of killing intent as they locked on a Hander like a predator that had found its prey. "Hander, you bastard. You finally showed your face. Do you still remember what I told you last time?" He tightened his grip on the hammer in his hand and approached step by step with a cold smile, his voice lowering. "If you didn't repay your debt next time, I'd hunt you down and beat you to a pulp. So, you're hiding here? Today is the day you die." Without hesitating another second, the man raised the hammer high, cruelty flashing in his eyes before he brought it down. "You're dead." Hander panicked and backed away, his whole body trembling as he hurriedly raised both hands to cover his face. Jay stood still and observed for a split second, then stepped forward and said, "Shall I help you?" Mana flowed around Jay's body, forming an invisible force that stopped the descending blow dead in its tracks. Hander's eyes widened in astonishment, and he stammered, unable to hide both his fear and shock. "Magic, he thought he is." Jay glanced lightly toward the man, his voice calm. I can use it too. Hander swallowed dryly, sweat breaking out on his forehead as his thoughts grew even more chaotic. A mage? Hander immediately bowed and pleaded, his voice trembling with desperation. Please, I'm begging you, please save me. Jay turned his head to look at him, his gaze cold. 120,000? Think carefully. It's your life, after all. Hander's voice cracked in panic. WH what? He cursed endlessly in his mind. Dambrat. Jay still stood in front of him, his gaze unwavering. This isn't the time to hesitate. Hander trembled and said, but Jay tilted his head slightly, his voice calm, but carrying invisible pressure. The fee will keep going up, you know. 130, 140. In the end, with no other choice, Hander shouted in desperation, fine, 120,000, I'll pay. After resolving the trouble, the three of them quickly returned to the car and immediately left the area. Veronica leaned back in her seat, her voice gentle but filled with curiosity. Now that you mention it, I wonder what kind of person that traveler was. Jay kept his focus on driving, his gaze calm as he answered, he's definitely someone traveling through many regions to research the Black Rain. At the moment, that's the most likely possibility. A bit of hope shone in her eyes when she heard that guess, as if she had just found a clearer direction. Really? If so, that would be great. Jay noticed the unusual expression on Philip's face as he sat in silence. So he asked directly, Philip, is something bothering you? Jay continued observing him, his sharp gaze seeming to see through his emotions. I can tell just by looking that you're sad. Philip gave a faint, strained smile, his eyes lowering as he stopped trying to hide it. I really can't hide anything from you, Jay. Philip sighed softly, his voice lowering. It's just that in Area 48, I couldn't find any information about my mother at all. Philip clenched his hand slightly, his eyes clearly revealing his disappointment even though he tried to remain calm. I didn't expect to find her immediately either, but I thought there would at least be some kind of clue. Jay was silent for a moment, then spoke in a certain voice. I'm sure your mother hasn't gone too far. There are limits to how far one person can travel. Jay continued, his eyes still facing forward, but his voice carrying clear reassurance. I believe we'll find a clue in the next area. Philip nodded lightly, his gaze softening a little after hearing those words of encouragement. Yeah, I hope so too. The car gradually slowed, then came to a complete stop, and Jay immediately opened the door and stepped out. Jay's voice was brief but clear, signaling their next destination. We're here. He raised his head and looked ahead, his eyes narrowing slightly as he confirmed the location on the map in his mind. Area 47. In Jay's mind, he quickly recalculated the distance and travel time. This time took 8 days. Each area is taking less than a day. Veronica ran after him and asked worriedly, Jay. She turned to look at him, her voice carrying uncertainty. Why did you tell us to change clothes? The gangs might target us. Jay shrugged slightly, his gaze calm, as if he had already calculated every possible risk. It's fine. Philip did not understand and repeated, it's fine. Jay turned his back, his voice lowering as if reaffirming his decision once more before taking action. Yeah. Jay's gaze turned ice cold, and his entire presence changed completely as mana began to flow around his body. His voice carried distinct, killing intent. That was my goal from the start. The sky gradually turned a dark gray, and light gusts of wind swept through the empty street, making the air even colder. A thug was approached by Jay in the blink of an eye, and before he could react, he was struck hard and sent crashing to the ground. Jay stepped forward and planted his foot hard against the wall right beside the man's head. Answer me. He bent down slightly, his voice low but full of pressure. Who is the leader of your gang? Veronica watched from behind and sighed inwardly. This is already the 26th time. The man trembled, his eyes filled with panic, his voice stammering as he tried to answer in order to save his own life. Mellum. Veronica frowned slightly when she heard the familiar name repeated once again. Mellum again? Philip stood beside her and nodded, adding, before that, it was Dunin, right? Jay withdrew his foot and ordered in an indifferent voice, Go tell your leader that I have business to discuss. Tell him to come to Flonin Inn on 16th Street. The man hurriedly nodded over and over, not daring to delay for even another second. Yes. Philip clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze thoughtful as he began analyzing the situation in this area. It seems 2 gangs are dividing this area between them. Philip continued, his voice even but clearly analytical. For an area this large, there should be at least 5 gangs, maybe even several dozen, but so far only those two names have appeared. He nodded slightly at his own reasoning. That means they're capable of controlling that many people. Philip took a light breath and gave his final conclusion, his expression somewhat tense. At this scale, they must have at least 200 people. Jake thought to himself, 200 people? He walked ahead in silence, his thoughts quickly shifting in a more advantageous direction. Then that's good news. The more manpower there is, the easier it will be to gather information. After they walked a little farther, Veronica suddenly stopped, her eyes lighting up when she discovered a bookstore by the roadside. Veronica pointed toward it, her voice carrying a bit of excitement. Jay, look. Her eyes were full of expectation as she made the suggestion, clearly not wanting to miss this opportunity. Can we stop in here for a little while? I want to see if there are any materials about the Black Rain here. Jay did not object and answered sure. As soon as they stepped inside, Veronica was immediately overwhelmed by the scale of the place. It's huge. She quickly walked deeper inside, her gaze focusing again, her voice full of determination. Then I'll look for research materials. Philip also turned in another direction, his eyes bright with interest. I'll go that way. I want to learn more about finance. See you later. Jay stood there for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the vast library space. Jay's eye stopped on a woman standing nearby. There was something familiar about her appearance that unconsciously drew more of his attention than usual. He raised his head and looked up at the bookshelf in front of him, his gaze stopping on a row of colorful illustrated books. A simple thought flashed through his mind. Picture books. Memories suddenly returned. The image of a woman telling stories to children echoed in Jay's mind, carrying a vague, hard-to-name feeling. Now that he thought about it, Mrs. Viola often told the children many interesting stories. He paused slightly, his eyes lingering longer on those books, as if searching for something familiar from the past. He wondered whether those stories were in these books. Just as Jay reached out and touched a book on the shelf, it unexpectedly slipped from its place and fell to the floor. The woman nearby turned around, bent down to pick up the book, and handed it back to him with a gentle smile. "Oh, you dropped this book." Lena held the book out toward him, her gaze friendly, but also carrying a hint of curiosity as she observed Jay. "Here you go." He took the book, but his eyes suddenly changed when he looked closely at the face of the woman before him. She tilted her head slightly. Noticing the odd look in his eyes, she asked, her tone still calm, "Is something wrong?" Lena continued looking straight into Jay's eyes. This time, when she received no immediate response, her voice carried a trace of probing. "Is there a problem?" Jay's gaze flicked briefly around him, then stopped in the empty space before him as he replied, "No." Cold deductions passed through his mind as he observed the energy radiating from the other person's body. A second circle mage with a red gem. Jake lightly clenched his hand, sensing the ring, but there was no reaction at all. Walter's ring isn't reacting, so she isn't executive level. His gaze lowered, as though tracing each strand of chaotic emotion. But the strange thing is, in his thoughts, Jay quickly analyzed the situation, his eyes growing sharp. Her body contains an unusual amount of negative emotion. She should be suffering from mana poisoning, yet she looks completely normal. Is she controlling her own emotions? I should investigate this. From behind, Philip's voice rang out, breaking his train of thought and pulling Jay back to reality. "There you are, Jay." He walked over with a stack of books in his arms, looking a little tired but still smiling faintly. "Great. Can you help me carry these?" Jay froze for a brief moment, his eyes still clouded with lingering thoughts that had not yet faded. Philip suddenly stood still. Jay wondered inwardly, his gaze still following the woman's figure. Is there something that's surprising? A strange association suddenly flashed through his mind as he compared the contours of their faces. Now that I think about it, she looks like Philip. Lena smiled gently, her eyes passing over both of them before she spoke with goodwill. "He must be your companion." Philip looked a little dazed at the sudden remark. She looked at the stack of books in Philip's arms, her eyes carrying a bit of surprise and curiosity. "How impressive. You look so young, yet you're already reading such difficult books." Philip awkwardly tried to say something, his lips parting, but the words had not yet come out. "Excuse me, may I?" Lena nodded slightly, turned, and left. Her gentle voice drifted back from behind. "Well then, I'll be going first." Her footsteps gradually receded, leaving behind a fleeting yet meaningful farewell. "I hope we meet again." The two stood still, watching Lena's back disappear into the library. Jay turned to Philip, his gaze becoming serious, his voice lowering as he raised an important question. Philip, do you think that woman could be your mother? Philip froze slightly, his eyes wavering. I don't know either. Philip lowered his head a little, his voice slowing as he tried to make sense of the situation in his heart. I'm not sure. If she were my mother, wouldn't she have recognized me? Another possibility flashed through his mind, making him look down, his eyes growing confused. But what if she deliberately pretended not to recognize me? Jay narrowed his eyes slightly as he observed Philip's expression. A vague guess appeared in his heart. Is he afraid? Afraid that he was abandoned by his mother. Jay spoke calmly, his steady voice seeming to pull Philip's thoughts back to reality. I don't think so. She's a mage, and her necklace also has a red gem. Philip paused for a moment, as if he had just remembered an important detail he had overlooked. A necklace. Now I remember. Jay's eyes remained calculating, his voice decisive. Let's investigate her, just to be sure. Philip nodded lightly, quickly regaining his composure. I'll add her to the information-gathering team's list. Philip glanced around the bookshelves, then turned back and asked, By the way, Jay, have you chosen a book yet? Jay answered quickly, Not yet. At that moment, Veronica approached and said, You're both here? Philip was just about to explain when she quickly caught onto the conversation with excitement. What? Someone who looks like Philip's mother came here. Philip waved his hand lightly, sounding unsure and somewhat flustered. No, she just looks a little like her. Veronica tilted her head in thought, a trace of hope flashing in her eyes. But who knows? She smiled faintly, as if trying to encourage him on their long journey. Maybe you'll be the first of us to reach your goal. An unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out, cutting off the conversation. What did you just say? Dunan stepped forward, his tone mixed with warning and irritation. I told you not to cause trouble in Melum's territory. Do you have a problem? Melum immediately snapped back, his gaze icy, his voice filled with killing intent. Do you want to die, Dunan? Philip took a slight step back and said quietly to Veronica, Those two are Melum and Dunan, right? She looked back and forth between the two sides, her eyes growing wary. It looks like they came looking for us. Veronica frowned, not understanding why those two had started arguing with each other. But why are they fighting? Dunan stepped forward, pointing straight at Jay's group, his voice filled with anger. So, you're the ones who dared lay a hand on our people. Did you think you could touch my gang and still be fine? He glanced toward Melum, showing clear contempt and irritation. Melum, don't interfere, you weakling. Melum glared at him, his voice dropping into a provocative growl. What? You're the one who should move. Want to fight? Dunan did not hesitate at all, his eyes gleaming fiercely. Yeah, let's do it. Philip stood behind them, frowning as he observed the situation and speaking in a low voice. Their relationship is even worse than I thought. Veronica looked worriedly at both sides and said, If this keeps up, won't they really start fighting? Jay silently observed, his gaze calm, but his mind had already begun analyzing the situation. Perhaps. He narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the fluctuations of mana and noticing something abnormal in their emotions. But instead of anger, they were filled with hesitation. It seems they're only trying to scare each other. Jay let out a soft breath and made a decision as he saw the situation might get out of control. Even so, if this continues, it could escalate into a major problem. Since I'm here anyway, I might as well settle it. He raised his hand slightly, his gaze cold as he silently activated his ability. Invisible energy slipped in and gently seeped into Melum's body without anyone noticing. The current of power continued to spread, slowly and secretly invading Dunan's body. Both of them abruptly froze, an unpleasant feeling rising inside them that even they did not understand. Annoyed thoughts appeared in their minds at the same time, their irritation surging abnormally. Why is he irritating me so much today? Melum gritted his teeth, his eyes turning fiercer. This bastard. Dunan clenched his fist tightly, negative emotions surging until his thoughts became distorted. Have I always hated him this much? Both of them froze for a beat, as though pushed to the limit by their own emotions. The last thread of restraint shattered, and both of them nearly lost control under the surging wave of emotion. I can't take it anymore. Dunin roared, his voice full of killing intent as he ordered his subordinates without hesitation. Kill them all. One underling panicked and hurriedly reminded him, Boss, you said we mustn't fight no matter what. Melum spun around, shouting loudly, no longer able to maintain his previous calm. What are you standing there for? Fight! The underling stammered, his voice trembling. But you said we'd be at a disadvantage if we fought. Melum growled, his eyes as cold as ice as he directly threatened his own subordinate. Shut up and kill them all. I'll personally deal with anyone who keeps standing around. The underlings on both sides looked at each other for a moment, then all charged forward at once. The atmosphere instantly descended into chaos. Shouts rang out as one underling swung his weapon and rushed in with clear killing intent. Die, you bastards! Amid the melee, another person screamed in pain after being struck by an unexpected blow. My hand! My hand! Jay, Philip, and Veronica stood silently amid the chaos, their eyes following the battle before them. Jay lowered his gaze slightly, beginning to analyze the laws of motion in his mind. Emotions have only two paths. Either they fade or they grow stronger. Jay continued to observe, noticing the clear change in the flow of emotion between the two opponents. In the second case, if emotions accumulate past the critical point, his eyes sharpened as he imagined the inevitable consequence. They will erupt outward through action. Jay quietly watched, understanding that the actions before him were merely the result of losing control. Emotions that break every balance like this will lead to unpredictable actions. But once those emotions are consumed, no matter how, he breathed softly, his gaze easing as he realized the law of balance was gradually returning. Even a vessel that has shattered will return to a state of equilibrium. Jay looked at the two people fighting, as if confirming his own deduction. Just like now, his eyes shifted slightly as he thought. Their anger has clearly subsided, though they're still fighting, probably because of their pride. Amid the chaos, the same weary thoughts suddenly appeared in both Dunin's and Melum's minds. I don't want to fight anymore. Melum froze for an instant, his eyes wavering as he began to doubt his own actions. Why am I fighting? Melum shouted. You bastard! He pointed straight at Dunin, his voice full of anger mixed with the suspicion of betrayal. Do you think I don't know you kidnapped our people? Dunin immediately refuted him, his eyes flashing with fury at being blamed. Bullshit. You're the ones who took people. Melum gritted his teeth and continued pressing him, making an even more serious accusation. You sold them to another organization. Dunin could no longer hold back, his anger erupting once again. Damn it, I'll kill you. At the very moment both sides were about to charge at each other again, Jay suddenly stepped forward to intervene. Dunin whipped around, his eyes full of anger at being obstructed. Ugh. Melum also immediately turned toward him, his voice full of displeasure. Who do you think you are? Melum growled a warning, refusing to accept interference from an outsider. Don't interfere. Jay said nothing. He simply raised his hand lightly, and an invisible power immediately pressed down on the two of them. Dunin abruptly felt pain spreading through his entire body, his mind filling with confusion. What the hell? What is this absurd power? Dunin cried out, My hand! Melum also trembled, his eyes full of shock as he realized the terrifying difference in strength. Is this really the strength of a human? Melum swallowed hard, his eyes wavering as he realized the enormous gap in power between them. I was really going to fight someone like this? Jay relaxed his hand slightly, and the invisible pressure vanished along with the motion, returning their freedom to them. He looked at both of them with calm eyes, his voice not loud but enough to make them pay attention. Have you two vented all your anger now? Dunin and Melum froze at the same time. What? Jay did not give them time to react further and continued in a decisive tone. Then talk. Jay folded his arms, his gaze growing stern as he began questioning them. So, children in this area keep disappearing? Dunin nodded, his expression becoming heavy as he mentioned the matter. That's right. Dunin clenched his fist, his voice full of anger as he blamed the other side. It has to be him. I can't believe you'd sell your orphan companions just because you were short on money. Melum immediately refuted him, his gaze no less fierce. You're the kidnapper. Dunin frowned, his expression unpleasant and surprised at the absurd accusation. What? Since when did I? Jay asked again. While searching for the missing children, did you find no clues? Dunin shook his head, helplessness briefly showing in his eyes as he recalled it. Nothing at all. They just suddenly disappeared. Melum suddenly froze, as if remembering something important. Now that I think about it, Melham frowned and began recounting a detail he had not paid close attention to before. Because the children kept disappearing, we patrolled in pairs. Then one more child disappeared. His eyes darkened as he recalled the abnormal moment. The kid walking with them immediately searched for traces, but when they reached a dead end, the other kid had vanished. Melham clenched his fist, his voice lowering as he mentioned the most terrifying detail. Only a patch of red light was left. When Jay heard that, his eyes moved slightly, and his mind immediately connected the information he had just heard. A patch of red light. He pondered for a moment, his deductions quickly leading to a familiar possibility. If it was red light, it's very likely related to a crest level. Jay lowered his head, his gaze becoming serious as he looked straight at the two leaders. Do you want to find those children? Dunan did not hesitate at all, his voice firm. Of course, they're our family. Jay nodded slightly, his voice lowering with determination. Then from now on, do as I say. Jay stood upright in the middle of the street, his eyes resolute. I will save those children. Immediately afterward, he raised his hand slightly, activated magic, left invisible marks on their bodies, and said, "Good." Jay looked around once, his voice calm, but carrying a clear command. Now all of you scatter. He folded his arms, his gaze sharp, and continued issuing instructions. Just do what you normally do out on the street. Now go. The underlings quickly nodded. Yes. Dunan stepped forward and called out to Jay with seriousness mixed with worry. Jay. He looked straight at him, his voice lowering as he asked an important question. Can we really find the missing children this way? Jay did not answer immediately. His gaze quietly observed the surroundings as his mind began calculating. I wonder if they suspect anything. After a brief silence, Jay spoke, his voice calm, but enough to make the listener freeze. Today, a child here will disappear. Dunan was startled, his eyes widening. What? What did you say? In Jay's mind, the pieces of information quickly fit together into a logical chain. According to their statements, someone disappears every 2 or 3 days. Jay continued analyzing, his gaze gradually becoming more focused. And the most recent disappearance was 3 days ago. I'm certain that red light will appear on the street again. If the red light they mentioned is truly magic. His thoughts delved deeper into the nature of magic. Magic is simply the gathering of mana, a combination of separate components. Jay closed his eyes briefly, as if reconstructing the entire operating process in his mind. If the components retain even a little of their original form, I can identify the moment the magic was activated and the process that followed. He opened his eyes, his voice becoming decisive. Don't worry, just protect me. From now on, I have to focus. Dunan and Melham looked at each other for a moment, then nodded at the same time. Yes, understood. Jay lightly bent one knee beside the still lake, letting mana spread throughout the surrounding space. He closed his eyes and focused all his consciousness on tracking even the smallest movements. Within the hazy wave of energy spreading outward, Jay frowned slightly. I could sense it now. His thoughts sharpened, analyzing every detail of the magic structure, the position and shape of each element, as well as their density and trajectories. Let's try expanding my sensing range. Jay lightly clenched his hand, controlling the mana to spread farther beyond its initial limit. Within his invisible field of vision, he detected a group of underlings gathered at shop 18-2. In another direction, the tracking mark on one more person remained clear within his sensing range. At that very moment, a sudden wave of killing intent closed in from behind him. Jay startled and opened his eyes, his breathing turning rapid for an instant before quickly stabilizing again. Melham approached, his voice lowering with expectation. Did you find them? Veronica also asked, did you find them? Before he could answer, Jay sprang up, his gaze locking onto a distant direction. She was startled and called out loudly, Jay! In Jay's mind, the sensory map gradually became clear, leading him through street after street. Street 18-2. I'm sure it's this way. When he stopped in front of his destination, Jay saw a red light enveloping the area. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy as he recognized its nature. A patch of red light. The light suddenly tore through the air and shot away, flashing past Jay's eyes in an instant. Without hesitation, he immediately drew on his power, his body bursting forward in pursuit. Jay raced through the space, the distance shrinking bit by bit. In his mind, every piece of information gradually fit together into one clear conclusion. I'm sure of it now. His train of thought continued to guide him, like an unerring compass. At the end of this stream of light, Jay's gaze grew colder as he reached his final conclusion. I'll find the source of these disappearances. When he stopped, he frowned slightly and looked around. An abandoned house? He thought, rapid analysis flashing through his mind. I can sense binding magic. Did that light release the child? Philip spoke first, his voice somewhat urgent. Jay, we finally caught up. He stopped and asked, are all the missing children here? Jay answered in a certain voice. There's a very high chance. Veronica stepped forward and reached out to sense the barrier, her expression gradually turning grave. There's a very powerful sealing barrier here. I'm not skilled enough to dispel it. She turned to the two of them and, with some hesitation, suggested a temporary plan. Should we pile things up and climb over the wall? Jay shook his head. Going straight in would be too dangerous. We don't know who the opponent is. Veronica suddenly came up with another idea, her eyes lighting up. Then how about this? She pointed down at the black cat, smiled, and introduced it. This is Nero. I mentioned him before. He narrowed his eyes at the familiar cat. She recalled, the stray cat wandering outside the inn? Since when did you get so close to him? Veronica stroked its soft fur. Animals have always liked me ever since I was little. She began explaining her plan. I'll share senses with Nero as my contract partner. That way, I can see, hear, and feel everything Nero senses. Philip crossed his arms in thought, then nodded. That would keep us safe. We can use the cat to observe the inside of the mansion. Veronica turned to Jay, her gaze carrying a little expectation. Jay, do you want to try sharing senses? She tilted her head and gently instructed him. Sense sharing requires a strong bond, so try greeting him with all your heart. Veronica smiled, trying to illustrate it as simply as possible. Something like, it's very nice to meet you. The cat suddenly bristled, bared its fangs, and let out an irritated yowl. She let out a soft sigh, shrugging slightly as though the reaction was not too unexpected. As expected, it doesn't work. Jay looked at it and thought, that makes sense. Not only is it a difficult technique to perform, it also requires a strong emotional bond. Veronica suddenly blinked, as if remembering another, more feasible option. Then try this. She handed him several complicated notes filled with different magical formulas. I tried improving the sense-sharing formula. Even with a weak bond, it should still be possible. Jay glanced at the densely packed symbols, a trace of surprise in his eyes. There's so many formulas. Did she really prepare all of this for me? Veronica lightly waved her hand, as if to ease the pressure on him. We can't try them all today, so take your time. Jay shook his head, his gaze calm as though he had already made his own decision. There's no need. He took a step forward, his voice lowering but filled with certainty. I could try them all at once. She froze for a moment, her eyes clearly showing astonishment at that bold intention. He's going to try this many magical formulas at the same time? Jay looked at the cat as it backed away, clearly sensing the wavering in its emotions. Is it afraid? He slowly crouched down and gently stroked the head of the trembling cat. In his heart, Jay sent out a clear, undisguised thought. It's nice to meet you. I won't hurt you. He closed his eyes, allowing his entire consciousness to merge into the stream of mana connected to the small creature. A few seconds later, Jay opened his eyes, and his gaze had changed ever so slightly. Philip leaned in to look, unable to hide the curiosity in his voice. Did it work? Veronica immediately asked. Jay, can you see? In his new field of vision, he recognized his own reflection through the cat's eyes. Jay murmured softly as he saw himself from another perspective for the first time. So this is what my face looks like. He nodded slightly, his voice calm, but carrying clear confirmation. It worked. She and Philip spoke almost at the same time, unable to hide their surprise. Really? Veronica breathed a sigh of relief, clutching her chest as though a huge weight had been lifted. It worked. Thank goodness. I wasn't sure any of them would actually be effective. Jake turned his head toward the mansion, his gaze returning to its usual coldness. Now we investigate. He gave a slight signal, while controlling Nero to begin moving forward. Let's enter the mansion. It nimbly walked up to the mansion's front door, its small body slipping through the darkness. Inside, it was pitch black, and the space was suspiciously silent despite how clean the place looked. A faint red aura brushed past its legs, cold and unpleasant. Through the link, Jay observed every detail around him with intense concentration. It really is clean and tidy. His thoughts continued analyzing the abnormality of the scene before him. This place should have been abandoned long ago. The cat stopped in front of a door, where faint laughter echoed from within. Jay narrowed his eyes through the connection, trying to determine the source of that sound. It sounds like children laughing. Suddenly, he started, yet his vision still did not show him anyone inside. I can't see anything. Just then, Lena's voice rang out right in front of him, gentle yet full of implication. Oh my, what adorable guest is this? Lena held the black cat in her arms, contempt showing in her eyes. You shouldn't be here. Lena probed Jay, and Jay's eyes revealed unprecedented surprise. How'd you get in? As he glanced at Lena, Jay quickly searched his memories of her. This woman, she's the woman from the bookstore, the mage I suspected belonged to McQuest. Jay continued sinking into his thoughts as he watched Lena's back. Did she kidnap the children and bring them here? Lena abruptly turned around. Holding the cat, she intended to leave this place. I'll have to take you outside. Jay's mind was still filled with countless thoughts about Lena, and he kept asking himself, for what purpose? At that moment, Lena continued speaking as she wore high heels and walked slowly. To be honest, this really is surprising. Lena closed her eyes, seeming to recall something. I never expected the young man I met at the bookstore to be a mage. Lena lifted the black cat in her hands, and when human eyes met cat eyes, she revealed an inscrutable smile. You really are an interesting mage. After a while, Lena gently set the black cat down and continued in an unhurried tone. You must have been in quite a rush to use controlling magic like this. Lena crouched down, while the black cat had already settled on the threshold. Lena looked at the black cat and asked, in that case, how about having lunch with me? Lena looked toward the black cat, and a small flame appeared in its golden eyes. You'll also have a pleasant time with the other children. After saying that, Lena stood up, and the wind outside the door made the hem of her dress flutter gently. Well then, I'll be waiting. Jay looked somewhat pensive, as though he was thinking about something. At this moment, Jay was sitting on the bed. Veronica came over to check on him with concern. Jay, are you all right? Philip also came to see Jay, immediately following up on Veronica's words. Was someone there? Was it dangerous? Jay slowly answered, to Veronica and Philip's surprise and astonishment. The owner of the mansion. I think it should be fine for us to meet her in person. A new day arrived. Lena, wearing a bright, radiant smile, opened the door to welcome her guests. The next morning, welcome. These guests turned out to be Jay, Veronica, and Philip. Worry showed on both Veronica's and Philip's faces, while Jay alone was extremely resolute. Lena welcomed them, young mage and your friends. After the greetings, Lena led Jay's group inside to tour her mansion. After they had walked for a short while, Veronica noticed something strange. She asked her friends, all the lights are off. Philip noticed it too, and his face grew increasingly worried. Even though it's daytime, Jay alone did not answer, because he was busy piecing the events together. Right before coming here, I received a report that Dunin had disappeared. Jay's hand seemed to sense something, making him even more certain of his judgment. I can feel the binding magic I placed on him from inside here. I'm sure he's somewhere in this mansion. Lena led Jay's group into the dining room. Inside, the children had already prepared the meal and were waiting for her to enter. Miss, hurry up. We've been waiting for you forever. A boy holding a plate of food invited Lena to eat with them. Let's eat together. A little girl also smiled happily, taking the opportunity to show off the good thing she had just done. We set the knives and forks exactly the way you taught us. Seeing what was before her, Veronica could not help being shocked. She whispered to Philip, were they really kidnapped? Jay, however, did not seem to pay attention to that detail. Instead, he wanted to find Dunin as quickly as possible. I don't see Dunin. At this moment, Lena spoke up, introducing Jay's group to the children in front of them. Before we eat, I brought a few guests today. As soon as Lena finished speaking, the children's expressions suddenly changed. They'll be eating with us, so treat them kindly. Even so, in less than a moment, their faces brightened again. They smiled brightly and greeted them warmly. Hello, nice to meet you. The surrounding children also came over to greet Jay's group, and they seemed very hospitable. Which street are you from? You're so handsome. Since you're our mistress's guests, sit over here. At the dining table, everyone talked and laughed happily. A little boy asked Philip, does it suit your taste? However, Philip was still somewhat unaccustomed to such enthusiasm, and he was a little uneasy. Yeah, it's delicious. Hearing that, The children felt relieved. Elsewhere, Jay was still calmly observing. That's good. Jay looked toward Lena, silently judging what might happen in the future. Negative emotions are still overflowing inside her. It wouldn't be strange if she exploded at any moment. Jay looked more closely at Lena's neck. That necklace is giving off a pure light that contrasts with Lena. Is that necklace suppressing her emotions? Right after finishing his observation, Jay spoke, turning his eyes toward Lena and asking, "We came here to look for our missing friends." Jay continued, "We followed that light to this mansion." Hearing that, Lena touched her cheek with her hand, showing no surprise. "Oh my, and I was being so careful." Lena did not answer Jay's question immediately. Instead, she placed a hand on her chest and said, "Perhaps I should introduce myself first. I am Lena. I came here to recuperate." Lena, the owner of this mansion. Lena continued telling the story of her life, while both Jay and Philip listened attentively. "I was in an unfortunate accident 10 years ago." Lena continued recounting that painful past, an image of a woman in a dark room. "It felt as though my entire world was collapsing, and I found myself unable to take even a single step outside. At that time, Lena had cried a great deal, and she seemed to have suffered terribly. But recently, I found a way to overcome that sorrow." Lena shifted the story to the present, turning her eyes toward the children. "Now, I take in street children and live together with them." Lena's face was filled with happiness, but deep inside her, other unusual emotions still overflowed. "We live very happily together." Jay detected this. He thought to himself and tried to connect the events. "That's the kind of emotion I saw yesterday." Jay searched through what he knew about mana. He knew what mana this was. Pale orange mana. This is what people call maternal love. Suddenly, Lena's hand on the table clenched tightly, and Jay quickly noticed it. Jay looked toward Philip and realized that inside Philip, there was a type of mana linked to Lena's mana. Does he feel some kind of connection to her because of what happened 10 years ago? Philip must have been separated from his mother around that time as well. Veronica had noticed several abnormalities in Lena's story and spoke up indignantly. "You say you're saving them, but did you ever ask their opinion?" Lena paid no attention to Veronica's question. Instead, she turned and asked Jay, "When did you begin learning magic, young mage?" Lena suddenly became unusually enthusiastic, asking Jay question after question. "Do you have a favorite food? I'm rather curious about how you've lived until now. Wasn't living on the streets difficult?" The perceptive Jay noticed this abnormality in Lena. He thought to himself, "She's asking me too many questions." Wow. Jay looked deep into Lena's heart and realized there was another type of mana as well. "Whenever she looks at me, a particular emotion grows stronger." Jay continued analyzing the situation, seeming to have many questions in his mind. Regret and obsession. Why does she react like that to me? What makes me different from the other children? While Jay was deep in thought, Veronica beside him whispered his name. "Hey, Jay." As Veronica looked at the children eating their fill, she voiced what was troubling her. "But don't you feel the mana remaining in the other children?" She says she isn't using magic to control their minds. Jay also turned his eyes toward the children. As he listened to Veronica, Jay reflected, "But do you really think they're here willingly?" Then Jay gave his answer without the slightest hesitation. "I don't think so." Jay looked at the children. Although these children were still laughing and talking happily, they seemed to have no emotions. Not a single one of them has any emotions in their vessel. Hearing this, Veronica was also extremely shocked. "What?" The children ate while laughing and talking. Although they seemed very happy, their minds did not waver at all. Jay realized their vessels were empty, just like his own normally was. Jay looked again at the smiling children elsewhere and commented, "But they act as though they have emotions." Jay coldly judged the situation. Is this also one of McQuest's abilities? Seeing that Jay did not seem very focused, Lena stood up and drew their attention. "Oh my, look at me." Lena left her seat and walked straight toward the door, smiling. "I forgot to bring out dessert. Please wait a moment." Hearing that, the children were very polite to Lena and stopped eating. "Yes, miss." The very moment Lena left, the children seemed to become different people, completely different from before. One child spoke, his tone not very comfortable with Jay's group's presence. "You came to take us back, didn't you?" Seeing that attitude from the person opposite her, Veronica quickly explained, "Why, yes. Dunan and Melum are looking for you." After hearing that, not only did this child fail to thank her, he also refused Veronica's good intentions. "There's no need, so you should just go home." Hearing the boy say this, Veronica was extremely surprised. "What?" Burton was very firm. "We don't plan on going back." Pallet also spoke up. "That's right. We like it here." Pallet continued talking about what Lena had done for him, seeming very grateful to Lena. "Miss Lena treats us very well. She gives us delicious food, warm clothes, and even teaches us to read. Life on the streets can't compare to being here." A timid little girl spoke up. She rubbed her small hands together and continued after Pallet. "The mistress is a good person. I don't want to disappoint her." The other children also voiced their support one after another. "Me too. I want to make her happy. I'll do everything I can to keep living here." Gradually, the children began to show hostility toward Jay's group. "So if you intend to get in our way, we'll do whatever it takes to stop you." Lena returned, bringing in a cart filled entirely with desserts. "Have I kept you waiting long?" When the children saw the cart of cakes, they became excited, all of them clamoring at once. "Not all, miss. I want dessert." Lena slowly placed each cake on the table. They were cakes that looked very appetizing. After finishing the preparations, Lena said a few words to the children in Jay's group. "I prepared something special for all of you." Lena warmly invited them. "Please try it." As soon as Jay looked at this dish, he discovered something was wrong. This dessert. The cake was covered in bright red syrup, with a small cherry on top. Jay touched it with his fork. "It's mixed with an addictive drug." The children smiled, but it was extremely fake. They urged Jay's group to hurry and eat it. "Hurry, try it." "That's right. The mistress made it for you." Seeing Jay's group still hesitating, the children spoke up reproachfully, and Veronica suddenly did not know what to do. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to eat? Are you going to ignore her kindness?" Because they did not know how to handle the situation properly. In the end, Jay's group ate the cake. Seeing that, Lena was extremely satisfied, revealing an inscrutable smile. Suddenly, a fork smeared with syrup fell to the floor. It seemed something unexpected had happened. Lena still stood at the head of the table, witnessing the scene she had long wished for. The children had all fainted. As if she had achieved her goal, Lena only now revealed a clearly sinister smile. One morning, in a room flooded with summer light, a group of children were carrying a boy on a stretcher, with Burton leading the group. The unconscious child on the stretcher was none other than Jay. It seemed Jay was pretending to be unconscious because he could still move slightly. Sure enough, Jay opened his eyes wide, apparently assessing the situation around him. Earlier, as a precaution, Jay had given 3 pills to his friends. "Here, take these." Veronica recognized what they were at a glance and asked in surprise, "These are fever reducers." Jay explained why he thought the group should take the fever reducers. "I think it would be best for us to take them before entering the mansion." Jay recalled his earlier experience. He was trying to piece together the events from when Nero entered the mansion. "In the corner of the garden beside the entrance, I saw a familiar kind of medicinal herb." In Jay's mind, he pictured a plant with red fruit that he had seen that day, which looked very appetizing. It was called Breakout. It was not very well known because it had no effect if used directly, but as long as it was processed in a certain way, it would become an extremely powerful anesthetic. Jay remembered his past, back when Nears had helped him a great deal. "When I was still in Area 50, Nears taught me how to use medicinal herbs." Jay held the small fever-reducing pill in his hand and stared at it. "Thanks to that, I also know how to counteract them. I just need to use a medicine that helps resist its effects." Veronica and Philip were taking the fever reducers, while Jay continued questioning himself. The question now is, how does that woman know about and know how to use dark herbs usually used in back alleys? At that moment, Jay was taken to another room. He lay on a bed, surrounded by books and toys. Once their task was finished, the children left the room, leaving Jay behind. At that moment, Jay opened his eyes to observe the situation around him. Using his own ability, Jay pinpointed Veronica's and Philip's locations. "I can sense Philip and Veronica not far from here. It looks like we're all in separate rooms." Jay touched a small teddy bear on the bed, unable to hide his surprise. Only then did Jay have the space to look closely at the room he was in. Now that he examined it properly, the furniture in this room was quite small, just like a child's room. As Jay was busy observing, he heard someone making noise, and he turned toward the sound. It turned out the one calling for help was Dunan. Jay recognized him immediately when he heard him. Dunin. Jay was about to rescue Dunin when he noticed movement near the door. It turned out to be Lena. Lena flung the door open. Dunin could not help breaking out in a cold sweat when he faced Lena. Lena walked past the bed where Jay was lying. Fortunately, Jay had managed to lie down in time and pretend to have fainted. The moment Dunin saw Lena, he was terrified and began struggling violently. Seeing this, Lena comforted him. "Oh my, there's no need to be so frightened. Before long, you'll feel much more comfortable." Jay opened his eyes slightly. He also wanted to observe the situation outside. What is she planning to do? Lena took off the necklace she usually wore around her neck. She held it in her hand and gave an inscrutable smile. That necklace was absorbing all of Dunin's emotions, and he looked as if he were in excruciating pain. Jay had witnessed far too much, and he was confident he could judge Dunin's emotions. After absorbing Dunin's emotions, Lena lifted the jewel and smiled in satisfaction. On the other side, Jay was still thinking. They're being drawn into that jewel. After all his emotions were drained away, Dunin's container became empty, and he no longer resisted. Lena, standing directly opposite Dunin, was also satisfied, tightly holding the jewel in her hand. After that, Lena walked toward the bed where Jay lay, as though she were about to do something. Lena looked at Jay's face, his eyes tightly shut, and confessed the feeling she had hidden for so long. "Mommy has missed you so much, my son. This time, Mommy will protect you." After saying those sentimental words, Lena continued holding the necklace and intended to take Jay's emotions. But it seemed this trick had no effect on Jay, so Lena looked somewhat disappointed. When Lena saw that her plan had failed, she was utterly puzzled. "Why isn't it working?" Jay thought to himself, "It's useless." Right then, Jay sat bolt upright and used his ability. From the very beginning, I never had even the slightest emotion for it to absorb. Seeing this, Lena was extremely startled. It seemed she had not accounted for this outcome. Jay intended to use his magic to attack Lena, and he threw it straight at her. However, Lena quickly used magic to dodge Jay's attack. Teleportation magic. After using the magic, Lena's body was somewhat drained, and she panted heavily. Jay asked, "So you used that bracelet to turn the other children into dolls?" Jay released his power as a show of force, and there were also a few things he wanted to ask Lena. "Where did you get that bracelet?" Seeing Jay's power, Lena seemed to tremble slightly in fear. She questioned Jay, "How did you?" Jay did not answer Lena's question. Instead, Jay went straight to the matter he had been wondering about for some time. "What are you planning to do by controlling the children?" Hearing this, Lena immediately denied it. "I didn't mean to do that." Lena had seen Jay's powerful magic, and she kept insisting, "No, I have no plans at all." Jay looked at the bracelet Lena was holding and silently assessed it. That bracelet is keeping Miss Lena's emotions from bursting out, but even so, it still has a limit. Jay quickly came up with a course of action. "First, I have to release those emotions." Lena was frightened and kept backing away. "I only want my son." After hearing that, Jay immediately denied it. However, before he could finish speaking, something happened. "No, you're wrong." Both Jay and Lena realized there was a noise coming from upstairs. The lights in the room flickered. Lena raised her eyes toward the ceiling, and gradually, an unprecedented look of fear appeared on her face. At that moment, Jay and Lena were still facing each other in that room. Lena looked at Jay before her, and suddenly, memories of a massacre came flooding back. Lena suddenly heard the sorrowful cries of the children ringing in her ears. "Mommy." The cries for their mother grew more and more numerous. Lena's face changed color, and the emotions in her container went out of control. "Mommy, Mommy." Lena's emotions grew stronger and stronger, looking no different from a dark red whirlwind. When everything reached its limit, when her emotions reached their limit, everything exploded violently. At that moment, Lena clutched her head in agony and knelt down, as if her world had collapsed. Jay witnessed Lena losing control, but he also noticed something else. At that moment, both the ceiling and the floor were about to crumble. Lena used magic. After that, relying on her magic, Lena disappeared, leaving only Jay in the room. Jay quickly grasped the situation. He had thought of a way to follow Lena's trail. "I have to chase her. I've identified the color of the mana she used." Jay thought that he could use colorless mana. "If I use the colorless mana in the air." As he was thinking this, Jay suddenly froze. He recalled what Veronica had warned him. Jay, you shouldn't use atmospheric mana. At that time, Veronica had been very sincerely worried about Jay, and Jay did not want Veronica to worry. If you overuse it, you'll suffer mana poisoning. I don't want you to go mad again. Thinking of Veronica, Jay no longer used that dangerous power and considered another plan. Jay switched to Plan B. He would search for evidence first. For now, I need to find out why Miss Lena suddenly erupted. Jay decided to search the area for more evidence before going after Lena. The answer is probably somewhere in this room. Just as he was about to search, he found a photograph lying right at his feet. This photograph caught Jay's attention. Jay picked it up and could not help sighing in realization, as if he had noticed something. In the torn photograph, there was a woman and a boy. The mother was Lena, and the son was a handsome boy. Jay focused more and more on the boy and came to a conclusion. He really looks like me. Jay reasoned silently. While he was thinking, he seemed to discover a new clue. So that's why she was interested in me? What is their relationship? Jay opened the drawer of the desk. Inside was a blue notebook. It seemed to be a child's diary. There were drawings at the top and lines of writing below. Today, I cooked with Mom, and it was so much fun. Mom taught me magic. Mom is the best. Today, I took a family photo with Mom. Jay flipped through the pages and skimmed them. There were no more entries. It seemed Jay was piecing the events together more and more clearly, and his eyes widened in shock. If the last day was 10 years ago, then he would be about my age now. I've never seen a child like that. On the final page, it was no longer a child's diary entry. Instead, it was Lena's handwriting. Mommy couldn't protect you. I am sorry. As Jay was focused on reading the diary, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Jay quickly put himself on alert and whirled around in one direction. Denon seemed to have lost consciousness. He was holding a chair and intended to throw it at Jay. Denon was extremely angry, and yet there was not the slightest emotion in his heart. How dare you put Madam in danger? Jay immediately realized the problem and analyzed the situation. Denon, that shell has no emotions at all. Jay looked toward the furious Denon and questioned himself. And yet he's acting as if he's angry. Why? Jay stood rooted to the spot, watching Denon charge toward him. He still could not help being confused. How can something this unreasonable happen? Jay's eyes were somewhat astonished, and he became increasingly curious about that thing. Just what is that? Denon had closed in on Jay, holding the chair, his face full of killing intent. However, Jay quickly avoided Denon's attack. Although Denon missed, he was not discouraged at all. He questioned Jay's actions. How dare you lay a hand on Madame Lena? After that, Denon raised his fist toward Jay, his face clearly showing anger. I will not forgive you. Denon punched Jay with tremendous force. Jay blocked the attack with both hands, and his entire body was unharmed. While Denon was attacking with all his might, Jay calmly observed the situation. His whole body is covered in enhancement magic. After examining the situation, Jay realized that Denon was not a threat either. Even so, he had only become stronger. He was not particularly skilled. As they were fighting, Denon stopped because the ground and floor shook once again. Denon suddenly screamed, as if he were losing control. Get out of here now. Seeing the situation, Jay thought to himself, looks like I can't buy any more time. Jay clung tightly to Denon's body in an attempt to restrain him. At that moment, Denon was extremely surprised. After that, Jay immediately used magic to suppress Denon, and Denon screamed in pain. Before long, Denon had been completely subdued, collapsing onto the floor. After finishing that, Jay quickly opened the door and went outside. He wanted to find Philip and Veronica. I have to go find Philip and Veronica. The children from earlier appeared again, as if they knew Jay would come outside. Over there he is. Pallet led this group, looking furious. Then he gave orders to several children behind him. How dare you attack Madam? Catch him. Pallet pointed straight at Jay and ordered the other children to seize him. Over there, kill him. But these little tricks were nothing to Jay. He quickly used magic and vanished without a trace. Jay rushed behind Pallet's group with incredible speed, so fast that Pallet's group had no time to notice. Seeing this, Pallet was extremely annoyed, and he hurriedly ordered the other children, "Damn it, hurry up and catch him. Chase him." Using his magic, Jay then located Philip and Veronica. Looks like they're around here. Finding Philip was not difficult at all. Before long, Jay spotted the very conspicuous Philip from afar. "Get away, you damn brats." Philip had climbed onto a tall bookshelf and was holding a broom to drive away the children below. "Don't touch me." The children below wanted to catch Philip no matter what. Reach a little farther, grab his leg, pull him down, and kill him. Before long, one child had grabbed Philip's ankle. It seemed Philip had finally been caught, but no, Jay would never let that happen. He struck the child on the neck. Got you. Another child discovered that someone had interfered and complained. Philip stood there and witnessed everything. This kid, Philip, remained up high, overjoyed to see Jay, while Jay had already taken care of everything. Once he was safe, Philip finally dared to climb down. As he climbed, he calmly asked, "What's going on?" Jay did not wait long. He turned away at once, wanting to hurry and rescue his friends. "I'll explain once we find Veronica." On the way to rescue Veronica, the two of them heard a strange sound. Philip spoke up and asked that voice. The two quickly ran in the direction of the sound, and it turned out to be Veronica's voice. Philip ran over and shouted, "Veronica!" Philip was about to ask whether Veronica was all right, but the scene before him made him freeze. "Are you okay?" Veronica was using magic to suppress the children, who cried out, "What is this? I am scared. Let me down." Veronica did not seem very happy about having to do this. "You all." After seeing the current situation, Philip seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He said, "Looks like you're still okay. Well, you're a mage, after all." Veronica was also very happy to see her companions unharmed. "Thank goodness, you're both safe." Of course, Veronica sensed that something was wrong. She worriedly asked Philip and Jay, "What happened?" The mansion suddenly shook, and then they rushed at me. Hearing this, Jay remained standing where he was and answered calmly, "As you can see." Jay repeated the situation from earlier, as if he wanted to confirm something with Veronica. After the lights came on, she ran away. "Is that right?" Veronica confirmed, "That's right." Philip was very puzzled by this point. He rubbed his chin and asked Jay, "But why would she run away when she saw the lights?" Hearing this, Jay took something out of his pocket and was about to show Philip and Veronica. Maybe because of this, Jay held out the photograph for Philip to see. The moment Philip saw the photograph, his expression suddenly changed. "I found it in that room. It's probably Miss Lena's family photo and a child's diary." Veronica stood right behind Philip, and the two of them read the diary together. Veronica looked sorrowful. No, Veronica still had countless questions, and she asked further, while Philip's expression suddenly darkened and Jay observed them. "This boy must be Miss Lena's son. Could it be that he died?" Veronica rubbed her chin, recalling what she had been taught, her tone carrying some sympathy for Lena. "My grandfather once told me about this. He called it trauma." Perhaps when the lights came on, her painful memories resurfaced. After explaining the theory, Veronica returned to the most urgent thing they needed to do now. "But right now, we also need to save all the children in the mansion. Jay, what do you think?" Jay did not answer Veronica's question immediately. Instead, he turned to Philip and asked him, "Philip, what do you think?" Philip felt somewhat surprised. He was a little flustered at being asked for his opinion by Jay. "Me? You're asking for my opinion?" Jay replied calmly, "Yeah." Philip looked at Jay's behavior, and with his own innate intelligence, he realized that Jay must have figured something out. "I'm sure Jay knows." Philip thought silently. This was Philip's own denial. Based on what was written in the diary, there's no way Lena is my mother. Philip then looked at the current situation. He saw that it was very dangerous now, and more than that, the entire mansion was collapsing rapidly. "If we don't leave here right away, it'll be extremely dangerous." Philip looked at Jay and thought silently. It seemed he was growing fonder of Jay. Even so, he still asked for my opinion because he respects my decision. After thinking for a while, Philip began to speak with difficulty. Philip placed a hand over his chest and spoke his truest thoughts. "I want to save Miss Lena. That is what I truly feel." After hearing this, Jay did not hesitate and acted according to Philip's wish. Veronica also seemed very happy. "All right, then let's go save her." Jay gave Veronica an order. "You lure the children outside. Philip and I will go to Miss Lena." Veronica quickly replied. All three of them were carrying out this dangerous mission under intense time pressure. "Hurry, we don't have any time left." Philip and Jay both ran up the stairs as fast as they could. The building was on the verge of collapsing. On the upper floor, Philip heard a piercing scream. He turned his eyes toward the sound. Jay and Philip followed it and arrived at a room with its door tightly shut. "Get away. Get out of here right now." Philip was not entirely sure, so he asked, "Miss Lena, are you in there?" Suddenly, a powerful surge of magic blasted outward from the door where Jay and Philip were standing. Seeing the scene before him and feeling that power just now, Philip had no idea what was happening. What is this? Before Jay and Philip stood Lena, surrounded by an enormous stream of magic. A storm? Lena let out piercing screams. It seemed she could no longer control herself. Seeing the scene before him, Philip was deeply alarmed and stood frozen in place. Lena had lost control. The space around her was being destroyed. Philip was about to take another step forward to stop Lena, when at that moment, Lena screamed, "No, my son." Lena continued releasing a tremendous surge of magic, sending everything around her flying in every direction. "Don't come near me." A large cabinet flew straight toward Philip. Jay quickly blocked it to protect Philip. Lena was still screaming on the other side. Jay struggled with all his strength to protect Philip. "Don't you dare hurt my son, you monsters." Based on what Veronica had said, Philip then explained, "It must be because of the trauma Veronica mentioned. She thinks we're enemies." After hearing Philip speak, Jay did not reply. In his mind, he was thinking about the ring and the enormous amount of mana. The mana she's releasing has far exceeded what her magic circle should normally be able to endure. The mana inside her ring has gone out of control, stirred up by the emotional outburst of its vessel. Jay explained the current situation to Philip. Her vessel won't be able to withstand these emotions. If this continues, it will shatter. Hearing this, Philip was extremely shaken. "What?" Philip continued hesitantly. "Then if we want to stop that from happening," Jay answered briefly, "we have to calm her down." Jay turned to Philip in this critical situation and asked, "Do you know any way to calm someone down?" Philip rested his chin on his hand and thought. Not long afterward, he immediately came up with a solution. "You can empathize with them." As the conversation continued, Philip clenched his fists and voiced everything he was thinking. While comforting her, you can share that emotion with her. Jay did not seem to understand this very well, so he asked Philip again, "Empathize?" Philip explained Lena's situation, along with how they might help her escape this state. Lady Lena never had anyone to share her feelings with before. You just need to listen to her, hold her, pat her back, empathize with her, and let her know that you understand. Philip explained further to Jay what he had just said. After all, emotions can be contagious. Hearing this, Jay seemed to suddenly understand something. It was as though he had awakened, and he thought to himself, contagious. Is that why I cried along with her back then? Jay remembered that day when he had held Veronica. Their emotions had truly been exchanged. After hearing Philip's advice, Jay decided what he needed to do. He said, "If I want to do what you said, first I have to get close to her." Jay planned to go there and reach Lena's heart because he was worried about Philip. "I'm not good at sensing or empathizing with other people, but if Philip, who has no magical power at all, steps into that storm." Even so, Philip volunteered. "I'll do it, Jay." Philip placed a hand on his chest. At that moment, something in Philip's heart suddenly blazed to life. "I can understand the pain that comes from the emptiness of losing your family." For an instant, Jay saw a kind of mana that was extraordinarily warm, and he was astonished. Seeing how determined Philip was, Jay decided to help him. He wrapped a barrier around Philip. "All right, then I'll shrink the barrier and focus all my mana on protecting you." Jay did not forget to add another layer of protection for his friend. He was extremely careful. "I've also strengthened it with reinforcement magic." Seeing Jay use magic so skillfully, Philip could not help but marvel. So magic could be used like this too. Finally, Jay reminded Philip of a few things before Philip carried out this difficult task. "I used too much magical power on the first floor, so I can't reinforce it any further now. Be careful, Philip." Hearing Jay's warning, Philip thanked his friend. "All right, thank you, Jay." After that, Philip quickly advanced into the chaotic mana zone where Lena was. "I'll be back." It was extremely difficult for Philip to step into such turbulent mana. He raised his hand to shield himself from the fierce wind. The wind. This is insane. Objects in the room were flying everywhere. Philip seemed as if he was about to be unable to endure it anymore, feeling as though his strength was being drained away. At that moment, Jay was still trying his hardest to keep Philip safe. A large cabinet was about to head toward Philip, so Jay used magic to warn him, and Philip dodged. "Careful, Philip." Philip found the voice just now extremely strange and was also a little surprised. Jay's voice is still ringing in my head. Is this magic too? Incidentally, Jay urged Philip to finish this difficult task quickly. "Philip, you have to hurry." Hearing this, Philip seemed to snap out of daze. By this point, Jay was gradually feeling exhausted. He struggled to maintain the barrier. "My mana is being drained very quickly." Jay looked at the current situation and silently assessed it. Before him was a huge storm. This isn't an ordinary storm. The main components of this mana are weakness and exhaustion. Jay's hands gradually began to tremble. He was finding it very difficult to control his magic. The closer Philip gets to Lady Lena, the harder it is for me to focus magical power on him. If this keeps up, on the other side, Philip was also struggling. He panted heavily, his whole body drenched in sweat. Philip walked with difficulty through the storm, clutching his head, feeling as though he was about to collapse from exhaustion. "I don't have any strength left." As Philip was sinking into negative thoughts, he suddenly heard a loud sound right in front of him. "At this rate, I'm going to collapse." Philip had almost reached Lena. Lena was screaming very close to him. Philip saw the scene before him and felt deeply pained. Lena was wailing in the middle of the crimson mana storm, unable to control the tangled emotions inside her. Those screams. She can't overcome the pain of losing her family, and now she's crying out as if her heart is being torn apart. Philip suddenly remembered the past, when his mother kissed him on the forehead and told him, "Philip, wait here for Mom. All right? I love you, my son." Then Philip's mother left, and he never knew when she would come back to him. The image of his mother in Philip's mind gradually drifted into the past. He could no longer remember her face. "Mom." Philip communicated with Jay. He wanted Jay to do this, as though he had some sort of plan. "Jay, shrink the barrier around me down to the bare minimum. Instead, use your mana to strengthen it." Seeing this, Jay immediately grew worried for Philip. "You'll get hurt." Philip had already been injured, but even so, his expression did not change in the slightest. "It's fine. It doesn't matter." Philip stepped even closer to Lena. Lena had seen Philip, and there was a faint fear in her eyes. Philip firmly advanced toward Lena. He was extremely resolute, and there was a bitter sadness in his gaze. Seeing this, Lena backed away. It seemed she did not want Philip to come near. "Don't come any closer. Stay away." Lena kept avoiding Philip. Philip reached out his hand, intending to do something. "Stay away." Philip tightly embraced Lena, seemingly wanting to comfort this suffering mother who had lost her child. Covered in scratches, Philip held Lena while comforting her. It's all right now." Lena seemed to remember something. Tears kept flowing down her cheeks as she spoke a name. "Ross." Philip was no exception. He was crying too, but he still spoke up to comfort Lena. "I'm sure you want to see him too." Lena was still crying, but a glimmer of light had appeared in her eyes. At that moment, Lena clung to Philip and sobbed. As Lena held Philip and cried, the space around them gradually returned to its original position. The storm had vanished. When the red storm completely disappeared, the only scene left before Jay was Philip and Lena holding each other and comforting each other. Seeing Philip embrace Lena, Jay sensed a strange feeling he had not encountered in a long time. How strange. Jay looked on, and a tear slowly rolled from the corner of his eye. A corner of his heart suddenly grew warm. Jay had cried, right there in that ruined space that had just been destroyed. "I think I've felt this way before." Jay recalled his own experience in the past. It was not a very pleasant experience. "I first felt it under that bridge, and..." Jay then remembered the times when he had wanted to avoid problems by being alone. "Since then, I've always been running away from it. Back then, had there been tears like the ones he had now? I've always been running away from it." Jay's tears continued falling, but it seemed he did not hate this feeling. "But now it's welling up from deep inside my heart." Jay suddenly remembered beautiful fragments of the past with the people dear to him, and then he also remembered the painful memories from long ago. "Jay, run. Jay." At this point, Jay remembered that long ago, he had once shed tears just like today. "I can't." Jay touched the emotions of his past self and unconsciously shed tears. So then, Jay looked at himself in the reflection. He saw a person shedding tears, but with real emotion. I have to face it. A tremendous stream of magic wrapped around Jay's heart. This pain, at that moment, alongside his tears, true strength and emotion had formed in Jay's heart. Jay placed his hand on his chest, clutching his heart as though he had realized something. Jay now had emotion in his heart, and that emotion was very beautiful. It's complete. At that moment, before Jay's eyes was a black vortex. It gradually appeared in the room where Jay, Philip, and Lena were. Jay was extremely shocked by this strange phenomenon. It seemed he knew what it was. Jay could call this entity by name. Curiosa appeared before Lena and Philip. Curiosa raised his bandage-wrapped hand, seemingly intending to do something next. Then Curiosa immediately charged straight forward. However, Jay used magic to stop Curiosa's attack, which made it extremely difficult for him to move. I can't move. Is this weakening magic? Curiosa collapsed to the ground. Supporting himself with his arms, he struggled to speak. Besides binding magic, it learned weakening magic too? This brat. Jay stood before Curiosa, threatening and warning him not to do anything. Don't you dare lay even a single finger on those two. Jay's eyes now held emotion, and so did his heart. If you want to die, go ahead and try.